Luo Qingxue, S-Class ability, Frostbane. Principal Wang's voice rose with excitement, like a stone thrown into stagnant water, instantly setting the awakened crowd ablaze. My God, an S-Class ice ability. School Beauty Luo is breaking the rules. How will Su Qin even compete 3 days from now? That arranged marriage is definitely doomed. The gap in strength is just too big. What if Su Qin also awakens in S-Class? Keep dreaming. Do S-Class abilities just sprout like weeds? She's the only one in all of North River Province. If Su Qin even gets AB class, he should be thanking his lucky stars. Let us just hope he doesn't lose too badly. Amid the roaring clamor, Luo Qingxue on the stage remained as cold as ice. She merely tilted her head slightly, her gaze lingering briefly on the boy waiting below, her eyes unreadable, complex. Then she turned, her robes fluttering lightly, descending the platform in silence. Principal Wang Donglai suppressed his smile, pressing his hands down as his voice regained its authority. Silence. The awakening ceremony continues. Next, Class 6 Senior Year, Lu Chuxue. Below the stage, Su Qin's brow furrowed imperceptibly. S-Class. So our duel 3 days from now starts on nightmare difficulty. He inhaled silently. Luo Qingxue had already ascended to the heavens in a single step. Surely he, a transmigrator, should have something special too? His fingers unconsciously traced the yellowed edges of their arranged marriage contract as his thoughts drifted back 3 years. 3 years had passed since his transmigration. Back then, he had collapsed dead in front of his computer from exhaustion, only to open his eyes to this terrifying world, a world where demonic beasts roamed freely and every person awakened supernatural abilities. 3 years ago, right after his arrival, the Luo family had barged in, demanding he surrender the marriage contract on the spot. Such humiliation, no man with pride could endure it. Refusing outright, Su Qin had staked his honor on a 3-year deadline. 3 days after today's awakening ceremony, they would settle things in battle. If he lost, he would return the contract with his own hands. If he won, the fate of their engagement would be his to decide. Brother Qin, don't lose heart. The world changes in 30 years. I believe you'll awaken an incredible ability. Behind him, Han Xiaoli, short and wiry, clapped his shoulder firmly, his voice brimming with unwavering conviction. Su Qin turned to glance at this brother who had stuck by him through everything, forcing a faint smile. I'll take your blessing. Hopefully this time. My fate is in my own hands. Before he could finish, a cold, mechanical voice exploded directly in his mind. Ding. Host's vital signs detected. Kill system binding successful. Su Qin stiffened, his eyes instantly blazing with wild excitement. A system. The golden finger every transmigrator deserved. Late, but not absent. Now his fate truly belonged to the system, not the heavens. This system is the kill system. By slaying humans or demonic beasts, the host can accumulate kill points to strengthen themselves. Reaching specific kill point thresholds will unlock special rewards. Newcomer gift pack distributed. Congratulations. Host has obtained S-Class Dark Type Awakening Qualification. Companion Spirit Weapon, S-Class Death Scythe. 1,000 kill points. That voice, like the first ray of dawn piercing through despair. Su Qin clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale. 3 days later, the duel with Luo Qingxue. Finally, he had the confidence to face her. An S-rank ability, something even the entire Dragon Kingdom could count on one hand. He didn't know why the system had granted him the darkness attribute, but so what? Darkness was all the more thrilling, mysterious, eerie, dangerous, striking as silently as the night wind. Add to that the 1,000 kill points and that innate spirit artifact. This was practically a god-tier start. Before cheers could escape his lips, Wang Donglai's booming voice rang out from the awakening platform. Next, Su Qin from Class 6 stepped forward for awakening. Su Qin took a deep breath, forcing down the surging heat in his chest as he strode toward the platform. His footsteps were light, almost bouncing. S-rank darkness attribute. Here I come. Go for it, Brother Qin. I'll trade 2 centimeters off my little brother's length for you to awaken at least in A rank. Han Xiaoli shouted hoarsely from the crowd. Su Qin turned his head with a grin and flashed a thumbs up. Good man, I'll take the sentiment. The moment he moved, the eyes of the entire field locked onto him. Who didn't he know? This was the guy who had a childhood engagement with S-ranked school Belle Luo Qingxue. Even the principal softened his tone, gesturing toward the obsidian-black awakening stone at the center of the stage. Don't be nervous. Just place your hand on it. Su Chen nodded, pressing his right palm firmly against the cool surface of the stone. The atmosphere instantly grew taut. His homeroom teacher muttered under his breath, "Pray he awakens at least be rank. That boy is a troublemaker, but his heart's south in the right place. If his ability is too low and Luo Qingxue crushes him, his life might as well be over." The principal nodded silently. It's up to fate now. Before his words faded, a frigid energy abruptly erupted. The awakening stone burst forth with an abyssal dark radiance, like ink spilling into clear water, swiftly staining the surroundings. Darkness attribute. That color is unmistakably darkness, and high tier at that. The Class 6 homeroom teacher's voice trembled. Wang Donglai's Adam's apple bobbed with excitement. More than that, this pressure is definitely a rank or higher. My chest is tightening just from standing here. Heaven bless second high of Chuanqing. First Luo Qingxue, and now Su Chen. Right then, Su Chen's eyes snapped open. A tide of black shadows surged through his pupils. In that instant, the world seemed to lose its color. Light vanished as if snuffed by an invisible hand, plunging the field into gloom. Some gasped and stumbled backward, frozen under what felt like an icy gaze piercing through them. The darkness brimmed with suffocating dread, as though death itself had pressed close against their backs. Wang Donglai's face flushed crimson as he rasped. A celestial phenomenon. This is S-rank. No doubt about it. Even Luo Qingxue, usually indifferent, subtly furrowed her brow, fingers unconsciously tightening around the hem of her clothes. In the darkness, only Su Chen's eyes churned with unseen currents. The butler spat disdainfully and whispered to Luo Qingxue, "Humph, just dumb luck. Don't worry, young mistress, shadow powers are all flash, no substance. You'll crush him in the duel 3 days from now." But Luo Qingxue didn't seem to hear him. Her gaze was fixed on the awakening platform. There, darkness writhed like a living thing, coiling and condensing before morphing into a massive throne of shadows. Su Chen eased himself onto it, crossing one leg lazily over the other. A scythe wreathed in black mist rested effortlessly in his grip. His head tilted slightly as his piercing gaze swept over the crowd, shadows clinging to his presence like an extension of his will. The faint smirk curling his lips carried equal parts arrogance and indifference. This wasn't some newly awakened student. This was a sovereign stepping forth from eternal night, surveying his domain. Just the way he sat sent tremors through the gathered students. Some girls felt their knees weaken, cheeks burning with a mix of fear and fascination. The boys' eyes bulged. Who the hell said shadow powers weren't cool? This was straight-up legendary. The barrage of comments flared. Someone brainstormed shadow techniques. Quick. As the phenomenon faded, glowing letters appeared on the awakening monitor. Su Chen's class ability, Shadow Monarch. It worked. It actually worked. Principal Wang Donglai's face flushed crimson as he grabbed the homeroom teacher of Class 6 and planted several exuberant kisses on her lips. S-class. S-class. Even though he suspected it, seeing it confirmed sent euphoria crashing through him like a tidal wave. 2 S-ranks emerging from the same school? This was unheard of. We're rich. We're seriously rich, he hissed under his breath. Principal. The teacher stammered, wiping her mouth as she disentangled herself, her face scarlet. Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? Wang Donglai coughed awkwardly before turning back to the crowd and bellowing with all his might. Su Chen, awakening successful. S-class ability, Shadow Monarch. Silence gripped the audience, then erupted into chaos. Holy S-class shadow. The duel in 3 days just got interesting. S-class versus S-class. A once-in-a-lifetime showdown. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Shadow abilities sound intimidating, but how do they compare to young Miss Luo's ice powers? They're not even on par with top-tier A-class thunder or fire. Exactly. Shadow types are only good for sneaky assassinations or eavesdropping. They're useless in real combat. Name one legendary warrior famous for shadow abilities. It's always thunder or fire. Besides, Su Chun's an orphan. No resources, no backing. How is he supposed to compete with the Luo heiress? In 3 days, he'll just be her stepping stone. Jealous whispers spread like wildfire. It couldn't be helped. An orphan not only engaged to their beloved goddess, but also awakening a supreme ability? Who wouldn't seethe with envy? Wang Donglai, overhearing the murmurs, clapped Su Chen firmly on the shoulder and boomed. Well done, kid. Ignore the nonsense. S-class is S-class, no exceptions. Su Chen lifted his head, meeting the principal's eyes calmly. Principal Wang, deep down, do you also believe my shadow monarch can't rival ice or thunder abilities, or even a class elemental powers? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Wang Donglai hesitated, stammering, well, He rubbed his hands together and finally sighed. Fine, I admit it, dark type S-class doesn't measure up to lightning and fire in raw destructive power. But I believe in you. Come to my office later. The S-class Elite Resource Pack is already prepared for you. A lavish package exclusively assembled for S-class Awakened, complete with everything from cultivation materials to specialized mentorship. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched, his voice turning icy. Principal, 3 days from now, I'll make you see firsthand just how wrong you are. Weak? Absolutely laughable. People had no idea of the true horror of dark type. He recalled the scenes from his past life, shadows surging like tides, the command, rise, shadows, shaking heaven and earth. Since he had been reborn into this world and awakened dark type, he would overturn everyone's misconceptions. What nonsense about dark types being only good for ambushes, fit only for assassination, inferior to lightning and fire? He would make dark type synonymous with annihilation. Good. That's the spirit. I'll be waiting for you to shock the world in 3 days. Wang Donglai clapped him heavily on the shoulder, pride gleaming in his eyes. After all, he was an S-class, the Academy's top priority, someone to be nurtured carefully. Su Chen nodded, only for a dim blue screen to flicker before his eyes. Name, Su Chen, ability, S-class, Shadow Monarch, realm, Awaken Plus, combat skills, none, bonded spirit weapon, S-class, Death Scythe, cultivation method, basic ability training, slaughter points, 1000. System, does that plus mean I can level up? Correct. A plus indicates you can expend slaughter points to ascend. Then, can my ability reach SS class? His heartbeat quickened slightly. The highest publicly acknowledged rank was S-class, yet rumors of SS class persisted. Who wouldn't want more power? Affirmative. Upgrading ability to SS class requires 100,000 slaughter points. Death Scythe's ascension to SS class demands 50,000. Su Chun's initial excitement deflated instantly. Upgrading was great, but 100,000 points? How long would that take? The road ahead was long. He'd have to fight for it. Next step? Leave the city, hunt demonic beasts, and grind slaughter points. Grow stronger. In 3 days, he'd crush Luo Qingxue and redeem dark type's reputation. Killing humans earned points too, but he wasn't indiscriminate enough for that. As he dismissed the panel and turned to leave, Wang Donglai grabbed his arm. Oh, Su Chen, the principal murmured, voice lowered. Have you sensed your dark type's special trait yet? Su Chen paused, baffled. Special trait? What's that? Wang Donglai cleared his throat, his voice booming across the entire hall. Traits are unique abilities that only elemental espers ranked S-class or higher can awaken. Typically, an S-rank esper possesses one trait. He snapped his fingers, sparks of electricity flickering at his fingertips. Take Mole, the thunder god of our dragon nation. For example, his lightning esper ability carries the trait Destruction Amplification. Lightning of the same level deals 3 times the destructive power compared to others. Su Chen listened silently, his palms subtly lifting as a swirling mass of shadow emerged. The dark energy writhed like a living thing, pulsing with an eerie glow. He wondered, what will my trait be? No rush. Wang Donglai patted him on the shoulder. Traits take time and battle experience to awaken. Su Chen nodded in thanks before stepping down from the platform. The gazes of numerous female students burned into his back, whispers buzzing around him. Han Xiaoli rushed over and slung an arm around his neck. Bro Chun, just now, when you sat on that throne, it was like the dark monarch himself descended. Totally worth sneaking in to raise the platform by 2 centimeters, right? Su Chun grinned and punched his chest lightly. Good bro. Han Xiaoli suddenly pitched his voice higher and leaned in. Actually, I could be your wife too. I'll get gender reassignment surgery tomorrow, Bro Chun. Sure. Su Chun raised an eyebrow. Just remember to get 40-80 implants. Wouldn't he want my bro to be shortchanged? Comma. Han Xiaoli froze. Bro Chun, are you freaking starving or something? Su Chun laughed and shoved him away, only to see Luo Hai, the Luo family's steward, strolling toward him. The man held his chin high, tapping the ground disdainfully with his shoe tip. Su Chun, the martial contest scheduled 3 days from now is cancelled. If you're willing to marry into the Luo family, change your surname, and become one of us, cultivation resources will be yours without limit. Su Chun lowered his head with a soft chuckle and crooked his finger. Come closer. Luo Hai sneered and leaned in arrogantly. Don't push your luck. Guarantee you always chasing after our young miss. Before he could finish, Su Chun's fist tore through the air and smashed into his face. Bam! Luo Hai staggered backward, howling as blood and spit sprayed from his mouth. Several white teeth clattered onto the ground. Who the hell do you think you are? Su Chun grabbed his collar and snarled. You think I'd spare a second glance at your ungrateful Luo family? You dare. Luo Hai clutched his face, voice ragged with fury. Su Chun drove his foot into the man's chest. Another dull thud echoed as Luo Hai flew back 3 meters like a ragdoll, crumpling to the ground in spasms. He staggered to his feet, his body erupting in crimson light as energy pulsed beneath his skin like a heartbeat. Su Chun, you're asking for death. Oh yeah? Give it a shot. Su Chun smirked, lips curling mockingly. Assaulting an S-rank prodigy, how many lives do you have to spare? The laws protecting S-rank talents in Dragon Country were ironclad. Any confirmed act of harm was punishable by instant execution. Luo Hai's clenched fists trembled slightly, nails digging into his palms. Shit, he'd forgotten about that. If he actually threw a punch, 8 lives wouldn't be enough to save him. What is wrong with me? Got the guts? Then come at me. Su Chun took a step forward. Like a deflated balloon, Luo Hai's imposing aura crumbled instantly. The Su Chun before him seemed like a different person. Where had that meek, silent boy gone? Gritting his teeth in frustration, Luo Hai spat. You had your chance to walk away unharmed. 3 days from now, Luo Qianjin will beat you to your knees on the arena floor. Enough. A cold voice cut him off mid-sentence. Luo Hai looked up and tensed at the sight of Luo Qingxue standing nearby. Why, young miss? Apologize. Her voice was like an icicle piercing his skin. But before he could finish, Luo Hai suddenly noticed frost creeping up his legs from the ground beneath him. The cold seeped through his pants, draining the color from his face. I'm sorry. Why was the young miss protecting this orphan? His hands clenched his clothes tightly. Su Chun scoffed. Pathetic. Luo Qingxue turned her gaze towards Su Chun, her long lashes casting faint shadows under her eyes. Regardless of the outcome in 3 days, our engagement is hereby nullified. Suits me just fine. Her sportswear outlined her lean, toned figure. Her legs long and straight. Moonlight glowed against her porcelain skin. Her eyes deep as still pools, her brows like faint mountain silhouettes, lips pale pink as cherry blossoms. She was undeniably the school beauty. Yet memories of her felt hazy, as if obscured by mist. A childhood betrothal? Just an outdated joke between elders. 18 years ago, Su Chen's parents had died saving Luo family elders from a beast attack, prompting the engagement pact. But the original Su Chun had been withdrawn and dull, while Luo Qingxue remained frosty. Parallel lines never meant to intersect. 3 years ago, a beast tide took Su Chun's parents, and the Luo family swiftly rose as Sichuan City's new elite. The annulment papers were delivered to him soon after. Luo Qingxue extended a ring. This is Luo Hai's apology. Su Chun weighed the cold storage ring in his palm. Your parents send you? Or are you feeling guilty? Well, free stuff was free stuff. Luo Qingshue's parents were once carried out from a pile of corpses by Su Qin's mother and father. Yet when the Su family faced calamity, with his parents dying in battle, they immediately broke off the engagement, distancing themselves from the Su family as if they were avoiding the plague. Ungrateful, nothing more could describe them. At this thought, Su Qin's chest tightened with suffocating anger, his fists clenching until his knuckles cracked. This debt sooner or later, that couple would repay it 100-fold. Luo Qingxue fell silent for a moment before speaking, her voice as soft as a breeze. 3 days from now, during the duel, I hope you'll give it your all. Her parents' actions had chilled her heart as well. Don't worry, Su Qin sneered. This fight I'll be putting on a show specifically for those two snobs. The ones he wanted to humiliate were never Luo Qingxue, but her lofty, untouchable parents behind her. Luo Qingxue responded with a quiet hum before turning to leave. Luo Hai, still disheveled, scrambled to his feet and stumbled after her. Brother Chun, that was awesome. Han Xiaoli bounded over, eyes gleaming. Yeah. Su Qin patted his shoulder dismissively. Go join the awakening ceremony. I'm heading to the principal's office. Got it. After parting ways, Su Chun walked alone down the tree-lined path. With a thought, a translucent system interface flickered before his eyes. System, advanced to first stage, first level. Ding. Consume 100 slaughter points to upgrade. Confirm. The numbers on the screen blurred momentarily before refreshing. A surge of warmth flooded his limbs before condensing into a pulsing mass of source energy at his dantian. In this world, martial artists were ranked across 10 stages, each subdivided into 10 levels. Again, Su Qin reveled in the surging power within him and didn't hesitate. Advanced to first stage, third level. Ding. Consume 500 slaughter points. Progress elevated to first stage, third level. In an instant, every cell in his body seemed to sing with exhilaration, an overwhelming sensation far surpassing the grueling cultivation he endured daily. Incredible. As expected, pay to win power-ups were brutally effective. He clenched his fingers, and a wisp of shadow manifested in his palm, darker and thicker than before, swirling like ink. Good. How much for first stage, fourth level? Ding. Requires 400 slaughter points. Su Qin hesitated briefly before dismissing the panel. Rather than spending those 400 points now, he'd save them to refine his combat skills, the real key to battle dominance. Retrieving the spatial ring Luo Qingxue had given him, he watched it gleam faintly under the sunlight. As his divine sense probed its contents, his breath hitched slightly. Inside lay not only stacks of high-grade source stones, but also several dragon eye-sized bone-tempering pills and 3 spirit source fruits, each exuding an intoxicating aura of spiritual energy. This was quite the generous gift. Spirit source fruits were nowhere to be found on the market, with each one starting at 5 million blue star credits. The pile of stuff before him was probably worth close to 10 million combined. Is she trying to compensate me on behalf of her parents to ease her own guilt? Su Chun muttered inwardly as he slipped the ring back on, adjusted his collar, and strode toward the principal's office. After what felt like an eternity, the awakening ceremony finally concluded. Principal Wang Donglai pushed the door open and immediately spotted Su Chun lounging casually in his seat, waiting for him. Principal, if you'd taken any longer, I'd have started growing mushrooms here. Ha, can you blame me? Wang Donglai chuckled as he settled into his chair. Other high schools in the city are offering astronomical sums just to get their hands on your enrollment records. Transferring an S-rank student wouldn't just attract new talent. If Su Qin ever made it big, his alma mater would bask in his glory. And you didn't take them up on it? Truly above worldly gains. Wang Donglai waved a hand dismissively. Oh, I would if they offered enough. If they bumped it up by this much, he gestured vaguely. I might actually been tempted. Su Chun was momentarily speechless. Was this principal the money-fixated monk of the martial world? All right, enough teasing, let us get serious. Wang Donglai's expression sobered as he poured Su Qin a cup of hot tea before sliding 2 ancient-looking combat manuals across the table. These are the school's rewards for your S-rank ability. Both are second-tier combat techniques. Abyssal Mud Pit is a dark attribute control skill. When activated, A pitch-black mire forms beneath your enemy's feet, trapping them like quicksand. The other, Shadow Claw, condenses dark energy into razor-sharp talons for swift, long-range strikes. Which one do you want? Su-chan's eyes gleamed as he immediately scooped both manuals into his arms. Only children choose, I'll take them all. Passing up freebies? That would just be stupid. Either of these second-tier manuals would easily sell for over 2 million. Combat techniques range from 1st to 9th tier, with power and price doubling with each rank. The school was being unusually generous. Wang Donglai smirked at his greediness. Kid, if you ever go into politics, you'll absolutely be a corrupt official. He tossed Suchin a card. This is also part of your reward, 500,000 credits inside. Buy whatever you need. Oh, principal, you shouldn't have. Su-chan's polite refusal didn't stop his hands from snatching the card, which vanished into his pocket in an instant. Sipping his tea, Wang Donglai eyed him before changing topics. So, which university are you aiming for? Awakening just finished ISNT, the college entrance exam, still 10 days away. In this world, the exam took place 10 days after Ability Awakening. Though framed as a test, it mostly evaluated innate talent. The tight schedule ensured students quickly entered academies for systematic training. 10 more days. But I suspect your phone will be ringing off the hook soon. Principal Wang Donglai leaned back in his chair. In these next few days, you'll probably have to meet the academy mentors who are itching to recruit you. Suchin frowned. Principal, you didn't give out my number, did you? Necessary measures, Wang Donglai said with a shrug. 2S rank awakened appearing in Chuanqing this year, that's too big a stir. The 5 great academies have had their eyes on you for a while now. My office line might as well be a hotline. Su-chan rubbed his temples, already picturing his phone getting blown up. What good is negotiating over the phone? Might as well wait till the recruiters show up in person and see what they bring to the table. Smart move, Wang Donglai agreed. They'll probably arrive on the day of your duel with Luo Qingxue. You should familiarize yourself with the academies beforehand. Care to fill me in, Principal? Wang Donglai tapped his fingers lightly against the desk. The 5 great academies of Dragon Country: Demon Martial, Capital Martial, Northern Martial, Southern Martial, and Military Martial. Demon Martial and Capital Martial are the undisputed elites, but the other 3 aren't far behind. Wait till their recruiters make their offers, then you can decide. Suchin stood. Thanks, Principal. Once they're here, I'll handle it. His mind was already made up. He'd go wherever the resources were best. Wang Donglai waved him off with a chuckle. Go on then. Prepare well for your duel in 3 days. Win or lose, it'll be valuable experience. Win? Su-chan turned toward the door, pausing briefly at the threshold. Lose? That word isn't in my dictionary. Cocky brat. Wang Donglai laughed, shaking his head, then froze. His eyes narrowed as he sensed the faint energy radiating from Su-chan's retreating figure. First stage, 3rd tier? He blinked hard, doubting his own perception. Several seconds passed before he muttered, must be imagined it. Awakening straight to 1st stage, 3rd tier? Unless he's cheating, yeah, definitely seeing things. Outside the school gates, Su-chan found a quiet corner and eagerly flipped open the 2 combat manuals. Ding. Detected 2nd stage combat technique. Shadow Claw. Can consume points to increase mastery. Ding. Detected 2nd stage combat technique. Abyssal Shadow Pool. Can consume points to increase mastery. System. How many points to reach novice level? Suchin asked silently. He knew combat techniques had 5 mastery tiers. Novice, Apprentice, Adept, Mastery, and True Intent. Higher tiers meant exponentially greater power. 200 points per technique. Total cost, for 100 points. Boost both to Novice immediately. Suchin commanded. The moment he gave the order, countless techniques and insights flooded his mind like a tidal wave. His fingers twitched subtly, his muscles recalling movements as if he'd practiced them 1,000 times. In the blink of an eye, Su-chan had already grasped the basics of those 2 combat techniques. Every intricate detail of the moves burned itself into his mind like a searing brand. A strange familiarity surged within him, as though these skills had been with him for 10 years. Every exertion of force, every motion, became as natural as breathing. Suchin curled his lips slightly. This sensation of instant mastery, it was exhilarating. Time to find a place and test their power. The vast horizon is where my love lies. An abrupt ringtone shattered his thoughts. He pulled out his phone. The screen displayed Uncle Tian phone. Uncle. He answered, what brings the call? Xiao Chun. His uncle's hearty voice boomed through the phone. Heard you awakened an ability today? Spill it. What rank? S rank. Su Chun lowered his voice, a thread of pride woven through his tone. Shadow type ability. Didn't he embarrass you, did I? Su Tian Feng, his second uncle, was his only remaining family. After the accident 3 years ago, his uncle had shouldered everything, treating him as his own. This joy Su Chun wanted to share it with him most of all. S rank. His uncle's voice dripped skepticism. Kid, you didn't actually awaken an F rank and spin me a tale just to spare my feelings, did you? Uncle I. Enough. His uncle cut him off, voice softening. Doesn't matter what it is, I'm happy for you. With me here, you won't go hungry. Warmth surged in Su Chun's chest, tightening his throat. Uncle, thanks. In this world, only his uncle would be this unconditionally good to him. What is there to thank? Family doesn't need words like that. His uncle chuckled. I'll cut this short, heading out of town to hunt some game. Wait for me tonight, and we'll drink properly. Hunting demonic beasts. Su Chun's eyes lit up. Exactly what he needed: real combat experience, plus a chance to test the power of the S-rank spiritual weapon that had manifested alongside his awakening, the Death Scythe. Uncle, take me with you. Nonsense. His uncle's tone turned stern instantly. The wilds beyond the city are crawling with danger. No place for you. I'm not ordinary anymore. Su Chun argued. Just let me see the world. I promise, I'll follow orders. Run off. Of course, that was just lip service. Silence stretched on the other end, ending at last with a resigned sigh. Fine, but you stick to me like glue. Not a single step out of line. Got it. Understood. Su Chun agreed immediately. Send me the location, I'll be there. The call ended. Seconds later, coordinates appeared on his screen. Su Chun skimmed the address, swiftly unlocked a shared bike at the roadside, swung onto it, and sped toward the city outskirts. Luo Manor, study. Luo Dongshan set down his teacup and fixed his daughter with a sharp gaze. Qingxue, I heard you gave Su Chun some cultivation resources? Yes, Luo Qingxue replied curtly, her tone icy. Luo Dongshan's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed his words before finally waving a hand dismissively. Never mind. It's just a few resources. Consider it repayment for the Su family saving our Luo clansmen years ago. How could those meager offerings compare to the effort he had poured into his daughter? He thought to himself. The outcome of the duel 3 days from now was never in doubt. Luo Qingxue felt a wave of nausea. Could such petty charity ever repay a life-saving debt? Yet the man before her was still her father. I'm going back to my room, she said, turning to leave. Stop. Luo Dongshan's voice suddenly sharpened. I've just received word that emissaries from the 5 great academies will arrive in River City 3 days from now. They'll personally witness your duel with Su Chun before presenting their recruitment offers. I want you to display your full strength in front of everyone. Understood, Luo Qingxue replied flatly. Watching his daughter's distant retreating figure, Luo Dongshan sighed. Don't resent your father. This world values strength above all else. How could Su Chun, an orphan with no backing, ever deserve you? As for the debt from back then, we'll compensate him properly someday. How revolting, Luo Qingxue muttered, closing her eyes in disgust. Revolting or not, even if you hate me, I must pave the way for you. In 3 days, you'll be the pride of House Luo. River City will bear witness. Luo Qingxue said nothing more, her eyes shut tight as she strode away. Confusion churned in her heart. Should she go along with the current, or hold nothing back? Luo Dongshan watched her disappear before barking an order. Someone, spread the news of my daughter's duel with Su Chun and the 5 great academies' arrival. I want every faction to see House Luo's rise. River City Gate, bustling with activity. Brother Tianfeng, heading out to hunt. Li Hongshan approached with 3 companions, his face plastered with a grin as he greeted Su Tianfeng's group. Su Tianfeng glanced at the 4 men and frowned slightly. Yeah, you too. That's right, Brother Feng. How about joining forces? We can watch each other's backs. Li Hongshan persisted, smile unwavering. Su Tianfeng shook his head. No need. We'll cover more ground separately. Li Hongshan's expression darkened instantly, his tone turning frigid. Su Tianfeng, I called you brother. Out of respect, don't mistake kindness for weakness. What the hell did you just say? A burly man behind Su Tianfeng roared, stepping forward furiously. Oh dear, I love talking like this. Got a problem? Li Hongshan planted his fists on his hips, his chin jutting up arrogantly. Fine, suit yourself. Su Tianfeng shot his teammates a glance and turned to leave. Better avoid trouble. He'd never been one to stir up unnecessary conflict. Hey, don't walk away, brother Feng. Li Hongshan hastily called after him. Last time I lost our bet, dare to go another round today? Or are you scared? Su Tianfeng paused mid-step, then slowly turned back. Bet on what? Backing off might bring peace, but if the other guy was pushing his luck, there was no point holding back. We'll see which team hunts the most valuable demon beast before sunset. I'll stake 1 premium bone forging pill. Li Hongshan pulled out a golden pill, tossing it lightly in his palm. You put up that blade you won from me last time. Deal. The pill glowed with a warm luster, and Su Tianfeng's breath hitched. A premium bone forging pill. With it, his chances of succeeding in his third bone tempering would skyrocket. But his gaze swept over his 3 teammates behind him, and his heart sank. The odds were stacked against them. Winning this bet was nearly impossible. Second uncle, take his bet. Su Chen had appeared beside him unnoticed, giving Su Tianfeng's shoulder a light pat. Xiao Chen. Su Tianfeng's eyes brightened. Trust me. Say yes. Meeting his nephew's unwavering certainty, Su Tianfeng hardened his resolve. Fine, Li Hongshan. You're on. 5 of us against your 5. If his nephew wasn't he afraid, why should he be? At worst, he'd lose a blade. Li Hongshan smirked coldly, shifting his attention to Su Chen. Oh, little brother Su Chen's here too? What amazing ability have you awakened? Me? I awakened the idiot detection skill, spotting idiots at a glance. Su Chen met his gaze without flinching. Luckily, this fool didn't know his real power. If he did, he'd have bolted long ago. Since he didn't, might as well squeeze him for more. Huh, what an interesting ability. Li Hongshan scoffed before belatedly catching on. Who the hell are you calling an idiot? Not calling anyone names. Just observing. Su Chen spread his hands innocently. Li Hongshan choked. The retort was technically flawless. Humiliation flared into rage. You little shit, playing word games? Asking for a beating? Li Hongshan. Su Tianfeng stepped protectively in front of Su Chen. Touch him, and you answer to me first. Tension crackled in the air like a drawn bowstring. Both sides gripped their weapons, poised for action. But Su Chen just chuckled lightly. So hot-tempered. How about sweetening the bet? If you win, I'll not only kowtow and apologize, but I'll throw in this spatial ring too. Deal. Li Hongshan's gaze was locked onto the ring glinting between Su Chen's fingers, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. Even the most basic spatial ring was worth at least 1,000,000 credits. His tongue darted out to moisten his cracked lips as he barely contained his excitement. Deal, he barked. Su Chen snorted derisively. Slow down, don't be so obvious. What's your wager? Li Hongshan produced 2 dull brown pills from his pocket. I'll kowtow to apologize, plus these 2 mid-grade bone tempering pills. Fair enough. Not even close, Su Chen replied flatly. Li Hongshan's face darkened like spoiled liver. With gritted teeth, he drew a gleaming dagger from his belt and slammed it onto the table. How about now? Su Chen gave an indifferent nod. Now we're talking. The bet's on. Li Hongshan grinned wolfishly at his companions. Let's go, boys. Time to teach this spoiled brat his first life lesson. His mind was already calculating. Su Tianfeng's team consisted of washed-up veterans and injured has-beens, plus Su Chen, who'd barely awakened his abilities. Victory was a foregone conclusion. Tonight, he'd make this arrogant punk beg on his knees. At the rear of the group, Su Tianfeng grabbed Su Chen's arm anxiously. Kid, what's your game here? Su Chen patted his uncle's shoulder reassuringly, his fingers brushing faintly with hidden light. Relax, uncle. I told you I awakened an S-rank ability. This is in the bag. Su Tianfeng's wrinkled face twisted with suspicion. Swear you're not lying? Would I lie to you? Su Chen chuckled, nodding toward the city gates. Just wait till sunset, you'll see Li licking his wounds. Flames of determination burned in his chest. No one bullied his uncle and got away with it. With a heavy sigh, Su Tianfeng tightened his grip. If we lose, I'll take the fall for you. Got it. Don't be reckless. Uncle. Su Chen nudged him forward, shaking his head. Enough with the negativity. Let's focus on hunting. The five-man party adjusted their gear and marched toward the towering city gates. Rusted metal groaned as the portcullis lifted, revealing the barren wasteland beyond. Centuries ago, the cataclysm had twisted flora and fauna into bloodthirsty aberrations, forcing humanity behind towering walls. Only those awakened with abilities dared venture beyond. Even then, few survived encounters with beasts of equal rank. After guards meticulously inspected their permits, the gates yawned fully open. Scorching wind blasted them with grit as Su Tianfeng unfurled a weathered map. His gnarled finger traced zones marked with skulls. Where to? The map delineated hunting grounds from beginner zones to death traps crawling with Tier 5 beasts. Suddenly, Su Chun stabbed a finger at an icon depicting dead trees. The Withered Woods, he declared. That's our hunting ground. If we want to beat Li Hongshan, our only shot is to take a gamble in the Withered Woods. But that place is too dangerous. Rumor has it there are first-tier, 7th-ranked demon beasts lurking there. Can we handle them? What? You'd rather sit back and watch Li Hongshan gloat. The first speaker's voice trembled with urgency. Enough. Su Tianfeng cut through the argument, his tone leaving no room for debate. We're going to the Withered Woods. To win, they had to take the risk. Hunting stronger demon beasts was their only chance. Seeing their captainess resolve, the other three exchanged glances. Though hesitation lingered, they nodded in agreement. When Su Tianfeng turned back, he caught sight of his nephew Su Chun rubbing his hands together eagerly, eyes gleaming in unexpected sight. Shouldn't ordinary people cower in fear at their first encounter with demon beasts? Why was this kid practically buzzing with excitement? Uncle, I can't wait to test myself against those beasts. Su Chen chirped, his voice brimming with anticipation. Su Tianfeng shook his head with a faint chuckle. Let us see what supernatural ability you've awakened that's giving you so much confidence. But for now, stay back and observe no reckless charges. This kid must have awakened something powerful and was itching to show off. Still, he'd only awakened hours ago. His foundation was unstable. Charging in now would be suicidal. Got it, uncle. Just wait till you see what I can do. Su Chun agreed verbally, but inwardly, his blood was already racing. Soon, he'd make everyone eat their words. Move out. Destination, the Withered Woods. At Su Tianfeng's command, the team quickened their pace. The path beneath their feet grew rougher, flanked by wild grasses and occasional massive beast bones half buried in the dirt, ominous remnants of past battles. Before long, a stretch of withered yellow came into view. The Withered Woods. Knee-high dead grass tangled with fallen leaves, the air thick with decay. The moment they stepped near the forest's edge, a faint but relentless gnawing sound reached their ears. Several rotting rats with festering hides were tearing into a carcass, their razor-sharp teeth scraping against bone in a way that sent shivers down spines. Stay sharp, Su Tianfeng hissed in warning. His team instantly tightened their grips on their weapons. He turned to issue orders. Su Chun, stay put. Then to the others. We move and encircle those rats. The three nodded, fanning out silently with Su Tianfeng as they closed in on the feasting vermin. Su Chen clenched his fists unconsciously, his pulse accelerating. System, do you have a scanning function? He asked inwardly. If he could analyze demon beasts beforehand, hunting would be far safer. Ding. Scanning function activated. Applicable to demon beasts or individuals. Perfect. Su Chen focused his gaze on the nearest rotting rat. A pale blue interface materialized before his eyes. Name, rotting rat. Bloodline, common. Rank, first tier, 4th stage. Attribute, poison. Target eliminated, 20 kill points. Su Chen's breath hitched slightly. 20 points. A single kill was worth 20. 10 kills would be 200, 100 kills would be 2,000. Slay 5,000, and he could evolve that death scythe. Too good to be true. He smirked self-deprecatingly. 5,000. He'd probably wipe out the entire corrupted rat population in this region. Suppressing the restless excitement in his chest, his gaze shifted to the distance. His second uncle, Su Tianfeng, was leading a team of 3 in a coordinated hunt against 4 corrupted rats. Uncle Tianfeng was a seasoned warrior at Tier 1, rank 5, and the other 3 were all Tier 1, rank 4. Dealing with these rats should have been effortless. Second brother, control the field. Third brother, grant me speed. Su Tianfeng barked, raising his broadsword defensively. Got it, the two responded in unison. A ripple of emerald light unfurled, coiling around Su Tianfeng's legs, instantly quickening his movements. The other man lowered his arms, causing the ground to surge upward as massive boulders clamped together, trapping the 4 rats. Su Tianfeng's eyes flashed with fierce determination. Ability strength enhancement. His figure blurred like lightning as his blade carved icy arcs through the air. Swish, swish, swish. 3 strokes later, 3 rats were cleaved in half. Just as his sword was about to descend upon the last one, the corrupted rat's eyes flared with savage fury. Twisting its body, it vanished into a hidden burrow before darting out as a streak of black shadow straight towards Su Chun, standing behind the group. No! Su Tianfeng's heart lurched as he whirled around, only to see the beast already within striking distance of Su Chun, its claws tearing through the air with a shrill screech as it slashed downward. Chun, dodge, he roared, his voice cracking with terror. How could a freshly awakened kid possibly withstand a Tier 1, rank 4 ambush? The other 3 paled, lunging forward desperately. Yet Su Chun merely lifted his hand calmly. In that instant, the sky seemed to darken. A massive claw woven from pure shadows materialized abruptly from the void, crashing down with suffocating force. Squeak! The shriek was abruptly silenced. The corrupted rat was smashed into the ground, bones audibly shattering beneath the pressure, blood splattering outward. Silence. For pairs of eyes locked on his Su Chun, widening impossibly. A one-shot. Tier 1 rank 3. Is this really an S-rank ability? Their minds buzzed, struggling to process what had just happened. 1 second, Su Chun was on the brink of death. The next, that vicious rat was reduced to pulp. Brother Tianfeng, your nephew really awakened just hours ago, one of them asked hoarsely. Was this a joke? A few hours after awakening, and he already had this level of overwhelming power? Su Tianfeng himself was stunned, his mind racing furiously. Did I misremember his awakening date? Otherwise, how had this kid silently climbed to Tier 1, rank 3? And judging by the sheer dominance of that strike, was this truly the legendary S-rank shadow-type ability? He threw his hands up helplessly at his teammates. Don't look at me, I'm just as lost. Their gazes snapped back to Su Chun, brimming with scrutiny and disbelief. Then, a notification only Su Chun could hear chimed softly. Eliminated Tier 1, rank 4 corrupted rat. Kill points plus 20. A faint smirk curled at Su Chun's lips. Not bad, he murmured. This is only the beginning. The shadow tore through the air, descending with a piercing shriek. Who said shadow powers were weak and fragile? Su Chun looked up to find 4 pairs of eyes staring at him, as if he were a monster. Why are you all looking at me like that? It's all because of you, kid. Su Tianfeng dashed forward in one swift movement. When did you break through to Tier 1, level 3? And it's only your first day after awakening. He'd rather believe he'd gotten the dates wrong than accept that someone could ascend 3 levels in a single day. It was unheard of. Just today, Su Chun shrugged. Uncle, surely you believe me now when I say I awakened an S-rank shadow affinity? Su Tianfeng roughly grabbed his own hair. 3 levels in mere hours? This cultivation speed was like riding a rocket. Unable to make sense of it, he stopped trying. With a booming laugh, he pulled Su Chun into a bear hug, slapping his nephew's back heartily. Good lad. You're really S-rank. Of course. Otherwise, why would I take that bet? Good. That's damn good. Su Tianfeng cheered, but his laughter gradually faded. His eyes dimmed, his voice turning hoarse. If your parents knew, they'd be overjoyed. The Su family had finally produced an S-rank genius. Uncle, Su Chun quickly changed the subject. Let us talk about something happier. Right. When we get back, I'll take you for a foot bath proper celebration. Foot bath. Su Chun arched an eyebrow. This foot bath you speak of, is it the respectable kind? You little rascal. Su Tianfeng cuffed him lightly with an exasperated laugh. What are you thinking? Of course, it's respectable. By then, the other 3 team members had crowded around them. Little Chun, got yourself a girlfriend yet? My sister's 13. Cut it out. 13, and you dare suggest that? Brother Sue, if you don't mind my being 40, let us swear brotherhood, I'll call you Big Bro. This was a future powerhouse standing before them. Who wouldn't he want to forge ties? Su Chin found himself both amused and overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Uncles and aunties, really, there's no need. Once I'm capable in the future, I won't forget any of you. These were his uncle's comrades in arms, fighting side by side for over a decade. He was grateful. The group chuckled at his words, backing off. Su Tianfeng stepped forward sternly, shielding Su Chun. All right, don't scare my nephew. He turned and handed Su Chin 2 vials glowing faintly blue. Kid, what's your plan now? Stick with us or go solo? I'd like to train on my own for a while. Su Tianfeng had expected as much. He pressed the vials into Su Chun's hands. These are origin energy potions. Your affinity drains you fast. 1 vial will restore your strength quickly. After all, manipulating elements was like spell casting for mages. Every attack burned origin energy. And origin energy was like water in a vessel. Its capacity expanded with power level and could be enhanced through rare medicines or cultivation techniques. Su Chun took the potion with a grin. Uncle, don't mind if I do. Watch your back. If you run into any beast you can't handle, just call for me. You brat, worrying about me now? His uncle chuckled and punched him lightly on the shoulder. Just focus on yourself. Roger that. Before the words even settled, Su Chun was already darting into the woods like a gust of wind. Beside them, a dark-faced man nudged Su Tianfeng with his elbow. Lao Su, your nephew's got some real spirit. A woman carrying a bow giggled. Damn right. My little sister's still single. Don't keep him all to yourself. And if not her, well, I'm only 45. Still got childbearing years. Su Tianfeng's lips twitched as he fought back a smirk, waving them off. All right, let us get to work. Monster hunting comes first. But his fingers tapped lightly against his blade's hilt, and every step he took was deliberate, firm. The forest light caught the faint lift of his brows. Hung Ji, can we really beat Su's team? A scrawny youth clutching a dagger asked nervously. Li Hongshan swung his blade without even looking at Cat Monster's head rolled to the ground. He flicked the blood off his weapon. Scared? Their team's nothing but old weaklings and a green kid. Beating them? Easy as cutting melons. Hongshan Ji's unstoppable. The boy straightened up, then shot a glance at the small, tattered cloaked figure trailing at the rear of their group. Oh, what about them? Li Hongshan's icy gaze pinned the cloaked figure in place. Hey, I already took your money to get you out of the city. From here on out, whether you live or die, not my problem. A trembling voice burst from beneath the cloak. You said we were teaming up to hunt monsters. Moron. Li Hongshan sneered, tapping his blade against the dirt. Out here in the wild, I make the rules. Another word, and you'll stay here forever. You. The figure shook with rage, their tattered cloak rustling violently. Scram. Li Hongshan stomped forward, crushing dry twigs underfoot. One more corpse, one tea, even make the dogs blink. The scrawny boy leaned in with an ingratiating smirk. Yeah, Hongshan Ji's already being generous. The cloaked figure staggered back, hissing, You'll regret this, before turning and disappearing into the bushes. Li Hongshan clutched his stomach and laughed exaggeratedly at their retreating back. Hear that? Sounds like some woman throwing a tantrum. His laughter cut off abruptly as he narrowed his eyes toward the dense woods ahead. Let us go skim some easy kills. The bet never said anything about stealing prey. He licked his teeth like a jackal catching the scent of blood. Slain. Tier 1 rank 3 Phantom Cat. Slaughter points plus 15. Slain. Tier 1 rank 3 Sky Piercing Rat. Slaughter points plus 15. Less than half an hour after splitting from the team, Su Chin's dagger had already drunk the blood of over a dozen monsters. The boy pivoted, stabbed, sidestepped, his movements fluid as water, stirring fallen leaves in his wake. The deeper he ventured into the dead woods, the more chilling the beastly roars grew. Amidst the crisp crunch of rotting foliage, a sudden howl erupted. A whoa! Su Chun snapped his head up. At the crest of a slope stood a massive blue-gray wolf, its mane billowing like fire in the wind. Name: Gale Fong Wolf. Rank: Tier 1 Rank 5. Traits: Pack Hunter. Reward: 30 slaughter points. Rank 5. Su-chan's fingers tightened slowly around his dagger, the blade glinting coldly in his palm. Perfect practice. Su-chan had barely taken a step when the gale wind wolf tucked its tail and twisted its body to flee. Wanna run? That's 30 slaughter points. The lure of slaughter points was like fresh blood to a starving wolf. Deep within Su-chen's pupils, dark elemental energy swirled violently, like ink dispersing in clear water. Abyssal demon mire. Before his voice had even faded, the ground beneath the wolf's feet suddenly collapsed, transforming into a viscous, bottomless black mire, as if connected to the depths of hell itself. The wolf let out a terrified screech as its limbs were instantly ensnared, struggling helplessly against the relentless pull. At that moment, the wind howled overhead. A massive claw, forged from pure shadow, tore through the air and came crashing down. Boom! Dust exploded into the air. The wolf's flesh split open under the force of the strike, blood gushing forth to form a dark crimson pool beneath its body. It twisted its head violently, its crimson eyes locking onto Su-chan with a deathly glare, its throat releasing a final, desperate roar. Amidst the sharp cracking of bones, it mustered its last ounce of strength, forcibly tearing itself free from the demonic mire before launching itself forward as a blur. Still moving? Interesting. Su-chan's gaze chilled as his eyelids lowered slightly. He spread his palm, and dark energy erupted like flames, leaping and coalescing. In the next instant, a massive scythe materialized in his grip, dull black in hue, wreathed in swirling mist. The blade's edge pulsed with a dark crimson glow, like cooling magma. Ancient runes flickered faintly along the elongated metal shaft, while at its apex, a crimson crystal pulsed eerily, radiating a sinister light. Su-chan opened his eyes, examining the deathly scythe that stood nearly as tall as him, his lips curling uncontrollably. An gray bonded spirit weapon, just holding it feels like power surging like a tidal wave. With a casual flick of his wrist, specks of darkness scattered like shattered stars, tracing a dreamlike, yet lethal arc through the air. As the wolf's shadow lunged toward him, Su-chan simply stepped forward and swung the scythe. Shine. A whisper-thin sound sliced through the air, and the wolf's body split cleanly in two. Host has slain Tier 1 Rank 5 Gale Wind Wolf slaughter points plus 30. Hell yeah. Su-chan growled in exhilaration. The scythe was smoother to wield than he could imagine, brutal yet precise. But supreme power came at a cost. Just 2 moves had drained him dry. His body felt hollowed out, his source energy nearly depleted. Instantly, he recalled the spirit origin fruit given to him by Luo Qingxue. Retrieving it from his spatial ring, the fruit glowed softly with a golden halo, roughly the size of an orange. Spirit origin fruit. Consuming it permanently increases source energy capacity by a small margin. Permanent boost? Now that's treasure. Su-chan's eyes gleamed as he took a decisive bite. The spirit source fruit dissolved in his mouth, sweet as honey, unleashing a surge of warmth that exploded outward, flooding his limbs and veins. Without hesitation, he swallowed the remaining 4 fruits one after another. The source energy within him churned like raging tides, every muscle brimming with raw power. The corners of his lips curled upward in a satisfied smirk. His strength now was nearly twice what it had been before, enough to unleash several more combat techniques. He stored the Swiftwind direwolf's corpse into his spatial ring and turned toward the small slope where the earlier howl had originated. From the elevated vantage point, his vision swept clear over a dozen gray shadows were frantically assaulting a flickering golden barrier. Inside the barrier, a small figure huddled tightly within their robes. So that howl was summoning reinforcements, typical pack hunting instincts. Save them or not. Su-chan's eyes gleamed, his smile turning icy. A dozen wolves meant hundreds of slaughter points. How could he pass up such an opportunity? Saving someone was merely incidental. Hunting was his real goal. Reversing his grip on the death scythe, he rested its curved blade against his back and strode toward the pack, his black robe swaying faintly in the wind. Inside the barrier, Shi Yaoyao was on the verge of despair. She never should have ventured into this wilderness alone, if only she had listened to her father and trained a few more years. But regret was useless now. Just as she shut her eyes, awaiting death, her peripheral vision caught a shadowed figure atop the slope. Cloaked entirely in black, his hood obscuring his face, the man held a sinister great scythe as he advanced unhurriedly. Sniff, even death has come for me. Yet when she focused, she realized this grim reaper bore strikingly handsome features. Her senses sharpened, her heart clenched. He was human, but only at the first tier, third layer. Hey, don't come any closer. Run, she shouted uncontrollably, her voice carrying an odd, bubbly tremor. Suchin paused, momentarily bemused by her strangely resonant cry. Where had that voice come from? The wolves, alerted, turned in unison, their eerie green eyes locking onto him. With a piercing howl from the alpha, two vicious wolves lunged forward, claws tearing through the air straight for his throat. Suchin didn't tea-break, stride, his left hand lifted slightly. A shadow coalesced midair into razor-sharp talons and slammed down. Crack! One wolf was brutally swatted aside, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The death scythe sliced through the air, carving a pitch-black arc. The second wolf didn't even have time to howl before it was cleanly severed in two. Warm wolf blood splattered onto Su Chun's face, leaving grotesque streaks of crimson across his cold, chiseled features. Killed Tier 1 Level 3 Galewind Wolf. Slaughter points plus 15. Killed Tier 1 Level 4 Galewind Wolf. Slaughter points plus 20. A low, mocking chuckle rumbled from Su Chin's throat. No longer holding his ground, he dragged the scythe behind him and charged straight into the pack. The scythe rose and fell, black light flashing with every swing. Each strike was complemented by his newly mastered shadow claws, the sounds of tearing flesh and the wolves' agonized howls blending into a gruesome symphony. Within moments, only two wolves remained out of the dozen. The ferocity had long vanished from their eyes, replaced by sheer terror. Trembling, they backed away as if the true predator here wasn't them, but the man standing before them. Run. They had to run. Turning abruptly, they bolted toward the depths of the forest with all their strength. Thinking of leaving? Suchin punched the ground. Boom. The earth shattered, and two swirling pools of dark energy erupted beneath the fleeing wolves, trapping them in place. You bared your fangs at me, yet expect to walk away unscathed? Casually leaping before them, he flicked the scythe once. Twin black streaks flashed, and the howls were silenced forever. Killed Tier 1 Level 4 Galewind Wolf. Slaughter points plus 22. Not bad. Including his previous gains, his slaughter points had now reached 480. Not to mention, the claws and pelts of these demonic beasts were valuable materials. Suchin swiftly stored all the corpses into his spatial ring and turned to leave. Nearby, Xiaoyao stood frozen in shock. Who is this guy? She had actually told him to run? He single-handedly slaughtered an entire wolf pack? Had death himself descended upon them? Come here, she called out in an exaggeratedly deep voice. Suchun paused mid-step, veins bulging on his forehead. If you dare use that voice again, I'll twist your head off. Xiaoyao quickly cleared her throat, reverting to her natural boyish tone. Hey, you can't just rescue someone and leave without a word. Why not? Suchin glanced at the short, skinny figure wrapped up like a dumpling. You're hardly some peerless beauty, expecting me to demand your hand in marriage. Xiaoyao gaped, then grinned slyly. I may not be a beauty, but I can pay you. Suchun immediately spun around, extending a finger with exaggerated seriousness. You should VE said so earlier. I don't ask for much, just a small goal will do. Xiaoyao's eyes widened. Question mark. A small goal? Why did that sound so familiar? That is not much. You were the one who offered money. Even if I did, you can't just demand a fortune. She stomped her foot in frustration. Fine, enough teasing. Suchun waved dismissively. Don't waste my time, I've got more hunting to do. Suchun waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Wait. The girl hurriedly called out to him. I might not have that much money, but I can give you dark element cultivation techniques. Seriously? Suchun paused mid-step, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Dark element cultivation methods were extremely rare, far superior to the basic techniques he currently had. I'll give it to you once we're back to Riverwind City. I keep my word. Xiaoyao thumped her chest in assurance. Why should I believe you? Suchin shot her a skeptical glance. You're wrapped up like a mummy. Shi Yaoyao pulled out her phone. Add me on WeChat first. Then she fished out an ancient bronze ring and twirled it around her finger. You save me, I 1T shortchange you. This storage ring contains top-grade bone-tempering pills and source stones. They're yours now. One hand held up her WeChat QR code, while the other offered the storage ring. Su Chun strode forward, snatched the ring, and swiftly tucked the pills into his pocket before leisurely scanning the code. A cutesy avatar popped up on his screen, and he raised an eyebrow, eyeing her suspiciously. You're not. Shi Yaoyao tensed, holding her breath. Had he recognized her? You're not some catfisher using stolen pics to scam naive guys, are you? Shi Yaoyao froze, torn between anger and laughter. What nonsense. I'll punch you. She balled her fists and lunged at him. You? Su Chen scoffed, hoisting his demonic sickle over his shoulder. Don't waste my hunting time. The girl dashed forward, blocking his path. You're not leaving. Keep getting in my way, and I'll cut you down too. Then do it. She spread her arms defiantly. Well, look who we have here if at ISNT, our little benefactor. A sickeningly sweet voice cut in. Li Hongshan sauntered closer, his smile plastered on, but eyes cold as daggers. He'd been drawn by the wolf howls earlier, but stumbled upon these two trash he'd kicked out of his squad, now cozying up together. Oh, it's just Big Dumb Chan. What do you want, Grandpa? Su Chen smirked. Humph. Without Su Tianfeng backing you, you still dare to act tough? Li Hongshan sneered, chin raised arrogantly. Hand over that ring, or I'll break your legs. Luck was on his side. He'd run into the weakest link of his former team right away. Before Su Chen could retort, Shi Yaoyao tugged his sleeve urgently, whispering, Let us just go. He's at first order, 6th tier. Nope. Su Chen twisted his wrist, his sickle humming ominously through the air. I've been itching to crack open his skull. But he's first order, 6th tier. She stamped her foot in frustration. Relax. I've got this. Shi Yaoyao bit her lip, then steeled herself. Fine. If you can kill him, I'll throw in a 3rd order dark element combat skill. Oh, really? Got a grudge? Yes. I paid him to lead a hunting party, and he ditched me right after leaving the city. Her cheeks flushed red with fury, fists clenched white-knuckled. That's scummy. All right, deal. Su Chun patted his chest before recognizing the man, probably one of Li Hongshan's subordinates. No wonder he looked familiar. Hey, you two done whispering? Treating me like air? Planning to kill me? Hilarious. Li Hongshan doubled over laughing, his eyes brimming with mockery. Two freshly awakened rookies actually thought they could take down a first-tier 6th rank expert like him? Unless they were cheating. Oh yeah. Su Chen smirked coldly. System, allocate points. Ding. Consumed 400 slaughter points. Rank increased to first-tier 4th rank. Fine. If you're begging for death, don't blame me for adding 2 more corpses. Li Hongshan's gaze turned ruthless as he prepared to strike, only for his body to freeze abruptly. He looked down to find an inky black swamp spreading beneath his feet, tendrils of dark mist coiling upward. What the hell is this? His voice trembled, his face drained of color. Your one-way ticket. Su Chun moved like lightning, his death scythe tearing through the air as it swung down violently. Damn it! Li Hongshan hastily raised his saber to block. Crack! The blade shattered instantly. A wet, meaty thud followed. Impossible. How could my E-grade combat saber break in one strike? Li Hongshan collapsed onto the ground, clutching his severed arm, despair flooding his eyes. Su Chun pressed the tip of his scythe against the man's throat. Too weak. Couldn't he even take one hit? How are you first-tier 4th rank? You just awakened. Li Hongshan's pupils constricted. Could it be he actually ran into a cheater? Was Su Chen's ability the legendary S rank? Only now did he realize how horribly wrong he'd been. You don't know half of it. I'll spare you. Su Chun tilted his head with a grin. If you recite pi to 10,000 decimal places. Li Hongshan's face turned ashen. That was worse than death. Su Chun, murder is illegal. Kill me, and you 1T escape. He shrieked, gambling his last hope on the law. Screw that. Killing beasts is justified. Su Chun's eyes flashed coldly as the scythe swept forward. A head rolled. Murder? He only slaughtered animals. Slaughtered first-tier 6th rank target. Slaughter points plus 60. Hey system, you doing this on purpose? Killing humans gives double the points of beasts. Su Chan arched a brow at the notification, inwardly grumbling. This system is practically pushing me down the path of slaughter. Yet despite his first kill, he felt no panic, only a rising thrill. Whoa, just what kind of ability do you have? Shi Yaoyao's eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Su Chun. This was beyond overpowered. Oh, S rank. Dark attribute. Su Chun replied casually, as if discussing the weather. Shi Yaoyao choked on her words. S rank, and he was this calm about it. That power which countless people spend their entire lives striving for yet barely touch, he had grasped it with such effortless ease. But Shi Yaoyao sensed something amiss immediately. You just awaken today? What else? The reply struck her like thunder, nearly buckling her knees. Her father had told her that reaching the first layer on the day of awakening marked genius. Those who attained the first tier, second layer were 1 in 10,000. But this man before her first tier, third layer? She suppressed her surging emotions and focused her senses once more. No, not third layer. It was the staggering first tier, fourth layer. Just moments ago, he had still been at the third layer. How had he broken through in the blink of an eye? This can't be. First tier, fourth layer. How did you? The sheer disparity made her voice tremble. She too had awakened today, yet even pushing herself to the limit had only barely stabilized her at the first layer. Just luck. Su Chin replied casually as he crouched down to search Li Hongshan's robes. His fingers brushed against something. He pulled out a pill shimmering with golden light. Supreme Bone Tempering Pill. Greatly accelerates bone refinement. A supreme bone tempering pill. Pills were graded as inferior, low, medium, high, and supreme. High-grade pills occasionally surfaced in Chuan City's black market, each worth 2 or 300,000. But supreme grade? They simply couldn't be bought at any price. The higher the pill's quality, the faster it tempered bones. The first tier, the bone tempering realm, relied on cultivation techniques or pills to forge strength into muscle and bone. With each completed cycle of tempering, bones grew tougher. Legend spoke of 10 cycles perfect bone tempering where bones gleamed gold, hard as refined steel. But those were just myths. Clutching the pill, Su Chin's heart burned with ambition. With the system's help, he would chase that legendary realm. But for now, he hadn't even completed his first cycle. He'd need to begin immediately after returning. Suppressing his thoughts, he continued searching and found 2 medium-grade bone tempering pills and a D-grade dagger. Combined with the supreme pill, they're worth near $1 million. Truly, fortune favored the bold. Hey, what's your name? Shi Yaoyao's voice called from behind. Su Chan halted his steps and turned to look at the girl who had caught up to him. You called me. Yeah, you're Su Chen, right? Blinking, the girl stepped closer. Do I know you? I've heard of you. The whole city's talking about your feud with the Luo family. Su Chen shrugged. Suppose so. And you? Got a name? The girl flashed a sly grin, wagging a finger. Come see me tomorrow, and I'll tell you. Busy. Su Chun turned to leave. His mind was solely occupied with hunting demon beasts. Hey, the girl hurriedly blocked his path. Don't you want to know where to get dark element cultivation techniques? Or third-tier combat skill scrolls? Su Chen gave her a deadpan stare. Time? Place? Before 10 tomorrow morning, at the city lord's mansion gates. You live around there? Su Chen eyed her expensive attire. Wait, are you the city lord's daughter? No way, she protested, waving her hands as her ears reddened slightly. I just live on the street next to it. Su Chen didn't press further, bending down to pick up Li Hongshan's severed head before stuffing it into his storage ring. Suit yourself. I've got more hunting to do. Wait, I'm coming too. Like an excited sparrow, the girl trotted after him. By dusk, hunters returning to the city gates had gathered in numbers. Among them, Li Meng from Li Hongshan's team stood with arms crossed, his voice booming. Su Tianfeng, how was your haul today? Su Tianfeng's face darkened. Ever since Su Chen left, their group had been ambushed by a first-tier, 7th-rank Gale Wolf King, forcing them into a desperate retreat hardly ideal for hunting. Silently, he shook open his beast pelt bag, spilling out a meager pile of demon beast carcasses. 4 decay rats worth 80,000. 3 bloodthirsty crows, 60,000. 14,000 total. Li Meng scoffed, kicking at the dirt by his feet. Pathetic, I assent it. He gestured behind him, and his three companions noisily dumped their spoils, 15 demon beast corpses, valued at over 200,000. Old man Su, maybe it's time to retire. Our boss hasn't even returned yet, and you're already falling behind. Once he shows up, you won't even have room to stand. Don't get cocky. Our Su-chun hasn't come back yet, someone from the Su family snapped. Counting on that freshly awakened brat? Li Ming slapped his thigh with laughter. Did the Wolf King scare you, stupid? Before his taunt faded, a calm voice cut through the crowd. Who was laughing just now? Su-chun strode forward, the hem of his robes stained with dried blood. Oh, you actually survived the beasts. Li Ming raised an eyebrow. Survived? Su-chun smirked. Who else would be here to watch you kneel and apologize? Li Ming burst into roaring laughter only for it to choke off abruptly. Su-chun flicked his wrist, and from his storage ring, a torrent of demon beast corpses cascaded forth, piling into a grotesque mound. The reek of blood thickened the air, over 30 carcasses in total. The clearing plunged into stunned silence. Li Ming's laughter died in his throat. The smugness on his face froze instantly, shattered into disbelief. How is this possible? Su Tianfeng also sucked in a sharp breath. Before him lay a small mountain of demon beast corpses. He had thought Su Qin would bring back 2 or 3 at most, but dozens. And among them, the residual energy radiating from a few of the carcasses unmistakably belonged to first-tier, 5th-rank beasts. His head snapped towards Su Chun, his eyes wide with shock. Since when did this kid possess such terrifying strength? Laugh. Su Chen's voice was cold as ice. Why aren't you laughing now? Fake. This has to be fake. Li Ming screeched like a stepped-on cat. You just awakened. You must have bought these corpses to show off. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to argue. His eyes narrowed, and darkness swirled around his palm as the terrifying death scythe materialized from thin air. The blade's icy edge pressed lightly against Li Ming's throat. Still think it's fake? The touch of death locked Li Ming's entire body rigid, a wave of terror shooting from his feet to his scalp. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Why you can't kill me? When my big brother Li Hongshan comes back. Your brother? Su Chen sneered. Casually, he pulled a blood-dripping sack from his back and shook it. A severed head tumbled out Li Hongshan's grotesque face frozen in death. Li Ming's pupils shrank to pinpricks, his face drained of color. His legs turned to lead, rooting him in place. Big brother dead? Killed by Su Chun. Sheer horror swallowed him whole like icy seawater. His eyes darted frantically, survival instinct overriding everything. Suddenly, he lashed out with his foot, viciously kicking the head away, his voice shrill with desperation. Young Master Su, you misunderstand. Li Hongshan was nothing. I cut ties with him ages ago. The speed of his betrayal was staggering. Oh. Su Chun arched an eyebrow. Li Ming dropped to his knees with a thud, forcing the most obsequious grin onto his face. Hail the new boss. He whipped his head around, barking at his 2 shell-shocked lackeys. What are you idiots standing around for? Bow to Big Brother Su. The 2 scrambled forward, practically sliding onto their knees, foreheads hitting the dirt in frantic kowtows. Brother Su, young Master Su, Daddy Su, I don't need sons like you, Su Chen said flatly. Apologize. Yes, absolutely. The trio immediately turned towards Su Tianfeng, smashing their foreheads against the ground 3 times in rapid succession. Master, we were wrong. Blind fools, the lot of us. Please spare us. Su Tianfeng sighed at the absurdity unfolding before him. Just don't cause trouble anymore. Never. We swear. Li Ming babbled. From now on, we'll help old ladies cross the street every day. Wait, no? I mean, carry them. Carry. Get lost. Su Chun waved dismissively. Leave anything valuable behind. Of course, you're welcome to remember this grudge and come find me anytime. Wouldn't he dare? Never. The 3 fumbled out all their pills and weapons, dumping them hastily before scrambling away like cockroaches fleeing light. Revenge? Seek revenge on an S-rank genius who could casually butcher Li Hongshan? That'd be suicide. Little dust, you've really made your second uncle proud today. Su Tianfeng clapped Su Chun heartily on the shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. This is just the beginning. Su Chun replied with a faint smile. Better days lie ahead. Good. Truly good. Su Tianfeng nodded repeatedly, though his grin faltered slightly as he lowered his voice. But you killed Li Hongshan. Don't worry, second uncle, Su Chen said calmly. He struck first. According to Dragon Nation law, assaulting an S-rank supernatural is punishable by death. I merely carried out justice early. Su Tianfeng exhaled deeply, his brow finally relaxing. Let us head back to the city. Tonight, uncle and nephew must share a drink. All right. Su Chan turned toward the youth who had been silently trailing behind them. We're at the city gates. This is where we part. Got it, my lifesaver. Shi Yaoyao bounded toward the gates, turning back briefly to wink. See you tomorrow. Her steps were light as she hummed a tune, disappearing into the shadows of the gate tunnel, barely able to contain her excitement. Su Chan watched the retreating figure, narrowing his eyes slightly. That way of walking, it's almost like a girl's. He shook his head with a quiet laugh. What does it matter if they're male or female? Night deepened. Su Chin stood before a towering skyscraper. The neon words Trade Alliance blazed vividly against River City's darkened sky. Stepping into the lobby, noise assaulted him, bargaining in countless accents. The growls of demonic beasts, the sharp clatter of weapons colliding. Following the signs, he strode straight to the third-floor demon beast trading zone. Sir, how may I assist you? The receptionist flashed a practiced smile. Selling demon beast corpses. Our treasure pavilion offers the fairest prices. How many do you have? I'll appraise them first. Quite a few, Su Chen replied, glancing at the crowded counter. Got a storage ring? The receptionist's lips twitched briefly before her smile snapped back into place. Youngsters these days, if they manage to hunt 2 or 3 beasts in a day, they think there's something special. Quite a few. Couldn't he even bother lying convincingly? She turned and raised her voice. Manager, this guest has enough goods to require a storage ring. Coming. Manager Li Yanfang approached with measured clicks of her high heels. She sized up Su Chan's unfamiliar face, and so young? So, you have enough demon beast corpses to need a storage ring? Her tone carried a hint of barely concealed mockery. Problem. Su Chen didn't waste words. He tossed her a ring. See for yourself. And calculate the payment while you're at it. Li Yanfeng caught the ring and probed it with her mind. The next second, her composed expression froze solid. Inside the ring's space, dozens of demon beast corpses lay piled densely, their blood still fresh. Whirling around, she sashayed off and returned swiftly with a steaming cup of tea, her face now plastered with fervent hospitality. Esteemed guest, please take a seat. Let us discuss this properly. Are you looking to sell all of these at once? Nearby, the receptionist's mouth hung open, her cheeks burning. Su Chun took the teacup, feeling the warmth of the porcelain against his fingertips. He took a sip before placing it back on the table with a soft clink. One-time deal. Give me the total price. Absolutely. Esteemed guest, corrupted rats usually go for just tens of thousands, but this Galewind wolf is a hot commodity. Altogether, 850,000. Does that sound fair? The female manager smiled warmly, tapping her fingers lightly against the ledger. Su Chun did a quick mental calculation. The price was indeed reasonable. Fine. Take the beasts and return my storage ring. Hold on, esteemed guest. She leaned half a step closer, lowering her voice. You must have a team behind you to bring in so many kills at once, right? How about we sign a long-term contract? There was no way a single person could hunt this many beasts alone. She was certain he had connections. Securing his supply now would mean steady resources in the future. I hunted them all myself. Su Chen lifted his eyes, his tone unreadable. Just settle the payment. I'm in a hurry. Li Yanfeng chuckled, traces of shock still lingering in her eyes, but now mingled with clear skepticism. Esteemed guest, jokes should have their limits. Hunting this many beasts alone in a single day? Even that rank 1, stage 6 Galewind wolf? That's stretching credibility a bit too far. What if it's not a joke? Su Chun's voice darkened. Enough patience had been spent. Not a joke. Li Yanfeng curled her red lips mockingly. Then let us round up that 850,000. How about 2 million? Before her words fully settled, the room dimmed abruptly. A chilling, tangible killing intent saturated the air, freezing it solid. A colossal scythe wreathed in black mist materialized out of nowhere. its razor-sharp edge humming with death's whisper as it pressed silently against Li Yanfang's pale neck. The icy sting of steel kissed her skin. Now, Su Chen's voice was frigid iron. Do you still think I couldn't kill a rank 1, stage 6 beast? Death's touch locked Li Yanfang's body rigid, draining her face of color. She swallowed hard, her throat painfully dry. I believe you. The moment that cursed scythe touched her, she smelled death itself. The black scythe dissipated as silently as it had appeared, lifting the suffocating pressure in the room. Transfer the money. Su Chen's tone was indifferent. Remember 2 million. Li Yanfang's fingers trembled slightly as she swiftly transferred the beast corpses from her storage ring and handed over a black bank card. Password is 6 zeros. 2 million inside. Su Chen took the card and stood. Where's the pill hall? Third floor. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Li Yanfang couldn't shake the familiarity of his silhouette. Suddenly, realization struck like lightning. She gasped sharply, covering her mouth. That man just now was Su Chen, Chuan City's newly awakened S-rank genius. As a manager in the industry, keeping tabs on rising stars was crucial for networking. But what baffled her was this. Records clearly stated Su Chen had only awakened today. How had he instantly reached rank 1, stage 4? His aura surge moments ago, she couldn't have misread it. Not only had his rank skyrocketed, but he could also hunt above his level. If that truly was Su Chen, then Chuan City might have just birthed a true dragon. Sister Fong, who was that guy? Acting all high and mighty. A young clerk nearby whispered curiously. That was a true dragon, Li Yanfang murmured, her eyes burning with bitter regret and frustration. If only she dressed more provocatively, perhaps she could secured herself a night with this soon-to-be soaring dragon. Leaving the beast trading area, Su Chen rubbed the cold bank card between his fingers. The principal's sponsorship of 500,000, the 2 million compensation left by his deceased parents, plus the freshly acquired 2 million close to 5 million Blue Star credits in total. Su Chen exhaled softly, whispering to himself, Now, this is all the money I have left. He lifted his gaze and followed the directional signs toward the pill hall's entrance. The air carried a faint medicinal scent, and the shelves were lined with various small bottles. Before long, Su Chen purchased 15 premium-grade bone-tempering pills, spending 3 million Blue Star coins. He then turned and headed toward the training area. Approaching the front desk, Su Chen spoke politely. Hello, I'd like to rent a cultivation chamber. The receptionist flashed a professional smile and asked softly, Of course. May I ask your current cultivation stage? That way, I can recommend a suitable chamber intensity for you. First tier, 4th layer, Su Chen replied. After brief consideration, the receptionist suggested, Then I recommend an F-grade cultivation chamber. Its energy field can boost your cultivation efficiency by 10%, helping you better absorb the world's primal energy. It also provides simulated combat training against first-tier, 1 to 5-layer demon beasts. The cost is 100,000 Blue Star coins per hour. Make it E-grade, Su Chen said. E-grade. The receptionist hesitated slightly. E-grade costs 200,000 per hour. But given your current stage, the energy intensity might be too high, potentially reducing effectiveness compared to F-grade. For cost efficiency, I still recommend F-grade. Her explanation was patient. E-grade. 3 hours. Su Chen's tone was calm, but left no room for argument. He needed to cultivate and temper his physique quickly while also challenging simulated first-tier, 6th-layer demon beasts. E-grade was a necessity. Very well. Cash or card? The receptionist relented. Card. Su Chen handed over his bank card. Taking the card with both hands, the receptionist swiftly processed the payment before returning a silver white access card to him. Please proceed straight ahead, it'll be on your left. Thank you. Su Chen took the card. After walking a short distance, a heavy metal door appeared before him. Swiping his card, he stepped inside, immediately enveloped by a cool, technological atmosphere. The instruments in the room emitted faint blue glows. Honored user, greetings. I am your auxiliary AI, Xiao Yi, at your service at any time, a sweet female voice suddenly announced. Su Chen blinked in surprise. Simulation technology had gotten this realistic? Generate a first-tier, fifth-layer scorpion-type demon beast, he commanded. Command received. Generating now. Please wait. About 2 seconds later, the space ahead rippled like disturbed water. A massive scorpion covered in metallic carapace slowly materialized. Its size rivaled a small car, its shell gleaming with cold, unyielding hardness utterly indestructible at a glance. So convenient. Suchin couldn't help murmuring in admiration. Without hesitation, his hands swiftly formed an intricate seal at his chest. In an instant, a pitch-black swamp manifested beneath the giant scorpion, its viscous energy ensnaring the creature's limbs tightly. Simultaneously, a colossal shadowy claw condensed midair. With a piercing screech that tore through the atmosphere, it slammed mercilessly onto the trapped scorpion. After a series of attacks, the first-tier, fifth-layer ironclad scorpion was battered and near death. Not bad, Suchin nodded in satisfaction. Crossing a minor stage difference, one combo could achieve this effect. Keep in mind, he currently only possessed an S-grade supernatural ability, and his combat techniques were merely at the lesser mastery stage. If his ability ever upgraded to SS grade and his techniques reached perfection, just how terrifying would his power become? After a brief adjustment, he spoke again. Shao Yi, this time, make it a first-tier, sixth-layer ironclad scorpion. Suchun's flurry of strikes left only shallow scratches on the armored giant scorpion's shell. The scorpion shrieked and raised its venomous tail once more. Suchun's eyes turned icy as dark light coalesced in his palm. Death Scythe cleave. With a low roar, the scythe tore through the air, trailing a ghostly arc. Crack! The scorpion's iron-hard shell shattered instantly, spewing foul green fluid from the wound. As expected, I still need you. Suchun gripped the scythe's handle, savoring the cold, familiar weight in his grasp. Born from his awakening, this weapon could rend through nearly anything its edge touched. The scorpion thrashed forward, but Suchin sidestepped and countered with a sweeping slash. The screech of blade against carapace was deafening. Moments later, the giant scorpion collapsed with a heavy thud. Satisfying. Suchun wiped specks of blood from his face. He dismissed the scythe and retrieved a radiant pill supreme bone tempering elixir. Crossing his legs, he swallowed it whole. The moment it hit his stomach, a searing torrent erupted within him, molten heat surging through his limbs and veins. A chorus of minuscule cracks echoed from deep within his bones, as though countless hands were reforging his skeleton from within. Pain crashed over him like tidal waves. His jaw clenched, knuckles whitening as sweat dripped from his chin, staining the dirt below. An hour later, his eyes snapped open, his body releasing a series of sharp pops. First stage bone tempering complete. Without this supreme elixir, the process would take in days. He summoned his system interface, his gaze locking onto the sudden plus symbol next to the bone tempering entry. System, he frowned. Can bone tempering be enhanced directly? Suchin stared at the system notification and cursed under his breath. 200 points? Why didn't you say so earlier? Now he understood. Whether through personal tempering or system assistance, completing 9 rounds of bone refinement would allow him to directly allocate points to break through to the legendary 10th round, forging the fabled golden bones. Moreover, the solid sense of accomplishment from tempering his bones himself was irreplaceable. System, allocate points, begin the 2nd round of bone refinement. 200 killing points consumed. 2nd round of bone refinement complete. The moment the prompt faded, agonizing pain surged through his body, as if every bone had been shattered and reforged. He gritted his teeth, sweat soaking through his clothes. When the pain finally receded, an unshakable strength radiated from deep within his bones. Allocating points now, that was satisfying. 300 points remained. His gaze flickered between the 2 combat techniques, Shadow Claw and Abyssal Demon Mire. Attack or control. His finger ultimately tapped Shadow Claw. In his mind, the strongest defense was obliterating all threats outright. 300 killing points consumed. Shadow Claw has reached minor mastery. Instantly, vast combat experience flooded his mind, as if he had already executed the technique 1,000,000 times. He tested it casually, his fingers slashed through the air, trailing razor-sharp shrieks as shadow-infused claw marks extended half a foot longer than before, their lethality surging dramatically. Suchin nodded approvingly and dismissed the interface. Retrieving the premium origin stone gifted by Luo Qingxue, an obsidian crystal pulsing with internal radiance, he could faintly sense its pure energy thrumming within. For awakened cultivators, training required guiding external origin power into their bodies through techniques, refining it into personal strength. With his killing points exhausted and nocturnal monsters roaming dangerously, now was the perfect time to cultivate. He crossed his legs and activated his foundational technique. Subtle ripples distorted the air around him as countless invisible strands of origin power converged like iron filings drawn to a magnet, streaming into his meridians. Meanwhile, inside the city lord's manor, lanterns blazed brightly. "Little girl, do you have any idea how worried I was when you ran off?" Shi Yuanshan frowned deeply at his daughter. Shi Yaoyao turned her face away, lips curling stubbornly. "As if I care about your worry. If you hadn't insisted on throwing that stupid embroidered ball tomorrow to pick some fiancé, I wouldn't have run away." Mentioning the subject reignited defiance in her eyes like flickering flames. Shi Yuanshan heaved a deep sigh, his shoulders slumping. "Girl, this is your mother's family's old tradition. Even your father can't override it. Just treat it as a fun outing. How could I bear to truly marry you off?" Shi Yaoyao tilted her head to the side and snorted. "Too late. I've already found someone I love, and I'm getting married in 2 days just to spite you." "What?" Shi Yuanshan abruptly sat up straight, his eyes brightening. "Which family's boy? Out with it. I want to see just what kind of divine being could catch my daughter's fancy. I'm not telling." Yao Yao stuck out her tongue, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. Deep down, she knew she didn't really like the guy at best. She barely knew him. She was only saying this to mess with her old man. "Good daughter, my dear Yao Yao, just tell your father already." "No, unless you give me some cultivation resources. Name it. If your father can get it, you'll have it. No questions asked." "Not much, just that shadow ability cultivation manual you got from the secret realm, plus a 3rd-tier dark element combat skill. Corrosive dark bat strike." Shi Yuanshan frowned, his expression visibly pained. "And you call that not much? Forget it then." Yao Yao turned on her heel, pretending to leave. All right. You little demon, I'll fetch them for you in a bit, okay?" Shi Yuanshan waved his hands in surrender. The shadow cultivation manual was useless to anyone in their household anyway, and given his status, acquiring a 3rd-tier combat skill wasn't too difficult. "Yay, it's a deal." "Your father agreed. Now tell me who it is." "Tomorrow. Whoever catches my embroidered ball will be the one." Yao Yao flashed a triumphant grin before bounding away like a sprightly fawn. Watching his daughter's carefree retreating figure, Shi Yuanshan shook his head with a bitter smile. "AI, seems our family's tender little cabbage is about to be uprooted, pot and all." He narrowed his eyes. Tomorrow, he'd see just which wild boar dared to dig up his family's treasure. Night deepened, moonlight draping the streets and alleys of Chuancheng like sheer gauze. At 10 in the evening, Su Chun pushed open the door of his cultivation chamber and trudged homeward, exhaustion clinging to him. He bought a steaming meat-stuffed bun from a roadside stall and wolfed it down in a few bites. Cultivation drained his energy, eating helped ground him. He lived in an old residential apartment, worn with age but neatly kept. It was the only memento his parents had left him. Su Chun pushed open his front door, tossed his keys onto the entryway dish, and set his food on the table. Just as he was about to relax and head for a shower, his phone erupted in a relentless chorus of ding-ding-ding-s. Pulling it out, he saw it was a barrage of messages from that girl he'd accidentally saved. "Bunny Cutie eats carrots. Hey. It's 9 p.m. time to wake up and pee. Bunny Cutie eats carrots. 9:30 now, time for a poop break. Bunny Cutie eats carrots. Su Chun, it's 10. The sun's roasting your butt already." Su Chen's eyelid twitched. Was this girl mentally sound? He replied with a question mark. She responded almost instantly. "You're finally alive." Immediately after, several pictures popped up. Su Chun squinted. One of them was unmistakably the cover of a combat skill manual, bearing the title, Corrosive Dark Bat Strike. Another image showed a cultivation manual titled Shadow Mystique. Beside it lay several top-tier bone-tempering pills, their surfaces shimmering with iridescent light and faintly pulsing with energy waves. Su Chun swallowed hard, muttering in awe. Holy smokes, saving that guy was totally worth it. Talk about generosity. Su Chun, Dad. Dad. Meanwhile, inside an elegant bedroom at the city lordess manor, Shi Yaoyao curled up on the plush bedding, hugging her phone. When she saw Su Chun's message, she burst into laughter. This guy's such a gold digger. Getting this excited over a few trinkets. Calling me dad one T work. Try mom. Su Chun, haha, I'm definitely not your junior. And you're a girl, right? From her earlier playful tone, Su Chun was almost certain she was female. Come to think of it, had he accidentally pulled off a classic damsel in distress rescue yesterday? A cliché move, sure, but it didn't feel half bad. Not telling you. Just remember to come to the city lord's manor gates tomorrow morning. Fine. For that combat manual, I'll be there. Deal. Pinky promise. Good night. Night. Setting his phone aside, Su Chun took a quick shower and sprawled comfortably onto his bed. Reflecting on the day, his gains were indeed rich, millions added to his account. His cultivation and physique noticeably strengthened. A satisfied smirk curled his lips as he closed his eyes, drifting swiftly into sleep. The next morning, sunlight bathed the streets. Su Chun headed toward the city lord's manor, only to find crowds surging in the same direction, faces alight with excitement. He grabbed the arm of a hurrying young man. Hey, what's got everyone rushing to the manor? You haven't heard? The man's eyes gleamed. Today, Shi Yaoyao, the city lord Shi Yuanshan's daughter, is tossing the embroidered ball to choose a groom. I'm trying my luck. Who knows? If I'm picked, it's instant nobility. With that, he dashed off. A bride selection by embroidered ball. Su Chun blinked. What era was this? That custom still existed? He wolfed down the pancake in his hand, curiosity piqued, and decided to check it out. City Lord Shi Yuanshan was legendary, one of River City's top powerhouses, a sixth-tier cultivator whose name commanded awe. As for his daughter, Shi Yaoyao, Su Chun had only heard her name. What she looked like? No clue. He even mused privately. Was she so unattractive she had to resort to this method? Plus, he strongly suspected the mysterious person he saved yesterday was none other than this young lady. The lavish rewards, the mention of the city lord's manor, all clues pointed to her. Whatever. I'm already here, gotta secure that combat manual. Whether Shi Yaoyao was stunning or hideous, what did it matter? It wasn't like she was his sweetheart. Su Chun eyed the manor gates ahead and quickened his pace. Manual, here I come. The square before the city lord's mansion was packed with a dense, bustling crowd. Look, even the genius of the Li family has come. He awakened AB rank supernatural ability. An excited shout erupted from the crowd. Young Master Jiang is here too. Truly a gathering of stars today. This is bad. With so many important figures here, we've got no chance. Amid the murmurs, many faces darkened with disappointment. Shi Yuanshan strode through the throng and greeted warmly. Nephew Li Tian, you've come as well? Li Tian clasped his hands respectfully, wearing a practiced smile. Uncle Shi, I'm here to try my luck, hoping to earn young Miss Shi's favor. How goes your cultivation lately? I've just broken through to the first stage of rank 1 and am now advancing toward rank 2. Li Tian lifted his chin slightly, his robe fluttering despite the absence of wind. Making such progress in just 2 days was indeed something to be proud of. Shi Yuanshan patted his shoulder approvingly. Truly remarkable for one so young. Thank you for your praise, uncle, Li Tian said fervently, his eyes gleaming. I will treat Yao Yao with utmost care. Shi Yuanshan's lips twitched imperceptibly, though he kept his smile intact. Haha, feel free to look around. Excuse me for a moment. With that, he turned away, walking noticeably faster than usual. Watching his retreating figure, Li Tian smirked. It seemed his future father-in-law was quite satisfied with him. Today, that embroidered ball would be his, he was determined. On the high platform, Li Yulan adjusted her daughter's collar. Yao Yao, tell mother what kind of man you fancy. I'll keep an eye out for you. Mother, can't I decide my own marriage? Silly child, all the talented young men of the city are here. Of course mother must help you choose. I already have someone I like. The young maiden stomped her foot. Li Yulan shook her head with a soft laugh. Lying to me again. Since when have you ever hidden anything from me? Ask father if you don't believe me. Shi Yaoyao pointed at Shi Yuanshan, who had just stepped onto the platform. Li Yulan arched a brow at her husband, who sighed helplessly. She says whoever catches the embroidered ball will be the one she fancies. Before he could finish, Shi Yaoyao was already lifting her skirts and darting forward. I'm going to see how things are. Wait, you forgot the ball. Her mother hastily grabbed the silk flower and chased after her. Pausing by the crimson railings of the platform, the young girl suddenly stilled. Her gaze pierced through the bustling crowd, locking onto a lone figure standing silently in the corner, arms crossed, a sword resting against his chest. Shi Yuanshan and Li Yulan grabbed the embroidered ball and followed closely behind. Ascending the high platform, Shi Yaoyao looked down below. The sea of dark, densely packed faces gave her a slight pause. Just choosing a husband, how did so many people show up? Her appearance was like a beam of light cutting through the clamor. A hushed murmur instantly rose from the crowd beneath. I've long heard the city lord's daughter is as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Seeing her today, the rumors weren't wrong. Honestly, brothers, I'm not usually one for young girls. But this time, worth it. TCH, whose hands will the embroidered ball land in? Must be one of those young masters from the big families. Without some real skill, how could anyone hope to snatch it? The whispers breezed past her ears like wind, but Shi Yaoyao paid them no mind. Her gaze swept anxiously through the crowd once, then again. That familiar figure was nowhere to be seen. A flicker of disappointment passed through her eyes. Didn't he come? That jerk. Miss Shi, time is passing. Shouldn't you throw the embroidered ball? Li Tian's voice was gentle and refined, attempting to capture her attention. Shi Yaoyao didn't even glance his way, her eyes still searching below. Then her vision froze. In the distance, a figure was lazily shouldering his way through the crowd. Su Chun. Her face instantly brightened with delight. Humph, so you did show up. But then she pursed her lips. No, he must just be here for that combat technique. Down below, Li Tian saw her smile, and couldn't help curling his lips smugly, thinking his charm had worked. Little did he know, in Shi Yaoyao's eyes, he looked like a clown putting on a one-man show. After considerable effort, Su Chen finally pushed his way to the front and glanced up at the platform only to pause slightly. So she isn't ugly, but a girl this cute? Sunlight spilled over her figure, playful twin ponytails, fair cheeks tinged with pink, like morning flower buds glistening with dew. Her large eyes were as clear as a mountain stream, and beneath her petite nose was a mouth that naturally curved upward. A simple white t-shirt and denim shorts accentuated her vibrant energy. A question flickered through Su Chun's mind. Was the person I saved that day really her? On the platform, Shi Yaoyao mischievously winked at him, then stuck out her tongue. Su Chen chuckled. Yep, it's her. Who knew the one I rescued would be such a lively girl? He reminded himself, I'm not just into this type. Okay, fine, he admitted it. Cute, mature, gentle. He liked them all. If he liked everything, then technically, he had no preference, right? Just open-minded. Just then, Shi Yuanshan and Li Yulan also stepped forward. Welcome, everyone, for joining us today, Shi Yuanshan boomed, his voice resonant. My daughter Yao Yao will now toss the embroidered ball to choose her match. Whoever catches it will have the chance to speak with her, consider it an opportunity to get acquainted. This year's awakening, turning 18 regardless of power level or family wealth, all are eligible to seize the embroidered ball. Those who meet the criteria, stay. Those who don't, please step outside. As Shi Yuanshan's voice fell, a wave of disappointed sighs rose from the crowd. Many shook their heads and silently retreated to the side, though their eyes remained fixed on the field. Only a few dozen eligible youths remained. Shi Yuanshan turned to his daughter. Yao Yao, let's begin. But Shi Yaoyao shook her head. Wait a little longer. She pulled out her phone and quickly stepped aside. Shi Yuanshan blinked, muttering to himself. What is this girl up to? Has she taken a liking to someone? He had no choice but to raise his voice and reassure the restless crowd. Everyone, please be patient. Shi Yaoyao hurried backstage, fingers flying across her screen. Shi Yaoyao, you have to catch the embroidered ball. I refuse to go on blind dates with anyone else. At the base of the city wall, Su Chen's phone buzzed. Reading the message, He smirked and replied, I believe in fate. Unless you beg me. Xiaoyao bit her lower lip, flames flickering in her eyes. That jerk. How dare he make me grovel? Xiaoyao. Fine, I'm begging you. Name your reward afterward. Suchin tapped lightly. Deal. Xiaoyao put her phone away, exhaling in relief. She returned to the high balcony, sweeping her gaze over the crowd below before calling out crisply. Releasing the embroidered ball. 3, 2, 1. The embroidered ball flew from her hands in a smooth arc, plummeting straight towards Su Chun's direction. Every eye instantly snapped skyward, hearts suspended along with the descending ball. Even Shi Yuanshan and his wife craned their necks. Just who has our daughter set her sights on? The moment the ball descended, chaos erupted. Young men roared as they leaped, arms straining desperately upward. Mine. It's mine. Li Tian sneered, the air around him accelerating violently. He shot up like a streak of black lightning, fingers nearly grazing the ball as he scoffed down at the others. Are weaklings even worthy? Before his words faded, a dark blur flashed past. Before anyone could react, the embroidered ball landed securely in one hand. Su Chen's feet struck the ground with a dull thud. In his hand, he tightly gripped the vividly colored embroidered ball, its silk surface still carrying a faint, elusive fragrance. The arena was filled with those who had just awakened, yet his aura far surpassed theirs in depth. With a single leap, he soared above the crowd like a hawk, making the retrieval of the embroidered ball effortless. As the ball changed hands, countless eyes instantly locked onto him. Who is this? He actually snatched something from young Master Li Tian. He looks familiar. That's Su Chun, the one betrothed to the Luo family. If he's already engaged, why is he competing with us? Li Tian's face darkened abruptly as he stepped forward. Su Chun, since you're already engaged to the Luo family, hand over the embroidered ball, or else. His knuckles turned white with tension. Su Chun twirled the embroidered ball lightly between his fingers and smirked. And if I refuse, then don't blame me for taking it by force. A flash of malice crossed Li Tian's eyes as he prepared to strike, only for startled cries to erupt around them. Look at the sky, what's that enormous black claw? Li Tian jerked his head upward just as a massive shadowy talon tore through the air, descending upon him with a howling gale. Boom. The ground trembled violently, sending shattered stones flying. Li Tian was slammed mercilessly into a deep crater, dust billowing around him. Su Chun held the embroidered ball aloft, his voice cold as tempered steel. Who else wants to try? The crowd recoiled like a retreating tide, a few of the weaker-willed nearly stumbling to the ground. Li Tian had been their strongest contender, yet he hadn't even survived a single strike. Who dared step forward now? The sheer might of that claw left the entire arena deathly silent. High atop the city lord's pavilion, Shi Yuanshan narrowed his eyes, tapping the railing lightly with his knuckles. Second-tier combat skill Shadow Talon. And already mastered to this degree, he inhaled sharply. To wield such power mere days after awakening. This boy is no ordinary talent. Beside him, Xiaoyao gazed at the lone, aloof figure below, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her robe as she whispered softly. P.S. Rather imposing. Just as she made to move, venomous murmurs surged from both sides of the viewing stands. To steal the embroidered ball despite his engagement, utterly shameless. No wonder the Luo family wants to annul the betrothal. His true character must have come to light. What does an S rank matter? He is unworthy of Luo Qingxue, let alone the city lord's daughter. Su Chen listened to their sharp, hushed words, his lips curling into an icy smile. Years ago, his parents had sacrificed their lives to save the Luo couple, yet now, their sacrifice had become a stain in their mouths. How revolting! Before the words faded, a figure leaped down from the heights of the city lord's manor. Su Chen, catch me. Ah! It was Xiaoyao. Su Chen's pupils contracted. He rushed forward in 2 strides, sweeping his arms out to catch the slender figure effortlessly. The girl's sleeves fluttered with the wind, her hair brushing against his neck, tickling him slightly. Instinctively, he tightened his grip, his palms registering the warmth and softness of her, carrying a faint fragrance. Humph, had enough of touching. Xiaoyao's voice whispered teasingly beside his ear. Su Chun snapped back to reality, clearing his throat with a faint smirk curling his lips. Not yet. You. She glared at him, though without real anger, and nimbly jumped out of his arms before turning to face the murmuring crowd. Her gaze swept over them like a blade, sharp and unyielding. Useless, every single one of you. All you know how to do is whine. Her voice rang clear, each word striking like steel. Su-chun is an S-ranked awakened. You couldn't even reach his shadow if you stood on your tiptoes. Saying he is not worthy of Luo Qingxue? Huh. If anything, the Luo family isn't fit to polish his boots. She paused suddenly, then rose onto her toes and pressed a quick, feather-like kiss against Su-chun's cheek. Besides, I think we're perfectly matched. No need for you all to worry yourselves over it. The fleeting warmth lingered for just a second before vanishing. Su-chun stood frozen, the knot of frustration coiled in his chest melting away inexplicably. This girl. The crowd fell dead silent. Those who had been gossiping earlier lowered their heads, faces alternating between pale and flushed. An S-ranked awakened, publicly defended by the city lord's daughter who dared say another word. Xiaoyao's ears burned red, but she stubbornly lifted her chin. Humph, aren't you going to thank this lady? Yet her fingers secretly twisted the hem of her dress. Heaven knew how fast her heart had been pounding just now. Su-chin's voice was low and measured. Thank you, Miss Shi. I owe you. Don't mention it. If you hadn't saved me from that beast's jaws yesterday, I'd be nothing but bone scraps by now, if anything. I should be thanking you. She blinked playfully. When your savior's in trouble, you lend your voice. A complicated smile tugged at Su-chin's lips. Saving her had earned him reckless loyalty in return. Yet back then, when his parents had saved the Luo couple, all they received was betrayal. What a twisted world. It seems saving you was worth it, he murmured. Of course. You struck gold. Xiaoyao beamed like sunshine. Ahem. Yaoyao, perhaps you two can chat later? Shi Yuanshan, standing nearby, finally spoke up. Watching his daughter and Su-chun side by side with a sour twinge in his heart, was his precious cabbage really about to be plucked by someone else? Xiaoyao stuck her tongue out at her father. Got it. Her voice chimed brightly, like bells dancing in the wind. Shi Yuanshan ignored his daughter's little antics, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as he boomed. Gentlemen, today's groom selection ends here. I've prepared a humble feast at the Sunlight Hotel. You're all welcome to join. Now, please exit in an orderly manner. The crowd had initially been crestfallen, thinking they'd wasted their time. But at the mention of Sunlight Hotel, their eyes lit up. It was the city's most prestigious establishment, where one meal could fuel bragging rights for half a year. Many whipped out their phones, ready to snap photos for their social feeds. Just as the crowd stirred to leave, Su-chun's voice cut through the air like a blade. Wait. Every footstep halted as heads turned in unison. Su-chun stood tall at the center, spine straight as steel. In 2 days, I will duel the Luo family. By then, the truth will be laid bare. I'll make sure everyone sees it's the Luo family who isn't worthy of Su-chun. Silence gripped the square. The sharpness in the young man's voice pressed down like a suffocating weight. Xiaoyao leaned close to his ear, whispering, Hey, are you really that confident? Su-chun's lips curled. Confident? What I want is to leave them no chance to fight back. A duel 2 years later? Unnecessary. At his current cultivation speed, he'd crush Luo Qingxue utterly in just 2 days. His target was the faces of the Luo family's patriarch and matriarch. Each slap would echo across the city. Bold words, Xiaoyao chuckled, eyes gleaming. But I believe in you. She witnessed Su-chun's prowess firsthand. Awakened for just 2 days, yet his shadow claw had already reached minor mastery unmatched across all of Dragon Country. Yaoyao, Shi Yuanshan interjected. Bring Su-chun inside for a discussion. Got it. The girl winked at Su-chun, her tone playful. Come on, little Chun. Su-chun smirked, bowing theatrically. As you command, Her Highness Yaoyao. Exchanging grins, they strode side by side through the towering gates of the city lord's manor. Luo family estate. Su-chun attended the city lord's groom selection. Luo Donshan tapped his fingers against the desk as his steward relayed the report. Indeed, he publicly declared a duel against young Miss in 2 days. More shocking, he defeated Li Tian in a single move using Minor Mastery Shadow Claw. Luo Dongshan's head snapped up. Minor Mastery Shadow Claw? He awakened just 2 days ago. His cultivation realm remains unclear, but speculation suggests his rapid progress stems from focusing solely on combat techniques. Before the steward could finish, Luo Dongshan was on his feet, pacing the hall. Too fast. This speed defied reason, burning like wildfire, utterly unnatural. He halted abruptly, staring out the window. 2 days Minor Mastery Shadow Claw. Beyond the glass, dusk deepened, as if something had quietly slipped beyond his grasp. Luo Dongshan's shock flashed briefly in his eyes before his expression darkened. Go fetch my treasured Frostblade and deliver it to Qingxue. Have her use it in the duel the day after tomorrow. The steward froze. Master, an A-grade warblade. If the young mistress uses it, 1T'd invite criticism. Criticism? Luo Dongshan sneered. If Su Qin had one, I'd allow him to use it too. But he doesn't T in this world. Background is part of strength. If he wants to blame anyone, he should blame his own misfortune. His only living uncle is just some beast hunter. His tone turned icy. This duel must not go wrong. The steward nodded hastily. Of course, Master speaks wisely. The rules don't forbid it. Who cares if he can't produce his own? Go. Luo Dongshan waved him off, then suddenly called him back as he turned to leave. One more thing. On the day of the duel, find a way to ensure Su Chun's uncle is present. A sinister smirk curled his lips. Didn't he that brat boast that my Luo family wasn't he worthy of him? Then let his closest kin witness his defeat firsthand. Yes. The hall of the city lord's residence was thick with tension. Shi Yuanshan and Li Yulan sat rigidly in their seats, their sharp gazes sweeping between Su Chun and Shi Yaoyao. Unable to bear the silence, Shi Yaoyao blurted out, Dad, why did you call us here? Why? Shi Yuanshan's voice dipped coldly. What is your relationship with Su Qin? We're dating. Shi Yaoyao answered instantly. Su Qin blinked and glanced sideways, only to find the girl frantically batting her lashes at him in a silent plea. Understanding dawned. She was using him as a shield against familial pressure. Su Chun. Shi Yuanshan turned his scrutinizing gaze on him. Is what Yaoyao said true? Su Qin exhaled, then nodded. Yes, we're currently together. Just this once. Shi Yuanshan narrowed his eyes skeptically, but with his daughter insisting, he had no choice but to suppress his doubts. Very well, he shifted topics abruptly. Then what of your engagement with the Luo family? That's a long story. Su Chun met his gaze steadily. If the city lord attends the duel at second high in 2 days, all will be made clear. Shi Yuanshan nodded thoughtfully. So there was more to this annulment. Beside him, Li Yulan interjected gently. Shao Chun, what realm have you reached in your cultivation? First tier, 4th layer. Su Qin answered without hesitation. This strength was earned through bloodied battles and hunting demonic beasts. Why hide it? Li Yulan nodded with a smile. Not bad, you've already reached tier 1, level 4. But before the words fully left her mouth, she suddenly stiffened, bolting upright from her seat. Wait, what did you say? Tier 1, level 4. Almost simultaneously, Shi Yuanshan sprang from his chair, slamming his teacup onto the table. In just 1 day, you skyrocketed to tier 1, level 4. Su Chun rubbed his nose, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Is that unusual? The couple exchanged glances, seeing nothing but shock mirrored in each other's eyes. This kid had always flown under the radar. Who knew he had depths like this? Unusual. If they progressed this fast in their youth, they would flaunted their aura in class at least 3 times a day. Those who reach tier 1, level 4 by the time of the national exams are usually prodigies ranked a tier or above, Shi Yuanshan said, inhaling deeply to steady his voice. Even the absolute top-tier candidates barely scrape tier 1, level 5. Your speed, it's like riding a damn rocket. From awakening yesterday to now, barely 24 hours had passed. A cultivation speed like this? Even the secretly groomed heirs of the aristocratic families in the capital Wuden stand a chance. A thought flashed through Shi Yuanshan's mind. At this rate, Su Chun might actually break through to tier 2 before the exams in 9 days. But he quickly dismissed it. Ascending tiers was like scaling a sheer cliff. Each step was exponentially harder than the last. Just luck, Su Chun brushed it off casually. Oh, our Xiao Chun is always so humble. Li Yulon grinned, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Not like our Yao Yao, who acts like training is torture. You'll have to guide her properly from now on. The more she looked at Su Chun, the more pleased she became. Handsome features, S-tier talent, absurd cultivation speed. This was practically a son-in-law you couldn't find even with a lantern. So what if he and Yao Yao were pretending now? Feelings could always blossom later. Under Li Yulon's intense gaze, Su Chun's ears burned. If she found out he was still hiding his innate spiritual artifact. Ahem. Of course, Aunt Yulon. Aunt. Call me Auntie. She feigned annoyance, glaring at him. Auntie. Su Chun obliged smoothly, flashing an obedient smile. That's more like it. You're staying for lunch, Auntie's cooking. Humming cheerfully, Li Yulon headed toward the kitchen. Nearby, Xiao Yao watched her mother's retreating figure, her heart sinking. Oh no, Mama's already made up her mind about him. Shi Yuanshan shook his head helplessly before turning to Su Chun. Xiao Chun, could Yao Yao and I have a word? Of course, take your time. Su Chun tactfully stood to leave. Wait. Shi Yuanshan stopped him, pulling out a radiant jade pendant from his robes. Take this first. Shi Yao Yao suddenly spoke up, tossing a storage ring towards Su Chun. Su Chun caught it and peered inside. Lying within were a Tier 3 Dark Element Combat Technique, a Shadow Affinity Cultivation Manual, and several premium bone tempering pills shimmering with an eerie glow. His eyes lit up. Thanks. No problem. That's the payment I promised you. Shi Yao Yao smiled warmly, her eyes curving into crescents, before turning to her father. Father, what did you want to talk to me about? Shi Yuanshan's expression darkened, his voice low and stern. What do you think? Be honest, how did you meet Su Chun? Yesterday, I sneaked out of the city for fun and got surrounded by wolves. He saved me. Shi Yao Yao answered truthfully. What? You went outside alone? Shi Yuanshan's face paled, his voice trembling with horrified disbelief. The wilds are crawling with demonic beasts. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Thank the heavens you're unharmed. The city is just so stifling. I was just curious about the outside world. Nonsense. Never do something so reckless again, understand? He exhaled deeply, casting a genuinely grateful glance at Su Chun. Good thing this boy stepped in when he did. But I'm fine. Stop worrying. Shi Yao Yao stuck out her tongue playfully. Shi Yuanshan glared at her, though his tone softened, almost teasing. Su Chun seems like a fine young man. If you've taken a liking to him, why not turn that fake engagement into a real one? Shi Yao Yao's cheeks instantly burned crimson. Father, what are you even saying? I don't want anything to do with romance, much less marriage. Shi Yuanshan sighed in resignation. Fine, have it your way. Matters of the heart could never be forced. Shi Yao Yao turned her face away, refusing to speak another word. Outside the estate gates, Su Chun looked down at the scroll in his hand, corrosive shadow bat assault. As his fingers brushed against it, a stream of information flowed into his mind. Corrosive shadow bat assault condenses shadow energy into a swarm of bats to strike down enemies. He then retrieved the other manual shadow affinity cultivation method. Shadow affinity cultivation method, exclusive to shadow affinity users, greatly accelerates source energy absorption, allows cultivation alongside one's shadow or separation for independent training, with gains fed back to the wielder. Su Chun's breath hitched. This technique was practically tailor-made for him. While his shadow trained on its own, he could hunt demonic beasts and amass slaughter points. Who could possibly grow stronger faster than him? System, learn corrosive shadow bat assault and shadow affinity cultivation method, he commanded silently. Ding. Learning complete. Instantly, the methods for manipulating shadow energy, separating and controlling shadows branded themselves into his consciousness. The combat technique's moves were now his to wield, only honing through battle remained. All he lacked now were slaughter points and lots of them to elevate his strength. A blazing thought ignited within him. He would push shadow affinity to its absolute limit, becoming as fearsome in existence as destruction mages and summoners. Su Chun was pondering his future when Shi Yao Yao's crisp voice called from behind him. Su Chun, dinner's ready. Coming, he responded, turning toward the manor. In the dining hall, 7 or 8 dishes were spread across the long table. The rich aroma of braised pork mingled with the fresh scent of steamed fish, drifting straight into his nostrils. Li Yulan, wearing an apron, smiled warmly. Xiao Chun, I wasn't too sure what you liked, so I just made a few dishes. Give them a try, see if they suit your taste. Su Chen picked up his chopsticks and plucked a glistening piece of braised pork. The tender meat wobbled slightly before melting effortlessly in his mouth, flooding his senses with savory richness. His eyes lit up as he praised sincerely. Aunt Li, this pork is amazing. Without hesitation, he grabbed 2 more pieces. Seeing his enthusiasm, Li Yulan beamed even brighter. I'm so glad you like it. My Yao Yao always complains about my cooking. She shot her daughter a mock scolding glance. Su Chun hurriedly smoothed things over. She's just spoiled from eating your delicious food every day. Ah, what a sweet talker. Li Yulan nodded approvingly. Eat up, you're still growing. Just as Su Chen reached for another bite, Li Yulan reminded her daughter, Yao Yao, don't just serve yourself, help Su Chen get some food. Shi Yao Yao's lips twitched as she inwardly groaned. Great Mom S already chosen him. Reluctantly, she picked up a spare rib and dropped it into Su Chun's bowl, her cheeks puffing slightly. Su Chen chuckled awkwardly as he accepted the gesture. Then, Shi Yuanshan, who had been silent until now, set down his teacup and asked, Su Chun, which academy are you planning to apply to? Whichever offers the most resources, Su Chun replied bluntly. A pragmatic answer. Once you decide, be sure to let us know, Shi Yuanshan said kindly. I'd like Yao Yao to attend the same academy as you. His reasoning was deliberate. If his daughter took a liking to this young man, all the better. More importantly, academies were dens of chaos. Having someone as steady as Su Chun by her side would ease his worries. Of course, Uncle Shi. Su Chen agreed before shifting gears abruptly. By the way, are there any prisoners scheduled for execution or beasts marked for extermination in the city lately? Killing earns me slaughter points. The thought flickered through his mind. Shi Yuanshan's brows furrowed slightly. Why do you ask? Su Chun feigned sincerity. Truthfully, I struggle with taking lives. Thought I should practice overcoming that mental block. Beside him, Shi Yao Yao blinked rapidly, nearly choking on her food. Mental block. When he slaughtered Li Hongshan, he'd been practically giddy like a panther pouncing on prey. Since when was he scared? Shi Yuanshan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, lost in thought for a moment. There are a few stray demonic beasts lurking in the city, along with some members of the Blood Beast cult. They're set for execution the day after tomorrow. If you're looking for practice, this is perfect timing. Really? Su Chen's eyes lit up. By the way, Uncle Shi, what exactly is this Blood Beast cult? At those words, the muscles in Shi Yuanshan's face tensed instantly, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. A bunch of lunatics. His voice was low, simmering with suppressed fury. Some are dissatisfied with their awakened powers being too weak, others driven to desperation by life's hardships. So, they turn to the Blood Beast cult. Their high priests use dark arts to infuse humans with the essence of demonic beasts. Those people become monsters, half human, half beast. Once they take on that wretched form, their strength and speed skyrocket. But after gaining power, all they do is spread chaos like rats in the sewers, afraid of the light. Su Chun listened silently, gaining a deeper understanding of this world's cruelty. Even after 3 years here, there were still so many mysteries. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. If I kill one of those half-human, half-beast abominations, would it count as 2 rewards? At that idea, the corner of his lips curled upward imperceptibly. Thank you for the insight, Uncle Shi. Don't mention it. Shi Yuanshan waved a hand, his expression grave. Remember, no matter how strong you become, your heart must stay true. I understand. Justice has always been close to my heart. Good. Shi Yuanshan laughed heartily. 8 in the morning, 2 days from now, come to me. The scum on the execution grounds will be yours to handle. I appreciate your generosity. Su Chen couldn't suppress his excitement. This was valuable experience delivered right to his doorstep. Lunch concluded in harmonious warmth. Su Chun stood to take his leave. Uncle Shi, Aunt Li, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll head out now. Li Yulan smiled gently. Be careful on your way, Xiao Chen. Visit more often. Absolutely. With cooking like yours, Aunt Li, I'd be crazy not to stick around. Shi Yuanshan stepped forward and clapped him heavily on the shoulder. Train hard. I have high hopes for you. I will. Su Chen nodded with a smile before turning away. The couple exchanged a glance, their eyes eventually settling on their daughter. Yao Yao, see Xiao Chen out. The girl gave a soft and followed with her head slightly lowered. Watching their retreating figures, Li Yulan sighed softly. That boy, the more I see him, the more I like him. He is promising. Shi Yuanshan nodded. As for matters between young people, let fate decide. Outside the courtyard gate, Shi Yaoyao's ears tinged pink as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Don't take my parents' words too seriously. Shi Yaoyao's cheeks flushed slightly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress. About how my parents were just now, don't take it to heart. Su Chun chuckled softly, sunlight dancing across his relaxed brows. Why would I? Your parents reminded me of home. It felt warm. Home. Shi Yaoyao looked up at him, her lashes fluttering faintly. What? What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Su Chen shrugged. Better than walking on eggshells back at the Luo family. He deliberately drew out his words, watching as the tips of her ears gradually turned pink. Shi Yaoyao's heartbeat skipped half a beat. Could he actually mean? No, this was all just an act. Flustered, she blurted out in a voice barely louder than a whisper. Hey, don't you dare fall for me. We agreed this was just pretend. Su Chen suddenly leaned in, his lips quirking upward as she froze in shock. Relax. It's your parents' braised pork I like, not you. With that, he turned and walked away, the hem of his coat cutting a sharp arc in the wind. Su Chun. Shi Yaoyao stomped her foot, her fists clenched so tight they turned white. Next time I see you, you're dead meat. But as the boy's figure disappeared around the corner of the alleyway, her anger suddenly deflated. With her pitiful cultivation level, she probably couldn't even touch the edge of his sleeve, could she? Looks like she'd have to train seriously from now on. Maybe 3 extra minutes a day? She nodded firmly at thin air. At the city gates, 2 guards crossed their halberds to block Su Chen's path. The older one sighed. Kid, an S-tier ability, ISNT, an invincibility charm. How many geniuses have lost their heads to demonic beasts outside these walls? Exactly. The younger guard jabbed a finger at the crimson danger zone marked on the map. At first rank, first order, even a poison-fanged rabbit could kill you. Su Chan traced his fingertip along the dark green outline of the deciduous forest on the map, just gathering herbs. Meeting their worried gazes, he suddenly flicked a finger against the halberd's blade. The steel shaft hummed violently, forcing both guards back half a step. Be back before sunset. The older guard relented, rubbing his numb palm. But the boy was already 10 paces away, the setting sun stretching his shadow like an unsheathed sword. The forest rustled in the twilight as Su Chan rested a hand on his blade's hilt, startling a flurry of birds into flight. The demonic beasts in this region were all at least Tier 1, Stage 4 in strength. The danger was evident, but greater risk meant greater reward. The fiercer the storm, the more precious the catch. Su Chun checked his map, then pushed off the ground with explosive force, shooting into the forest path like an arrow. The 2 guards could only shake their heads as they watched his retreating figure. I hope he makes it back safely. We did all we could to warn him, one guard muttered, brows knitted with worry. Indeed, with an S-rank awakened ability, he could have trained safely, yet he insists on taking risks. Now all we can do is pray for him. The other side. To them, Su Chun was nothing but a reckless fool who didn't know his limits. Straightening their armor, the guards resumed their duties, scrutinizing the passers-by with renewed vigilance. Less than half an hour after Su Chen's departure, 2 figures clad in black slipped silently out of the city gates. Are you certain Su Chun left the city? Huang Yuan's voice was icy. Absolutely, my lord. I saw it with my own eyes, Zhu Kuan replied hastily, bowing deeply. A cold smirk tugged at Huang Yuan's lips. Good. Capture him, and your reward will be substantial. Thank you, my lord. I only ask that you put in a good word for me during the selection of elite disciples. Relax. Huang Yuan clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, malice flashing in his eyes. Why should these so-called prodigies be born with S-rank abilities? They all deserve to die. Yes, those powers should have been ours. The 2 burned with jealousy. Huang Yuan tightened his grip. Let us go teach that ignorant fool a lesson. Venturing into demonic beast territory right after awakening, he is practically begging for death. Zhu Kuan hesitated. My lord, should we invite the special envoy to join us? Umph. Why bother the special envoy for mere prey? The two of us are more than enough. Huang Yuan scoffed. But Su Chun is still in S rank. He awakened just yesterday. At best, he is Tier 1, Stage 2. I'm Tier 1, Stage 7, and you're Stage 5. Do you really think there is any doubt about the outcome? Zhu Kuan's eyes lit up with realization. Yes. The gap in power was insurmountable. Su Chen wouldn't escape this time, and the credit would be theirs alone. Brilliant, my lord. Zhu Kuan grinned obsequiously. Let us move. We'll sweep the low-tier beast zone. Amid the falling leaves of the forest, blood splattered. Host has slain Tier 1, Stage 4 Shadowfawn Cat. Slaughter points plus 20. Host has slain Tier 1, Stage 5 Galehound. Slaughter points plus 25. Su Chen flicked the blood from his blade and scanned for his next target when a sudden notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Slaughter points have reached 1,000. Special reward has been deposited into the system inventory. A cold notification echoed in Su Chen's mind. 100,000 slaughter points could be exchanged for a special reward. His heartbeat quickened momentarily, a glint flashing in his eyes. Immediately, he submerged his consciousness into the system space. A colossal egg lay silently in the darkness, roughly the size of a human head, its pitch-black shell shimmering with an eerie luster. The scanning function activated. Unknown beast egg. Incubation countdown, 10 days. Upon hatching, it will recognize you as its master. A dragon? A phoenix? Or some unknown savage beast? Thoughts raced through Su Chen's mind, sending an electrifying thrill down his spine. If he could hatch a dragon, he could almost envision its overwhelming, sky-shrouding majesty. Taking a deep breath, he withdrew the egg back into the system space. Anticipation surged within his chest, but for now, he needed more slaughter points. His grip tightened around the demonic scythe in his hand, its icy touch seeping into his palm. The corners of his lips curled upward silently. Slaughter points, here I come. Notifications began sounding rapidly, cold and relentless. Slaughtered Gale Wolf, plus 25 slaughter points. Slaughtered Sky-Piercing Rat, plus 25 slaughter points. Hours later, his slaughter points had accumulated to 500. System, Su Chun murmured. Raise my cultivation to Tier 1, 5th layer. 375 slaughter points consumed. Cultivation advancement complete. Su Chen froze. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be 500 points? Hostess existing cultivation progress detected at 25%. Corresponding points deducted. The system's voice remained indifferent. Nicely done. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh aloud. With this system's assistance, he was bound to stir storms in this world where strength reigned supreme. Power surged through his body, and his gaze turned frigid as he recalled his past encounter, the colossal rock-eater crocodile that had once dismissed him due to his weakness, coiled arrogantly by the stream. Now, it was time for payback. Gripping his scythe, he dashed forward, swiftly returning to the vicinity of the stream. In the distance, the massive beast lay sprawled on the bank like a moss-covered boulder. Su Chen focused his gaze. Name, Rock-Eater Crocodile. Bloodline, Common Grade. Cultivation, Tier 1, 7th layer. Attributes, Water Earth. Note, extremely high defense. Slaughter reward, 80 points. 80 points. Battle intent blazed fiercely in Su Chen's eyes. With a sudden motion, shadow energy coalesced around him, morphing into a gigantic claw that tore through the air with a piercing shriek before crashing down upon the crocodile. Boom. The crocodile's rock-hard armor shattered explosively, fragments scattering everywhere. A pained roar erupted as crimson blood gushed from its torn flesh. The rock crocodile let out an ear-splitting roar, its blood-red eyes locking onto Su Chen not far away. It eyed this feeble human with contempt, emitting a low, guttural growl from its throat, as if mocking his overconfidence. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, the massive beast launched itself into the air, its gaping maw hurtling straight towards Su Chen's face. Kneel! Su Chen's furious command echoed as the ground beneath them transformed into a pitch-black swamp. Viscous darkness surged upward, instantly ensnaring the crocodile's limbs. The beast thrashed violently, splattering mud in all directions. With a sickening tear of straining muscle, it wrenched itself free and lunged again. Su Chen smirked. Good, this was exactly the kind of opponent he wanted. The death scythe materialized in his grasp. Its blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Schlick! Blood fountained as half the crocodile's lower jaw was cleaved away. Again, Su Chen flicked the blood from his scythe. Enraged, the wounded beast slammed its front paws into the earth. With a deafening rumble, jagged stone pillars erupted from the ground, trapping Su Chen within a crude prison. The moment the stone cage formed, the crocodile transformed into a black whirlwind, charging straight for him only to meet eyes colder than the abyss itself. Those eyes held no fear, only death. A primal dread seized the beast's heart as it instinctively reared up for a crushing strike. You think you can cage me? Su Chen sneered. The death scythe erupted with ghostly light, sweeping horizontally with enough force to shatter mountains. Stone shattered like rain. Before momentum even faded, Su Chen twisted his wrist another slash. Snap! The crisp sound of snapping bone rang clear. The crocodile's forelimb fell severed to the ground. Its colossal body crashed down, kicking up a storm of dust. Su Chen stepped forward, raising his scythe high. Finish it. A wet thunk pierced flesh. With his full strength behind the blow, Su Chen split the crocodile cleanly down the middle. A bloody deluge poured forth, staining the dark scythe crimson. Slain. Tier 1 ranked 7 rock crocodile. Karma points plus 80. Breathing lightly, Su Chen wiped the blood from his face and stored the remains in his spatial ring. His fingers traced the cold surface of the ring as he narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. A first rank, 7th layer demon beast, this is all you've got? Su Chen flicked his wrist, the death scythe slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Close combat. Wherever the scythe swung, flesh and blood flew. From afar, shadow claws intertwined with black quagmires, weaving a net that left the beast with no escape. The battle ended. He retrieved a vial of blue elixir and downed it in one go, then sat cross-legged, eyes shut as he regulated his breathing. Nearby, shadows swayed between the trees. That kid's insane, right? Daring to wander into a place like this alone. Zhu Kuan scratched his head, muttering under his breath. Huang Yuan's gaze locked onto Su Chen's figure, his teeth grinding unconsciously. Just some lost fool and S-grade talent? What a waste. Cold sweat dampened his palm, a sour taste rising in his throat. Brother Yuan, why don't you teach him a lesson later? Show him his place, Zhu Kuan whispered, leaning closer. Don't need you to remind me, Huang Yuan sneered. A faint cyan glow enveloped his body as swirling currents gathered around him. Gale speed. He arched his back like a hunting leopard, dagger reversed in his grip. His footsteps barely rustled the fallen leaves as he lunged straight for Su Chen's exposed back. Su Chen remained still, eyes closed. But the instant the dagger was about to pierce his spine, swish, his eyes snapped open, frigid light flashing within. The black scythe materialized mid-air, slashing horizontally. Clang. Blade met scythe, sparks erupting between them. Huang Yuan's pupils contracted as he leaped back. How did you react? Su Chen rose unhurriedly, scythe tilted toward the ground. Do I know you? Huang Yuan didn't answer, malice thickening in his stare. Su Chen focused, and translucent lines flickered into view before his eyes. Name, Huang Yuan. Affiliation, Blood Beast Sect. Ability, Gale Speed D grade. Realm, 1st rank, 7th layer. Note, fused with Stormfang Wolf Blood. Speed surges upon beastification. Rewards 120 slaughter points upon elimination. Blood Beast Sect Humph. Su Chen's gaze darkened. But when his eyes landed on 120 slaughter points, lethal intent solidified into something tangible. Su Chen, I'll give you a choice. Huang Yuan tilted his chin up. Kneel and die, or die standing. Su Chen's lips curled. Why don't you demonstrate first? Before Huang Yuan could retort, Su Chen lunged. The death scythe tore through the wind, cleaving straight for his face. Huang Yuan raised his dagger. Crack. The blade shattered, fragments scattering like broken teeth. What? He staggered back, numbness radiating through his palm. My dagger impossible. Only now did he truly sense Su Chun's aura. First rank, 5th layer. Huang Yuan's breath hitched, his blood running cold. Just 5th layer, how can he possess such power? Trash tier warrior. How dare you challenge my spirit artifact? Black light surged from his palm as shadows coalesced into a murky bog, instantly ensnaring Huang Yuan's legs. The viscous darkness writhed like a living thing, pinning him mercilessly in place. Su Chun strode forward, dragging his death scythe behind him. The blade scraped against the ground with a grating screech, each step resonating like a hammer against Huang Yuan's heartbeat. The air thickened with the metallic stench of bloodlust. Zhu Kuan. Now, Huang Yuan roared hoarsely. A crimson blur erupted from behind Su Chun. Zhu Kuan's massive saber descended with a howling gust, its edge wreathed in sinister crimson light. Clang! The scythe intercepted effortlessly, sparks flying. With a flick of his wrist, Su Chun conjured a colossal claw-like shadow above him. Gah! The shadow slammed down. Bones crunched dully. Zhu Kuan crumpled to the ground lifeless. Zhu Kuan. Huang Yuan's eyes bulged with fury, veins rupturing across his sclera. His knuckles cracked as his nails elongated into savage claws, his arms bristling with dark gray wolf fur. A thick tail lashed the earth behind him. How dare you kill him? Su Chun sneered. Should I have stood still and let him cleave me? Did your brain get eaten by wolves? I'll make you pay with your life. With a bestial roar, Huang Yuan shattered his shadow restraints and lunged like a phantom. His wolf claws tore through the air, aiming straight for Su Chen's throat. Perfect timing. An eerie glow flared in Su Chen's eyes as he thrust his hands forward. A massive shadow-formed bat burst forth, splitting instantly into a swarm of bat-shaped mist. Their shrill shrieks filled the air as they engulfed Huang Yuan like a black tornado. Wolf claws slashed wildly, but the bats dispersed and reformed like flowing water. Shadowy fangs gnawed at flesh, spraying droplets of blood. What the hell is this? Huang Yuan's screams mingled with the sickening sound of rending meat. A colossal shadow claw slammed down from above. Huang Yuan hurtled into a crater like a broken kite, the bat swarm dissipating around him. Cough. Spare me, he begged through bloodied lips. I'll serve as your slave. Su Chun tilted Huang Yuan's chin up with his scythe's tip. Talk. Who sent you? Huang Yuan's eyes darted around nervously. There was no mastermind behind him. But now that Su Chun was pressing him, he had no choice but to drag a scapegoat into this. Clenching his teeth, he forced out the words. It was the special envoy. The Grey Wolf special envoy sent me. Su Chun silently repeated the name, icy glint flashing in his eyes. He'd remember this debt. Meanwhile, far away, the Grey Wolf special envoy remained blissfully unaware. What did I ever do to deserve this? Why does trouble always fall on me? Where's your hideout? I really don't know. The location changes every week. Su Chun nodded slightly and uttered just one word, huh. Before the sound faded, the scythe in his hand flashed like black lightning. With a sickening crunch, a head rolled to the ground. If you've got nothing useful to say, don't waste my time. Kill points are what really matter. This same man had arrogantly dared him to pick a death method earlier, only to grovel pathetically moments later. Such disgraceful behavior only disgusted Su Chun. Frowning, he swiftly looted Huang Yuan's belongings and turned to leave. The Blood Beast cult operated in shadows. Staying here too long was unwise. This encounter struck Su Chin's heart like a blunt club. Without sufficient trump cards, he couldn't recklessly leave the city again. Even if he had to, disguises and caution were mandatory. Damn it, sooner or later I'll rip this Blood Beast cult out by its roots. Muttering the curse, he quickened his pace back toward the city. Hours later, dusk cloaked the city gates, stretching his silhouette long against the setting sun. Well, Su Chun, you actually made it back alive. The gate guard chuckled with mild surprise. What? You unhappy about that? Su Chun shot him an irritated glance. No, just concerned for you. That's all. Su Chun couldn't be bothered with small talk. He tossed Huang Yuan's head toward the guard. Here, must be tiring standing guard all day. The head rolled to the guard's feet, leaving him stammering, what's this? Guy called Huang Yuan. Came to kill me. Ended up dead instead. Pretty sure there's a bounty on blood beast cultists. The two guards exchanged stunned glances. They'd heard of Huang Yuan Ruthless, wanted for multiple murders, a notorious name on the bounty boards, with strength at first-rank 7th layer. And Su Chun just chopped him down? Master Su Chun, did you really kill him? Their tone instantly turned reverent, eyes brimming with awe. If not me, then you? Su Chun turned away impatiently. Master, we were blind fools. We even joked privately that you were just some reckless hothead. Their faces burned with shame, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Turns out they'd been measuring a hero's mind with their own petty standards, and not only had Su Chun let it slide, he'd handed them bounty money. Enough. You warned me out of kindness back then. Take the reward and treat yourselves. Waving them off, Su Chun strode into the deepening night. Su Chun waved his hand, his tone softening slightly. He understood for an ordinary person who had just awakened an S-class ability to rush off hunting demonic beasts would indeed seem like reckless madness. But he was different. He had the system as his backing. Thank you, Lord Su. For your battle against the Luo family in 2 days, I'll definitely be there to cheer you on. The guard clenched his fists excitedly. Su Chun simply responded indifferently, suit yourself. The two exchanged glances and suddenly shouted in unison. From now on, anyone who dares badmouth Lord Su Chun is going to get beaten so hard they'll never have descendants. Yeah, may his groceries get pricier every single day. Back home, Su Chun slumped into his chair, staring at the 400-plus killing points he de-accumulated. Without hesitation, he dumped them all into the skill Eclipse Bat Assault. A surge of heat rushed through his body, his muscles reshaping as if molded by invisible hands. Dark energy gathered in his palm, forming denser bat-shaped shadows, their screeches faintly audible. The skill had officially reached the novice stage. Sigh. Hopefully there'll be more prisoners executed tomorrow. Killing points are never enough. He rubbed his temples. The further he progressed, the more exponentially the required points skyrocketed like a bottomless pit. Steadying himself, Su Chun began circulating the shadow art cultivation method. Darkness coiled around him like a living thing, shadow energy pouring into his pores at a rate at least twice as fast as usual. Then, he attempted to split his own shadow, letting it cultivate alongside him. Dark elements churned violently, stretching out a vague, humanoid shape on the ground. But the moment the shadow took form, Su Chun was already drenched in sweat, his chest heaving uncontrollably. Still too forced my realm isn't high enough yet. He chuckled ruefully, but felt no anxiety. This cultivation method held limitless potential if he could control 10, even 100 shadows simultaneously. His speed would soar like a rocket. The thought lifted his mood, and he wolfed down 3 large bowls of takeout rice, his lips gleaming with grease. After the hearty meal, he collapsed onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow, once the executions were done, he defaced the Luo family head-on. A surge of determination burned in his chest. This was a battle he absolutely couldn't afford to lose. Early the next morning, at the execution grounds behind the Ability Management Bureau, Xiaochun, here's today's execution list. Shi Yuanshan handed him a slip of paper, his gaze filled with concern. Su Chun unfolded the list. 15 prisoners, the strongest at rank 1 stage 9, the weakest at rank 1 stage 4. The charges listed were horrifying: rape, murder, even followers of the blood beast cult. Appended were 10 rank 1 stage 5 demonic beasts, triple-eyed fiend rats. He did some quick mental math. Executing this batch would net him at least 1,000 killing points. That rank 1 stage 9 prisoner alone was worth 200. And if the enemy were rank 2? It'd probably double, starting at 400 points. Ahem. Uncle Shi, remember to call me again next time you have a job like this. Shi Yuanshan glanced at Su Chun, his brow subtly furrowing. This kid, why do his eyes light up when killing is mentioned? Didn't he say he wanted to overcome his discomfort with taking lives? But outwardly, he nodded gently. All right, I'll let you know if anything suitable comes up in the future. If it can help you, I won't refuse. Even if Su Chun had no ties to his daughter, Shi Yuanshan would still support him unconditionally solely for his S-tier talent. This young man's potential was immeasurable. As they spoke, They arrived at the execution grounds unnoticed. Dozens of second- and third-tier superhumans in uniform stood rigidly around the perimeter, their hawk-like eyes scanning the scene. Bound tightly with coarse ropes, a dozen death row prisoners knelt forcibly on the ground, awaiting their final judgment. Li Goen, deputy director of Chuanqing's Superhuman Bureau, spotted Shi Yuanshan and immediately strode forward, a gregarious smile plastered on his face. City Lord Shi, how careless of me not to greet you sooner. Please forgive my oversight. No need for formalities, Deputy Director Li. Shi Yuanshan dismissed with a casual wave. Li Goen's gaze shifted to the youth behind him, his smile widening. And this must be Su Chun, the young prodigy who awakened an S-tier ability. Truly extraordinary bearing. Deputy Director Li. Su Chun responded politely with a nod. We appreciate your efforts today, young Master Su. Li Goen said warmly. Courtesy was never wasted on someone destined for greatness. You flatter me. It's my honor to assist, Su Chun replied humbly. Just as Li Goen was about to exchange another pleasantry, one of the bound prisoners suddenly jerked his head up and spat out a hoarse curse. Pa, sending a greenhorn to execute me? What kind of joke is this? If you've got guts, untie me, let South fight fair and square. Li Goen's face darkened, but before he could reprimand the prisoner, Su Chun raised a hand. Deputy Director, leave him to me. Slowly, Su Chun walked forward until his shadow loomed over the prisoner's contorted face. You said you want a fair fight? Hell yeah. Too scared? Then you're nothing but a goddamn coward. The prisoner's eyes flashed with madness. If he was going down, he'd drag this naive brat with him. Su Chun nodded, a cold smirk curling his lips. Good. Very good. Before the words even settled, a massive scythe wrapped in ominous shadows materialized in his grip. You dare speak of fairness? Su Chun's voice turned biting, like shards of ice colliding. When you assaulted that female student in the rain that night, did you think of fairness then? Swish, swish. Two arcs of shadow flashed, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh rending. The prisoner's arms flew off, blood spurting wildly. Ayakak. You broke the rules, he shrieked like a slaughtered pig before losing balance and smashing face first into the dirt. Su Chun planted a foot on his bloodied face, grinding his heel mercilessly. His voice was devoid of warmth. Rules? For scum like you. His arm descended. The scythe carved a glacial arc. A severed head rolled across the ground. What Su Chun hated most were vermin like this, those who preyed on the innocent. Especially young girls brimming with life. Executed Tier 1 rank, 7G Boxiao slaughter points, plus 120. From afar, Shi Yuanshan watched silently. This wasn't he overcoming hesitation, this was diving headfirst into slaughter with chilling ease, as though death itself clung to him. His gaze lingered on the abyssal shadow scythe. Could this be a legendary bound spirit weapon? Su Chun cracked his neck lightly and turned toward the next target. But the screech of tires interrupted him. A black fin barreled toward them, braking sharply as it skidded to a halt at the edge of the execution grounds. The car door slid open. A lavishly dressed young woman and an elderly man with silver-white hair stepped out. The old man gave a slight bow, his voice tinged with deference. City Lord Shi. Master Lu Dong. Shi Yuanshan acknowledged with a nod, his gaze sweeping past the old man to the girl behind him. The Lu family has an interest in attending executions today? Yes, City Lord, Lu Dong replied, stepping half a pace aside. The young Miss awakened this year. The family had instructed her to witness bloodshed at the execution grounds before venturing into the wilderness. Shi Yuanshan's eyes settled on the girl. This must be Miss Lu Yan. Lu Yan curved her lips into a perfectly measured smile. Greetings, City Lord Shi. Good, Shi Yuanshan said flatly. But you've arrived a step too late, Miss Lu. All the prisoners here have already been handed over to Su Chun for execution. A shadow flickered through Lu Yan's eyes. Su Chun again. Her gaze locked onto the figure wielding a massive scythe in the center of the grounds, her nails digging into her palms unconsciously. At school, Su Chun and Luo Qingxue were like twin sons, stealing all the glory that should have been hers. She was the Lu family's prized daughter, a B-grade awakened talent. How dare some commoner overshadow her? She strode forward, deliberately raising her voice. Su Chun, what are you doing here? Su Chen's descending scythe paused mid-swing. He turned his head slightly, catching sight of a vaguely familiar face Lu Yin from second high. He felt nothing toward her and had nothing to say. Executing, he replied tersely, flicking his wrist. The dark blade traced a ghostly arc, another head thudding dully to the ground. Lu Yan's fists clenched abruptly, fury boiling in her chest. First stealing her thunder at school, now taking away prey from the execution grounds. Su Chun, she taunted loudly. Showing off against bound prisoners, what kind of skill is that? You're great. Got the guts to release their restraints and fight them fair and square? Or are you scared? She folded her arms, tilting her chin up confidently, certain she'd see him back down. How could someone who'd awakened just 3 days ago possibly stand against these battle-hardened criminals? She'd wait for him to make a fool of himself. Su Chun halted his movements. His brow furrowed slightly, as if observing something incomprehensible. He'd intended to finish quickly and leave, but now, he'd changed his mind. He lifted the ominous scythe, its tip scraping against the ground with a grating sound. Scared, he let out a derisive laugh, his voice icy. Why would I be? Lu Yin blinked, disbelief flashing in her eyes. He was actually taking the bait? This easily? Wow, she drawled, her tone sickeningly sweet. Brother Su Chun is so impressive, then hurry up and let me see. Su Chun didn't spare her another glance. Turning, he faced the group of shackled prisoners, slowly raising his scythe. The air seemed to tighten with invisible tension. Su Chun sneered, the razor edge of his demon scythe slicing through the air as he pointed it directly at the savage-eyed martial artist at the peak of the first stage. Besides you, the rest come at me together. Fighting just one? Too dull. He would take on 10. Arrogance without strength was suicide. Arrogance backed by power? That was true skill. The first stage martial artist merely glanced at Su Chun before slowly closing his eyes again, as if nothing around him mattered. But the surrounding prisoners could no longer restrain themselves, their knuckles cracking audibly, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. To them, Su Chun was nothing but a suicidal fool provoked by a woman's words. He dared challenge them all at once. The Bureau of Supernatural Affairs guards escorting the prisoners grew anxious, their gazes flicking toward Li Guan. Li Guan turned to Shi Yuanshan, brows furrowed deeply. City Lord, this. Shi Yuanshan remained silent for a moment before answering steadily. Do as Su Chun says. That girl seemed to distrust Su Chun, but Shi Yuanshan believed in him. If that scythe truly was a spirit weapon, these prisoners wouldn't stand a chance. Li Guan nodded and barked the order. Release their restraints. Lu Yan's lips curled, excitement dancing in her eyes. She had only meant to provoke Su Chun into action, never expecting his sheer audacity. Now the show was on. Su Chun would soon be beaten bloody by these desperate criminals, begging for mercy. She swiftly pulled out her phone, aiming it at the scene, eager to capture his humiliation. Kid, getting to beat you senseless before you die? We'll take that deal. Brothers, charge. With a roar, over a dozen figures lunged forward like starved wolves, surging towards Su Chun at once. Yet Su Chun stood unmoved, rooted like a pine. His eyes betrayed no emotion, only cold sharpness. Just as the prisoners closed in, his wrist flicked. The demon scythe swept out. Thud, thud, thud. The sickening sound of rending flesh echoed as the frontmost attackers were cleaved clean in half. The system's notifications chimed rapidly in his mind, slaughter points flooding in. The remaining prisoners skidded to a halt, faces draining of color. What kind of weapon was that? It was monstrous. Damn it, fight him. Another prisoner snarled, swirling wind blades forming in his palms. But in the next instant, the sky darkened abruptly. A massive shadowy claw descended from above with enough force to pulverize mountains, slamming him into the ground in a burst of gore. Within seconds, only 8 or 9 of the original group remained. A demon, he's a demon. Run. Terrified shrieks tore through the air as the prisoners turned and fled wildly. They'd thought him a clown, but death himself had come calling. A frosty smirk curled Su Chen's lips as his black coat whipped violently in the blood-scented wind. His voice was low, carrying the weight of a judgment from hell. Run? You really think you can escape? Shadow Claw. Abyssalmire. Darkbane's swarm, unleash them all. Since he'd be leaving this place tomorrow anyway, why hold back? Why restrain himself? As his incantation completed, the shadows writhed like living things transforming into a mire that ensnared fleeing feet, swarms of bats that devoured bone. Screams and the snapping of skeletons intertwined, turning the execution ground into a hellscape of agony. Su Chun swung his blade, and the last head thudded to the ground. He grabbed the bloody skull and tossed it carelessly toward Lu Yen. The head landed at Lu Yen's feet with a dull thump, speckling her skirt with crimson dots. Her scream tore through the air. She staggered back, her face ghostly pale, her legs trembling so violently she could barely stand. Impossible, he was only first rank 5 layers. Her lips quivered as she watched Su Chun stride toward her through the carnage. His black trench coat clung heavily to his frame, soaked through with blood. The demonic scythe dripped steadily, each step leaving dark red prints in its wake. Scared? Su Chun's voice was ice. Want me to cut down a few more? Liven things up? Lu Yen's legs gave out, and she collapsed backward, scrambling frantically on hands and knees, nails digging into the dirt. Stay away, please. To her eyes, Su Chun was no longer human. He was a blood-soaked demon wearing mortal skin. Remember this. The scythe's tip lifted her chin. Next time you cross my path, I'll crush you. Lu Dong lunged forward. Su Chun, how dare you? Before he could finish, Shi Yuanshan's hand clamped down on his shoulder. Little Dong, the city lord murmured, his grip tightening. Bones creaked audibly. Why yell at my son-in-law? Lu Dong crumpled to his knees in agony. City lord, I was wrong. Take your lady and crawl away. Shi Yuanshan released him with a chuckle, his gaze flicking to the trembling Lu Yen. Self-inflicted wounds don't deserve sympathy. Lu Dong hastily hauled the dazed Lu Yen to her feet, half dragging her into their carriage. Once the wheels faded into silence, Shi Yuanshan clapped Su Chun's bloodstained shoulder. Clean up the mess, then follow me home. His eyes lingered on the young man's sharp profile. He liked what he saw. This son-in-law is mine. Su Chun dipped his head. Thank you, uncle. By the iron cage, the last prisoner lifted his head. His gaze met Su Chun's, an unexpected flicker of starlight in his eyes. To die by a true warrior's hand is honor. A shame, the scythe sliced through the air. That honor came too late. Wish thud. Next life, walk the righteous path. Su Chun flicked his wrist, and the borrowed longsword sang with a clear metallic hum. The blade flashed like lightning, piercing precisely through the heart of the last 3-eyed rat demon. As its heavy body thudded to the ground, the execution site finally fell silent. Slaughter points, 2,300. A system prompt appeared. Su Chun took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming. These points were the key to unlocking greater power. He turned and walked toward Shi Yuanshan. Let us go, kid. Shi Yuanshan patted his shoulder and gestured toward a nearby vehicle. We'll talk in the car. There are some things I need to ask you. Su Chun nodded and was about to step forward when an urgent voice called out from the side. Student Su Chun, wait. Li Goen, deputy director of the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau, strode forward swiftly, his eyes brimming with unconcealed anticipation. After graduation, would you be interested in joining our bureau? I swear on my personal reputation, I'll secure the highest tier treatment for you. The power Su Chun had just displayed had shown him the makings of a future elite combatant. Su Chun paused, then shook his head slightly. Director Li, I appreciate your kindness, but graduation is still far off. Let us discuss this another time. His tone was calm, yet carried an unshakable finality. He knew better than to burn bridges prematurely. The light of expectation dimmed in Li Goen's eyes, but he immediately pulled out a business card and presented it with both hands. Understood, completely understood. Here is my contact information. If you ever need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to call me. And if you feel my rank isn't sufficient, my superiors, or even higher leadership can personally communicate with you. Su Chun accepted the unusually textured card and simply replied, all right, if needed. Then, without further delay, he boarded the vehicle with Shi Yuanshan. Li Goen watched the dust kicked up by the departing car and heaved a long sigh before waving behind him. Clean up the scene. Inside the car, the engine rumbled softly. So your fear of killing gone just like that? Shi Yuanshan tilted his head slightly, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Su Chun rubbed his nose and coughed awkwardly. Ahem, seeing those crime records, I got so angry that I sort of forgot to be afraid. Shi Yuanshan arched an eyebrow, but didn't he call out the obvious excuse? Everyone had their secrets. Prying was poor strategy. And your breakthrough in cultivation? Plus mastering that third-tier combat skill instantly, was that also thanks to a burst of anger? Luck. Pure luck. Suchin kept a straight face, spinning nonsense effortlessly. Last night during training, enlightenment just struck, and somehow I broke through. Shi Yuanshan shook his head helplessly, though a trace of pride flickered in his smile. This kid, what a smooth talker. As if sheer luck could explain this. Clearly, it was the result of countless days and nights of relentless training. Such diligence was rare indeed. Still, the speed of his progress was downright terrifying. Suppressing his amusement, Shi Yuanshan posed one final critical question. That black scythe you wielded, is it a bonded spirit weapon? Yes, Lord City Chief. This time, Suchin answered plainly. Hiding things from Shi Yuanshan was pointless. What grade? S rank. Shi Yuanshan's pupils contracted briefly before he nodded repeatedly, his joy evident. Good. Excellent. You little rascal, keeping secrets this big. Across the entire Dragon Nation, fewer than 10 individuals were known to have awakened bonded spirit weapons. An S rank. Those were even rarer than phoenix feathers. The companion spirit weapon sliced through the air with a low hum, its oppressive aura eclipsing the ordinary warriors nearby. Su Chun lightly touched the bridge of his nose, the corners of his lips curling into an almost imperceptible smirk. He had never intended to hide his strength, but within the halls of the Supernatural Academy, keeping one's blade sheathed was the wiser choice. You flatter me, uncle, Su Chun replied with just the right touch of humility. It was merely a stroke of luck. Shi Yuanshan studied him intently before bursting into laughter. You boy, always so careful with your words. Have you figured out the nature of your supernatural ability yet? Su Chun shook his head, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the hem of his sleeve. Still searching. No rush, the city lord said, clapping him on the shoulder, his armor clinking sharply. Venture into the wilderness more often. The truest answers are often found between life and death. Understood. Su Chun lifted his gaze toward the distant rolling mountains, his eyes sharp as tempered steel. Shi Yuanshan exhaled appreciatively. I can already picture you shining brilliantly at the academy. This young man's progress had long since left the aristocratic airs of the imperial capital in the dust. For years, the top spot among prodigies had been monopolized by elites from the twin metropolises. This year, Rivercrest would finally have its moment of glory. I look forward to it as well. Suchin clenched his fingers until his knuckles turned white. Victories over the weak held no flavor. What he craved was the thrill of clashing with the strong. On his path back to the pinnacle of dark element mastery, only by conquering the brightest of geniuses could he force the world to reconsider the forgotten might. Once you've chosen your academy, inform me first, Shi Yuanshan suddenly murmured, lowering his voice. Initially, he had planned to let fate take its course, but witnessing this youth's potential today had ignited thoughts of alliance like wildfire. Suchin picked up the thread effortlessly, amusement glinting in his eyes. Naturally, the city lord produced a crimson jade stone molten light swirling within its depths. In times of peril, it can unleash a 5th-tier fire shield. Should the jade shatter, I will come riding through flames. As his fingertips brushed the warm stone, Suchin's breath hitched slightly. This generous gift, your disciple will remember it. Life-saving trump cards were never unwelcome. Rivercrest's future is worth the investment. A heavy hand settled on his shoulder, armored gauntlets digging uncomfortably into flesh. As the carriage rolled through the dusk, Su Chun tucked the jade against his chest. The blood-tinged sunset draped the city in battle-forged gold. In the flickering candlelight of the Luo estate, Luo Dongshan pushed open the training chamber door. Tomorrow marks the 3-year agreement. Are you prepared? Luo Qingxue sheathed her sword, frost blooming along its edge before answering with frigid precision. First tier, second stage realm stabilized. Swordplay refined by 30%. Her voice cracked like ice, radiating an impenetrable chill. Good. Her father drummed his fingers against the mahogany table. Make sure Suchin witnesses that a rank weapon worth 10 million. The young woman nodded and departed, her skirt whispering soundlessly over stone. Luo Dongshan watched her retreating back, his sigh lost in the gathering dark. Translation: Don't worry, daughter. Her father's voice was low but firm. Once we defeat that brat tomorrow, our Luo family will grant him any resources he asks for. This battle was about family honor, and the Luo family could not afford to lose. Luo Qingxue closed her eyes and gave a quiet yet her fingertips dug subtly into her palms. Over the years, the Luo family had taken too much from Su Chun. Deep down, she didn't really want to win. But if she held back, where would that leave her family's pride? Even with the resources she had secretly sent Su Chun, his cultivation and combat skills were still far beneath hers. She wouldn't even need to fight seriously. Oh, one more thing. Her father abruptly cut through her thoughts. Be careful. That kid has already mastered a second-tier combat technique. He must have been training non-stop. Luo Qingxue stiffened. 2 days? Mastering a second-tier technique? Impossible. An image flashed through her mind, Su Chun gritting his teeth, soaked in sweat, practicing relentlessly. A faint glimmer flickered in her eyes. Should she throw the match or truly win? The answer seemed clearer now. Even if not for the family. Her father raised his voice as she turned away. Think of your parents. Those words hit her like a boulder, freezing her steps. Her fists clenched, her spine rigid for several seconds, yet she didn't look back. Thanks. Your treat. Su Chun leaned back in his chair, flashing Xi Yaoyao a lazy grin from across the table. Xi Yaoyao gulped down her orange juice before huffing. Humph. Who wants to treat you? My dad forced me to find you, so? What did you two do this morning? He came back nagging about me spending more time with you. She wrinkled her nose miserably. Great. Now even her father saw him as future son-in-law material. Oh, if you really didn't want to treat me, why do you go out of your way to drag me to lunch? Xi Yaoyao choked. Now that she thought about it, he had a point. She never did anything she didn't want to. Could it be she actually wanted to see him? Don't flatter yourself. She scrambled to change the subject. So your 3-year duel with Luo Qingxue tomorrow want me there? Why? Think about it. Her eyes lit up as she leaned in. After you crush Luo Qingxue, I, the campus belle, will personally hand you water in front of everyone. How epic would that be? The whole arena would be watching. She lifted her chin triumphantly, as if already picturing Su Chun wrapped around her finger. Sounds nice, Su Chun chuckled, but no thanks. Xi Yaoyao froze. You don't need me? TCH. You're supposed to say I need you. Beg me. Beg me one more time. Make me happy, and maybe I'll say yes. Hurry up. Xi Yaoyao planted her hands on her hips. Her cheeks puffed up like she'd stuffed 2 candies in them. Su Chun chuckled softly and shook his head. Not begging. You're bullying me. Her eyes reddened, her voice tinged with grievance. All right, I'm begging you. Let's go together tomorrow, okay? Su Chun raised his hands, his tone laced with resignation. Xi Yaoyao tilted her chin up, though the corners of her lips curled ever so slightly. That's more like it. But now I don't feel like going anymore. Who told you to make me mad earlier? Fine then, I'll ask someone else. Heard the school beauty from 3rd high is quite pretty. The one from 4th high doesn't seem bad either. Su Chun turned as if to leave. You wouldn't dare? She leapt up instantly. Who said I wasn't going? I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Su Chun glanced back at her stomping feet and smirked. Actions speak louder than words. He stood up. Bill S. paid. See you tomorrow. Stretching his shoulders, he pushed the door open and stepped out. About time you acted decent. Xi Yaoyao called after him, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Su Chun didn't turn back, merely raising a hand in farewell. Be careful on your way home. Xi Yaoyao slurped down the last of her orange juice and bounced out of her seat. Time to go home. Her footsteps were as light as springs. The door clicked shut, and Su Chun exhaled, a translucent panel materializing before his eyes. Everything except abilities and spiritual artifacts was lit up, all upgradable. That afternoon, he sold the demonic beasts he hunted and a few low-tier weapons, netting a cool 2 million. He dumped it all into a movement combat skill Shadow Step. Shadow Step, become one with darkness, teleporting forward. Proficiency increases range. System, upgrade Shadow Step to Novice. 300 kill points consumed. Shadow Step, Novice. Remaining, 2,000. Breakthrough 1st tier, 6th stage. 600 kill points consumed. Breakthrough to first tier, 6th stage. Remaining, 1400. Abyssal Mire and Corrupt Bat Swarm both to intermediate. 300 points, Abyssal Mire, intermediate. 800 points, Corrupt Bat Swarm, intermediate. Remaining, 300. A surge of heat flooded his limbs. Suchin clenched his fists, joints cracking faintly. He could feel it clearly. Abyssal Mire's control radius had expanded. Corrupt Bat Swarm now summoned twice as many bats. Their fangs glinting ominously, and Shadow Step could now cover 10 meters in an instant. Glancing at his meager remaining 300 kill points, he sighed. The higher he climbed, the steeper the cost. System, open status panel. A holographic display flickered to life. Name, Suchun. Cultivation method, Shadow Sovereign Arts. Ability, S-rank Shadow Monarch. Realm, first tier, 6th stage. Bone tempering, 2nd cycle complete. Bonded artifact, S-rank Reaper S Scythe. Techniques, none. Suchin glanced at the virtual panel before him. Skills, 3rd tier Darkfang Strike proficient. 3rd tier Shadow Step novice. 2nd tier Shadow Claw proficient. 2nd tier Abyssal Mire proficient. Inventory, Mysterious Egg. His fingers slowly clenched into a fist, knuckles whitening from the pressure. The Luo family, he muttered under his breath, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Since you chose cruelty, don't blame me for what comes next. With that, he tugged the blanket over his head and soon fell into a deep sleep. The June sun hung like a scorching fireball in the sky, baking the schoolyard until the ground burned hot underfoot. Yet Second High School of Chuancheng was bustling, its atmosphere even fiercer than the weather. Above the school gates, a crimson banner glared under the sunlight. Warm welcome to the 5 great supernatural academies. Principal Wang Donglai, clad in a sharply pressed suit, led the school's leadership team as they stood rigidly at the entrance, eyes anxiously scanning the distance. Crowded on either side of the gates were excited students, their hushed whispers rising and falling like waves. This year, Second High is finally making its mark. Class 2's homeroom teacher couldn't hide his smugness as he murmured to a colleague. All thanks to Su Chun and Luo Qingxue getting the 5 academies to personally come recruit them. Indeed, Principal Wang chimed in, beaming. Last year, we didn't have a single elite prospect. Now suddenly we have 2, both elemental talents with sky-high potential. Heaven truly favors Second High. The surrounding administrators nodded eagerly, their smiles brimming with pride. This year, the entire city had its eyes on their school because of these 2 students. Just then, the low roar of engines grew louder as 5 military green jeeps rumbled into view, massive as steel beasts. Wang Donglai stiffened, quickly adjusting his tie and straightening his posture. The convoy rolled to a halt, doors swinging open as 3 men and 2 women stepped out. Their postures were immaculate, radiating an invisible pressure that seemed to thicken the air itself. The student body erupted instantly. Look, it's Zhao Tianyun from Modu Academy. They say his spear strikes faster than lightning. Long Zhan from Military War University is here too. He's the monster who soloed a king-tier demonic beast. Oh my god, Chu Jining from Jingwu. She's even prettier in person. Awe and envy clung to these renowned powerhouses like shadows. Principal Wang hurried forward, all smiles. Welcome, esteemed mentors. Your presence brings boundless honor to our humble school. Li Siwei, representing Guangwu Academy, chuckled warmly. No need for formalities, Principal Wang. The credit lies with your excellent teaching. Enough small talk, Zhao Tianyun of Modu Academy cut in impatiently, his voice booming. Where are Su Chun and Luo Qingxue? Next to him, Chu Jining let out a cool laugh. Director Zhao, after all these years, you're still as brash as ever. Oh, Zhao Tianyun arched a brow. Is Jingwu so desperate they sent a woman to do a man's job? Their gazes locked, sparks practically flying in the air. The rivalry between Modu and Jingwu, the nation's top 2 academies, had simmered for years. That's enough, growled Long Zhan of Military War University, his voice deep and commanding. We're here to recruit, not listen to you 2 bicker. Lu Fonglan from the North Martial Arts Institute frowned, her voice laced with unmistakable impatience. Standing here catching wind is hardly productive. Let us get down to business sooner rather than later. Zhao Tianyun and Chu Jining both snorted coldly in unison, each taking half a step back and turning their faces away. Caught between them, Principal Wang Donglai forced a smile, beads of sweat forming at his temples. He cleared his throat, his voice deliberately booming. Esteemed representatives, I assume you've all heard today, Su Chun and Luo Qingxue are scheduled for a duel. Why not adjourn to the training grounds first? We can discuss recruitment matters afterward. The representatives exchanged glances before nodding one after another. They had indeed heard about this duel. It was the perfect opportunity to assess both fighters' capabilities. Li Siwei broke the silence gently. Let us proceed as Principal Wang suggests. Shall we head in? Please follow me. Wang Donglai let out a relieved breath and strode ahead to lead the way. In the spectator stands of the training grounds, 5 dossiers were handed to the representatives. Amidst the rustling of flipping pages, hushed discussions arose. A commoner awakening in S-rank ability is indeed rare, Lu Fenglan murmured as she skimmed Su Chen's file, her fingertip tapping lightly on the shadow-type ability entry. A pity he is up against Luo Qingxue. Her ice-type ability far surpasses shadow-type. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Shadow-type abilities had always been considered inferior to elemental ones, and Luo Qingxue, born into a prestigious family, had access to far richer cultivation resources. The scales had tipped long before the match began. Wang Donglai excused himself with a slight bow. If you'll excuse me for a moment. At the school gates, he nearly collided with a familiar figure and couldn't suppress his surprise. Lord Shi? What brings you here today? Shi Yuanshan, the reclusive city lord, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed beyond the campus toward the training grounds. To watch my future son-in-law compete. Future son-in-law. Wang Donglai's pupils dilated as an image of that quiet, black-clad boy flashed through his mind. You mean? Su Chun, do I need permission to enter? Not at all. Please, this way. Wang Donglai stepped aside to guide him inwardly, his palms damp with sweat. Who could have guessed that behind that reticent boy stood the most powerful man in Chuan City? Shi Yuanshan strode forward, his dark robe billowing with a gust of wind. Soon after, carriages bearing noble family crests began arriving in succession. Watching the distinguished guests stream in, Wang Donglai wiped his face with a wry smile. In the distance, the training grounds erupted with deafening cheers. The duel was about to begin. Most likely, the Luo family was behind the hype, aiming to use today's opportunity to climb even higher. He couldn't help but sweat for Su Chun. One person going up against an entire family? It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly futile. At the school gate, Su Chun was chewing on a crispy golden grain cake, his cheeks stuffed full. Before him, rows of luxury cars and military vehicles gleamed coldly under the sun, forming an intimidating lineup. He couldn't resist whistling in appreciation. Damn, now that's a showy entrance. Brother Chun, you're finally here. Han Xiaoli rushed up, panting heavily, his forehead slick with sweat, his face pale. What is going on? Su Chun paused mid-chew, the grain cake hovering in midair. Brother Chun, don't get mad when I tell you this. Han Xiaoli swallowed hard, his voice shaky. Su Chun's heart sank. In a low tone, he demanded, speak. I just saw. The Luo family brought your uncle too. He asked, sitting in the spectator seats. Su Chun's fingers tightened abruptly, crushing the grain cake with an audible crunch. His expression instantly darkened, as if coated with frost. So this was the Luo family's play? Bringing his uncle here wasn't it just to make him watch firsthand how his nephew would be publicly humiliated and trampled into the dirt? To have him collapse at Luo Qingxue's feet, then witness his loved ones pleading in despair? If not for the system backing him, wouldn't he truly be a lamb led to slaughter today? A furious heat surged through him. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Today's battle wasn't just about winning, it was about winning decisively. He was going to force Luo Dongshan to kneel and apologize in front of everyone. Brother Chun, don't panic. I know you can win. Han Xiaoli, seeing Su Chun's terrifying expression, quickly tried to reassure him. Su Chun snorted with icy amusement. Win? Of course I'm going to win. And I'll make sure they don't even get a chance to fight back. He was going to reclaim what was owed to him tenfold, 100-fold. Han Xiaoli slapped his chest loudly. I'm betting everything on Brother Chin to win, swearing it on my future love life. Su Chun raised a hand and patted his shoulder, neither too lightly nor too heavily. Stop talking nonsense. Crushing them is a foregone conclusion, no need for you to stake anything. Either way, I believe in you. Unconditionally. Han Xiaoli grinned widely, forcing a bright smile. But beneath that smile, worry surged like relentless waves crashing against his heart. Let us go? It's time to enter. Just as the two turned to leave, a cool voice drifted from behind them, like shards of ice colliding. Su Chun, can we talk alone? Su Chun halted mid-step and slowly turned. Luo Qingxue stood nearby, her face serene and breathtakingly beautiful, yet veiled in frost. Fine. Han Xiaoli promptly took the hint, winked knowingly, and scurried off. The two walked toward a quiet spot under the shade of a tree, where silence enveloped them, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Suddenly, Luo Qingxue stopped and turned to face him, her gaze steady. For this match, I want you to win. When the time comes, I'll hold back appropriately. The Luo family owed him too much. Letting him win might be the only compensation she could offer. Unnecessary. Su Chun's voice was firm. Bring everything you have. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't last even one move. Earlier, when they passed each other, he had already quietly assessed her. Luo Qingxue's aura had barely crossed the threshold of the first stage, second tier. Awakening in 3 days and reaching this level made her a genius among her peers. But to him, she was still far from posing a threat. Luo Qingxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly, confusion flickering across her eyes. In her memory, Su Chun had never been this arrogant. The young man before her was completely different from the dull Su Chun in Luo Qingxue's memories. Are you sure you want me to go all out? Su Chen's voice was eerily calm. Of course. This is the best outcome for both you and me. Su Chun harbored no ill will toward Luo Qingxue herself. The roaring fury in his chest was reserved solely for her father Luo Dongshan, the treacherous man who had stomped on his family when they were at their lowest. Are you truly certain? Luo Qingxue pressed. I've made my decision, Su Chun replied, turning away with finality. After today, we're even. Luo Qingxue stood rooted in place, her beautiful eyes clouded with confusion as she watched him leave. What could have possibly happened to this boy to bring about such an earth-shattering transformation? She exhaled softly and strode toward the training grounds. The training arena was packed to the brim. Thousands of seats were filled to capacity, the deafening clamor threatening to blow the roof off. Representatives from every influential faction in the city had arrived, members of major organizations, and even students from rival academies drawn by the spectacle. No one wanted to miss this feast, a direct clash between two S-rank superhumans. Esteemed guests, my daughter Qingxue is honored by your presence, Luo Dongshan said with a greasy smile, sidling up to several high-ranking representatives. The envoys from Jingwu and Mo barely spared him a glance, their expressions dripping with undisguised disdain as they ignored him. Li Siwei, however, offered a polite smile. Patriarch Luo has raised an admirable daughter. You flatter me. It's all her own diligence. Luo Dongshan demurred with practiced humility. Li Siwei gave a slight nod before shifting his gaze to the empty combat stage. I'm quite looking forward to Su Chun and your daughter's performance. Ha. Rest assured, my daughter won't disappoint. Luo Dongshan boasted with unmistakable pride. Li Siwei said no more, focusing intently on the stage. Taking the hint, Luo Dongshan tactfully withdrew. Leaning toward his steward, he whispered, Has Su Chen's uncle Su Tianfeng arrived? Yes, he's seated over there, the steward murmured, discreetly pointing toward a corner. Following the gesture, Luo Dongshan spotted Su Tianfeng sitting silently. He snorted faintly through his nose. Well done. All thanks to your masterful planning, Patriarch, the steward fawned. Luo Dongshan waved him off, and the steward bowed before retreating. Almost instantly, a swarm of sycophantic faction leaders crowded around Luo Dongshan, showering him with praises. To them, Luo Qingxue's victory was inevitable today would catapult the Luo family to unprecedented heights. As for Su Chen, he was nothing but a pitiful stepping stone. Patriarch Luo, you've truly raised a phoenix. After today, the Luo family's status will soar. Indeed, Patriarch Luo, our families must strengthen ties moving forward. Their words washed over Luo Dongshan like warm wine, filling him with smug satisfaction. The sensation of being the center of attention was intoxicating. Fear not, friends. When the Luo family ascends further, we shan't forget our oldest allies. Today would be the Luo family's grandest moment. From afar, Shi Yuanshan observed Luo Dongshan's self-satisfied demeanor and shook his head lightly. After today, the Luo family might find themselves plummeting from the clouds. Father, where's Su Chun? I don't see him anywhere, Shi Yaoyao asked beside him, standing on her tiptoes as she searched the crowd curiously. How much longer do we have to wait? Shi Yaoyao kicked a small pebble idly at her feet. Once Principal Wang finishes his opening remarks, it should start, right? She muttered under her breath. If it weren't for Su Chun, who'd he even come to such a noisy place? The martial arena's spectator stands gradually filled up, buzzing with chatter. Principal Wang Donglai strode onto the central platform, his voice booming. Welcome, everyone. Today marks the duel between our own Su Chun and Luo Qingxue. We also extend our gratitude to the representatives of the 5 major ability academies. Now, let us welcome our 2 competitors, Su Chun and Luo Qingxue. The referee team had already taken their positions at the 4 corners of the stage. From the preparation area, Luo Qingxue was the first to rise. Sunlight glinted off her ice-sculpted profile, sending the stands into an uproar. Luo Qingxue will crush it. Show him what girls are made of. Cheers surged like tidal waves around the arena. This girl carries quite an aura, Zhao Tianyun remarked with a slight nod. Ice counters darkness, and she comes from a noble lineage, Li Siwei added. This might just be a one-sided stomp. The others nodded in agreement. Resources, background, elemental advantage. Su Chun was outmatched on all fronts. No need to rush, Chu Jining chuckled lightly. Su Chun hasn't even shown up yet. Principal Wang Donglai called out again. Let us welcome Su Chun to the stage. The preparation area remained empty. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Just then, the arena's massive doors creaked open slowly. Su Chun stepped in calmly, draped in black like midnight itself. Amid the clamor, his gaze swept silently across the stands before settling on one corner. He smiled faintly at Su Tianfeng, who was waving energetically, and raised a hand in acknowledgement. Go get him, Xiao Chun. His uncle's shout pierced through the noise. Su Chun nodded and strode steadily toward the stage. Interesting, Chu Jining murmured, narrowing her eyes. That boy isn't ordinary. So, who's everyone betting on? Lu Fenglan broke the silence. Luo Qingxue, probably, Zhao Tianyun said flatly. Commoners beating noble heirs? Rarely happens. The gap in resources is just too wide. Lu Fenglan sighed, flipping through her notes. Divine treasures, training environments, they're practically from different worlds. Yet Chu Jining curled her lips into a smirk. I'm betting on that boy in black. For pairs of eyes instantly locked onto her. Zhao Tianyun snorted derisively, his nostrils flaring with contempt. A scion of the frost lineage against some self-taught dark element, brat, how is this even a contest? Care to make a wager? Chu Jining's fingers unconsciously curled tighter. As a fellow dark element user, the faint aura radiating from that boy moments ago had sent chills down her spine like a peasant kneeling before a king, instinctively holding her breath. Wager what? Zhao Tianyun crossed his arms leisurely. You win. Name your price. If I win. She lifted her gaze sharply. Give me a dark element combat skill above tier 5. Deal. Chu Jining. Today I'll prove once and for all trash like that doesn't get second chances. We'll see. Chu Jining murmured, her eyes fixed on the arena. Don't disappoint me, kid. On the elevated platform, Su Chun in black stood motionless against Luo Qingxue in icy blue darkness confronting frozen tundra. Ready? The referee's voice sliced through the tension. Amen. Proceed. 2 replies, one steady, the other glacial. The referee swiftly retreated, raising his arm. Begin. Before the echo faded, Luo Qingxue's body shimmered with cerulean light, her eyes twin pools of frozen malice. With a flick of her wrist, snowflakes scattered from her palm. Absolute zero. A blizzard erupted instantly. The temperature plummeted as jagged ice spread visibly across the arena with crackling fury, encasing everything within seconds. Biting cold condensed into mist, frost crept up Su Chun's sleeves and hair until he stood frozen, a motionless statue. The crowd erupted. That's it. Didn't he even twitch? Useless. Can't even handle one move. Luo Dongshan smirked inwardly. S-rank talent? Pathetic. Just as jeers crescendoed. Crack. Web-like fractures spiderwebbed across the ice. Then boom, the frozen shell exploded outward in crystalline shards. Su Chun rolled his neck, ice shedding from his shoulders like dead skin. Warm up over, he said, dark light flickering in his eyes. Luo Qingshua's pupils contracted. In one fluid motion, she drew a sword glimmering with deadly frost from her spatial ring, its mere presence freezing the air. Glacial sever. A sword aura wreathed in bone-chilling cold slashed through the air towards Su Chun. Yet Su Chun didn't even lift an eyelid. With a casual lift of his right hand, dark energy surged and condensed in his palm. In an instant, a massive black scythe coiled with ominous energy materialized in his grasp. The icy sword chi was already upon him. Su Chun merely flicked his wrist. Shick! The blade swept through the air, shattering the fierce sword chi effortlessly like fragile ice crystals. The freezing energy scattered harmlessly, failing to leave even a scratch. That scythe, just looking at it sends chills down my spine. Luo Qingxua, standing not far away, paled instantly, a cold dread creeping up her spine. Before she could react, shadows engulfed her. A colossal claw of darkness formed overhead and plummeted toward her. Luo Qingxua tried to move, but her body froze in place. She glanced down in horror. Her feet had already sunk into a viscous black mire, tendrils of darkness tightening around her legs like shackles. Boom! The claw smashed down with a thunderous crash. Blood sprayed from Luo Qingshua's lips as she was sent flying like a ragdoll. Her ordinary clothes disintegrated instantly under the force, revealing shimmering silver armor beneath an A-grade defensive artifact that had barely saved her life. Gritting her teeth, she raised her head and stared at the young man approaching with unhurried steps, disbelief flooding her eyes. How is he this strong? Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating unchecked from Su Chun, her lips twisted into a bitter smile. She had lost. First rank 6th stage. He had long since left her in the dust. Her earlier words, "I'll go easy on him," now felt like a pathetic joke. Helplessness swallowed her whole. At the same time, Su Chun's true cultivation realm was laid bare for all to see. The entire arena fell into stunned silence before exploding into uproar. 2 moves. Su Chun defeated Luo Qingxua, who was wearing a great armor, in just 2 moves. First rank 6th stage. Even breaking my back training only got me to first rank 1st stage. How is this possible? That scythe, is that his bound spirit weapon? It's terrifying. Guarantee we told family background decides everything? This is complete domination. Gasps and exclamations surged like tidal waves. Nearly every pair of eyes locked onto Su Chun. All prior support for Luo Qingxua now wholly redirected toward this dark horse who had appeared out of nowhere. On the viewing platform, Zhao Tianyan slammed his palm onto his thigh and shot to his feet, excitement blazing in his eyes. Absurd. Utterly absurd. We must recruit this kid no matter what. His mind raced. Reaching first rank 6th stage for days after awakening? That shattered records untouched in the Dragon Kingdom for decades. Worse, or rather, more terrifying, was that every combat skill Su Chun wielded had already reached minor mastery. This wasn't just genius. This was monstrous. Chu Jining drew a sharp breath, her fingertips turning ice cold. This couldn't merely be described as genius anymore. That guy was outright a monster. Heh. She chuckled lightly, nudging the person beside her with her elbow. Who was it that said the Luo family's young lady had this in the bag? Her voice still carried lingering shock, yet was tinged with a hint of playful mockery. Strong? This kid wasn't just strong. Even if they dragged out all the hidden prodigies nurtured by those old monsters from the capital and the demon city, none of them would last more than a few moves against him. And more than that, Chu Jining's gaze fell on the ominous black scythe radiating an eerie aura. That thing might very well be the legendary bonded spirit artifact. Cough. My mistake earlier. One of the recruitment representatives suddenly shot to his feet, his voice trembling with excitement. This kid our academy is taking him. No one else even thinks about snatching him. Chu Jining arched a brow and leisurely retorted, assuming you can even afford to invite this living deity. Unlike their fervor, the other three recruitment reps had already whipped out their communicators, practically shouting into them as they reported to their academy superiors. Headmaster, highest level treatment. We must offer him the highest level treatment. 3 days. Just 3 days. These results are completely unheard of. Secure him, and the championship in the next academy tournament is ours. To gain Su Chun was to gain supremacy overall. At this moment, no one doubted those words. In another corner of the spectator stands, Luo Dongshan slumped in his seat like a sack of boneless meat. His face was deathly pale, drained of all color. It was over. Everything was over. Why? His fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his palms. Why should a rootless orphan be this strong? That glory should have been his Luo family's. Yet now, it had been crushed beneath the feet of this damned stray. His eyes burned crimson, madness swirling violently in their depths. The people around him who had been all smiles and fawning just moments ago now silently shifted their seats away from him, as though avoiding the plague. Reality was just that frigid and cruel. On the arena stage, Su Chan's footsteps were steady, his boots echoing crisply against the cold stone floor. He stopped before Luo Qingxue, raising the massive black scythe in his hand until its blade pointed straight toward the heavens like death himself descending. You've lost. His voice wasn't too loud, but it carried the weight of an irrevocable verdict. Luo Qingxue lifted her head, forcing a bitter smile onto her pallid lips as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yes, I've lost. I'm sorry. You're not the one who should apologize. Su Chun whipped his head around, his gaze like twin bolts of ice that pierced through the crowd, locking onto Luo Dongshan with lethal precision. From his robes, he drew a crimson-stained engagement contract. With a flick of his wrist, he unfurled the document fully. His voice suddenly amplified, sharp as shattering frost, and resonating throughout the entire stadium. Luo Dongshan, you old dog, what do you have to say for yourself today? From start to finish, it was your Luo family that was unworthy of mine, unworthy of me, Su Chun. 18 years ago, my parents gave their lives to save yours. And how did you repay their sacrifice? The moment my parents were buried 3 years ago, you rushed to my doorstep to break the engagement, offering me scraps as compensation, humiliating me, beating my uncle half to death. You spread slander far and wide, tarnishing my name, dumping all the blame for the broken engagement onto my shoulders. And today, Su Chun's voice was steel. I, Su Chun, hereby renounce your Luo family's daughter. This engagement. He raised the crimson document higher. I'm the one discarding it. Because your Luo family isn't worthy. Before his last word faded, his hands moved with violent force. Ryup. The scarlet engagement contract was torn cleanly in half, then shredded into countless pieces. Su Chin flung the remnants into the air, where they scattered like bloodied snowflakes, dissolving into nothingness upon the wind. 3 years ago, he had just arrived in this world when his parents fell in battle. Before their bodies had even cooled, the Luo family had come knocking to sever ties. That soul-deep humiliation, he hadn't forgotten a single word of it. Not even now. His second uncle had gone to the Luo family to demand justice for him, only to be gravely injured and mocked for being nothing more than a lowly hunter for life. Today, Luo Dongshan would pay 100-fold for what he had done back then. Only the victor had the right to speak. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd sharpened like blades, all locking onto Luo Dongshan. My God, the Luo family is this shameless? I'll never buy their goods again, utterly disgusting. Ungrateful wretches. Saving your whole family was worse than saving a dog. At least a dog knows how to wag its tail. Luo Dongshan must apologize to Su Chun. Apologize. 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 Outcries rose like crashing waves as fury swept through the crowd, Luo Dongshan's actions igniting public wrath. The surrounding factions quickly took sides, scrambling to distance themselves from the Luo family. I never imagined the Luo family head was this kind of person. From now on, our families will have no dealings. Patriarch Luo, our partnership ends here. I don't do business with those who betray trust. Mockery surged like a tidal wave. Luo Dongshan's legs weakened as if drained of all strength. He was finished. Everything had collapsed by his own hand. Regret was useless now. Luo Dongshan, go up and apologize to Su Chun, Shi Yuanshan said gravely. At least spare your family its last shred of dignity. Luo Dongshan's eyes were hollow, his expression lifeless, as he nodded numbly. Fine. He leaped onto the stage and faced Su Chun, the man who had utterly crushed him. There was no hatred left in his gaze, only fathomless regret. If he hadn't been blinded by power, would things have come to this? He dropped to one knee, voice hoarse. Su Chun, I, Luo Dongshan, wronged you, and your parents even more. You don't have the right to speak of my parents. Su Chun's glare was icy. You're not remorseful, you just know you're finished. You're right. I don't deserve to mention Brother Su. I failed him. Luo Dongshan clenched his fists until nails bit into his flesh. And he is not the only one you failed. Su Chun turned and shouted, Second uncle, come forward. Su Tianfeng approached slowly, his expression conflicted. Little Chun, the one you owe the most is my second uncle. Su Chun spat coldly. You fought beasts side by side, bled together, and yet you mocked him? Disgusting. Luo Dongshan looked at Su Tianfeng, his body numb, lips trembling. Tianfeng, I wronged you. With that, he dropped to both knees and began kowtowing violently, forehead splitting open, blood streaming down his face. Su Tianfeng sighed deeply, weariness etched in his eyes. Dongshan, you've walked too many wrong paths in this life. Su Chun barely restrained his fury before delivering a brutal kick. Luo Dongshan tumbled back, blood spraying from his mouth. From today onward, the Su and Luo families are severed. With that, Su Chun turned and descended the stage with his uncle. In this battle, Su Chun, a commoner, had crushed nobility with absolute, undeniable victory. Luo Dongshan collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, his pride shattered, and the future of the entire Luo family seemed to plummet into an abyss. He had brought this upon himself. Luo Qingxue stared at her father's disheveled figure, her gaze vacant. Her steps unsteady, she moved forward, reaching out to help him up, her voice hoarse. Let us go home. Wang Donglai watched the scene unfold and shook his head with a sigh. You reap what you sow. Then he raised his voice and declared, the winner Su Chun. Had it been any ordinary rank awakened standing on that stage today instead of Su Chun, they would have been utterly crushed by the Luo family, with no hope of recovery. But Su Chun had defied fate with sheer strength, shocking everyone with this single battle. Wang Donglai turned around only to find that the representatives of the 5 major supernatural academies had already vanished from their spots. They had all rushed towards Su Chun. No need to guess they were scrambling to recruit him. A gratified smile spread across Wang Donglai's face. Our second high school has finally produced a true dragon. Inside the principal's office, Su Chun and his uncle were surrounded by the 5 academy representatives. Su Chun, come to Magic Capital Academy. I guarantee, beautiful women every day, no repeats. Zhao Tianyan thumped his chest as he shouted. Su Chun arched an eyebrow. What kind of benefit is that? Zhao Tianyan, is that all you've got? Chu Jining sneered, her tone laced with mockery. Su Chun, choose Military Combat Academy. Unlimited military rations, plus SSS tier enrollment treatment. The principal nearby gasped at those words. SSS tier, that was the highest possible treatment, entailing top-tier resources and cultivation. It seemed second high school of Chuancheng was about to shake the entire nation. Zhao Tianyan panicked. I told you not to compete with me. Su Chun, come to me, and I'll also offer SSS tier. I'll personally mentor you, take you as my last disciple. Su Chun remained calm, turning his gaze to the other 3 representatives. And what about you 3? Comparing offers, he knew what he was doing. The other 2 representatives quickly followed suit. We also offer SSS tier treatment. Given Su Chun's demonstrated potential, he was absolutely worth it. Wang Donglai's heart trembled. 4 academies offering SSS tiers simultaneously was unprecedented. In the past, Only descendants of hidden powerhouses from the capital or magic city had ever received such treatment. Su Chun's eyes landed on the last person, Chu Jining. He paused slightly. She wore a sharply tailored woman's suit, accentuating her slender figure. Her skin was as pale as jade, her lips curved in a faint smirk, a touch of wine red at the corners of her eyes, cool, yet subtly alluring. Chu Jining remained silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly. I can also grant you SSS tier treatment. But beyond that, two more things you truly desire. Su Chin's eyes suddenly lit up. The offer was almost too good to be true. I need a cultivation technique that can enhance internal source energy, he said quickly, his tone edged with urgency. Also, dark element combat skills above the 5th tier. Is that possible? Enhancing source energy, that was precisely what he craved most right now. As for combat skills, the stronger they were, the better his chances of survival in life or death battles. Chu Jining remained silent, her fingers tapping lightly against the table. His request carried significant weight. The cost was immense, yet her instincts told her this young man might just deliver returns beyond imagination. To gamble or not. The air seemed to thicken. Finally, she took a deep breath and answered decisively. Fine. I agree. You're insane. Zhao Tianyun nearly leaped from his chair, disbelief written across his face. Chu Jining, the price you're offering is enough to recruit an S-tier genius. The path of martial arts is fraught with uncertainties. How can you stake everything on him alone? Chu Jining's heart raced, but her voice remained eerily calm. So what? Humph. Zhao Tianyun slammed back into his seat with a cold laugh. I'd love to see how you explain this to the headmaster. The other representatives exchanged glances before standing reluctantly. Since Su Chun has chosen Kyoto Academy, we want to intrude further, one said, regret heavy in his tone. The young man's potential was undeniable, but alas, their offers had reached their limits. Wait! Su Chun suddenly called out. They paused, turning back in confusion. Su Chun? Changed your mind? Someone asked. He shook his head. I only hope the esteemed elders will judge Luo Qingxue fairly. The fault lies with her father, not her. She has already apologized sincerely and cut ties with her past. No one chooses their bloodline. Please give her a fair chance. The representatives exchanged glances, admiration flickering in their eyes, before finally departing without another word. Only two remained in the hall. A faint smile touched Chu Jining's lips as she slid a document across the table. Su Chun, sign this enrollment agreement and SSS tier benefits contract, and you'll officially be a member of Kyoto Academy. He took the pen, his strokes swift and decisive as his signature flowed onto the page. Done, Professor Chu. He handed the documents back. Chu Jining took the documents, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Welcome, Su Chun. From this moment on, you are officially a member of the Kyoto Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Su Chun gave a slight bow. The honor is mine. Just as Chu Jining was about to speak again, a sharp ringtone sliced through the air. She answered the call swiftly, her expression tightening instantly. A demon nest uprising? Understood. Hanging up, she turned to Su Chun, her words rapid fire. There's an emergency at the academy. I must return immediately. Will you come with me? I need a few days to arrange things. Su Chun paused. He truly needed time to prepare, but more importantly, he planned to hunt down a few more demonic beasts before leaving. Fine. The entrance exam is in 7 days. I'll send someone to fetch you then. Your enrollment rewards will be delivered at the same time. Chu Jining spun on her heel, her robes billowing behind her. With the demon nests unstable, I must lead the suppression force. Before her voice had even faded, her figure dissolved into a streak of shadow, vanishing down the corridor. Su Chun turned to Principal Wang Donglai beside him. Principal, what's this demon nest? Wang adjusted his glasses, his gaze solemn behind the lenses. 300 years ago, cosmic energy swept across Blue Star. Beasts mutated, and humans awakened supernatural abilities. But the disaster didn't end. Their spatial rifts tore open beneath the earth, and alien invaders emerged, establishing 3 major demon nests underground. Our academy guards the second nest, home to the blood-savage Ox tribe. His voice darkened. For now, these spatial rifts only permit aliens below the 10th rank to pass through, which is why Blue Star survives barely. But the rifts are expanding. Wang took a deep breath. Within 5 years, stronger alien generals will descend. When that happens, we'll need a true savior. Su Chun tapped the desk lightly with his fingers. Aliens. Counted as prey, didn't they? Ding. Verdict confirmed. Aliens can be exchanged for slaughter points. A glint of ruthless intent flickered in his eyes. Demon nests? More like hunting grounds. However, Wang Donglai suddenly emphasized, his tone heavier. The rate of the rift's expansion is accelerating faster than predicted. Wang Donglai let out a deep sigh. His brows weighed down as if carrying 1,000 burdens. 5 more years. If no one breaks through the 10th tier within 5 years. He didn't finish the sentence, but the heavy silence said it all. The fate of Blue Star hung by a thread. Su Chin clenched his fists unconsciously, a sense of urgency creeping up his spine. 5 years. Could he reach the 10th tier in that time? The fastest record in Dragon Country was 18 years. But with his system in hand, 5 years wasn't too much to ask, right? There'll always be someone, a superpowered savior who can fix everything, Su Chin said, trying to keep his tone light. Maybe. Wang Donglai only shook his head, his face etched with 3 centuries' worth of helplessness. If it were truly that easy, why would they still be waiting today? He turned and patted Su Chin's shoulder, his tone turning solemn. Kid, when you get to Capital Meta Academy, be careful. That place is crawling with prodigies, dragons fighting tigers. It's nothing like our little town here. Here, you're the best. There, you're just another star in the sky. But looking at the stubborn glint in Su Chun's eyes, Wang Donglai couldn't shake the inexplicable feeling this kid might just carve out his own legend. I get it. Better safe than sorry. Su Chin nodded, though his eyes burned with fighting spirit. But I'd rather see for myself what these so-called geniuses are made of. The path to restoring the Dark Affinity's glory starts with conquering Capital Academy. Good. That's the spirit. Wang Donglai cracked a relieved smile. I'll be waiting for the day your name shakes the world. Su Chin gave a slight bow. Principal Wang, I'll take my leave to prepare. Go on. Wang Donglai waved him off, watching as the young man turned away. A faint trace of melancholy flickered in his gaze unnoticed. Only when Su Chun's figure vanished around the hallway corner did he mutter softly, parting season again. Just outside the office, Su Chin spotted Shi Yaoyao leaning against the wall. Hands on her hips, her pretty eyes glared at him, lips curling slightly with smug satisfaction. Why are you here? Is this hallway yours? Shi Yaoyao tilted her chin up defiantly. Fine, you win. Let us go talk while we walk. Their footsteps echoed crisply down the empty corridor. So, which academy did you pick? Shi Yaoyao spoke first. Capital. You. Me. She wrinkled her nose. Capital too, obviously. After all, unfamiliar places feel safer with someone you know. Capital standards aren't low, why no? Minimum requirement B tier affinity, Su Chin drawled, side-eyeing her. Don't you underestimate me. Shi Yaoyao bristled instantly, like a cat with its tail stepped on. I'm an A-tier phantom lynx. Getting into Capital a breeze. Oh right, almost forgot about you, little stray cat. Fine, I'll have your back once we're there. Who's watching whose back remains to be seen? She huffed, crossing her arms and turning her head away. Their bickering mingled with footsteps, carrying them noisily all the way to the school gates. There, Luo Qingxue stood conversing quietly with a few representatives from Meta University. Moments later, the discussion ended, and the visitors departed. Well, if at isn't the Luo family's precious heiress. Where are your glasses today? Shi Yaoyao's voice dripped with unmistakable sarcasm. Luo Qingxue lifted her gaze slowly, skimming past Shi Yaoyao before settling cold and detached on Su Chun. Your academy. Her voice was like ice water over stone, clear and emotionless. Capital, Su Chin answered plainly. Hey. Shi Yaoyao immediately jumped between them, indignant. Am I invisible here? If you don't appreciate her, then stay away. Stop being an eyesore. Shi Yaoyao dashed forward in a flash, planting herself in front of Su Chun with arms outstretched, blocking his path. She couldn't stand people like this, those who took things for granted when they had them, only to act like victims once they lost them. Luo Qingxue's footsteps paused for a moment. her gaze lingering on Su Chen's face before she finally uttered just 2 words, "Goodbye." She turned and walked away, her skirt brushing against the ground as her silhouette gradually dissolved into the dusk. "No more contact with her from now on, got it?" Xiao Yao tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, her eyes wide and round. "Who are you to tell me what to do? If not me, then who? Just no means no." She stomped her foot, her cheeks flushing crimson like a ripened fruit. The thought of Luo Qingxue's icy expression made her wish she could glare holes into the very air around them. "Fine, fine, whatever you say. That's more like it." The girl's expression instantly brightened, her eyes curving into crescents as she swung Su Chen's arm excitedly. "Big sis is treating you to a feast. That move you pulled in the arena earlier's so cool. Just a couple of swishes, and boom, your opponent went flying." She chattered on endlessly, like a bird finally freed from its cage. After parting ways, Su Chun pushed open his front door and collapsed onto his bed. His phone screen lit up with a glaring notification. River City headlines: Betrayal. The Luo family becomes public enemy. He swiped past it without hesitation, his expression as calm as still water. All of this was nothing more than Luo Dongshan reaping what he'd sown. Glancing at the clock, he pulled the blanket over himself. With the weight lifted from his heart, tonight would finally be the night he could sleep undisturbed. The next 7 days were prime hunting season for demonic beasts. A week later, the martial exam venue buzzed with noise and excitement. Young aspirants clutched their admission tickets, beads of sweat forming at their temples. This exam would determine whether they could enter elite supernatural academies, where the gap in resources often meant the difference between heaven and earth. It wasn't until midday that Su Chun lazily stretched and yawned. What kind of serious person takes the martial exam bright and early? For the past 7 days, he'd spent his mornings battling beasts in the howling wilderness and his nights refining his battered body. But now, the numbers on his system interface made his eyes burn. Slaughter points: 21,400. "You have no idea what I've been through these past 7 days." He rubbed his face, fingertips trembling slightly with exhilaration. Even without relying on system enhancements, his relentless training had pushed him to Tier 1, Level 7, completing 4 rounds of bone tempering. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. System: calculate the slaughter points required to advance from Tier 1, Level 7 to Tier 2, Level 1. The mechanical voice responded instantly. Total requirement: 8,000 points. Su Chen's brow furrowed tightly. 8,000 points. Just to advance 4 minor realms consumed a staggering 8,000 slaughter points. The number made his heart clench. Looking ahead, these points would never be enough. But the desire to grow stronger overwhelmed everything else. He spat and ground out the command through clenched teeth. "Advance." Before the words had even faded, a torrent of scorching energy exploded through his meridians. Power surged like a ruptured dam, propelling his cultivation realm upward in rapid succession. First Order, 8th tier. First Order, 9th tier. First Order, 10th tier. Second Order, 1st tier. In the blink of an eye, 8,000 slaughter points vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of power flooding his entire body. The accumulated exhaustion from days of hunting was instantly washed away. This feeling incredible. He couldn't help but growl under his breath. System: upgrade all 4 combat techniques to mastery. 7,400 slaughter points consumed. All 4 combat techniques have been upgraded to mastery. The sharply decreasing number on the panel made Su Chen suck in a sharp breath. "What? 2,500 just to master a single third-order technique," he muttered. "The cost is skyrocketing." But the effects were immediate. With a mere thought, his figure blurred, leaving only an afterimage behind as he appeared dozens of meters away, swift as a phantom. This was Phantom Flash. The shadows beneath his feet seemed to come alive, transforming into a viscous mire that expanded several times in range, its restraining force far stronger. This was Abyssal Mire. His fingers curled emptily, shadow energy coalescing into tangible claws that sliced through the air with piercing whistles. This was Shadow Claw. Expensive as hell, but this power, worth it. He clenched his fists, savoring the surging strength. His gaze swept over the remaining 5,000 slaughter points. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself. System, how many points for 5 rounds of bone tempering? Only 500 points. That little. Suchin blinked, then a wilder idea surfaced. After second order would come blood refining, an even greater resource sink. Why not solidify his foundation further now? System, upgrade, bone tempering straight to the 10th round perfect golden bones, he commanded decisively. Insufficient slaughter points. 3,500 points consumed. Bone tempering upgraded to 9th round. As the notification chimed, a series of sharp crackling sounds erupted from within his body, as though countless invisible hammers were frantically forging every inch of his bones. A tingling, searing sensation spread through him. He could distinctly feel his bones becoming impossibly dense, their surfaces even glimmering faintly gold, their hardness rivaling tempered steel. Suchan flexed his fist, knuckles emitting muffled pops. At this point, if I got hit by a car, it'd probably be the vehicle's front end that crumpled, he chuckled dryly before asking. And the 10th round perfect golden bones, how much? Not much. Just 20,000 points. 20,000? Suchin nearly jumped. The first 9 rounds combined didn't even reach a fifth of the final round's cost. Yet this terrifying gap ignited his excitement. It meant perfect golden bones would bring transformative power. Suchin exhaled a long breath. 5,000 points still awaited death, Scythe's evolution. The road ahead stretched endlessly. Slaughter points were a bottomless pit. System, open status panel. A translucent screen unfolded before his eyes. Name, Suchun. Realm, second order, first tier. Ability, S rank Shadow Monarch. Bone tempering, 9th round. Blood refining, not started. Companion artifact, S rank Death Scythe. Cultivation art, none. Mastered combat skills, Eclipse Bat Strike, 3rd tier perfection. Shadow Flash, 3rd tier perfection. Dark Claw, 2nd tier perfection. Abyssal Shadow Pool, 2nd tier perfection. Carried items, 1 mysterious egg. Suchin glanced at the holographic panel hovering before him, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. 10 days, just 10 days. He refused to believe there was anyone else in this world who, like him, could shatter seemingly insurmountable barriers in such a short span, leaping from the peak of 1st tier straight into 2nd tier. A boiling tide of killing intent surged violently in his chest, demanding release, craving the wails of enemies to prove the potency of his newfound power. Ding! A crisp notification chime interrupted his thoughts. Xiao Yao, my parents want you over for dinner. Bring your uncle. Suchun got it. Suchun took a deep breath, suppressing the restless energy churning inside him, and dialed his uncle Su Tianfeng's comm. After a brief explanation, he set off toward the city lord's mansion, a journey that doubled as a farewell of sorts. At the grand arched gates of the mansion, Su Tianfeng hesitated, stopping mid-step with uncertainty etched across his face. Xiaochun, you go ahead alone. Your uncle I want to join you. Suchin seized his uncle's forearm with unwavering resolve. Uncle, don't talk nonsense. You're the closest family I have left in this world. You're coming. Without another word, he pulled Su Tianfeng across the towering threshold. The moment they stepped into the courtyard, City Lord Shi Yuanshan strode forward, radiating warmth. Xiaochun, it's been a while. Your aura, it's grown sharper, fiercer, Shi Yuanshan remarked with keen eyes and a genial smile. You flatter me, City Lord. Just minor progress, Su Chun replied with a slight nod. Shi Yuanshan's smile didn't waver as his gaze shifted to Su Tianfeng beside him. And this must be Brother Tianfeng? City Lord Shi, Su Tianfeng responded promptly, bowing respectfully. Ah, by age, elder brother will suffice, no need for such formality. Shi Yuanshan waved a hand, his tone disarmingly affable for a man who ruled an entire city. Su Tianfeng's heart jolted. The exalted city lord was this approachable? He suspected Su Chan's influence was at play. To have such a nephew, his chest swelled with warmth and pride. The city lord honors me too much. Then elder brother Yuan Shan. Su Tianfeng obliged, his earlier tension easing slightly. Huh, well said. Brother Tianfeng, come, the feast awaits. Tonight, we drink. Shi Yuan Shan laughed heartily, draping an arm over Su Tianfeng's shoulders as he guided him toward the dining hall. Inside, seated around a circular table, were Shi Yaoyao and her mother, Li Yulan. The gathering of five began with an air of congenial warmth. Li Yulan beamed, her gaze lingering on Su Tianfeng before she spoke. You must be the uncle-in-law? The room froze. Shi Yaoyao's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes dropping instantly. Su Chun's chopsticks hovered mid-air, suspended in shock. Ahem. Shi Yuanshan coughed pointedly, his expression awkward as he interjected. Yulan, enough nonsense. The children's affairs are far from settled. Realizing her blunder, Li Yulan paled slightly before forcing a smile. Oh, my foolish tongue. You're Su Chen's uncle, yes? Su Tianfeng nodded stiffly. Yes, I'm Xiao Chen's second uncle. Internally, he puzzled since when did his nephew command such favor from the city lord's family? Come eat while it's hot. Li Yulan urged hastily, steering the conversation toward the spread of dishes. Chopsticks clinked softly as the table lapsed into temporary silence. After a pause, Shi Yuanshan set down his wine cup and broached casually. Su Chun, have you heard any news about the Luo family lately? Su Chun stilled his chopsticks and looked up, his tone measured. I've been preoccupied lately, and Haven T paid attention. How are they? Over the past few days, Su Chun had been hunting demonic beasts in the wilderness, honing his strength, with no time to spare for news of the Luo family. The Luo family? They got what they deserved. Shi Yuanshan set down his chopsticks, his tone calm. Lost all their wealth and were buried in debt. But I heard Luo Qingxue fought hard. She got into the capital supernatural academy and used her enrollment rewards to pay off their debts. The Luo family today is nothing like before. They fell decades behind overnight. There was a tinge of lament in his voice. Su Chun's fingers paused almost imperceptibly. Luo Qingxue was in the capital now? Coincidence or intentional? His brow furrowed slightly before smoothing out again. Whatever the case, there were even now no ties left between them. Humph, that icy woman just one tea disappear. Shi Yaoyao muttered under her breath, jabbing at her rice with her chopsticks. She knew full well Luo Qingxue coming to the capital was probably for Su Chun. Come now, Yaoyao, Shi Yuanshan teased lightly. You're not even his girlfriend yet, and already fretting? Shi Yaoyao's cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she ducked her head. I'm not. She buried her face in her bowl, but her heartbeat betrayed her. Why did she care so much about Su Chun? Across the table, Su Tianfeng watched everything unfold, lips curling subtly. Seems his boy had quite the charm with women. At least securing the Su family lineage wouldn't be a problem anymore. Uncle Shi, Su Chun spoke up. Is Yaoyao's enrollment at the Capital Supernatural Academy confirmed? It is. She got in through early admission. With her rank supernatural ability, it wasn't difficult. Shi Yuanshan paused, his tone shifting slightly graver. Once you're both in the capital, I'll have to trouble you to look out for her. That place is chaotic, powerful factions everywhere, waters too deep to fathom. The capital, the heart of Dragon Country, rivaled only by Demon City. A tangled web of influences, teeming with elites and descendants of hidden masters lurking in the shadows. Don't worry, I've got this. Su Chun thumped his chest confidently. Li Yulan exchanged a relieved glance with her husband before sliding a dark, gleaming tome towards Su Chun. Xiao Chun, this shadow element combat skill should suit you well. Take it. They couldn't let him help for nothing. Su Chun's gaze sharpened. On the cover, bold characters read, Abyssal Shadow Grasp, Tier 5. Upon activation, conjures a zone of condensed darkness. Intruders within are dragged into the abyss by spectral claws. His breath hitched, eyes burning with fierce desire. A Tier 5 shadow combat skill. And an area control type at that. Exactly what he needed most, like rain after a drought. He accepted the tome solemnly. This skill is invaluable to me. Thank you, Uncle Aunt. I'll treasure it. As long as you're happy. Li Yulan smiled warmly. We're practically family, no need for formalities. Here, eat more. Lunch passed swiftly in relaxed conversation. Before parting, Li Yulan lowered her voice in warning. Xiao Chun, your talent is exceptional, your progress rapid. But in the capital, tread carefully in all things. Shi Yuanshan patted Su Chin's shoulder with a gentle gaze. Be careful on the road. I will. Su Chin nodded, then turned to Shi Yaoyao. What about you? Want to come along? Shi Yaoyao shook her head softly. I want to stay home with Mom and Dad a few more days before leaving. Having never traveled far in her life, her heart fluttered like a trapped rabbit, nervous and reluctant. With that, she turned and buried herself in Li Yulan's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around her mother's waist. Nothing felt warmer than home. Then I'll go ahead and settle things first. When you arrive, I'll come pick you up, Su Chen said. That's more like it. Shi Yaoyao's eyes curved into crescents. Su Chun then glanced at Su Tianfeng. Uncle, if anything happens, call me right away. Silly child, don't worry about me. But if anyone gives you trouble out there, you better tell Uncle. Su Tianfeng's wrinkles creased with affection at the corners of his eyes. Once I've established myself, I'll bring you over. Su Tianfeng shook his head lightly, his smile tinged with weariness. Too old, don't want to move around anymore. Staying in Chuanqing feels steady. Su Chan's throat tightened as he stepped forward and hugged him firmly. I'm leaving, Uncle. He bid farewell to City Lord Shi and Li Yulan in turn. Then, straightening his back, Su Chun turned and strode down the road leading to the capital. Watching his retreating figure, Shi Yuanshan murmured, a hidden dragon emerges, winds and clouds will stir. System, how many killing points do I need to exchange for the beginner level of the 5th tier combat skill Shadow Pool Claw? 1,500 points. His panel showed exactly 1,500 points remaining. Without hesitation, Su Chun tapped his fingertip. Light swirled skill mastered. A surge of newfound power flowed down his arm. His heartbeat quickened, fingertips burning with energy. He couldn't wait to test this move. Just then, his phone rang. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. Hello, he answered. Is this Su Chun? A bright female voice came through. Yes. Who is this? My cousin Chu Jining sent me to pick you up for the capital. Surprised? Su Chun froze. Chu Jining. He had vaguely recalled this arrangement, but assumed she'd forgotten. Where are you now, he asked. Chuanqing Airport. We're taking the next flight, get over here fast. Got it. On my way. Hanging up, Su Chun hailed a taxi and sped toward the airport. The terminal bustled with travelers. His gaze swept the crowd until it landed on a girl sporting a high ponytail. A few strands of dark hair framed her cheeks, accentuating delicate features. Her slightly upturned nose lent a playful charm. But her eyes shone brightest clear, lively, as if holding starlight. She waved vigorously, her face lighting up with a bright smile like sunlight suddenly piercing through the clouds. Su Chun approached quickly, hesitating slightly as he spoke. Are you the one from the phone? Yep. Just call me Chu Wanru. Cousin asked me to pick you up. Are the plane tickets already bought? All taken care of. We're flying straight to Kyoto soon, she chirped. Thanks, Su Chun replied calmly. No need, but once we get to Kyoto, you'll have to handle your academy registration yourself. I made plans with friends to raid the Blood Savage Bull dungeon, time's kinda tight. Her voice softened slightly, carrying a hint of caution. Su Chun's eyes sparkled. Can I come? Registration sounded boring. A dungeon? Now that was an adventure. Besides, having her as a guide would save him a lot of trouble. No. Chu Wanru waved her hands frantically. Cousin said you're an S-rank genius, but the dungeon's way too dangerous. If anything happened to their VIP guest, she'd never hear the end of it. I'll just tag along at the back and observe no reckless moves, I swear, Su Chun insisted, stepping forward eagerly. Chu Wanru studied the fire in his gaze and hesitated before sighing. You promise? I promise. He nodded emphatically. Well, fine. But don't you dare tell cousin, or I'll get scolded. She relented, resigned. Don't worry, I won tea. Chu Wanru fished out an ancient bronze ring from her collar and handed it over. Here, cousin wanted you to have this storage ring. As for your SSS rank privileges, those activate after enrollment. Su Chun took the ring. A mental probe revealed 2 archaic scrolls suspended within. One shimmered with Phantom Streak's 6th rank combat art, Shadow Step Execution Array. The other radiated an abyssal blue glow, Infinite Spirit Origin Technique. Shadow Step Execution Array summons shadow clones to unleash lethal attacks within a domain. Number of clones scales with mastery. Infinite Spirit Origin Technique. 10 tiers of cultivation. Tier 2 energy flows like rivers. Tier 5 rivers converge into lakes. Tier 7 lakes expand into seas. Tier 10, boundless power. Su Chun's breath hitched. His fingers trembled faintly. a 6th rank combat art. Even tens of millions of blue star credits couldn't guarantee such a treasure on the black market. An infinite spirit origin technique? A legendary cultivation method. Source energy was the foundation of all abilities. Yet this technique promised an inexhaustible ocean of power. System, learn them now, he commanded silently. Ding. Mastering 6th rank combat art requires 3,000 points. Unlocking first tier of cultivation technique costs 3,000 points. As the crisp notification faded, Suchin clenched the ring, eyes blazing like wildfire. Rewrite notes. Long sentences broken into tighter, action-driven beats for better flow. Abstract concepts like rank and cultivation translated into visceral descriptions. Dialogue polished for natural speech rhythms. Pacing sharpened for audio-friendly delivery while heightening dramatic tension. This trip to the demon lair must yield at least 6,000 slaughter points. Su Chen stared at his phone screen, his breathing growing rapid. Su Chun, you look excited. Chu Wanru tilted her head, noticing his gleaming eyes and couldn't help but ask. Su Chen took a deep breath and grinned. You're observant. How could he not be excited? The rewards flashing on the screen were enough to completely transform his strength. Chu Wanru burst into giggles. You're quite amusing. Come on, let's go, it's almost boarding time. Laughing together, the two walked side by side toward the gate, embarking on their journey to Kyoto. In front of a weathered and ancient cottage, Luo Dongshan stood silently. His gaze swept over the faded wooden door and vine-covered walls as his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. After going full circle, I'm back here. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper worn by time. This cottage had once held 10 long years of his life, his ambitions, his struggles, all etched into the grain of its old wood. Later, when the Luo family rose to prominence, he moved into grand mansions but could never recapture the simple peace he once felt here. Luo Qingxue stood beside him, staring at the cottage, familiar yet distant, as if something heavy pressed against her chest. She glanced at her father. In just a week, streaks of white had appeared at his temples, and his back was no longer straight. She sighed softly. It's time for me to leave. The enrollment date for early admission was fast approaching, and she had to depart this city weighed down by sorrowful memories. To chase her own path. To reclaim her life. Daughter, Luo Dongshan tilted his head slightly, his voice barely audible. Do you hate me? Luo Qingxue shook her head, but her gaze remained fixed on the empty street ahead. No, but the life I want has never been about luxury or what you thought was for my own good. With that, she turned decisively and walked away, her steps unwavering, never looking back. Luo Dongshan watched his daughter's shrinking figure, forcing a bitter smile. In the end, mistake after mistake, what he had desperately tried to give her was never what she truly desired. He didn't deserve to be called a father. A scalding tear slid silently down his cheek and fell into the dust beneath his feet. The plane cut through the clouds, revealing an endless sea of white fluff outside the window, like giant puffs of cotton candy. Can you tell me more about the demon lair? Suchin asked. Chu Wanru turned to him, a sweet smile blooming on her face. Sure. The demon lair near Kyoto's Esper Academy is called the Bloodhorn Demon Lair. It's like an upside-down pagoda, descending deeper underground level by level. No one knows how many floors it truly has. The first level is infested with first and second tier Bloodhorn warriors. We often hunt them for academy credits, and their corpses in blood sell for a good price. Hasn't anyone ever reached the bottom? Chu Wanru stuck out her tongue playfully. Nope. Legend says it has 10 floors, and deep within the 10th lies a rift in space-time. Destroying it could sever the Bloodhorn clan's invasion at its root. But easier said than done. Dragon Country had launched multiple large-scale expeditions, each ending in rivers of blood, yet none succeeded. The plane descended slowly onto Kyoto Airport. Suchin stepped out of the cabin, his gaze tracing the jagged silhouettes of skyscrapers piercing the sky. The air thrummed with the unmistakable energy signature of powerful, awakened beings. His fingers tightened subtly into fists. Here it was. Everything would begin in Kyoto. You're really coming with me to hunt blood rage bulls? Chu Wanru blinked, her tone light but tinged with probing amusement. It's dangerous, you know. Of course, Su Chen replied without hesitation. I can't wait. Well, all right. Stick close to me and follow my lead. She remembered her cousin's word. Su-chun was only at first tier, 6th rank. But she had already reached 2nd tier, 3rd rank. Protecting him shouldn't be difficult. On the surface, Su-chun nodded obediently. I'll follow your lead. Inside, however, a storm raged. Following her lead, what he needed was a full, unrestrained release. The taxi carried them away from the city, its windows framing the gradual surrender of urban clamor to the silence of the wilderness. 10th floor of the demon lair. Under dim light, the stench of blood hung thick in the air. Tu Kwang, chieftain of the Blood Rage Bulls, sat entrenched upon a stone dais, his rough skin glinting a sinister crimson in the gloom. My king, a subordinate approached cautiously, his voice echoing against the cavern walls. When do we strike again? The humans have grown far too bold. Tu Kwang lifted his head, a predatory gleam flashing in his eyes. We wait for the next wave of warriors to cross the Stargate, he growled deep in his throat. Then comes mankind's doom. He despised this wretched cavern. The Blood Rage Bulls were born to make the earth tremble, to hear humans wail beneath their hooves. How long, my king? Less than 3 months. Once the spatial rift reopened, Kyoto's downfall would begin. He knew swallowing the entire dragon nation whole was impossible for now, but tearing out its heart, that would suffice. And when the rift expanded enough for 10th-tier powerhouses to descend, this planet would kneel. When the time comes, Tu Kwang rumbled, Kyoto will be reduced to ruins. The subordinate bowed low, unable to hide his excitement. We await that day, my king. The silence was shattered by the deep roars of Blood Rage Bulls echoing across the wilderness, one after another. Near the entrance of the Blood Rage Bull demon lair on the outskirts of the capital, the military had set up camp here, with soldiers patrolling in formation, their armor clanking dully. The army stationed right here? Su-chun asked, surveying the scene. Yeah, Chu Wanru nodded. To prevent beast surges from breaking out, someone has to guard it. Su-chun's gaze swept over the patrols. Many radiated formidable auras, their bodies faintly shimmering with energy clearly. There were no shortage of warriors at Tier 3, Tier 4, or even higher. More people were steadily heading toward the dark red vortex at the center of the field, the entrance to the demon lair. Identification, please, a guard demanded as Su-chun and Chu Jining stepped forward. The two handed over their credentials and were cleared without issue. Soon, they stood before the vortex gate that looked as though it had congealed from blood. Crowds of onlookers gathered around, their faces alight with excitement and tension, eyes burning as they stared at the entrance. Did you hear? A 2nd-tier triple-stage elite Blood Rage Bull general spawned on the 1st floor, 5 million bounty. TCH. Too weak for the strong, too strong for the weak. Who cares? Party up. 1 kill for 100, 5 kills for 888. Charge, brothers. The crowd stirred restlessly as people leaped into the vortex one after another. Watching the feverish scene before him, Su-chun felt as if he'd stepped into a massive dungeon raid, his pulse quickening. Wanru, what took you so long? A crisp female voice rang out. Li Qingqing strode over, tone laced with annoyance. Don't be mad. I had to pick someone up. Chu Wanru replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. Li Qingqing's gaze shifted to Su-chun, her eyes lighting up as a sly grin curled her lips. Oh, such a handsome little brother. Your boyfriend. Don't talk nonsense. He's a freshman my cousin asked me to escort from the capital Esper Academy. Oh, Li Qingqing blinked, leaning closer to Su-chun. So I still have a chance then? Stick with me, and I'll make sure no one messes with you. Su-chun froze before blurting out. Does that include room and board? Scoundrel, you want room and board too. Su-chun. Qingqing, stop teasing him. Chu Wanru huffed, shooting her a glare. Li Qingqing shrugged. Freshmen are just too fun. As they bantered, 3 more figures approached. One of them called out loudly. Qingqing, are we raiding or not? We're waiting on you. Of course, Li Qingqing turned her head. Just had to wait for Wanru's cute newbie here, had to mess with him a bit. Among the trio, a white-robed young man named Huang Le shot Su-chun a glance, brows furrowing as his expression darkened. Didn't we agree on just the 5 of us? Why is there another? Chu Wanru quickly explained. He's a freshman, curious about the demon lair, so I brought him along. Looks barely awakened, probably stuck at first tier 5-star at best. Deadweight. Huang Li's tone grew sharper. I'm not carrying any useless baggage. Su Chen's voice was calm. If you think I'm deadweight, I'll go in alone. With that, he stepped through the swirling light gate, his figure vanishing into the rippling energy. Perfect. He needed solitude anyway. Outside, Huang Lu spat on the ground, his face twisted in disdain. What a damn poser. Huang Lu, watch your mouth. Chu Wanrong's cheeks flushed crimson with anger. Seeing her fury, Huang Lu quickly switched to a syrupy smile and sidled closer. Don't be mad, Wanrong. I'll take you hunting for blood rage bulls way better than dragging along deadweight. He's not deadweight. Say that again, and I swear. Chu Wanrong shot him a glare before turning on her heel and striding into the light gate without another word. Huang Li's oily gaze slid to Li Qingqing nearby. Qingqing, how about I escort you? No thanks, she replied with a light laugh, tossing her hair. I wouldn't dream of imposing. With effortless grace, she too disappeared into the portal. Both women gone in an instant. Huang Li's fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, rage simmering in his eyes. Who the hell do they think they are? As a newly awakened B-rank esper from a prestigious family, he wasn't used to being brushed off like this. This humiliation burned like acid in his throat. Easy there, Boss Huang. One of his lackeys soothed with nervous laughter. What's the deal with that kid? Huang Lu demanded coldly. Ever seen him before? Heard Chu Wanrong say he's some specially admitted freshman from the Capital Esper Academy. Country bumpkin, apparently. Huang Li's lips curled. An outsider? Even better. He'd had his eye on the Chu Li sister act for ages. Some backwater newbie thought he could compete. Got an idea, boss, another lackey whispered conspiratorially. There's a tier 2 rank 4 elite blood rage bull on the first floor. We lure it toward that kid, he'll piss himself screaming. Then you swoop in as the hero. Those girls will be eating out of your hand. Huang Li's smirk deepened. Freshly awakened espers capped at tier 1 at best. What threat could he possibly be? Good. Make it happen. With a flourish, the three plunged through the light gate. Inside the blood rage bull lair's first floor, the air reeked of metallic blood. Crimson light filtered through choking mist, casting grotesque shadows. Every breath tasted like swallowing decay. Su Chen's nose wrinkled at the stomach-churning stench. I'm sorry about them, Su Chen. Chu Wanrong caught up, genuine remorse coloring her voice. I never thought they'd act like that. No apologies needed. Su Chen's gaze tracked distant, beastly movements through the haze. They'll learn their lessons soon enough. Lesson? What do you? You'll see. His footsteps echoed steady, measured against the damp stone as shadows began to stir in the blood-fogged corridors. Su Chen had already given up on teaching Huang Lu and his gang a lesson, but Chu Wanru following him into the teleportation array presented a golden opportunity. Wanru, you can't keep all the good stuff to yourself. Li Qingqing's voice rang out from behind as she stepped into the teleportation zone, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. Qingqing, what nonsense are you spouting? Chu Wanru's ears flushed red as she shot her a glare. Nonsense. A lone guy and girl together. Who knows what might happen? Qingqing blinked, her smirk deepening. Li Qingqing, I'm gonna fight you. While the two girls bantered playfully, Su Chen had already turned away silently, heading deeper into the valley. He'd much rather face those blood rage bulls than stick around listening to their squabbles. Oh look, your special someone is getting away, Li Qingqing teased, nodding towards Su Chen's retreating figure. Only then did Chu Wanru snap out of it, realizing Su Chen was already dozens of meters ahead. Crap, her cousin had drilled it into her to keep him safe. If even a single hair on his head was harmed, she'd be in deep trouble. Not to mention, she'd resolved to be a dependable big sister today. Su Chen, wait for me. She immediately broke into a sprint after him. Li Qingqing watched her go, shaking her head slightly, a knowing smile curling her lips. How interesting. Before long, they caught up with Su Chen in a rocky gorge strewn with rubble. Mind if I handle things myself? I'm actually pretty strong. Su Chen stopped and turned toward the two girls trailing him. No, they chorused in unison. Li Qingqing even strode forward boldly, looping her arm through Su Chen's, your Wanru's priority protection target. As her bestie, I'm duty-bound to vet you. Su Chen sighed inwardly. This friend of hers seemed unreliable, to say the least. Chu Wanru's cheeks burned crimson as she stomped her foot. Li Qingqing. Enough. Just then, a deep growl rumbled from behind a cluster of jagged rocks ahead. A massive figure emerged, a blood rage bull standing upright. Towering over 2 meters tall, its muscles coiled like steel cables. A pair of dark crimson horns gleamed ominously atop its head, its thick tail lashing like a whip, while it clutched a stone axe nearly as tall as a man. Humph, tender little morsels. Let me have a taste. The blood rage bull's voice grated like gravel grinding together. It took a thundering step forward, shaking the ground, then swung its colossal axe in a devastating horizontal arc aimed straight at the trio. Li Qingqing's playful demeanor vanished in an instant as her aura sharpened. In a flash, she darted forward faster than lightning, and a massive metal warhammer materialized in her grip. The hammerhead erupted in blazing crimson light, as though engulfed in flames. She leapt into the air, her hammer carving a fiery arc through the sky before crashing down with earth-shattering force. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the gorge. The stone axe shattered instantly, and the blood rage bull's hulking frame was obliterated, ripped apart midair into a gruesome rain of flesh and bone. Li Qingqing landed gracefully, her hammer vanishing as if it had never existed. She turned to Su Chun with a coy blink. "Little brother, I didn't scare you, did I?" Su Chun had frozen for a second. A delicate beauty wielding a warhammer? The contrast was jarring. Instinctively, he assessed her energy fluctuations unusual. It seemed the heavier her weapon, the more devastating her strength became. Her power hovered around second rank, third layer, likely awakened last year. "Not scared," Su Chun replied honestly, "but I can handle myself. Next time, let me, okay?" These blood rage bulls were walking merit points in his eyes. "No," the girls snapped simultaneously. Su Chun exhaled silently. Guess he'd have to prove himself sooner or later. "So, we tracking another one?" he asked resignedly. "Of course," Li Qingqing giggled, skipping ahead. "Just stick close and be a good little mascot. Wanru is right. Sister will carry you, little guy." Li Qingqing blinked, the corners of her lips curling upward. Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Being protected by two beauties didn't feel half bad. Beautiful women leading the charge against monsters? Now this was interesting. The trio pressed onward, the entrance to a nearby valley faintly visible ahead. "Where's that elite monster right now?" "Brother Lu, it's roaming nearby. Chu Wanru and her group are heading toward the valley. We can lure it there and stage a classic hero saves the damsel moment." Huang Lu grinned in satisfaction. "Good. Stick to the plan, lead it over. Hero rescuing the beauty cliché, sure, but always effective. By then, that pretty boy would be pissing himself in fear, while he descend like a god, taking down the bloodhorn bulls in mere strikes. Would Chu Wanru and Li Qingqing really be able to resist? As for that kid, he'd be lucky to just stand there gaping. Inside the valley, jagged rocks of deep crimson littered the ground. "There are 10 bloodhorn bulls ahead. Maybe we should take a detour?" Chu Wanru's voice lowered as her gaze locked onto the pack of monsters gathered around a bonfire, her fingers tensing slightly. Li Qingqing nodded. "Let us circle around. Our little guy's safety comes first." Yet Su Chun's reaction was completely different. His eyes lit up as he eagerly took a step forward. "Damn, this one's worth 200. That one 300 oh. There's even a 400-pointer. Among these 10 bloodhorn bulls, the weakest was Tier 1, Level 8, while the strongest had actually reached Tier 2, Level 2. In Su Chun's eyes, they weren't threats, they were walking bundles of slaughter points. Before anyone could react, his figure blurred, shadow step activated, instantly placing him dangerously close to the horde. Chu Wanru and Li Qingqing froze simultaneously, their pupils constricting. Was Su Chun throwing them under the bus? Even fighting together, they couldn't handle 10 bloodhorn bulls. Chu Wanru paled instantly, shouting, "Su Chun, get back here." But instead of retreating, Su Chun accelerated forward. She yanked Li Qingqing's sleeve urgently. "Qingqing, we're going in." Su Chun had only just awakened. Even with Tier 1, Level 6 strength and an S-rank ability, there was no way he could solo a pack of bloodhorn bulls. Li Qingqing frowned, suspicion flashing in her eyes. Had she misjudged him? How could he be so reckless? "Let us go." Both women leaped forward, chasing after Suchin only to find themselves racing toward a potential beauty saves the hero scenario. Meanwhile, Suchin stood calmly before the bloodhorn bulls. By the bonfire, several beasts turned their heads toward him, lips curling to reveal jagged white fangs. A human? Perfect timing. One of them rasped with a low chuckle. The fire's ready, we were just missing some meat. Though humans weren't their usual prey, a little snack now and then wouldn't hurt, especially tender skin morsels like this one. A little seasoning, and he'd be downright delicious. Suchin slowly lifted his gaze. Oh, is that so? The battle lust suppressed throughout the journey boiled fiercely within Suchin. His icy gaze locked onto the bellowing bloodhorn bulls, his voice frigid. Had enough barking? Human, at least you've got some sense. We'll make your death quick. Before the words faded, dark currents surged in Suchin's eyes. Boom. The ground abruptly collapsed. A pitch-black swamp materialized out of nowhere, bottomless like a gaping maw. What the hell? The bloodhorn bulls panicked, stomping their hooves in desperate retreat, but it was too late. Countless shadowy tendrils morphed into claws, coiling around their limbs like venomous serpents before yanking them mercilessly into the abyss. Not even a scream escaped them. 10 bloodhorn bulls vanished, swallowed whole, leaving behind only bleached skeletons where the swamp had been. Slaughtered Tier 2, Level 1 Bloodhorn Bull. Slaughter points plus 300. Slaughtered Tier 2, Level 2 Bloodhorn Bull. Slaughter points plus 400. The notifications chimed incessantly, 2,500 points deposited in total. Suchin's lips curled faintly. Just then, Li Qingqing and Chu Wanru, who had rushed to assist, froze mid-step, eyes wide. It's over. Li Qingqing gasped. Chu Wanru's jaw slackened, her sword still hovering midair. The brutal fight they anticipated had ended in the blink of an eye. Wanru, you call this a newcomer? Li Qingqing tugged her sleeve. Since when can freshmen obliterate 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts instantly and command a 5th tier combat skill? Chu Wanru shook her head blankly. His dossier said Tier 1, Level 6 when we picked him up. Hesitantly, she called out, Are you really Suchin? Suchin shrugged helplessly. The one and only. Told you I'm strong. Chu Wanru gave a bitter chuckle. She'd known he was strong, just not mow through enemies like vegetables strong. Li Qingqing suddenly leaned in, her voice playful. Hey there, handsome, guess you'll be protecting us from now on? Suchin flashed an okay sign. Suddenly a shrill scream tore through the distance. A disciple from Huang Lu's squad came stumbling toward them, chased by a bloodhorn bull wielding a bronze axe. The blade glinted coldly, carving deep gashes into the earth as it advanced. Suchin narrowed his eyes and scoffed. Damsel in distress? Too cliché. With a thought, the target's stats materialized. Name, Bloodhorn Bull Elite. Rank, Tier 2, Level 4. Slaughter reward, 600 points. The moment he saw the number, Suchin's pupils gleamed. 600 points. This one wasn't getting away. Help me. The disciple collapsed at the women's feet, face ashen. The two exchanged a tense glance. An elite blood rage bull, this was no opponent to be taken lightly. Among demonic beasts, bloodlines dictated hierarchy, and purity determined strength. The creature before them radiated a vicious aura, clearly no ordinary foe. The lackey's lips curled into a sinister smirk as he waited for Suchin's panicked reaction, but nothing came. Instead, Suchin took slow, deliberate steps toward him. Kid, you've got some smooth skin. Suchin flashed an inscrutable grin. Huh. Before the lackey could process the words, Suchin's foot stomped down, launching him like a missile straight toward the blood rage bull. Spotting the incoming projectile, the bull didn't hesitate. Its massive axe swung. Crack. The man split clean in two, spraying blood mist in a gruesome spectacle. In the distance, Chu Wanru, Li Qingqing, and Huang Lu still perched on the hillside froze in shock. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Human, don't think killing him means I'll spare you. The blood rage bull pivoted its axe towards Suchin. I'm counting on it. Suchin, don't be reckless. That's an elite tier beast, you're only second rank, first layer. Li Qingqing shouted urgently. Suchin didn't turn. Women, they'd only slow his blade. Well, except for thigh-high wearing dominatrices and adorable Lolas. Heard you're strong. As he spoke, Suchin kept advancing. In his hand, shadowy energy coiled, condensing into a wicked black scythe wreathed in deathly aura. "Umph. I've slaughtered your kind SB rank awakeners. Peerless in my tier. That's it. Just this much." Suchin sneered. The scythe fully manifested, its edge shimmering with eerie light. Feeling that bone-chilling pressure, the Blood Rage Bull's pupils shrank. Bad, this human was unfathomable. "Run. Now. TCH. Human, I'll spare you this time." It spat the boast while already turning to flee. "Bro, don't run. Big bro, wait for me." Suchan's voice rang out, his eyes gleaming with near manic light. With a thought, he burned 2,000 slaughter points, instantly breaking through to second rank, second layer. Simultaneously, dark energy churned in his palm. Skill, Shadow Abyss. The ground beneath the bull collapsed into a swirling pit of inky mire, its viscous tendrils locking onto the beast's legs like living shackles. The harder it struggled, the tighter the abyss clung. "You spent 600 slaughter points just to show up, and now you think you can leave? Human WH, what do you want?" The Blood Rage Bull's voice trembled. This time, it smelled death, real, suffocating death. This human was weaker by tier, so why did terror drench its body like ice water? "What do you think? Should I invite you for tea instead?" Step by step, Suchin closed in. The death scythe pulsed with killing intent. "Then I'll drag you down with me." The bull's eyes ignited twin pools of crimson flame. Gripping its bronze axe with both hands, it roared, muscles bulging as it wrenched itself upward. Boom! The shadow abyss shattered, spraying debris and sludge in all directions. The Blood Rage Bull had just broken free when Suchin's figure flickered into view like a ghost. The death scythe sliced through the air with a piercing shriek as it descended. "You want to test strength? On the Blood Rage Bull." It roared, swinging its massive axe upward to meet the strike. Clang! The deafening crash of metal sent shockwaves through the air, rattling eardrums. But in the next instant, the Blood Rage Bull's bulging eyes widened in disbelief. Its weapon, comparable to a human B-grade battle axe, had been cleanly severed by the scythe, as if it were rotten wood. Impossible. It stared at the broken axe, its fur bristling in terror. Just what kind of weapon was this? Dark mist swirled in Suchin's eyes. "You haven't seen anything yet." Closing his eyes, he focused his energy as shadow elements surged around him like tidal waves, cocooning him in an inky darkness. Simultaneously, 8 spectral figures rose from the ground around the Blood Rage Bull, their phantom blades gleaming coldly. "Kill!" The hissing of shadow blades tearing through the air came one after another. Deep, bone-exposing wounds instantly split open across the Blood Rage Bull's thick hide, blood spraying wildly. The shadowy figures continued their frenzied assault, daggers striking like venomous snakes as they relentlessly shredded its flesh. Roar! A crimson glow erupted from the Blood Rage Bull's body, accompanied by the sickening crack of expanding muscle. It charged towards Suchin like an enraged mountain. Suchin smirked, his body blurring into an afterimage as he retreated 30 feet. Between his hands, shadows condensed into swarms of bats, merging into a black cloud that hummed ominously as it surged toward its target. Just as the Blood Rage Bull tried to dodge, shadowy claws erupted from beneath its hooves, ensnaring its legs. It struggled violently, cracking the earth beneath it, but escape was impossible. The bat swarm descended like locusts, the gnashing of razor-sharp teeth harmonizing with the beast's agonized howls. Blood dripped from its ravaged hide, splattering the dirt below in gruesome crimson blossoms. "The time is ripe." Suchin sprang forward like a leopard. The death scythe sliced through the air with an ear-piercing shriek, descending with precision onto the Bloodhorn Bull's head from above. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the massive bull's head flew clean off its shoulders. The headless body swayed twice before collapsing like a small mountain with a thunderous crash. "Host has slain." Suchin landed steadily, a satisfied smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Beside him, Li Qingqing and Chu Wanru stood frozen in place, their jaws slack. That was it. From start to finish, the entire fight hadn't even lasted the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Was he really a freshman? How could any other freshman hope to compete with strength like this? "Suchin, you're sure you're a freshman?" Chu Wanru's voice trembled with disbelief. As real as they come, Su Chun replied nonchalantly. His gaze then shifted toward the hiding spot behind the hillside, his voice suddenly turning icy. Come out. Doesn't tea crouching there tire you? Huang Le stepped forward with an awkward chuckle, plastering a forced grin on his face. Ahaha, Junior, you've got quite the skills. Regret twisted inside him like a knife. Chu Wanru had definitely fed him false intel. What kind of freshman was this? Since when did freshmen possess second-tier cultivation? Since when could freshmen execute combat techniques with such mastery? Had he known Su Chun was this strong, he would avoided him like the plague, never mind provoking him. Junior. Su Chun scoffed, his eyes sharp as blades. You think you deserve to call me that? This bloodhorn bull elite, you deliberately lured it here, didn't you? He instantly saw through Huang Lu's intentions, nothing more than staging a heroic rescue scenario while waiting to watch Su Chun flee in disgrace. Too bad he picked the wrong target. Huang Lu's face paled. Junior, you can't accuse me like that. How could I possibly do something so despicable? His voice rose shrilly with panic. Well said, Su Chun sneered. Only beasts do beastly things. Without another word, he casually raised his right hand and flicked it forward. Explain yourself to my shadow claw. Before his voice faded, a colossal black claw materialized midair, wreathed in bone-chilling darkness as it lunged toward Huang Lu. Huang Lu barely had time to react before despairing realization struck. His legs were already ensnared by viscous shadows, rendering him immobile. Aya! A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. As the shadow claw swept past, Huang Lu's body erupted in a mist of blood before crashing heavily to the ground, writhing in agony as crimson pooled beneath him. Su Chun, what are you doing? He shrieked, terror distorting his voice. What am I doing? Su Chun stepped closer, murderous intent radiating from his eyes. You tried to kill us, and you're asking what I'm doing? For scheming snakes like him, the simplest solution was eradication. Why leave him alive to seek revenge later? Feeling death's approach, Huang Lu broke completely, pulling his last card. Why you can't kill me? I'm from the Huang family. Kill me, and they'll hunt you down. You'll die without. Su Chun picked at his ear impatiently, disgust plain on his face. The thing I hate most is being threatened. The death scythe flashed once more. Thud! Huang Lu's head tumbled to the ground. Su Chun's gaze shifted to the other man trembling nearby, his tone indifferent. You want to talk, right? And never. I swear. Spare me. The man collapsed, blubbering promises through tears. Yet all he received in response was the same chilling sound. Thud. Promises? Su Chun smirked inwardly. Only the dead could truly keep secrets. Su Chun, you killed them? Chu Wanru and Li Qingqing approached cautiously, shock and disbelief written across their faces. He tried to kill us, so I killed him. Simple. Su Chun's tone was casual, as if he merely swatted 2 flies. But he was the Huang family's young master. Their influence is enormous. You'll be in serious trouble. Chu Wanru's voice brimmed with worry. Su Chun looked at them, his gaze calm, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. As long as neither of you talk, no one will know. You want to talk, will you? Chu Wanru's throat bobbed as she swallowed hard. He deserved it. I definitely won't tell anyone. Su Chun, stop scaring Wanru. Li Qingqing chided, shooting him a reproachful glare with a hint of exasperation in her voice. Su Chun shrugged indifferently. Fine, I'll stop teasing you. Listen up, I'm going solo from here. Don't follow me. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure blurred like a loosed arrow, darting forward in an instant. Given their abilities, they should be safe staying on the first level. Watching Su Chun's silhouette rapidly shrink into the distance, Chu Wanru panicked and grabbed Li Qingqing's arm. Qingqing, should we go after him? Li Qingqing's gaze darkened as she stared in the direction Su Chun had vanished. She gave a slight shake of her head. No need. A complicated thought flickered through her mind. Perhaps you really are the one who can help me break free from these shackles. She snapped out of her reverie and took Chu Wanru's hand, her voice brightening. Come on, Ro, let me take you somewhere fun. Chu Wanru agreed, and the two turned and walked away. Host has slain. Host has slain. An hour later, the slaughter points finally surpassed the 3,000 mark. System, Suchin couldn't contain his excitement, his voice rising slightly. Allocate all points boost the infinite spirit source art. Command confirmed. Infinite spirit source art has ascended to the first layer. The moment the notification sounded, Su Chun felt the trickling stream of primal energy within him surge violently, as if a colossal energy core had been dropped into it, exploding into a raging miniature lake in an instant. The reserves had multiplied tenfold. Su Chun clenched his fist, reveling in the overwhelming power coursing through him, and couldn't help but growl lowly. Incredible. Now I won't have to worry about running dry mid-battle. His gaze locked onto the distant crimson vortex portal ahead, one that seemed forged from coagulated blood as battle lust ignited within him. Time to see what's waiting in there. Su Chun leaped forward without hesitation, plunging into the swirling vortex leading to the second floor of the blood brute bull lair. The moment his feet touched the ground, an oppressive weight settled over him, thick enough to choke a man. The sky here was draped in a rust-red hue, darker than the first floor. The stench of blood hung heavy in the air, almost tangible enough to sting the nostrils. Not far away, the clashing of weapons, the roars of beasts, and faint screams intertwined ominous signs of the dangers lurking nearby. Suchin steadied his breath and moved cautiously, light-footed as a specter, scanning his surroundings meticulously. He knew all too well that the second floor was infested with Tier 3 blood brute bulls. One wrong step, and he'd be reduced to scattered bones. Hey, you there, are you here to hunt blood brute bulls too? A clear voice suddenly cut through the silence from his side. Su Chun turned to see a young man clad in the uniform of Kyoto Academy's Awakened Division striding toward him. Yeah, Su Chun replied curtly. Perfect. Want to team up? Safety in numbers, right? This hellhole gets deadlier by the second another ally could mean the difference between life and death. The boy flashed a friendly grin as he extended the invitation. Sure. Suchin nodded. There was no harm traveling together for now. If things turned south, he'd just break away later. The boy closed the distance and stretched out a hand amiably. I'm Lee One. Which academy are you from? Kyoto Awakened Academy. What? You're from Kyoto too? How come I've never seen you around? Freshman. Freshman? Lee Wen's eyes bulged, his voice shooting up an octave. You're a freshman, and you dared come to the second floor? That's insane. Come on, let us get you back. This is no place for you. With that, he reached out to grab Su Chun's arm, his expression frantic with concern. Su Chun gently brushed Lee Wen's hand away. Don't bother persuading me. Since I'm here, I have to see it with my own eyes. Lee Wen hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right, but you'd better be careful. By the way, what kind of power did you awaken? Shadow affinity. Lee Wen sighed sympathetically and patted his shoulder. Then you're going to have a rough time when school starts. What do you mean? The Kyoto Academy of Supernatural Abilities has an old tradition. Freshman departments raid each other's resources. For example, the weaponry department targets the fire affinity department, while the shadow affinity department. Lee Wen lowered his voice. Always ends up being the one getting raided. He continued explaining. Shadow affinity has no inherent advantage. Lightning is savage, fire is fierce, ice is tricky, and then there are tough opponents like sword and spear wielders. Everyone thinks they can push you around. But Suchin's eyes lit up. You're saying we can raid anyone? Why are you so excited? Lee Wen couldn't help but chuckle. Do you actually like getting robbed? Suchin smirked. Of course, I mean robbing others. Lee Wen burst out laughing. Save it, kid. The shadow department has been getting beaten down for years. Few students, even fewer strong ones. Just accept your fate. Perfect. Suchin's gaze burned fiercely. It's time to change the rules. So what if they were weak? He DC's back everything the shadow department deserved with his own hands. Rating? That suited him just fine. Lee Wen shook his head with a wry smile. All right, I'm a sophomore from the spear department. I'll be sure to watch your performance. The kid had spirit that was good, but the gap between departments wasn't something easily crossed. The two suppressed their laughter and ventured deeper into the demonic cavern. The air reeked of blood. Night shrouded the wilderness. Kid, next time I break through, I'm gonna slaughter that beast. Lee Wen panted, his fists clenched so tight they turned white. Suchin rubbed his nose. Let us head back first. It's dark, Memories from earlier surfaced when they had encountered that Tier 3, 5th level Blood Brute bull. Liwen had shoved him aside and shouted, "Run," before luring the monstrous beast away in the opposite direction. Su Chun had retreated to the outer layers of the cavern, hunting low-level monsters alone until he reunited with Li Wen, who had just returned battered but alive. "Next time, Junior, I'll definitely take you hunting for real fun and show you what I'm truly capable of." Li Wen gave Su Chen's shoulder a hearty slap, his voice booming with enthusiasm. Laughing together, the two walked toward the swirling crimson vortex. The moment they stepped inside, the world spun violently. In the blink of an eye, their feet landed on solid ground. "Su Chun, are you all right?" Su Chun looked up straight into Chu Wanru's eyes, filled with worry. "Oh, finally decided to come out, huh?" Li Qingqing's voice drifted lightly toward him. "Damn, you've got some luck, kid. Two beauties waiting just for you." Li Wen took one look at the scene and couldn't help muttering inwardly. He'd spent his time in the demon cavern running for his life from blood rhino bulls utterly humiliating. Meanwhile, this junior had girls fussing over him the second he stepped out. The gap was just too unfair. Su Chin spread his hands helplessly. "I swear I didn't ask them to wait. Believe me. You? As if they wait for you on their own? Seriously, envy's gonna kill me." Su Chun sighed. No matter how he explained, it just made things worse. "Think whatever you want." He shook his head. Li Wen wasn't actually mad. He threw an arm around Su Chun's shoulder and lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Hey, bro, help a guy out. Ask if they've got any single friends? Hook me up." Su Chin nodded, then immediately turned and blurted, "Ladies, my senior here is looking for a girlfriend. Got any single friends to introduce?" Li Wen froze on the spot. "Dude, that is way too blunt." "Nope." Chu Wanru and Li Qingqing answered almost simultaneously. Disappointment flashed across Li Wen's face before he muttered something and trudged away. Life was just unfair. While he'd been fighting tooth and nail all day, barely surviving, this guy got two girls doting on him. Meanwhile, he'd be staring at his phone alone tonight. "Su Chun, who is that?" Chu Wanru blinked curiously. "Met him in the second layer of the demon cavern. Pretty helpful guy." "Oh, so you didn't get hurt, right?" "I'm fine." "What? Would your sister blame you if I did?" Su Chin teased. Chu Wanru nodded vigorously, eyes wide with exaggerated distress. "Exactly. It's best you're okay. Also, please don't tell her I brought you to the Blood Rhino Cavern, or I'm dead." Su Chin flashed an okay sign. "Relax, my lips are sealed. It's getting late, time to head back." The two girls nodded, following Su Chun into the car as they returned to the capital. Silence filled the vehicle. Su Chin stared at the system interface displaying 10,000 killing points, mildly troubled. Advancing his cultivation required 3,000 points, not a huge amount, but he was still debating how to allocate them. Suddenly, Li Qingqing handed him her phone, her voice sweetly coaxing. "Hey there, handsome, add me on WeChat." As she spoke, she batted her lashes at him. Su Chin studied her, an inexplicable thought crossing his mind. This girl seemed shrouded in a haze he couldn't quite pierce. He wore a careless smile on his face, yet deep within his eyes lurked something unfathomable, like the depths of an ancient well. Sure, Su Chin didn't say much. He pulled out his phone and scanned Li Qingqing's QR code. Ding, a crisp notification sound rang out. Friend request accepted. Li Qingqing's lips curled into a triumphant smile, her voice dripping with sweetness. "You're really straightforward, big bro. So, if I ever run into trouble later and ask for your help, you won't turn me down, right?" Her tone was playful, but her gaze was deadly serious. "I'll do my best," Su Chin replied half-heartedly. Li Qingqing gave a slight nod, a flicker of something elusive passing through her eyes. "You're such a good guy." Su Chin tugged at the corner of his mouth, but didn't respond. Instead, he thought to himself, "This woman, something's off." As the car entered the bustling streets of Kyoto, a wave of noise instantly flooded in. The moment it stopped, Li Qingqing hastily pushed the door open and vanished into the crowd with hurried steps. Su Chun turned his head toward Chu Wanru beside him. "Do you know much about this, Li Qingqing?" Chu Wanru shook her head lightly. "Not really." "Yes. Kind of mysterious." "What interested?" "Nah, just asking." "Oh, well, you'd better not get any ideas. From what I remember, She's already engaged. Engaged? Yeah. She's from Kyoto's Lee family. They have significant influence. This engagement was probably arranged by her family to climb the social ladder. As she spoke, a trace of pity flashed in Chu Wanru's eyes. What is the point if you can't be with someone you truly love? So that is how it is. Su Chen mused. Was Li Qingqing's earlier remark hinting that she wanted him to crash her wedding? Or was she just looking for a convenient shield? You're not actually into her, are you? Chu Wanru leaned in, her face alight with gossip. Hardly. I believe in fate, not love at first sight. TCH still, she is a good person. If you ever change your mind, I can help. She winked. Thanks, but no thanks. After exchanging a few more idle words, Su Chen closed his eyes and summoned the system interface. System, raise my cultivation to Tier 2, Level 4. Ding. Consumption of 3,000 plus 5,000 slaughter points confirmed. Cultivation has been raised to Tier 2, Level 4. In an instant, a surge of potent energy erupted from his body, shaking the air inside the car. Su Chen exhaled deeply. Tier 2, Level 4. Most second-year university students were only at Tier 3, Level 3, while the prodigies barely reached Tier 5. And here he was, not even formally enrolled yet, already approaching second-year standards. At the upcoming freshman resource tournament, he decrushed every so-called strongest lightning, fire, and ice-type cultivator one by one. Glancing at his remaining 2,000 slaughter points, Su Chen didn't hesitate. He dumped them all into Shadow Claw. But the skill instantly reached mastery. It felt as though he had executed the technique tens of thousands of times, his muscles honed to razor-sharp precision. Su Chen clenched his fist, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. System, how many kill points do I need to upgrade Shadow Claw to the true intent realm? 5,000 points. Su Chen inhaled sharply through his teeth. Damn, that's double the cost. Upgrading it to perfection previously had only taken 2,000 points. But it made sense. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within his body. The gap between true intent and perfection was like heaven and earth. Once a combat skill reached the true intent realm, it underwent a qualitative transformation. Take Shadow Claw, for example. At perfection, it could only unleash a single spectral claw, but at true intent, a mere thought could summon countless claw projections, tearing apart everything in its path. Assuming, of course, his core energy could sustain such an outburst. Perfection was achieved through relentless grinding time, and effort guaranteed success. But true intent demanded enlightenment, a stroke of serendipity. At that thought, Su Chen's lips curled imperceptibly. Enlightenment? For him, all it took was a single upgrade. Su Chen, what are you grinning about? Chu Wanru tilted her head beside him, curiosity written all over her face. Nothing, Su Chen said, schooling his expression. Oh, okay. So, where are you staying tonight? Enrollment's closed for today. You'll have to wait till tomorrow. I'll just crash at some cheap hotel, Su Chen replied with a casual shrug. The bus arrived at its stop, and after a brief farewell, Su Chen stepped off. Under the night sky, the neon lights of Kyoto flickered to life. He took a deep breath. The air was thick with exhaust fumes and the distant aroma of street food, the unmistakable pulse of a metropolis. He wandered until he found a roadside inn and checked in. Early next morning, Su Chen arrived at the Kyoto Supernatural Academy enrollment site, refreshed and alert. A long line had already formed, buzzing with the chatter of early admission students, young faces brimming with excitement and nervousness. Ugh, same A rank ability, but my treatment's so much worse. That's just how it is. Mine gets S rank perks. No way. Do you think there'll be an SSS rank prodigy this year? Impossible. SSS rank? Even some S rankers don't qualify unless we're talking about a once-in-a-century monster. Whispers rose and fell like tides. The line inched forward until it was finally Su Chen's turn. Calmly, he stepped up and slid his admission letter through the window. Here for enrollment. The staff member took the letter and entered his student ID into the system. When his details flashed on the screen, she gasped sharply, eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Su Chen. SSS rank treatment. She scrutinized his unfamiliar face, mentally flipping through the list of scions from Kyoto's prominent families none matched. SSS rank treatment wasn't even granted to local S-rank geniuses. Any issues? Suchin raised an eyebrow slightly. And no, just give me a moment. I need to confirm with admissions. She fumbled for the phone, her voice trembling with nerves. Wait, what? This guy's got SSS rank treatment. The boy behind Suchin blurted out loud. The words landed like a boulder in still water. The surrounding chatter died instantly as dozens of eyes, some curious, some skeptical, some outright shocked, snapped towards Suchun. SSS rank. The legendary highest-tier privilege bestowed upon some unknown out-of-town freshman? Suchun merely glanced back briefly, a faint trace of derision flashing in his eyes before he turned away without a word. Doesn't he look like a local? Think he's here to scam resources? Someone muttered under their breath. Doubt it. Who'd dare pull that at Kyoto Academy? Especially with SSS rank. And who says he is scamming? A crisp, icy voice cut through the murmurs like a blade. Footsteps echoed from behind. The crowd instinctively parted, clearing a path as Chu Jining strode forward, her long gown trailing gracefully behind her, her posture as elegant as bamboo swaying in the wind. Her gaze swept over the staff member, her voice cool, yet carrying undeniable authority. No need to verify. Suchun was personally recruited by me. A hushed wave of gasps spread through the crowd, followed quickly by murmurs rippling outward like a tide. It's Director Chu. Oh my God, the youngest 7th-tier powerhouse. She recruited him herself? The skepticism on the staff member's face instantly morphed into reverence as she immediately bowed and presented Suchun with a dark gold card embossed with intricate dragon patterns. Understood. I'll arrange SSS tier privileges for Suchun at once. Suchun took the card, its surface cool to the touch, and followed Chu Jining out of the noisy hall. They entered a quiet corridor, where Suchun examined the card curiously before asking, Director Chu, what exactly do SSS tier privileges entail? Chu Jining paused, her lips curving into a mysterious smirk. That card holds 8,000 Academy credits. Remember here, a single credit is equivalent to 10,000 blue star coins in the outside world. Suchun felt his breath hitch. 8 million. He stood frozen, his mind reeling as though struck by a hammer. In both his past and current life, he had never seen such an astronomical sum. Did I scare you? Chu Jining teased lightly. Scared doesn't even cover it, Suchun muttered. This is only the beginning. Chu Jining continued. For the next 3 years, you'll receive an additional 5,000 credits annually. More importantly, with S-tier access, you'll be able to purchase elite academy resources and gain entry into our exclusive secret realm once per year. She paused briefly before elaborating. Purchasing privileges here are ranked from SSS tier down to D tier. D tier grants access to techniques below 3rd tier. But your S tier means you can acquire any combat manual below 6th tier. Suchun seized the crucial point. How do I increase my clearance level? By completing missions issued by the Academy. It's an incentive system. I see, Suchun murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement. SSS tier treatment really is tempting. Naturally, Chu Jining lifted her gaze meaningfully. This year, across all of Kyoto's Mystic Academy, only one other student, a little prodigy from a prominent Kyoto family, has been granted the same privileges. Suchun leaned forward slightly, curiosity piqued. Who's the other one? Can I spar with them? Chu Jining shot him an exasperated look. Impatient much? You'll meet soon enough. With a disappointed shrug, Suchun relented. Fine. I'll look forward to it, then. Don't get too cocky, kid. Chu Jining exhaled softly, her tone edged with warning. A fast start doesn't guarantee lasting dominance. The road ahead is long. Her decision today was, after all, a gamble. No. Suchun shook his head, his gaze sharpening with resolve. I'll stay ahead always. With his system's backing, if he couldn't surge far beyond the rest, he might as well fade into obscurity. Confidence is good. Chu Jining withdrew her gaze. That's all for now. Classes begin in 3 days. Report to my office. Chu Jining gave Suchun's shoulder a gentle pat before turning to leave. Martial exams just ended yesterday, but our academy doesn't believe in summer breaks. Report directly, classes start immediately. She paused mid-step, glancing back to add, time waits for no one. Thank you, Instructor Chu. She waved dismissively. Don't mention it. Your dorm is Villa number 1, better brace yourself. With that, she flashed a cryptic smile and strode away. Su Chun scratched his head, muttering at her retreating figure. Brace myself? What is that supposed to mean? Unable to make sense of it, he shook off the thought and headed toward the residential area. The afternoon campus sprawled under golden sunlight, breezes rustling through treetops. Distant laughter floated on the air, pulsing with youthful energy. Nearly half an hour later, Su Chun halted beside a lush grove. Before him lay an array of detached villas, prompting a low curse. This damn place is huge. Kyoto's Supernatural Academy spans 70,000 acres, akin to a small city. Freshman enrollment alone exceeded 20,000. The entire student body topped 100,000. After much searching, he finally reached this dormitory, more like an upscale gated community. Villa number 1 loomed ahead, imposing. Its 500 square meter courtyard boasted wrought iron gates flanked by manicured hedges. Su Chun let out an impressed whistle. No freaking way. As he approached, facial recognition activated silently. The gate slid open with a dulcet chime. Welcome home, Master Su Chun. He blinked, stepping inside. The spacious living area exuded understated luxury. An AI made human-like in precision glided forward in pristine livery. Greetings, Master Su Chun. I'm Flora, your Class A steward. Su Chun marveled at her realism, muttering about technological leaps. Pull up a list of shadow element combat techniques ranked tier 4 or higher. Searching now. Flora bowed slightly, optics flickering. Suddenly, a crude shout erupted outside. Hey, Villa number 1. Get your ass out here. Su Chun's jaw tightened. Suppressing irritation, he marched to the entrance. A livid student glared back. He'd just witnessed this stranger, not young Master Jiang, enter the villa. Impossible. Villa number 1 symbolized prestige. Only Kyoto's strongest deserved it. This nobody must be some backwater recruit. Su Chun pushed open the door, icy gaze sweeping over him. Who are you? The challenger sneered, jabbing a finger. Step out. You're unworthy of this place. I'm calling you out. The man stood with hands on his hips, chin slightly raised, his eyes flickering with sparks of provocation. Su Chun lazily yawned, only managing to squeeze out a vague "oh" from his throat. He casually raised a hand and shifted his stance slightly. Boom. A visible surge of dark energy tore through the air like a massive claw, erupting with a piercing shriek. The man didn't even have time to grunt before he was slammed into the ground like a ragged sack, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Chun cast a cold glance at the fallen figure before flipping the door shut behind him, irritation dripping from his voice. Where did this buzzing fly come from? At that moment, Xiaohua floated gracefully to his side, a faint blue screen silently unfolding before her. Master, filtering complete. There are a total of 126 dark element combat techniques ranked 4th tier and above. Given your S-class privileges, you are eligible to purchase 81 techniques below the 6th tier. 80 plus. Su Chin's eyes instantly lit up, and he couldn't help but whistle. That many. He stepped forward, fingers swiping rapidly across the cool blue screen. Rows of technique names and detailed descriptions flowed past like water. Soon, he made his decision. Xiaohua. Purchase the 5th tier technique 9 Shades of the Underworld / along with the 4th tier Shadow Shield. Command confirmed. Deducting 4,000 academic credits. Remaining balance for 1,000 credits. Items will be delivered by midday today. Su Chun grinned thinly, feeling a pang of regret. He shook his head helplessly. Dark element techniques were inherently rare, and those specifically tailored for demon sides were even scarcer, naturally priced far higher than common lightning or fire techniques. But where necessary, spending couldn't be avoided. Without suitable techniques, even the demon scythe wouldn't unleash its full power. Besides, Shadow Shield was a life-saving move, a worthwhile investment. How can I earn credits faster? He asked. The primary method is completing academy missions. Additionally, you could challenge the 100 Schools ladder. 100 Schools ladder? What is that? It's a ranking system maintained jointly by the top 100 supernatural academies across Dragon Nation. You'll face off against same-year students from our academy or others within the top 100. Each victory improves your rank and grants credit rewards. The higher your ranking, the more credits you earn during weekly settlements. Su-chan's eyes blazed with excitement upon hearing this. This was practically tailor-made for him. Check my current ranking among freshmen. As you haven't participated in any ladder matches yet, your current rank is 1,048,906. Su-chan blinked, freezing for 2 seconds. Over a million? Upon reflection, it made sense. With hundreds of top-tier academies, freshman cohorts totaling over a million weren't unusual. Su-chan stood up, rolling his wrists. Time to greet this ladder ranking. Mentally calculating, he figured that by the time he returned from ranking battles, his new techniques would be arrived. Perfect timing to familiarize himself with 9 shades of the underworld and shadow shield. Then head to the demon abyss or venture into the perilous wilds outside the city for real combat training. Decision made, Su-chan pushed open the door and stepped out. His earlier challenger, the one he sent flying, was just struggling to his feet. The moment their eyes met, the man's face drained of color, overtaken by sheer terror. Why you? What do you want? His voice trembled unmistakably. He hadn't even seen what hit him before being blasted away by that terrifying force. There was no one else it could be been but this youth. Yet no matter how hard he searched his memory, he couldn't recall ever encountering such a figure among Dragon Capital's younger generation. Su-chan merely arched a brow, tone indifferent. Nothing much. Just curious, why were you shouting outside my door? The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke with a dry throat. I saw Villa 1 had a new owner, not young Master Jiang, so I thought I'd test my skills. The rules say this villa can be challenged. Su-chan gave a slight nod. So that was it. Chu Jining had mysteriously arranged for him to stay here, and now he understood why. A flicker of irritation crossed his mind, his brow furrowing faintly. Who lives in Villa 2? Su-chan's gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing through the man. If I defeat him, will that finally bring peace? He despised endless disruptions, better to settle things once and for all. Young Master Jiang, sure. Good. Su-chan turned away, his voice leaving no room for argument. Deliver my challenge. I'd appreciate it. With that, he strode off without hesitation, his departure crisp and decisive. The man stood frozen in place, baffled. Who the hell is this guy? Never even heard of Jiangshi. He carries himself well, but can he really stand against Jiangshi? Jiangshi's S-tier ability, Purple Lightning Wrath, is... He shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. His job was just to pass the message. Soon enough, they'd see how young Master Jiang dealt with this arrogant fool. Inside the virtual simulation hall, streams of light pulsed with futuristic energy. The expansive space stretched nearly the size of 2 football fields. Sleek virtual combat pods gleamed with metallic coldness, lined up like slumbering giants. Brothers, I just broke into the top 800,000. How is that for impressive, huh? 800,000 and you're bragging? I'm on a 3-win streak already at 500K. Pathetic, all of you. A disgrace to the academy. I've been sitting at 90K forever. Students fresh out of their pods excitedly compared rankings. Despite the semester having just begun, the hall buzzed with noise. This was the prime spot for honing skills and gaining combat experience, always packed year-round. Su-chan navigated through the clamoring crowd until he found an empty pod and stepped inside. The door sealed shut silently, plunging him into darkness. A blue holographic display flickered to life before him, crisp data appearing. Name, Su-chan. Year, freshman. Cultivation stage, Tier 2, 4th layer. Ability, S-tier Shadow Monarch. Freshman rank, 1,048,906 remaining challenges today, 20. Sophomore rank, none. Su-chan's brow twitched slightly at the 20 challenges limit. A cold, mechanical voice echoed through the pod. Daily challenge attempts are capped at 20 to prevent overdependence on virtual combat and neglect of real-world training. Su-chan nodded slightly. It wasn't surprising for games to have anti-addiction measures, but he hadn't expected even virtual battles to have time restrictions. And what does sophomore ranking mean? He continued asking. This is a rule of the 100 schools ladder ranking, allowing lower ranks to challenge upper ranks, the icy mechanical voice explained. Freshmen can challenge sophomores, juniors, or even seniors on the leaderboard. If they win, they take their opponent's position and earn points. However, upperclassmen cannot challenge lowerclassmen. This design ensured true geniuses wouldn't be confined by their grade level. If a freshman genuinely had the ability, after dominating their own grade, they should naturally aim higher. Suchin gave a slight nod. What's the weekly credit reward for different rankings? Rank 100,000 to 50,000. 30 credits per week rank 50,000 to 10,000. 50 credits rank 10,000 to 1,000. 100 credits rank 1,000 to 100. 200 credits rank 100 to 10. 400 credits rank 10 to 4. 500 credits. The mechanical voice paused before announcing the rewards for the top spots. Third place, 600 credits. Second place, 800 credits. First place, 1,000 credits. The rules are the same across all grades, and one person can occupy multiple rankings simultaneously. The rewards were indeed tempting. In this world, resources always flowed toward the strong. The weak struggled to survive, while the strong effortlessly controlled everything. Such was the harsh reality. Su Chin's gaze locked onto the flickering leaderboard. Within a month, he intended to claim the top spot in both the freshman and sophomore rankings. That way, he'd earn an extra 2,000 credits every week. Within a year, he would carve his name Su Chun into the first-place positions across all 4 grades. Other information flashed on the screen. The current freshman winning streak record stood at 39 consecutive victories, set by a girl named Mu Shuer from Kyoto campus previous class. And now, she sat firmly atop the sophomore rankings. 39 consecutive wins. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Then I'll be the one to break it. He uttered a low command. Begin matchmaking. BZZZT. Space twisted briefly inside the battle pod. After a momentary dizziness, Su Chin's vision darkened before brightening again. He now stood on a virtual arena. Opposite him, another figure materialized simultaneously. Hey, new guy, where are you from? His opponent asked with a cheeky grin. Su Chun merely lifted his gaze, his expression frosty. With a casual flick of his wrist. I'm in a hurry. Before the words had faded, a dark shadow tore through the air like claws, instantly crushing his opponent into a pulpy mess. Su Chun quickly skimmed over his opponent's profile. People's Supernatural University, first rank 3 layers. He flexed his wrist slightly. An opponent at this level wasn't even worth wasting words on. Next, he called out to the empty air. The system prompt responded immediately. Matching you now. His points jumped from 1,000 to 1,020. His rank soared upward like a rocket, shooting up tens of thousands of places in an instant. People's Supernatural University, training room. A guy violently shoved open the hatch of his virtual combat pod, his face pale with fury. What the hell? Some smuffing bastard. One-shot me. His voice shook with rage. Don't let me run into you again, or you'll regret it. Unwilling to accept defeat, he gritted his teeth and climbed back into the pod, slamming the matchmaking button. A flash of light later, he was standing back in the arena. But the moment he saw the figure standing opposite him, his entire body froze. No way. Did he actually get matched with them again? Damn it. You again, he roared, frantically pulling up his opponent's stat screen. His gaze locked onto the topmost field, the cultivation rank, and his pupils shrank violently. Second rank 4 layers. He blinked hard, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Right then, a shadow darted forward. Su Chun's dark claw was already at his throat. He didn't even have time to raise his arms in defense before darkness swallowed his vision, booting him straight out of the match. Zhang Xiaodian stood beside his virtual pod, completely dumbstruck. Second rank, 4 layers how? He muttered to himself. School had barely started. How could anyone possibly reach that level already? Clenching his fists, he forced out a threat between gritted teeth. If this is real, I'll eat shit standing on my hands. After hesitating for a few seconds, he slammed the matchmaking button again. Meanwhile, Su Chun frowned slightly inside his own pod. Why the same guy again? He eyed his reappearing opponent with mild suspicion. A quick glance at his ranking showed he'd already broken into the top 800,000. Next, he said flatly, matching now, 2 seconds later, Zhang Xiaodian materialized across the arena for the third time. The moment he saw Su Chun, Zhang's face drained of color, and he threw his hands up in panic. Wait, hold on, bro. Don't attack yet. Su Chun paused mid-motion, his claw hovering as he stared at him in confusion. Zhang Xiaodian hurriedly checked the stat panel again. Su Chun never heard of him. Rank second rank, 4 layers. His voice pitched upward sharply, eyes bulging. You're seriously second rank 4 layers? Are you kidding me? He rubbed his eyes, leaning closer to the panel to double-check. In the end, he had no choice but to accept the insane truth staring back at him. Bro, he lifted his head, voice trembling. Where do you buy your hacks? Can you send me the link? Su Chin sighed internally and shook his head. His claw descended. Zhang Xiaodian was sent packing once again. This time, he burst out of his pod like a madman, sprinting down the hallway while shouting hysterically. Emergency alert. There's a freshman second rank 4 layers. I saw it with my own eyes. Bullshit. What freshman reaches tier 2 rank for this early? Yeah, Zhang Xiaodian. Keep lying, and we'll stuff you back into the cryopod, believe me. Zhang Xiaodian opened his mouth, but could only scratch his head in frustration. No wonder no one bought it. His cultivation speed was downright unreal. Talk about bad luck. Su Chin stared at the empty virtual arena, shaking his head lightly with a faint smirk. 3 matches in a row, all instant KOS. Anyone would be pissed. Next, as soon as he uttered the word, his depleted energy instantly refilled. That was the beauty of the virtual battlefield, everything reset, unlike the real world where recovery was grueling. 2 seconds later, a tall male materialized across from him in a shimmer of light. The guy glanced at Su Chun's ranking and scoffed. Huh, rank 700,000. Got lucky scraping your way up here, huh? Su Chin flicked his eyes toward the opponent's display, 558,069. A difference of over 100,000 ranks. That was the Celestial Ladder's special reward for win streakers, matching them against stronger foes to test their worth. Kid, just forfeit. Rank 550k versus 700k? I could beat you blindfolded. Su Chun replied with one line. Fights aren't won by numbers. Before the words faded, a shadow streaked like lightning through the air. The guy barely blinked before his avatar splattered into digital sludge. The spectator stands erupted. Damn. Smuff alert. Ignoring them, Su Chun readied himself again. His dark claw lashed out swift, brutal, precise. Opponents fell one after another like sandcastles swept by wind. 19 consecutive wins. With double points stacking, his rank skyrocketed 140,000. Next, light flashed once more, revealing a short-haired girl this time. Her eyes lit up at the sight of him. Whoa, you're this handsome. Wait, YS rank 140k, matching my 50k. 19 win streak. System S gotta spice things up, Su Chin said flatly. The girl froze, hurriedly pulling up his stats. When she spotted the shimmering gold 19 win streak badge, especially the tier 2 rank 4, glowing under cultivation, her jaw dropped. School had started just 10 days ago. This progression speed was monstrous. Covering her mouth, she trembled. Big bro, I think I'm in love. She rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. But the data on the virtual arena didn't lie. The simulation pods of the 100 schools ladder had never malfunctioned. Su Chun had genuinely reached tier 2, stage 4. Don't waste time. Su Chun sighed, shadows rippling around his right hand. Zhang Lily eagerly turned and bent forward, her voice laced with amusement. Come at me, handsome. Shadows tore through the air. Boom. The claw shadow descended, and Zhang Lily's figure instantly shattered. Congratulations, Su Chun, on achieving 20 consecutive victories. Today's challenge quota has been exhausted. As soon as the system announcement ended, a blinding white light flooded Su Chun's vision. The moment the simulation pod hissed open, a resonant bell toll echoed through the hall. Gong. The noisy hall fell silent. Every gaze locked onto the young man stepping out of the pod. 20 wins. Who's this monster? Must be some elite from a noble family here to flex. Damn, he's kinda hot. A boy sidled up to Su Chun. Bro, which province's genius are you? You look familiar. Su Chun waved dismissively. Just a nobody from nowhere. What's with the bell? The honor bell. 1 toll for 20 wins, 2 for breaking records, 3 for topping a leaderboard, 6 for double list domination 9. The boy lowered his voice. For conquering the 4-year grand rankings. The bell's echo still lingered. Su-chun clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within. To challenge the senior year rankings, he'd need at least Tier 6 strength. Yet most graduates barely reach Tier 5, Stage 4. From Tier 2 to Tier 6 in 1 year? He took a deep breath. To others, this goal was pure delusion. Su-chun felt the pulse of the system within him, his confidence surging like flames. Since crossing into this world where strength ruled supreme and obtaining this system, he was destined to stir up storms. "Thanks, bro," Su-chun said sincerely. "Hey, no need to be so polite." The other man grinned and waved him off. Su-chun smiled faintly. "I've got things to do, catch you later." The afternoon sun slanted across the street. The combat manual he'd ordered should have already arrived at his villa. It was time to return and train. "Wait, what's your name, kid?" A voice called from behind. Su-chun turned his head and uttered 2 words, "Su-chun." Then he strode out of the virtual simulator hall with steady steps. The man watched his retreating figure and muttered under his breath, "Su-chun, doesn't he seem like a noble scion?" The young man carried himself with calm composure, none of the arrogance typical of elites. In the capital, the Jiang family estate stood imposingly, its grand eaves and carved beams radiating authority. "Villa 1 isn't mine?" Jiang Shi arched an eyebrow, his voice turning icy. How could anyone rank above him? As the second son of the Jiang family, wielder of the S-ranked ability, Violet Thunder Wrath, and already at the first Tier 6 stage, he refused to believe any peer could surpass him. Jiang Jie, standing respectfully at his side, hurriedly added, "Young master, that guy even dared to boast about challenging you. Doesn't he know who I am?" Jiang Shi sneered. "Seems like an outsider knows nothing about the capital." "From Demon City?" "No, I checked. Demon City has no such person. He is said to hail from some backwater town." "A bumpkin." The corner of Jiang Shi's lips curled mockingly. "A frog at the bottom of a well." But one thing puzzled him. Why was that guy's villa ranked above his? Villa 1 symbolized the top newcomer of this year's class. Had the academy made a mistake? He'd see for himself. What right did some resource-starved country boy have to compete with him? A prodigy forged from rare treasures. How strong is he? "I was defeated in 1 move," Jiang Jie mumbled, hanging his head. Jiang Shi's expression didn't waver. He could crush Jiang Jie just as easily. At least this Su-chun was qualified to be the first stepping stone beneath his feet in the academy. "Send Su-chun a message," Jiang Shi said, a flicker of violet lightning dancing at his fingertips. "Tomorrow afternoon, Capital Arena. I'll make sure everyone understands the price of challenging a true prodigy. Young Master Jiang, you absolutely must teach him a lesson for me." Jiang Jie hunched over, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile. Jiang Shi waved impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. "Got it. Useless trash. Shouldn't you be crawling off to train?" Jiang Jie nodded hurriedly and was about to retreat when he was stopped again. "Wait." Jiang Shi curled the corner of his lips. "While you're at it, go check if there are any standout beauties among this year's freshmen." A knowing smirk instantly spread across Jiang Jie's face. "Leave it to me." Inside Villa Number 1, the AI robot Xiao Hua glided smoothly forward, carrying a tray with 2 ancient-looking tomes emitting a faint, eerie glow. "Master, your orders 9 nether slashes and shadow shield have arrived." A sharp glint flashed in Su-chun's eyes. Finally, he reached out and took the books. The moment his fingertips touched the covers, a chill seeped into his skin. Silently, he commanded, "Learn." Instantly, an overwhelming flood of information surged into his mind: angles of slashes, the flow of power, the manipulation of shadows as if he had practiced them countless times before. 9 nether slashes, compatible with Demon Scythe. Proficiency increases can unleash up to 9 shadow blades, each stronger than the last. Potential evolution at True Intent Realm. Shadow Shield condenses dark elements to form a protective barrier. Strength scales with proficiency and supernatural ability. Su-chun took a deep breath. Offense and defense, just what I needed. But his kill points were still at 0, leaving several dark-type combat skills locked. Just as he was lost in thought, a crisp ringtone shattered the silence. The name, Chu Jining flashed on his phone screen. Yeah. Suchin answered. How's Villa number 1 treating you? Her voice carried a hint of cautious probing. Suchin scoffed. It's fine. Whoever dares come looking for death, I'll end them with one swipe. Don't blame me if they end up half dead. A brief silence hung on the other end. Never mind that. Chu Jining changed the subject. As of now, I'm your dean. I've added you to the dark faculty group and the freshman group. Check them yourself. Almost immediately, his phone vibrated twice. 2 new group chats popped up on screen. You're the dark faculty dean? Suchin raised an eyebrow. Correct. Start preparing for the faculty challenge tournament. With that, Chu Jining hung up. She set down her phone and rubbed her temples. Where else would a dark type ability user go if not the dark faculty? But thinking about this year's situation, she shook her head with a bitter smile. In past years, the dark faculty had always been bullied by the others. This time, however, with Su-chun, this monster around someone else would be the ones crying for mercy. Su-chun tapped open the chat labeled Capital Supernatural Academy Dark Faculty Group 250th Cohort, 569 members. 250 years of history? His finger lingered on the screen. Makes sense. 300 years ago, the world had mutated, flora and fauna transformed. Demonic rifts tore open, supernatural abilities awakened. Humanity had clawed its way through decades of ruins before rebuilding this city. The city was rebuilt upon ruins, and the monstrous beasts were driven beyond towering walls. Schools, universities, high schools slowly began to recover. But the 250th session, that number didn't sound very auspicious. Love's Boogerly Buffon rank a Shadow Hawk. Yo, fresh meat? Newbies gotta change their name and list their ability rank. Shadow Affinity? If you're not rank A, you better call me bro. Who's gonna cover your back in the resource challenge otherwise? At Su-chun. Su-chun glanced at the sudden ping on his screen and frowned slightly. This guy has got some nerve. He edited his nickname, then tapped a single symbol into the chat box. Su-chun rank S Shadow Monarch. Question mark. That lone question mark was like a stone tossed into still water. The group chat exploded instantly. Li Buffon, bro. My bad. No dad. Father. Take me with you in the resource challenge. Zhang Kuan, grandpa? You're that Su-chun? The one who crushed 20 straight matches in the 100 schools ranking. Han Xiaomei. Hubby, the 600 kids at home are waiting for you to start dinner. Su-chun stared at his screen, momentarily speechless. Su-chun is... There's seriously no other rank S Shadow Affinity here. Judging by their reactions, he was probably the only one. Li Buffon, you guessed it. You're the only rank S Shadow user. You're our boss now. Figures. Su-chun rubbed his temples. Su-chun, just me? What about rank S users from other departments? There was no way rank S was that rare here. Sure, awakening rank S was tough in smaller regions, but this was the capital. Li Buffon. The lightning department has 2 rank S users out of 1600. Fire department S the same. We're gonna get stomped in the resource challenge. This year's freshman class had 21,000 students, and nearly 3,500 belonged to lightning and fire. With 20 plus departments total, those 2 factions were practically untouchable. Rank S wasn't extinct, it was just all born elsewhere. Su-chun, relax. First, tell me, how does the resource challenge work? Li Buffon, you don't know, boss? Each department sends 30 fighters, free for all. Whichever side gets wiped first loses. Winners get more resources, losers tighten their belts all year. Su-chun's lips curled slightly after reading that. Simple rules. In that case, if he just took out all 30 opponents himself, wouldn't that settle it? One man versus an entire department. Su-chun, thanks. He exited the chat and skimmed the Capital Academy Freshman Exchange Group. The latest message popped up. Lightning Department Zhang Debiao. Qualifiers are the day after tomorrow. Some departments should just forfeit early, spare yourselves the beating. Especially Shadow and Earth. Heard of young Master Zhang? Sure. The arguments between students from different departments were still flooding his phone screen. Zhang Hai from the Fire Department. You useless dark department trash still dare to speak up? Someone just tried to pick a fight with me, saying we're bullying others because we have S ranks? Hilarious. Weakness is the original sin. Just wait till the resource tournament will crush you underfoot. Lu Zheng from the Spear Department. Don't get ahead of yourself, Thunderfire Department. Leave some room for humility. Chu Chun from the Thunder Department. Humility? Resources are seized, not given. In this high martial world, weakness is the original sin. Li Zhuang from the Earth Department. Damn it. Getting beaten down by you guys every single day. Su Chun exited the group chat with a swipe and rubbed his temples. Arguing with them online was a waste of time. When the resource tournament arrived, fists would do the talking. He tapped open the Academy's official site and skimmed through trending headlines. Shocking. A 20-win streak reappears on the 100 schools ladder. Image attached. Record broken. Highest number of S-rank freshmen ever recorded at Kyoto Academy of Abilities. Emergency mission. Bloodhorn Demon Cave Rampage students recruited for suppression. Comments flooded the forums. Suchin glanced at them before tossing his phone aside. Just then, Jiang Jia's cocky voice rang out from outside the window. Suchun. Tomorrow afternoon, at the arena hall. Unless you're too scared to show. Suchin frowned, pushed open the villa door, and stepped outside. Stop yelling. I'll be there. Before his words even faded, the shadows around him surged violently. A pitch-black claw materialized midair, tore through the wind, and smashed down explosively. Jiang Jia had no time to react. His body crashed heavily into the ground, kicking up dust. Sprawled on the dirt, his bones screaming in protest. Only one thought remained. Never running my mouth again. Suchin dusted off his hands impassively and turned back inside. Sinking into the couch, he closed his eyes and mapped out his next moves. Tomorrow first the trial tower, then dealing with Jiang Jia. The day after was the opening ceremony, attended by the principal, academy elites, and major family representatives. Immediately following the ceremony was the resource tournament, the real main event. Thinking of this, Suchin smirked. Class placements? He couldn't care less about elite class or reserve class. After sweeping the freshman resource rankings, he skipped straight to sophomore year. Currently, the strongest freshman was only at first tier, 6th layer, while he had already broken through to second tier, 4th layer. Crushing the weak wasn't fun. Clashing with sophomores would be far more satisfying. Although skipping grades required passing a challenge trial, the specifics were still unclear. I'll figure it out when the time comes. He exhaled softly, brushing these thoughts aside. The phone rang abruptly, its clear chime shattering the silence of the room. Suchin picked up his phone, and the name on the screen made the corners of his lips curl upward involuntarily. Hello? Xiaochenzi, did you miss me? Shi Yaoyao's sweet voice came through the receiver, laced with a playful whine. Of course. When do you arrive? 8 tomorrow morning. Don't forget to pick me up, or you'll regret it. Don't worry. From now on, I'll have your back in the capital. Su Chun thumped his chest lightly. Humph, that's more like it. Has anyone been giving you trouble over there? Concern seeped into her tone. Even if they tried, they wouldn't stand a chance against me. Good. Just remember pick me up tomorrow. The call ended. Su Chun's smile lingered as he put away his phone and summoned his system panel. Name, Su Chun. Level, 2nd tier, 4th phase. Ability, S-class Shadow Monarch. Bone tempering, 9th cycle. Cultivation technique, Infinite Spirit Origin Art, 1st layer. Combat skills, 3rd tier Corrupting Bat Strike mastered, 3rd tier Phantom Flash mastered. Inventory, Mysterious Egg incubating. His gaze lingered on the last entry. With a thought, a black egg materialized in his hand. Today marked exactly 10 days. Fine cracks had already spread across the eggshell. It's time. He held his breath. Crack. The egg suddenly trembled violently before shattering with crisp snaps. A surge of shadowy energy flooded out like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire room. Amidst the darkness, a tiny winged creature darted through the shadows with glee. Su Chun narrowed his eyes, muttering under his breath, seriously, such theatrics. As the shadows gradually dissipated, he got a clear look at the small sprite hovering midair. She was no larger than his palm, her body carved from black jade, with delicate features and eyes like bottomless pools. Her hair cascaded like flowing shadows over her shoulders. Most striking were her nearly translucent butterfly wings, quivering ever so slightly in the air. The butterfly wings shimmered with an eerie glow, their edges adorned with delicate golden patterns so fine they were almost invisible. She hovered silently in midair, her wings occasionally fluttering faintly, scattering specks of dark luminescent dust. The particles drifted languidly around her, forming a nebulous veil of starlight, dreamlike and enigmatic. She was like a porcelain doll forged from the essence of night, petite, exquisite. What just hatched? Su Chen's thoughts flickered as he cast an inspection spell. Name, Dark Sprite. Bloodline, Monarch class. Realm, Tier 1, Stage 1. Attributes, Dark Wind. Growth stage, Infant. Note, favored child of dark elements. Capable of symbiotic fusion, enhancing the host. Upon reaching adolescence, unlocks dual forms offense and support combine. Su Chen's breath hitched. Monarch class bloodline. Among mystical beasts, bloodlines ranged from common at the bottom, ascending to elite, monarch, saint, each tier more formidable than the last. And this little thing was born at the pinnacle? Not to mention the symbiotic enhancement. This was practically a walking, breathing treasure trove. His heartbeat thundered in his chest. Just then, the dark sprite blinked her large eyes and fluttered her wings, darting closer with effortless grace. She nuzzled the back of Su Chen's hand affectionately, her gaze brimming with trust. His fingertips tingled with warmth, brushing against something soft and downy. His heart softened instantly, and he gently stroked her head. So I'm a dad now? The tiny creature tilted her face up and let out a faint, melodic chirp, her little mouth opening slightly. Hungry? Su Chen ventured. She nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Su Chen scratched his head. What did dark sprites even eat? Probably something dark attributed. Hold on, let me check. He summoned his AI assistant. Xiaohua, pull up feeding guidelines for dark sprites. Searching. A holographic screen flickered to life, displaying a chaotic jumble of information: sprite history, behavioral patterns, nothing useful. Su Chen massaged his temples. The kit arrives before the manual. Ding! A system notification chimed in right on cue. Dark sprites require sustenance imbued with dark elements such as spiritually infused dark herbs, fruits, or the flesh of dark attuned mystical beasts. The more concentrated the dark energy, the faster their growth and the greater the enhancement bestowed upon the host. Su Chen listened to the system's description and couldn't help twitching his lips. Eating spiritual herbs directly? This little thing was truly hard to raise. Little flower, search for dark elemental rare treasures, he ordered aloud. Master, here you go. A blue holographic screen materialized in the air, densely listing various dark elemental treasures. Yet most were rare items with sky-high prices and scarce availability. At the moment, only 2 types could be purchased in the capital. The first was shadow grass. Its veins shimmered with an eerie glow, often used in alchemy to enhance cultivation. 1 stalk cost 1 academic credit, equivalent to 10,000 blue star coins. The second was shadow crystal, a condensed crystal of pure dark energy harvested from the darkest regions, boasting extremely high absorption efficiency. But its price was terrifying, 20 academic credits per crystal, totaling 200,000 blue star coins. Su Chen drew in a sharp breath. Glancing at his pitiful remaining balance of 4,000 academic credits, his heart clenched, and an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. He slumped backward into the couch and exhaled deeply. Looks like I really can't afford to be frugal with credits. Little flower, he gritted his teeth. Order 50 shadow crystals and 500 stalks of shadow grass. Refine them all into pills and arrange express delivery. There was no way he'd actually let the dark sprite munch on raw leaves. Refining them into pills ensured faster absorption and better safety. Order confirmed. 50 shadow crystals, 1,000 credits, deducted 500 shadow grass, 500 credits, deducted alchemy processing fee 30 credits, express fee 20 credits. Total deduction, 1,550 credits. Remaining balance, 2,450 credits. Estimated delivery within 2 hours, Little Flower reported crisply. Su Chen shook his head with a bitter chuckle and gently scooped up the dark sprite resting in his palm. Little guy, you'd better pull your weight, he murmured, rubbing its cool, delicate wings with his knuckle. You've got to earn me back double these credits. As if understanding him, the dark sprite nuzzled its cheek against his thumb. Just then, a crescent-shaped dark mark flashed briefly across the back of Su Chen's hand. Ding! Dark sprite has formed a contract with its host. Quite the obedient one, he chuckled softly, unable to resist giving its tiny head a gentle rub with his fingertip. The little creature suddenly opened its mouth as if to bite. Suchin jerked his hand back and laughed. Not edible, buddy. Your pills will be here soon. Blinking its sparkling eyes, the dark sprite nodded obediently. So well behaved. How about I call you Tuanshuan? Do you like the name? The tiny sprite fluttered its wings, happily circling twice midair before gracefully landing back on his shoulder. It blinked slowly, then gradually closed its eyes, curling into a quiet little ball. Sleep well? Tuanshuan, Su Chun whispered as faint, steady breaths warmed his shoulder. Su Chun gazed at the little one's adorable sleeping face, a gentle curve forming at the corners of his lips. A daughter should be pampered and cherished. He took a deep breath. Starting today, he wouldn't just grow stronger, he'd also be the best dad he could be, watching Tuan Tuan grow up step by step. Morning arrived with the blaring of an alarm. Su Chin yawned and stretched lazily. New day, new beginnings. Tuan Tuan was still sprawled on his chest, fast asleep, her tiny body rising and falling gently with each breath. Sensing Su Chin move, she drowsily opened her eyes big, watery orbs staring up at him before smacking her lips softly. Hungry? Su Chin chuckled as he pulled out a shadow crystal. Slightly larger than a piece of gum, the crystal was pitch black with an eerie glow. The little one reached out with both hands, clutching the crystal tightly before eagerly taking a crunchy bite. Instantly, a satisfied expression bloomed across her face as she munched happily. Watching her enjoy her meal warmed Su Chin's heart. Just yesterday, she devoured 10 of these things in one go. Her daily snacks alone cost him 200 academic credits equivalent to 2 million Blue Star coins. The batch of 120 crystals refined from 500 shadowgrass plants probably wouldn't last more than a few days. Lost in thought, Su Chin suddenly felt Tuan Tuan's aura surge sharply. His eyes brightened. First tier, second rank? Not bad. Kiddo, those snacks weren't wasted. Not only had her cultivation broken through, but her body also seemed to have grown slightly, making her even more adorable. Su Chun handed her another crystal. Now clutching one in each hand, Tuan Tuan munched away enthusiastically, doubling her enjoyment. Come on, let us go check out the capital. They stepped outside, hailed a cab, and headed straight for the airport. Half an hour later, the bustling terminal was packed with travelers. The moment Tuan Tuan appeared, every single pair of eyes locked onto her. Holy, what's that thing following that guy? Since when did tech get this advanced? Oh my god, so freaking cute. I just want to squish her. Ugh, I wonder if that hunk has a girlfriend. That little one's too adorable. Whispers filled the air. Tuan Tuan, look how popular you are, Su Chun teased with a grin. Seeming to understand, Tuan Tuan happily fluttered her tiny wings in response. Su Chun, a bright voice rang out. Shi Yao Yao, fresh off her flight, spotted him instantly amid the crowd and waved excitedly. Su Chun raised a hand in greeting, smiling warmly. Shi Yao Yao bounded over, her lips curling into a playful smirk. At least you've got some conscience. Knew you'd come pick me up. Of course. I always keep my word, especially when it comes to beautiful women. A few days apart, and suddenly you've got a sweet tongue. Shi Yao Yao stomped her foot lightly. Liar. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the little creature perched on Su Chin's shoulder, her eyes lighting up instantly. What's this? It's absolutely adorable. She reached out to touch it, but Tuanshuan immediately shrank back warily, burying itself behind Su Chin's neck. Only its round little head peeked out, its bright eyes glancing timidly at her. Su Chun, where did you trick this little treasure from? Shi Yao Yao pouted. Found an egg a while back, hatched it myself. Su Chun shrugged with a grin. Given by the system still counted as finding it. No lies there. Yeah, right. Shi Yao Yao scoffed, though her eyes sparkled with fascination. Her voice softened pleadingly. Su Chun, just let me touch it, just once, I promise. Tuanshuan's fluffy fur shimmered softly under the light, utterly irresistible. Su Chun leaned down and whispered gently to his shoulder. Tuanshuan, go say hello to Big Sister. The little creature fluttered its wings, hovering right in front of Shi Yao Yao. It waved a tiny paw, its lips curling into a sweet little smile. Shi Yao Yao's heart melted instantly. She spread her arms wide. Come here, let Big Sister hold you. But Tuanchuan shook its head rapidly before darting back to Su Chen's shoulder, pressing itself tightly against his neck. It's shy? Maybe next time? Su Chen chuckled. You stingy jerk, Su Chen. Xiaoyao puffed up her cheeks. The more you scold, the more it'll hide from you. Xiaoyao deflated instantly like a popped balloon, her shoulders slumping. You bully. All right, I should get going to tackle the 100 schools ladder rankings after dropping you off. Su Chen glanced toward the simulation arena. Just 39 more consecutive wins, then he'd secure those 2,000 credits for Tuanchuan's nutrition fund. No time to waste. The two took a ride back to Kyoto Academy of Abilities. Su Chen helped Xiaoyao complete her enrollment, pointing out training grounds, libraries, and dorm areas along the way while casually explaining the ladder rankings. Soon, they stood at the entrance of the virtual simulation hall. Inside, multicolored lights pulsed softly as rows of simulation pods hummed with activity. Students bustled about, voices rising and falling in excited chatter. Su Chen, I'm going to try the ladder rankings first. Xiaoyao eagerly dashed toward an empty pod. Su Chen lowered his voice. Tuanchuan, come back for now. He tossed 2 shadow crystals into his palm. Tuanchuan hugged the crystals, nuzzled Su Chen's fingers briefly, then dissolved into a soft glow that merged with the crescent moon mark on his palm. With Tuanchuan settled, Su Chen strode toward another pod. The moment he appeared, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Look, it's Su Chen 20 consecutive wins yesterday. That S-ranked shadow type. Are shadow users finally making waves this year? How far do you think he'll go? 30 wins max, right? The higher he climbs, the more S ranks he'll face. Shadow isn't easy to pull off. Amid the whispers, Su Chen stepped into his pod and sealed the hatch. Begin matchmaking? The system voice chimed. Affirmative. Searching for opponent. Seconds later, a figure materialized across the virtual arena. AB ranked ability user from Demon Capital Academy, ranked 20,000th. The opponent arched an eyebrow, sizing Su Chen up with a smirk. Rank 100,000? Kid, you've stacked quite a streak, huh? Too bad you ran into Boda. Spare me the chatter. Su Chen's voice was icy. The shadow claw slashed down again. Before Boda could react, his figure shattered into motes of light and vanished. Shanghai Supernatural Academy, training room. No way one move. Boda stared at the screen, disbelief plastered across his face. Dark type abilities? Since when did Kyoto Academy produce such a monster? He sat frozen in his seat, shock and confusion flooding his mind. The next 9 battles played out identically. One move. Shatter. Victory. Su Chen's ranking skyrocketed straight to 9,890th place. Above his head, the 30-win streak badge gleamed harshly in gold, silently declaring his overwhelming dominance. Next, 2 seconds later, another figure materialized atop the arena. From Guangzhou Martial Supernatural Academy, Xiao Tian, ranked 236th. 30-win streak. Xiao Tian blinked at the golden badge, momentarily stunned. His eyes darted to Su Chen's ranking somewhere in the 9,000s. How is that possible? Bro, where the hell are you from? You're insane. Xiao Tian couldn't help but blurt out. Check the records. Xiao Tian scratched his head with an awkward chuckle. All right, my bad. He glanced down at the display, then froze entirely. What? Second tier? 4th stage? Are you kidding me? Problem. Su Chen's tone was flat. Xiao Tian's lips twitched, his face cycling through shades of green and white. He planned to break into the top 100 today, and now his first match was against this freak? What was even the point? Who the hell was still stuck in the 2nd tier these days? I forfeit, he shouted. The system's robotic voice chimed coldly. Opponent surrendered. Victory. Continue. Another 8-win streak followed. Su Chen closed in on 40 consecutive victories, his rank surging to 256th. Your opponent has arrived. Light swirled as a new silhouette took form. From Shanghai Supernatural Academy, Li Kuang, wielder of the S-rank fire ability, Crimson Inferno, ranked 9th on the National Academy ladder. 39 wins. Li Kuang caught sight of Su Chen's streak, eyebrows lifting briefly before his composure returned. Goodbye. A shadow claw tore through the air, crashing down violently. Li Kuang's body erupted into flames as he burst backward, narrowly avoiding the strike. a perfected tier combat skill. His pupils contracted, shock etching across his features. How long had it been since supernatural awakenings began? And this guy had already mastered his skill to perfection? Were they even from the same generation? You're decent, Su Chun's voice drifted over. First one to make me use a second move. Abyssal Shadow Claw. Su Chun slammed both palms against the ground. The arena beneath Li Kuang trembled violently, then abruptly transformed into a swirling abyss of darkness. Countless shadowy talons surged from its depths, ravenous and wild. What the hell is this? Li Kuang's face paled. Flame wings flared as he rocketed skyward, desperately trying to escape the death trap below. Countless shadowy claws stretched forth from the abyss like clinging parasites, wrapping themselves tightly around Li Kuang's fiery wings and body, dragging him downward with relentless force. Get off me! Get the hell away! Li Kuang's roar was laced with terror as he thrashed wildly, his flaming wings flailing, but the icy grip refused to loosen. His eyes burned crimson as his entire body erupted in towering flames. The scorching heat meant to repel the shadow claws. Yet the darkness did not yield. Instead, it coiled tighter, dragging him faster toward the murky depths below. The gap in their strength was insurmountable. Within seconds, amid the sickening crunch of bone and a scream abruptly cut short, only a bleached skeleton remained on the water's surface, sinking slowly out of sight. Congratulations to student Su Chun for achieving a 40-win streak. Current ranking, 106. Daily challenge attempts exhausted. The notification had barely faded before Su Chun was ejected from the virtual battlefield. Beside the simulator pod at Demon City's Supernatural Academy, Li Kuang's eyes snapped open. His face was ghostly pale, his training suit drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for breath, fingers trembling uncontrollably. That was horrifying. That wasn't human power. He muttered, recalling the moment he faced Su Chun, how he had felt like an ant crushed beneath a freight train, utterly powerless. Meanwhile, in Kyoto's virtual simulation hall, majestic bell tolls resonated through the grand chamber once more. Dong! Dong! Announcement. Freshman Su Chun has broken Mu Shuer's 39-win streak record, securing an unprecedented 40-win streak. Reward. 2,000 academic points have been deposited into your Kyoto Dragon card. Before the echoes of the broadcast faded, Su Chun pushed open the door of pod number 18 and stepped out. Instantly, every eye in the hall locked onto him. Waves of hushed whispers erupted. Mu Shuer's record got broken. And by a freshman. That's Su Chun? He's kinda handsome. What's his background? At this rate, will he climb to the top of the school's leaderboard in 3 days? Xiaoyao, who had just emerged from a neighboring pod, overheard the chatter. Glancing at her own hard-earned 8-win streak, she suddenly felt deflated. She hurried over to Su Chun and handed him a water bottle. 40 straight matches must be exhausted you. Su Chun took the bottle, tilting his head back as he drank half in one go, his Adam's apple bobbing once. It was fine, he replied calmly, as if he'd just finished a routine training session. Yet this simple exchange sent ripples through the crowd. Envious glances came from male students, while some girls sighed inwardly. Then, 2 strikingly beautiful girls summoned their courage and approached. One, cheeks faintly flushed, spoke softly. Excuse me, Su Chun. He turned, gaze questioning. Are you and Xiaoyao together? No, Su Chun answered bluntly. The girl's eyes brightened, hope coloring her face. She quickly pulled out her phone. Then, could I add you on WeChat? Maybe we could spar sometime. Su Chun pulled out his phone and replied casually, whatever. Before his words had fully faded, Xiaoyao swiftly stepped between them, her voice crisp as she cut in. Not happening. The girl's face darkened as she sidestepped Yao Yao and reached to scan Su Chun's phone. You're not his girlfriend. What's it to you? The cheerful beep of a successful scan sounded. The girl smugly waved her screen before turning on her heel and walking away. Su Chun stood frozen in place. Yao Yao, however, bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her cheeks flushed red and her nose twitching slightly. Yet a voice inside reminded her. That's right. What right did she have to stop him? Someone as dazzling as Su Chun, when would it ever be her place to interfere? What's wrong? Upset. Su Chun tilted his head to look at her. As if. She took a sharp breath and stubbornly turned away. All right. Su Chen chuckled lightly, shaking his phone screen. She added Han Xiaoli's WeChat. The QR code he displayed clearly showed Han Xiaoli's profile picture. Su Chen shrugged, a sly grin playing at his lips. These people who flocked to him were just looking to take advantage of his strength for their own convenience. Compared to these superficial social maneuvers, he'd rather head into demon caves and slash a few more monsters' blood on his blade. Strength honed, that was what counted. A young man out in the world alone really had to stay sharp. Huh. Yao Yao leaned in for a quick glance, confirming it wasn't Su Chun's account before huffing and turning away. Not my business. So next time I'll actually let them add me? Su Chun feigned walking toward the door. No way. Absolutely not. She hurried after him, her footsteps echoing loudly down the hallway. Those girls are up to no good. Can't you learn to protect yourself, you naive boy? In the conference room of Kyoto Supernatural Academy, the long table was lined with deans from various departments. At the head, Principal Zheng Tian and Vice Principal Bai Chonglin sat stiffly upright. Zheng Tian swept his gaze across the room, his voice steady. Tomorrow marks the official start of the semester. Are all departments prepared for orientation? Nods and affirmations rippled through the group. Everything's ready. This year, we have 2 more S-rank freshmen than last year, Zheng Tian remarked, a faint smile curling his lips. Worth celebrating. Applause surged like waves. Then, Bai Chonglin tapped the table lightly. Principal, there's something I'd like to bring up. Go ahead, Lao Bai. Bai Chonglin turned toward Chu Jining, who had remained silent on the right, his tone deliberately measured. Dean Shu, is it true that after failing to recruit any S-rank Dark Affinity students this year, you publicly offered an astronomical sum to poach one from another department? Chu Jining lifted her eyes, a glint of frost flashing within them. This old fox was picking fights again. Her voice was calm, yet edged with steel. That S-rank Dark Affinity freshman possesses rare potential. They're worth the high price. What's the issue? Bai Chonglin scoffed, leaning back into his chair. An S-rank Dark Affinity, how strong could they possibly be? SSS tier privileges, a 6th tier combat technique, and the Boundless Spirit Origin Sutra. The voice echoed through the conference room. Dean Shu, your offer is beyond extravagant. In an instant, the gazes of every department head locked onto Chu Jining. Shock, confusion, disbelief. Everyone knew that the Boundless Spirit Origin Sutra alone was worth an SSS tier privilege. This meant Chu Jining had invested resources equivalent to recruiting 2 S-tier prodigies only to secure a single S-ranked Shadow Affinity student. To everyone, it seemed like sheer folly. Shadow abilities had always been weak. What waves could a mere S-rank possibly make? Quite the grand gesture, Dean Shu, came a mocking voice. But Shadow Affinity has always been feeble. Recruiting an S-rank is just psychological comfort, nothing more. Exactly. Even Jiang Shi from our Lightning department only enjoys SSS tier privileges. How can some S-rank Shadow student possibly stand equal to him? Seems Vice Principal Bai's criticism of you last time wasn't unfounded. The barrage of comments stabbed at Chu Jining like needles. Principal Zheng Tianan frowned slightly. He had been the one to approve the resources. At the time, Chu Jining had assured him with unwavering conviction that enrolling Su Chun would be the Academy's wisest decision. Though skeptical, he had agreed. Now, Vice Principal Bai Chonglin, long at odds with Chu Jining, seized the opportunity. Concealing his glee behind a stern expression, he pressed. Dean Chu, surely you won't deny this is favoritism? Chu Jining remained icy, replying only, think what you will. Explaining was futile. Only Su Chun's strength could shatter all doubts. Since you admit it, Bai Chonglin pressed further, then surely disciplining you, revoking your position as Shadow Department Dean, is justified? The other deans exchanged glances. Some hesitated to speak, but ultimately, silence prevailed. Bai Chonglin turned to Zheng Tianan. Principal Zheng, what do you think? Caught in a dilemma, Zheng hesitated until rapid knocks shattered the tension. Enter, Zheng called. The door swung open as the head of the virtual combat arena strode in, making straight for the principal, barely containing his excitement. Principal, you asked me to watch for record breakers, we've got one. Finally, Zheng's eyes flashed with intensity. Already. He had assumed this year's students, though talented, wouldn't he surpass Mu Shuer's record easily. Yet here it was shattered on just the third day. No mistake, principal. Who? In an instant, every dean, even by Chonglin, held their breath, eyes alight with anticipation, each hoping the name would hail from their department. This wasn't just glory, it carried tangible rewards. The arena head took a deep breath and announced, Suchin, the Shadow Department's new student. Over 2 days, he exhausted all 20 challenge attempts and achieved 40 consecutive victories. Silence. Absolute silence. Only stunned gazes remained, all skepticism obliterated by sheer disbelief. No one expected that the record breaker wouldn't be a genius from the Lightning or Fire Academies, but an S-ranked Dark Element student Suchun. Bai Chonglin's face darkened instantly. Meanwhile, a faint smile curled at the corners of Chu Jining's lips. This kid really made her proud. Zheng Tianan gave Chu Jining a meaningful glance before bursting into hearty laughter. Good. Excellent. Maybe he just got matched against weak opponents. Pure luck. Bai Chonglin stubbornly refused to concede, his voice icy. He couldn't believe a Dark Element student could genuinely surpass Lightning and Fire students through sheer strength. Zheng Tianan didn't bother arguing. He turned directly to the virtual simulation hall's director. Pull up the footage from his final match. Yes, sir. The director hastily tapped on his phone, and the footage projected instantly onto the massive screen behind him. Every gaze in the room locked onto the screen. The footage began. Su Chun stood calmly at the center. Then, Li Kuang, Shanghai's S-rank Fire Element prodigy, appeared opposite him. A collective gasp rippled through the audience. Li Kuang was one of the top freshmen. There was no way Su Chun could. Before anyone could dwell on it, the battle erupted. Su Chun lifted his hand and swung a pitch-black claw tore through the air, crashing down toward Li Kuang. Li Kuang reacted swiftly, dodging sideways as the shadow claw grazed his clothes and slammed into the ground, leaving deep fissures. That was close. Even a fraction slower, and Li Kuang would have been done for. No, if it had hit, it wouldn't just have injured him. Look at the density of that shadow claw. That's mastery level. Mastery level? A chill ran down many spines. Mastering a combat technique within 2 weeks of awakening? Such talent was downright terrifying. Silence. Zheng Tianan raised a hand to quell the murmurs. Keep watching. On screen, Su Chen struck again abyssal shadow claw. Several dark tendrils lashed out like vipers, instantly immobilizing Li Kuang. He thrashed wildly, flames erupting from his body, but the shadow bindings didn't budge. Then, Su Chun delivered the final blow. The footage froze. Su Chen's face showed no triumph, only an innate indifference and authority. First tier, 8th level at least. Otherwise, his shadow claw couldn't have withstood Li Kuang's flames. Exactly. It's not that Li Kuang was weak. Su Chun is just monstrously strong. The atmosphere in the viewing gallery shifted entirely. Earlier skepticism vanished, replaced by awe and recognition. Dean Shu was absolutely right to recruit Su Chun and grant him the infinite spirit origin technique. Resources should always be prioritized for prodigies like him. Chu Jining finally allowed herself a full, triumphant smile. She hadn't misjudged him after all. This kid surpassed even her wildest expectations. She turned to Bai Chonglin, her voice crisp and clear. Vice Principal Bai, do you still have anything to say? Today, she would savor this victory, Su Chen's victory, and reclaim her dignity in front of them all. Bai Chonglin's face was like forged steel, his lips sealed shut. No matter how he schemed, he'd never anticipated a Dark Element freak like this emerging out of nowhere. Su Chen's strength had undoubtedly reached First Order 8th layer, if not higher. Otherwise, he couldn't have defeated Li Kuang, a First Order 6th layer cultivator, with such ease. What was even more startling was that his combat techniques had already reached perfection. Even so, Bai Chonglin refused to accept defeat. Tomorrow's interdepartment resource battle, he thought darkly. We'll see if that Su Chun from the Dark Department can hold his ground. As the vice principal and head of the Fire Department, he had already struck a silent agreement with Jiang Dongming, head of the Thunder Department. By then, both departments would dispatch 60 elite students. He refused to believe Su Chun could withstand them alone. Fine, you can handle one S rank, but what about 3 or 4? And what about a whole pack of hostile A rank powers? Vice Principal Bai, Chu Jining curled her lips slightly, her tone light but firm. Whether Su Chun can hold his ground isn't your concern. Some people worry too much it might just shorten their lifespan. Ever since she took over as head of the Dark Department, blocking Bai Chonglin's favored candidate, he had targeted her relentlessly. She had tolerated it before, but today no more. Bai Chonglin's face darkened. How dare Chu Jining curse him to his face? Xing Tianan, sensing the tension, swiftly intervened. All right, that's enough. Trading 2 SSS rank privileges for Su Chun was absolutely worth it. Let's look forward to tomorrow's competition. Meeting adjourned. Of course it was worth it. The footage showed Su Chen's cultivation solidly surpassing First Order 8th layer, his combat techniques polished, and masterful a talent that came once in a century. Originally disinterested in the opening tournament, Zhang Tianan now couldn't wait to see that young man create miracles again. After the meeting, department heads swarmed Chu Jining with congratulations. Bai Chonglin watched the scene, his eyes burning red, then beckoned Jiang Dongming over. Jiang Dongming approached swiftly. Vice Principal, your orders? Are all 30 participants from your department ready? Rest assured, their handpicked the weakest is still an A-rank powerer. Good. Make sure they train hard until the last moment. Also, reach out to other departments, see if anyone wants a shot at crushing the Dark Department. No matter how strong Su Chun was, tomorrow, the Dark Department must lose. And the more departments that ganged up on them, the better. Leave it to me. Once a yak is pinned by thunder and fire's wolves, smaller packs will rush in for scraps. Put simply, the Dark Department was fresh meat. Who wouldn't want an extra bite of resources? Meanwhile, at the Jiang estate in the capital. What? Su Chun has 40 consecutive wins, breaking Mu Shuer's record. Jiang Shi gave a slight nod, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. 2 days, 40 consecutive victories. This Su Chun sure moves fast. Originally, he had planned to assault the newcomer rankings these past 2 days, intending to break Mu Shuer's record. But someone had beaten him to it. 40 consecutive wins. Jiang Shi twisted his neck slightly, joints emitting faint cracks. Whoever this was, they were far from ordinary. Their strength likely placed them among the elite freshmen in the capital. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. That battle later in the afternoon, he'd have to get serious. Go, he commanded. Prepare my S-rank, thunderclap, spear, and that set of shadow armor. No matter how strong Su Chun was, he ultimately came from a small town. His weapons and equipment couldn't possibly compare. Using external advantages for victory that was only natural. Yes, boss. Right away. Jiang Jia, standing nearby, hurriedly complied before stepping closer, lowering his voice with an ingratiating smile. About those pretty girls among the freshmen you asked me to keep an eye on, I've found leads. 5 of them, all top tier. One of them, her looks and demeanor honestly, she rivals Mu Shuer. Jiang Shi's interest peaked, leaning forward slightly. Oh, tell me more about this Mu Shuer lookalike. Her name S. Luo Qingxue S. rank ice-type ability. Cold beauty, just like her name. Good. A smirk curled at Jiang Shi's lips. Mu Shuer might be out of my reach, but this Luo Qingxue, coming from elsewhere, maybe with just a little effort, she'll come to me willingly. He'd seen too many women pretending to be aloof. They were merely holding out for higher bids. Against his status as heir of the Jiang family, even an iceberg would melt. Naturally, young Master S' charm is peerless. Jiang Jia quickly flattered. Dismissed. Jiang Shi waved a hand. Oh, and spread word about my duel with Su Chun this afternoon. Make it lively. How could his first battle at the Capital Academy of Supernatural Abilities go unwitnessed? He wanted every freshman to see firsthand how this so-called 40-win genius would be crushed beneath him. Defeating Su Chun at the height of his fame would only further showcase Thunder God's prowess. Dark-type rising? Please, they just hadn't met Jiang Shi yet. Understood. Leave it to me. Jiang Jia bowed before swiftly retreating. Capital Academy of Supernatural Abilities, Sophomore Virtual Simulation Hall. Shuer Jia, last year's record of yours, someone broke it within 2 days of the new semester. Zhang Luer chirped as he sidled up to Mu Shuer, his tone laced with playful excitement. Mu Shuer shifted her gaze from the holographic screen before her, her expression unreadable. Jiang Shi. Nope. Zhang Luer shook his head. Some genius from the province's Su Chun, S rank, dark type. Dark type. Mu Schwetter's brows arched slightly. Right? Word is he got 40 consecutive wins in just 2 days. He's practically at the top already. Kid S got something. Almost half as good as I was back in the day. Mu Schwer shot him a dry glance. You weren't this impressive back then. Just joking. Zhang Luer scratched his head before sobering up. Seriously though, Schwerjia, if you and him started at the same time, who'd win? Mu Schwer narrowed her eyes slightly. Who was stronger? Back then, she had stopped at 39 consecutive wins not because she couldn't continue, but because she didn't want to draw too much attention. Now, as a sophomore, she held 54 consecutive victories on the 100-school ladder. If she truly had fought Su Chun at the same stage, she was confident victory would still be hers. She shook her head, dismissing those pointless comparisons. After all, Su Chun was a year below her and had trained 1 year less. That gap wasn't so easy to close. Unless he could pull off a miracle, like skipping a grade outright, but the thought flashed by, and even she found it ridiculous. Strength isnt earned through empty talk. She patted Zhang Luer's back, her tone brooking no argument. Go climb the tower. Got it, sis. Zhang Luer stuck out his tongue playfully before darting into the faintly glowing virtual simulation pod. The afternoon sun was warm and golden. Suchin opened his eyes and was pleasantly surprised to find that the dark elf nestled in his arms, Tuanshuan, had grown another size larger, its aura noticeably thicker. Tuanshuan, you're amazing. Already at first order, third tier. He ruffled the little one's fluffy head, his eyes brimming with affection. Just sleeping had made his companion stronger. He couldn't help but imagine eagerly just how astonishing their combined power would be when Tuanshuan's strength fused with his own. This little thing was undoubtedly his hidden trump card. Once tomorrow's resource competition was over, he'd head straight to the Bloodhorn Demon Cave to test the true might of possession. With a dark elf aiding him, he wanted to see just how far his limits could stretch. Tawantin squinted happily at the praise and nuzzled Su Chun's cheek. Then, with a flick of its tiny hand, a dense surge of shadow energy enveloped Su Chun like a tide. He looked up, surprise flickering across his face to see a pitch-black crescent moon hovering above his head. This moon, Su Chun was stunned. Ding! Dark Elf talent unlocked. This is a new shadow-type skill, Dark Moon Blessing. Under moonlight, this skill can channel lunar energy to continuously replenish your source power. Moonlight grant him strength. The moment the system's notification ended, Suchin couldn't help muttering. Damn, the first skill is already this overpowered? This meant his source power would be nearly limitless at night. Carefully storing away the remaining shadow crystals and shadow pills into his spatial ring, he handed them to Tuanshuan with a grin. Here, all your favorites, eat as much as you want. On me, investing in Tuanshuan was absolutely a foolproof trade. Its supportive abilities were already this outstanding. Imagine how strong it'd be once it grew up and switched to attack mode. The thought only solidified Su Chun's resolve. This daughter of his would be spoiled rotten. He could pinch pennies for himself, but Tuanshuan's resources never cut short. With a soft call, Tuanshuan transformed into a streak of light and melted back into the crescent mark on the back of his hand. Su Chun turned his gaze to the window, his eyes sharpening. It was time to settle that duel. His match with Jiang Shi he hadn't forgotten. The arena hall buzzed with noise, a stark contrast to its usual emptiness. Crowds jostled shoulder to shoulder, the air thick with restless energy. Jiang Shi's side had spread the word far and wide, and with both combatants being campus celebrities, this showdown had drawn countless eager eyes. Hey, is this for real? That Su Chun, the one with 40 straight wins, is actually fighting Jiang Shi. Absolutely. They even hung banners. You think they'd fake that? My girlfriend was dressed up as the black and white witches waiting for me at the hotel, and I didn't even go, just to catch this ultimate showdown between two S-class talents. Dude, you're solid. So, who do you think will win today? I'm betting on Jiang Shi. His lightning ability is ridiculously overpowered. He'll crush 40 wins easy. Right? S-Class Lightning touch that, and you're toast. As for S-Class Dark Affinity, haven't seen anyone worth mentioning yet. The chatter drifted into Jiang Shi's ears as the corner of his lips curled upward. He stepped onto the arena grounds with effortless grace. At least these people didn't have terrible taste. Sure, gee, look. Jiang Jian nudged him with an elbow, gesturing into the distance. Those two freshman goddesses are here peeking over there. Jiang Shi followed the direction, his gaze lingering momentarily on Shi Yaoyao and her companion. A flicker of light flashed deep in his eyes. Good. With beauties watching, I'll have to win in style. 10 moves that's all I'll need to end Su Chun. In battles between elites, the victor always reaped admiration. What woman could resist someone powerful and dazzling? Straightening his collar, he strode onto the platform with his head held high. Instantly, cheers surged like tidal waves as every eye fixed on him. The nearby referee scrambled closer with a sycophantic bow. Young Master Jiang. Jiang Shi waved dismissively. Skip the formalities. Such was the privilege of being the second son of the Jiang family of the capital, something no nameless nobody like Su Chun could ever match. Minutes later, Su Chun appeared at the arena entrance, unhurried. A smattering of cheers rose far weaker than Jiang Shi's grand entrance. Shi Yaoyao frowned at the sight. Suddenly, she whipped out an enormous megaphone and aimed it at the crowd. Su Chun the strongest. Su Chun invincible. The megaphone's roar drowned out all noise like a hurricane, seizing every gaze. Su Chun glanced up, recognizing her. His lips curved faintly as he shot her a firm thumbs up. Shi Yaoyao lifted her chin, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. Su Chun turned back and stepped onto the platform calmly. Let us begin. He hadn't expected a simple spar to turn into such a spectacle. Clearly, Jiang Shi had put in effort to hype things up. So, you're Su Chun? Jiang Shi scanned him with scrutinizing eyes. What if I am? Nothing. A flash of crimson lightning flickered in Jiang Shi's gaze. But you've managed to piss me off. The way Shi Yaoyao had cheered for him just now, that didn't look like mere acquaintance. Only by utterly crushing Su Chun and humiliating him publicly would Shi Yaoyao finally realize who the true powerhouse was. Have you lost your mind? When did I ever provoke you? Su Chun spat, his patience wearing thin. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting my time. Jiang Shi sneered coldly, his eyes glinting with menace. Good. I won't hold back. This ends within 10 moves. He turned and shouted to the referee, We're ready. The referee hastily raised his flag and bellowed, Begin. Before half a second had passed, a monstrous shadow claw tore through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling straight toward Jiang Shi's head. Too fast. Jiang Shi's chest tightened. There was no time to dodge, he could only brace himself. Fortunately, his S-grade Shadow Guard armor specialized in neutralizing dark elemental attacks. Blocking this strike shouldn't be a problem. Boom. The deafening impact sent Jiang Shi crashing to the ground. His clothes exploded into tatters, leaving only his armor intact, yet the shadow steel surface was already webbed with cracks. Is this really S-grade? Jiang Shi gaped at the fractures spreading across his chest plate. One hit, and it shattered? Did I get scammed? He jerked his head up, just as Su Chun's aura surged toward him. Second stage, 4th layer. Jiang Shi's mind went blank. Second stage, 4th layer? How we enrolled together. The spectators erupted. That's actually Su Chun? Not only is his cultivation superior, but his shadow claw technique has reached perfection. This is insane. How is anyone supposed to compete? On the arena platform, Su Chun tilted his head with a breezy smirk. Damn, you had me scared, thought you'd actually finish me in 10 moves. Were it not for his Class S Shadow Guard armor, Jiang Shi would have been blasted off the arena long ago, completely disqualified. Staggering, he spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes burning crimson as he roared. Su Chun, this isn't over. Every bone in his body screamed in agony, but he still fought to rise. The gazes of tens of thousands of spectators weighed on him like iron surrender. He couldn't bear the shame. Give up now and save yourself the pain, Su Chun said calmly before swinging another shadow claw through the air. Thunder dash. Jiang Shi's body crackled with electricity as he shot backward. But before he could steady himself, wind howled overhead. Another shadow claw lunged like a panther in the dark. Boom. His armor shattered, scattering metallic shrapnel like rain. Jiang Shi crashed hard onto the ground, curling inward with a pained groan. Just surrender. Don't waste my time. Su Chun's voice dripped from above, sharp as an icicle stabbing into Jiang Shi's ears. Then, A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Shi's eyes as he pulled out another brand new Class S armor, strapping it on lightning fast. So what if you're stronger? 100 million armor set is enough to grind you down. Su Chen froze. 100 million? Then the one he just destroyed was 200 million down the drain. Mother, veins bulged at his temple. I hate rich bastards like you the most. That kind of money could feed Tuan imported treats for 3 damn years. Rage fueled his killing intent. Su Chen slammed his fist into the ground, and instantly, the entire arena sank into an abyssal mire. What the hell is this? Jiang Shi's lightning flickered wildly as countless shadowy claws slithered from the dark ooze. A bone-chilling grip coiled around his limbs, dragging him deeper into the void. Yield, or become bones, Su Chen's voice echoed across the murky surface. The thought of Jiang Shi casually tossing away billions made his teeth grind audibly. I surrender. I surrender. Jiang Shi's scream tore through the air. When death's cold fingers clawed at his spine, pride was the first thing discarded. The abyss dissolved at once. Su Chen flicked his sleeve with a cold snort. Should have done that sooner, wastrel. He turned sharply to the stunned referee. Announce it. The referee jolted, shouting hoarsely. The winner, Su Chen. Su Chen turned and stepped down from the arena. The match was over. There was no reason to stay. Unlike the indifferent silence when he had entered, the stands were now roaring with excitement. Thunderous applause rolled through the crowd, and the cheers threatened to shake the ceiling loose. What thunder genius! What Jiang family of the capital! They're nothing compared to Su Chen. I thought this would be a clash of titans, but it was just gear versus monster. Jiang Shi relied entirely on external tools. Su Chen's the real monster. If anyone dares call Shadow weak again, I'll fight them myself. Amid the clamor, Su Chen's name was chanted over and over, echoing throughout the venue. On the platform, Jiang Shi stared daggers at Su Chen's retreating figure, his nails digging deep into his palms. That deafening applause, that glory under the spotlight, it should have been his. He couldn't deny his defeat in this battle. But the frustration burning in his chest was like wildfire, consuming him from within. He roared inwardly. Just you wait, Su Chen. I will surpass you and erase today's humiliation. The gap in strength was too vast. Then he refined his innate abilities. His family's patriarch had once mentioned a thunder-type secret realm, home to a pool of celestial lightning. Submerging himself for 49 days would be a gamble with death, but it might just push his S-rank thunder abilities beyond their limits. Before, he had feared the risk. Now, he had no choice. This grudge he wouldn't forget. Su Chen. Xiaoyao sprinted down from the stands, her eyes sparkling. Tell me, how did you train? Over the past 2 weeks, she'd practically lived in the training hall, pushing herself day and night, yet she'd only barely broken through to Tier 1, Stage 4. But Su Chen, on that arena, his aura had unmistakably reached Tier 2, Stage 4. No secret techniques? She scoffed internally. Yeah, right. There's no secret. Su Chen shook his head. I just poured in more sweat than others. Xiaoyao nearly rolled her eyes out of her skull. Sweat? She trained 20 hours a day. How dare he act like he had it rough? Ugh, comparing myself to you is just depressing. Don't. Su Chen softened his tone slightly. Among peers, you're already exceptional. The words soothed her pride a little. She pursed her lips. You're right, why compete with a freak like you? All those so-called geniuses from the capital had been crushed beneath his feet. Why torment herself? Feeling better? Come on, I hear the Capital Academy's cafeteria is solid. My treat. Much better. But I can't let you pay this 1S on me. Fine. Then I won't hold back. Su Chen chuckled. But he and Xiaoyao had barely taken 2 steps when Chu Jining appeared before them. Her lips curled in a knowing smirk. Su Chen, her voice was crisp, her gaze piercing. You hid your cards well. She watched the entire match. His victory didn't surprise her, but Tier 2, Stage 4? That was a boulder dropped into still waters. In the history of Dragon Nation's academies, the highest recorded entry-level strength had been Tier 1, Stage 8. Su Chen hadn't just broken records, he'd shattered them. In this Kyoto Academy brimming with prodigies, keeping a few cards up your sleeve is essential, isn't it? He had indeed been holding back his bonded spiritual artifact, and that furry companion hadn't even made an appearance yet. Chu Jining shook her head with a smile. Recruiting you at such a high cost back then was truly worth it. This investment might just be the most successful one she'd ever made. Heh, no pain, no gain, right? Professor Chu, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? I want to skip ahead to sophomore year. Do you think it's possible? The challenges of freshman year were childish play to him now. He yearned for stronger opponents, for the pressure that would hone his edge. Chu Jining's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Skip ahead. She repeated the words as if to confirm she and T misheard. Yes, I want to face opponents who can push me to my limits. Only by constantly challenging the impossible can I break past my own barriers. Chu Jining bit her lower lip lightly, swiftly weighing the pros and cons. After a brief silence, she spoke slowly. Have you really thought this through? Staying in freshman year guarantees you effortless access to academy resources, and next month's inter-academy tournament championship is all but yours. But sophomore year, she paused. Forget rankings and resources, just the tournament alone will pit you against opponents with an extra year of cultivation. You could suffer a crushing defeat. Su Chun might be strong now, but the top sophomores had already reached Tier 3, 5th layer. Cultivation was like climbing a mountain. Each step grew steeper, and the gap between tiers was no joke. I've considered all of that, Professor Chu. Pressure is the best catalyst. Seeing his resolve was unshaken, Chu Jining sighed softly. Very well, but skipping grades comes with rules. Within 1 month. You must defeat 3 randomly selected sophomores ranked within the top 1,000. Only by winning all 3 can you advance. The academy had always allowed grade skipping, yet no one had ever succeeded. The challenge had to be completed within the first month, meaning Su Chun, as a freshman, would have to defeat upperclassmen who had long since consolidated their foundations and refined their chi. The difficulty was borderline hellish. Su Chun's gaze flickered. 1 month. Challenging the top 1,000. Difficult? Absolutely. Impossible? Not quite. Currently, the lowest-ranked students hovered around Tier 3, 3rd layer. If he could break through to Tier 3 within the month, victory was within reach. Thank you, Professor. I accept. Are you sure? Chu Jining was taken aback. Such stringent conditions hadn't fazed him in the slightest. Absolutely. No matter where I go, I'll never forget the debt I owe you for recognizing my potential. Chu Jining slightly raised her chin, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. No need to investigate. Come sophomore year, I'll still be your teacher. Her voice carried a subtle, elusive undertone. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Could Chu Jining also be taking over as the dean of the dark arts department sophomore year? That was something he'd have to figure out later. Stop speculating, Chu Jining said with a light chuckle, seemingly reading his thoughts. Within a month, come find me when you're ready, and I'll initiate your accelerated promotion challenge. Deep down, she felt an unexpected flicker of anticipation. This kid might actually break Kyoto Academy's unbroken record of failed accelerated promotions. Understood. Teacher, since it's mealtime, want to grab dinner together? Chu Jining shook her head. I just transferred you 2,000 credits. I have other matters to attend to. Her gaze was penetrating. Train hard. I'll be waiting to see you make history. Su Chen scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Why had Teacher Chu suddenly given him so many credits? Just then, Xi Yaoyao suddenly bounced in front of him, waving her hand. Su Chen, did you just get sponsored or something? Cut the nonsense, Su Chen retorted, shooting her an exasperated glare. Humph, giving you money out of nowhere? Hard not to jump to conclusions, Xi Yaoyao muttered, then brightened abruptly. Wait, are you really going for accelerated promotion? Of course, a man's gotta have ambition. Only dead fish go with the flow. So, does that mean I won't get to see you anymore? It's not like I'm disappearing forever. What's with that melodramatic brain of yours? Xi Yaoyao instantly beamed. Oh right, come on, let us go, I want shrimp. And fish. She dragged Su Chun toward the cafeteria, their cheerful footsteps echoing down the hallway. Night fell thick as ink. In by Chonglin's office, Jiang Dongming wore a grave expression. Vice Dean Bai, tomorrow's resource challenge tournament, it's going to be tough. Ever since Su Chun's duel with Jiang Shi that afternoon, the entire freshman class had been buzzing about this sudden rising star. Jiang Shi, originally hailed as the prodigy of their year, had barely held his own against Su Chun even with combat armor. Su Chun's strength loomed like a suffocating mountain over everyone's chests. Bai Changlin tapped his fingers lightly against the desk. He'd assumed Su Chun was at most a first-tier 9th rank, but never expected him to have broken through to second-tier 4th rank. At that level, he could intimidate any peer. How many departments have joined forces? Originally, it was our Thunderfire department plus 3 others, but the Sword Academy just backed out because of Su Chun's rank. That leaves 4. Jiang Dongming lowered his voice. Bai Changlin fell silent for a moment. 4 departments, 120 students. No matter how strong Su Chun was, could he really take on 100 alone? Bai Changlin glanced through the reports on the other Dark Affinity students, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. Unremarkable abilities, nothing worth worrying about. Enough. Pass the word. Any students with the means should equip themselves with armor resistant to dark elements, he said coldly. If they win tomorrow's resource competition, I won't hesitate to reward them. A ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. Tomorrow, the Dark Affinity Department would pay for Chu Jining's humiliation of him in front of everyone by losing all their resources. Those ridiculous freshman rumors, Su Chun the undefeated, Su Chun the invincible tomorrow, he would personally crush them all. Jiang Dongming bowed respectfully. Understood, Vice Dean Bai. I'll see to it immediately. The door clicked shut, plunging the room back into silence, save for the mournful howl of the wind outside the window. The next day, Kyoto Supernatural Academy. The campus gates were abuzz with noise. The 250th freshman entrance ceremony was about to begin. Luo Qingxue stood quietly, her clear eyes reflecting the Grand Academy gates. The dim light within them flickered slightly brighter. Though her family had fallen from grace, her face showed little sorrow. Compared to the suffocating intrigue of her past life, she cherished this moment of anonymity, free and alone. She stepped into the registration area. Around her, whispers surged like tidal waves. One name repeated endlessly: Su Chun. At the sound of it, Luo Qingxue's lips pressed together unconsciously. She pulled out her phone and logged into the Academy's official site. The homepage was dominated by a single name. Su Chun claims 40 consecutive victories, crushing former top freshman Jiang Shi. Resource challenge imminent. Can Su Chun save the Dark Affinity Department? A bitter smile tugged at her lips as she scanned the glaring headlines. In the end, it was the Luo family, Luo Qingxue herself, who wasn't worthy of him. She closed her eyes softly and turned off the screen. Inside the virtual simulation hall, Su Chun wolfed down the last of his steamed bun, wiped his hands, and pushed open the door. To his surprise, the hall was packed, a sea of eager faces, buzzing with anticipation. No one else at the opening ceremony? Just slacking off here, he muttered under his breath. Su Chun's here. A sudden shout echoed through the hall. Instantly, every pair of eyes snapped toward him. Finally, any bets on how far he'll get today? Like there's any doubt? Second tier, 4th stage as a freshman, he's a damn monster. Su Chun finally understood they were all here to watch him attempt the challenges. Compared to a dull ceremony, this was definitely more entertaining. A student shoved his way forward, grinning eagerly. Su Chun, think you can hit 60 wins today? Maybe, perhaps. He tossed out these words before turning and stepping into the virtual simulation pod. The moment the hatch sealed shut, the crowd of watching students surged forward as if pulled by a magnet, encircling the pod tightly. Challenge, begin. A cold, mechanical voice echoed inside the pod. Begin. As soon as the words left his lips, victory announcements erupted one after another, almost without pause. Each battle ended abruptly within 60 seconds. The 54th match. Opponent details flashed. Zhao Yun from Modu Supernatural Academy ranked first on the 100 schools leaderboard. On the arena platform, Zhao Yun's figure materialized. His gaze swept across and froze on the dazzling golden characters above Su Chun's head. 53 consecutive wins, making his pupils contract sharply. 53 consecutive wins. When did Kyoto produce a master surnamed Su? His spear trembled slightly as he clasped his fists in salute, voice clear and resonant. Su Chun, it's an honor. No need for formalities. Su Chun's voice remained utterly calm. Let's begin. Fine. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed, his aura exploding outward. With a flick of his wrist, His spear shot forth like a venomous dragon, his body following its motion. In the next instant, he appeared ghost-like behind Su Chun. The spear tip screamed through the air, aimed directly at Su Chen's back. Watch out! Impressive movement ability. Su Chen seemed to have anticipated it. The moment he stepped onto the platform, Su Chen's analytical ability had already activated silently. Information surfaced. S-class ability spear pierces void. Wherever the spear points, the body follows, akin to instantaneous teleportation. Clang! A crisp, resonant sound rang out as a deep shadow shield materialized out of thin air, effortlessly blocking the elusive spear thrust. Zhao Yun's eyes flashed with disbelief. Impossible. This strike concentrates my ability's essence and carries the combat technique, cloud-shattering strike. How could your flimsy-looking shadow shield block it? Focusing his senses, the unmistakable energy signature of Tier 2, for stars, washed over him from Su Chen's body. Suddenly, realization dawned, painting his face with shock and bitterness. Tier 2 for stars. So that's it. My full-powered strike couldn't even break his most basic shield. Su Chen regarded him calmly, tone unchanged. Shall we continue? Of course. Zhao Yun leaped back abruptly, spear held horizontally before him as battle flames reignited in his eyes. Zhao Yun, may lose, but I'll never yield. Drawing a deep breath, his arm muscles bulged as his spear whirled like a wheel. In an instant, 9 solid spear shadows manifested, swiftly merging into a single point of frigid light at the spear's tip. 9 spears unite. Pushing his ability to its limit, his figure blurred again, tearing through space as he lunged at Su Chun. Channeling every ounce of his strength into the spear, he thrust it mercilessly against the same spot on the shadow shield. Crack! A faint fracturing sound came from the shield's surface as spiderweb-like fissures spread, yet the shield remained standing. You're strong. Su Chen nodded slightly, his hands already forming intricate seals. But today, your winning streak ends here. Instant prison shadow kill formation. With his low utterance, a tide of shadow energy surged from beneath his feet like a bursting dam, swiftly swallowing the entire arena's space and constructing a massive, eerie dark magic circle. Alarm bells screamed in Zhao Yun's mind. His spear jabbed urgently at empty air as he retreated violently, desperate to escape the formation's range. Useless. Your technique won't touch me. Oh. Su Chen's voice echoed through the encroaching darkness. Look again. The shadows sealed completely, devouring the last shred of light on the battlefield. Centered around Zhao Yun, 8 shadowy figures silently materialized at the 8 cardinal directions surrounding him. Zhao Yun's pupils contracted as he attempted to activate, spear shattering the void once more. Yet his body remained rigid, as though bound by invisible chains. A restraining combat skill. His heart tightened, but he dismissed the thought instantly. No, that's not it. This feels more like an array barrier. If my power were strong enough, I could break through by force. He could feel the pressure around him, thick enough to solidify the air, and a fleeting sense of helplessness surged within him. What a shame the gap between him and me is simply too vast. Lifting his head, his gaze landed on Su Chun, who stood composed and unruffled on the opposite side. A bitter, complicated smile tugged at Zhao Yun's lips. What a monster! Before his voice even faded, the 8 shadows struck. Their daggers, like bolts of black lightning, weaved into a deadly net that pierced through his body in an instant. Darkness swallowed Zhao Yun's vision as the system's mechanical voice echoed in his ears. You have been eliminated. The hatch of the virtual simulation pod slid open, and Zhao Yun stumbled out, his expression dazed. In just over 10 days since the semester began, he had soared to rank 1, stage 8, possessing an S-tier ability and sweeping through battles undefeated until now. Yet in that last fight, he hadn't even gotten a chance to retaliate. Yunner. The voice of his mentor, Zhao Tianyun, reached him, laced with concern. You look distracted. Did you lose? Zhao Yun nodded slowly. 19 wins in a row, and then, in the final battle, I lost to someone named Su Chun. Master, I've disappointed you. Su Chun. Zhao Tianyun stiffened suddenly, his tone turning urgent. What did you say his name was? Su Chun. Master, do you know him? Dark element specialist? Tall, strikingly handsome. Yes, you really know him. A deep bitterness twisted Zhao Tianyun's face as he shook his head. Know him? More like I let a once-in-a-lifetime treasure slip through my fingers. Zhao Yun's confusion deepened. Master, I don't understand. I was the one who interviewed Su Chun during early recruitment. Zhao Tianyun sighed heavily, regret saturating his voice. But in the end, I failed to bring him into our academy. Realization dawned on Zhao Yun, and his shock intensified. So that's why no wonder you reacted that way. That Su Chun he's unbelievably strong, like some kind of freak. I thought my progress was already fast, but compared to his rank 2, stage 4 strength, I finally understood what true insignificance feels like. Oh wait. Zhao Tianyun's sigh cut short abruptly. He seized Zhao Yun's shoulders, his gaze sharpening. Did you just say rank 2, stage 4? He had assumed Su Chen's victory was due to him being at rank 1, peak at most. Rank 2, stage 4? How is that even possible? It's true, master. I can't fathom how he did it either. Zhao Tianyun released his grip. His bitter smile deepened as regret crashed over him like a tidal wave. Back then, he firmly believed that the path of cultivation required a long-term vision, not just momentary speed. But now, reality had slapped him hard across the face. Su Chen wasn't just fast, he was absurdly fast, and getting faster by the day. He couldn't help but recall that the admission conditions Chu Jining had offered Su Chun were actually something his own Demon City Academy of Supernatural Abilities could have matched. If only they had recruited Su Chen back then, their academy would now boast a once-in-a-century genius. But they had missed the chance. Thinking about the upcoming 100 Schools tournament, the freshman division was likely hopeless. With Su Chen around, who would dare challenge the king of freshmen? And who could challenge him? Damn, that kid's a real monster. Don't worry, Professor. Zhao Yun's eyes burned with determination. I'll fight tooth and nail to catch up. I won't let you down. Zhao Tianyun patted his shoulder approvingly. Good. That's the spirit. Come on, let me teach you the next spear technique. Inside the virtual simulation pod, a crisp notification chimed. Congratulations, Su Chen. You have achieved a 60-match win streak, breaking the freshman record. Daily challenge attempts exhausted. System will now execute forced logout. Su Chen sat up from the pod and stepped out, pushing open the hatch. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resonant bell tolls echoed across the training grounds, heralding the birth of a new king. P.S. out. My God, reaching the top spot in just 3 days, that's inhuman. I busted my ass all semester just to crack the top 100,000, and he clears the 100 schools ladder in 3 days? That's insane. Amidst the gasps and groans of disbelief, Su Chen stretched casually before heading off to make an appearance at the opening ceremony. Su God, you've hit number 1. Got any words of wisdom? A student called after him eagerly. Su Chen didn't break stride, tossing back just one line. If I had to say something, I tested it for you guys. Going from dead last to rank 1 only takes 3 days and 54 consecutive wins. The crowd froze in stunned silence. Is this guy serious? If I could win 54 straight, my grandma would be out breakdancing. The audacity. I'm fuming. Audacious? If I had his skills, I'd deflex my aura pressure down Main Street daily. You're all thinking small. If I were that strong, I'd grab a megaphone and blast. Me second tier, 4th stage cleared the ladder in 3 days. What is the point of power if you don't flaunt it? The opening ceremony grounds sprawled under golden sunlight, caressed by a gentle breeze. A sea of students stood in orderly formations, filling the field like a dark tide. Principal Zheng Tian and stood at the center of the stage, flanked by the deans of each college. On the high platform of the sports field, Principal Zheng Tian's voice boomed like thunder, carrying clearly to every corner. Welcome to Kyoto Metahuman Academy. From today onward, this will be your starting point to grow stronger. May you live up to your gifts and become the pillars that protect our homeland. Under the sunlight, the eyes of the new students sparkled, brimming with anticipation. According to academy tradition, we now open the final opportunity for department transfers. Principal Zheng raised a hand, gesturing toward the line of instructors beside him. For example, if you're an ice-type ability user but excel in swordsmanship, you may apply to transfer to the swordsmanship department. Now, students who wish to transfer, please come forward in an orderly manner. The crowd rippled immediately as many students stepped forward. Large departments offered abundant resources, while smaller ones provided flexibility, yet most still flocked toward the popular choices. The practical decisions were obvious at a glance. Among the transfer applicants, students from the Shadow, Earth, and Water departments stood out conspicuously. Their abilities lacked dominance in combat, and they sought better odds ahead of the upcoming resource competition. Professor Chu, your Shadow department has lost far fewer students this year. The Ice department's dean remarked with a chuckle as he approached. Seems Suchin helped you keep morale up. Professor Chu Jining glanced at the gathering Shadow department freshmen on the field and gave a slight nod. His strength gave them confidence. Indeed, the presence of a top-tier fighter alone was a banner in itself. Not far away, Vice Principal Bai Chonglin of the Lightning Department wore a stormy expression. The Firearms Department dean strolled over casually. Vice Principal Bai, I just received several transfer requests from your Lightning Department. There's always been plenty of firearm users, just normal turnover, Bai Chonglin replied, maintaining superficial composure. Afraid it's not just about firearms, is it? More likely, they're scared of facing Su Chun in the arena. You're overthinking it, Dean Zhang, Bai Chonglin said stiffly, his knuckles whitening from clenching. Just students making personal choices. Outwardly unruffled, inwardly he seethed. The Lightning Department had once basked in glory, yet this year, fear ran rampant all because of that Shadow Department's Su Chun. But he swiftly suppressed his fury. No matter how strong someone was, they weren't invincible. People loved building idols and loved even more watching them fall. Today's resource competition would be the beginning of that so-called myth-esque collapse. Standing at the edge of the platform, Principal Zheng Tianan listened as his secretary reported Su Chun's arrival at the arena. A faint smile tugged at his lips. This year's competition was shaping up to be far more interesting. The crowd receded like the tide, leaving the vast playground eerily empty in moments. Su Chun stood rooted to the spot, his knuckles tightening imperceptibly. Today's battle demanded nothing less than his all-out effort. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. The screen lit up with a message from Dean Chu Jining. 30 Dark Faction contestants selected. Report to Arena Hall immediately. Below followed a complete list of participants. Su Chin pocketed his phone and glanced down at the little ball curled in his palm Tuanchuan. After days of premium resource feeding, its size had grown from palm size to requiring both hands to cup, while its power had skyrocketed to Tier 1, level for almost advancing an entire tier daily. Ing-ing, Tuanchuan nuzzled against his palm, its obsidian eyes gleaming as if saying, my turn yet. Su Chun gently ruffled its furry head. Patience. When your moment comes, you'll fight to your heart's content. You're my hidden ace. Beyond Tuanchuan, his never-before-revealed death scythe would also prove pivotal in turning today's tides. Su Chun. A crystalline voice sliced through his thoughts from behind. Looking up, Su Chun saw Luo Qingxue standing paces away. Her pallor accentuated her frost-kissed aura, those clear eyes glinting like winter streams. He nodded. Long time. Su Chun gave Luo Qingxue a slight nod as a form of greeting. Her presence barely stirred any ripples in his heart. Are you going to step onto the stage soon? Luo Qingxue asked softly. Yeah, Su Chun replied curtly. Silence hung between them for a few seconds. Luo Qingxue lowered her head and retrieved an ancient-looking ring from her sleeve, offering it to him. There are 5 spirit source fruits inside. Thank you for making sure the mentors stopped looking at me differently. No need, Su Chun shook his head. The fault wasn't yours, it was your father's. This girl had done nothing wrong herself, merely born into an unfortunate family. She had never mocked him. In fact, she had apologized to him multiple times. Her heart was pure, tangled only by the complications of her lineage. Luo Qingxue insisted, pressing the ring into his palm. The spirit source fruits replenish energy. I hope they can help you. With that, she turned and left, her figure disappearing into the crowd. Su Chun rubbed the cool surface of the ring and sighed softly. He took out the 5 faintly glowing fruits and consumed them one by one. A warm surge of energy flooded his limbs instantly, making the shadow power within him feel fuller than ever. The moment he stepped into the arena, Roaring cheers crashed over him like a tidal wave. The stands were packed to the brim with spectators, the deafening noise reverberating through the colossal stadium built specifically for the competition, capable of seating 100,000 people. Brother Chun, surprised. A familiar figure bounced excitedly toward him. Su Chen blinked, then broke into a grin. Han Xiaoli? You actually got in too. Heh, forgot to tell you my ability is B rank, stealth. Han Xiaoli winked smugly. So you've been hiding your cards, huh? At least I'll have some company in the capital now. Back to following Brother Chun's lead. Cut the flattery. Come on, let us grab seats. They squeezed through the packed stands until they found 2 empty spots. The stadium was still buzzing with late arrivals, students, representatives of major factions, even a few military officers in uniform. This competition was prime hunting ground for talent scouts no one wanted to miss out. No sooner had they sat down than a cheerful voice chimed in beside them. Mind if I join you too? Go ahead, Su Chen said, subtly activating his investigative ability. Name, Jiang Luer. Background, Move family, capital. Ability, a rank illusory light. Tier, threefold, 3rd stage. Note, close ties to the Jiang family of Demon City. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy wasn't he approaching them without an agenda. Junior, if you keep staring at me like that, I'm gonna blush. Jiang Luer nudged Su Chen playfully with his elbow. Su Chen smirked. 2 grown men, what's there to blush about? Let us get serious. What's the deal with the 5 major war zones? Simple. Jiang Luer spread his fingers. East, South, West, North, Central 5 war zones. Our capital sits right in the Central Zone, mainly guarding against threats from the Blood-Bristle Demon Cave and the Beastfang Mountain Range. He counted them off one by one. Take East Zone S Demon City. For example, they've got their hands full watching the sea monsters and the Golden Flame Scorpion's nest. Thanks. Su Chen nodded. The pieces clicked together in his mind while Long Nation's map resembled his past world. Cosmic energy had expanded the landmass several times over, yet the 5 war zones remained eerily unchanged. No sweat. Jiang Luer grinned. Just then, the auditorium fell silent. Principal Zheng Tian and stepped onto the central podium, clearing his throat into the mic. Welcome, honored delegates. His booming voice triggered a tsunami of applause. Special thanks to the warriors of the Central War Zone for standing guard. As the clapping subsided, Zheng raised a hand toward the giant screen. The Freshman Resource Challenge begins now. The first selected faculty will face consecutive battles. With a sweep of his arm, the screen lit up, flashing names of over 20 faculties like a revolving lantern. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Everyone knew the first faculty up would face opponents at their peak. The rotation slowed, then halted on the shadow faculty. A buzz of murmurs exploded instantly. Bai Chonglin's lips curled triumphantly, while Chu Jining, seated across the auditorium, clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her palms. Zheng's gaze briefly met Bai's before announcing. Shadow faculty takes the first battle. 5 challenge slots available. Lightning faculty challenges. A voice cut in before he could finish, sharp as a blade. The Wind Department challenges the Shadow Department. The Blade Department challenges the Shadow Department. One after another, the 3 deans rose to their feet, their voices ringing with determination. Finally, Bai Chonglin slowly stood, flames flickering in his eyes. The Fire Department challenges the Shadow Department. With all 4 deans issuing their challenges, this meant the Shadow Department would soon face a gauntlet of elites from the 4 departments, a relentless battle against 120 opponents. In that case, prepare yourselves. The Resource Challenge begins in 10 minutes, announced Zheng Tianen. The deans swiftly moved toward their respective preparation zones, tension thickening the air like a storm about to break. Over at the Shadow Department side, Chu Jining approached with heavy footsteps. 30 students stood in formation, yet their clenched fists and restless eyes betrayed their unease. Facing an onslaught from the elite fighters of 4 departments who wouldn't feel fear creeping in? Dean, how do we fight this battle? Li Buffan's voice trembled slightly. Give it everything you've got. Chu Jining replied softly, though beads of sweat formed unnoticed in her palms. Su Chen might be strong, but could he truly take on 100 alone? She dared not dwell on the thought. At her words, the students' heads lowered further, morale visibly crumbling. Then, a clear voice sliced through the suffocating tension. What is there to fear? You all go first, leave whoever you can't handle to me. Su Chun strode forward, robes billowing behind him. Every head snapped up as if a beam of light had pierced the darkness. Su Chun, are you really confident? Li Bufan pressed urgently. Confident? Not quite. Su Chin's lips curled into a smirk. But the more you take down, the easier my job gets. Today, I'll be cleaning up. His words ignited a fire within them. You hear that? Fight like hell. Every opponent we drop is a win. Li Bufan roared, turning to rally the others. Damn right. The shadow department isn't pushovers. Brothers, let us give it everything. Amid the furious shouts, their dwindling resolve blazed back to life. Even if they lost, they'd make their opponents bleed for it. Chu Jining watched as these young fighters straightened their spines, warmth flickering in her eyes. The outcome might already be decided, but this unyielding spirit was worth more than victory itself. She turned to Su Chun, lowering her voice. Win or lose, rewards await the entire department afterward. Originally, the shadow department could have avoided this ordeal, yet by Chonglin's scheming had forced them into a corner. This burden was hers to bear. A sharp glint flashed in Su Chin's eyes. Rewards? Well, now I'm motivated. Don't worry, I'll fight till the very end. Do your best. Chu Jining nodded faintly just as the starting bell tolled across the arena. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Darkness Academy, step forward. Zheng Tianan's voice echoed across the arena. Li Bufan was the first to rise to his feet, grinning widely. I'll lead the charge. With a leap, he landed firmly at the center of the stage. Opposite them, the four deans huddled briefly. Bai Chonglin issued a curt command. Thunder Academy goes first. Understood. The Thunder Academy dean gestured casually. You go. Seeing both sides ready, the referee announced loudly. Resource Challenge Match Darkness Academy versus Thunder Academy. First round begin. The moment the words left his mouth, the battle erupted instantly. On the spectator podium, representatives from various factions murmured among themselves. Darkness Academy this year is likely headed for another crushing defeat, sighed the representative from the Li family of Jingdu, shaking his head. Not necessarily, countered Mu Yunhai, head of the top-tier Mu family, his tone indifferent as his gaze remained fixed on the stage. I heard they have a freak already at the second tier, fourth rank. Who knows, maybe they'll pull off a miracle. Many around him nodded in agreement. Mu Yunhai, you're overestimating that kid. Jiang Chonghe of the Jiang family sneered. Even if his cultivation is high, he'll be fighting a gauntlet of 100 opponents. Without enough energy recovery, how can he possibly win? His voice was laced with venom. He still harbored resentment over Su Chun humiliating his son. Gentlemen, Li Shanza of the Li family interjected smoothly with a smile. Deputy Commander Hua is here. Why not hear his thoughts? All eyes turned toward Hua Zhanxiong, Deputy Commander of the Central Military Region. Hua Zhanxiong stroked his chin with a faint smirk. What good is my opinion? I don't know the details, but I am curious to see just what that kid is capable of. He and T planned on attending, but rumors of a prodigy emerging, someone who had broken through multiple levels in just over 10 days, reaching second tier, fourth rank, had piqued his interest. If the rumors were true, he wouldn't hesitate to recruit him into the Central Military Region early. The deputy commander speaks wisely, Jiang Chonghe remarked sarcastically. We'll see soon enough whether he's a prized steed or just a donkey. When? Today's spotlight wouldn't belong to Darkness Academy, and certainly not to Su Chun. On the stage, the battles raged fiercely. Li Bufan managed to take down 2 opponents before finally being defeated. The remaining Darkness Academy disciples fought tooth and nail, some trading 1 for 1, others exhausting themselves without victory. In the end, Darkness Academy minus Su Chun had 29 participants who managed to eliminate 19 from Thunder Academy. Of course, Thunder Academy's 30 fighters were elites selected from 2,000, while Darkness Academy had only 500 candidates to begin with. Damn, they fight dirty. Li Bufan spat, his body scorched black and his clothes in tatters, all from the lightning strikes he'd endured. Su Chen's gaze swept over his fallen comrades sprawled across the ground. Apart from Li Bufan, who remained standing, Everyone else bore injuries, their agonized moans filling the air. His fists clenched silently, knuckles turning white. Brother Chun, get revenge for us. We already conceded, but they wouldn't stop. Yeah, at least take down that bastard from the lightning hall. I said friendship first, and he actually cursed. Screw you. We're here to beat the shadow faction. This is bullying. Listening to his brother's furious outbursts, Su Chin nodded silently. The feeling was all too familiar, like watching his own classmates bullied by outsiders. As their leader, how could he stand by and do nothing? Now, please welcome Shadow Faction's final contender, Su Chun. Zheng Tianan's voice echoed across the arena once more. Su Chun lifted his head slowly, his gaze sharp as an unsheathed blade, radiating chilling intent. It was time to clean house. Behind him, every Shadow Faction disciple's eyes burned with fierce anticipation, fists clenched tight, hope blazing in their gazes. The big boss is finally stepping up. Su Chin strode toward the platform. The atmosphere in the entire arena erupted instantly, curiosity reaching fever pitch. From start to finish, the biggest mystery of this faction battle had always been Su Chun, an enigma whose depths no one could fathom. Do you really think Su Chun can take on 101 people alone? Maybe his cultivation realm is leagues above the rest. I doubt it. Even with superior strength, fighting 101 people consecutively? The energy expenditure alone would be astronomical. He'd collapse from exhaustion. Good point. It's like the final boss in games. With enough players throwing themselves at him, they'll wear him down eventually. In the front row of the VIP section, Hua Zhanxiong leaned slightly forward. Headmaster Zheng, is this the Su Chin you mentioned? Second rank, fourth layer? He studied the young man on stage. His unshakable composure and latent power made him stand out despite his youth. Indeed. Not only has this kid reached second rank fourth layer, but he's also mastered all his combat techniques to perfection. Zheng Tianan's tone carried a hint of pride. A gleam flashed in Hua Zhanxiong's eyes. Rapid cultivation progress, flawless combat skills, such talent was exactly what the Central War Zone needed. So, do you think he can clear this 100-man trial? Hua Zhanxiong pressed. Zheng Tianan shook his head grimly. Hard to say. The difficulty is extreme. It's impossible. Vice Principal Bai Chonglin interjected scornfully. No matter how strong he is, facing a barrage from hundreds of elites, what can he do? Even if each opponent forces him to use just 2 techniques, does second-rank fourth layer have enough energy reserves for 200 techniques? Pure delusion. Today's spotlight won't be on Shadow Faction. Hua Zhanxiong narrowed his eyes. Clearly, the Vice Principal bore deep-seated resentment toward Shadow Faction. We'll see soon enough, he said coolly, ending the debate. On the platform, Su Chun stood clad in black, robes fluttering wildly in the wind, his imposing aura undeniable. Opposite him stood Moao, the Lightning Hall genius who had just defeated multiple Shadow Faction disciples. His next opponent. Surrendering now? And you still want to fight? Su Chin's voice was like ice. Moao smirked, twisting his lips mockingly. Oh, God, Su. I didn't hear anyone surrender. Come on, getting hurt's just part of sparring, right? Su Chin shot him a frosty glare before turning to the referee. Can we start? The referee raised his arm and bellowed. Resource challenge match. Su Chun of Shadow Academy versus Moao of Thunder Academy begin. Before the words fully faded, Su Chun lashed out with a clawing motion. A shadowy talon tore through the air, aiming straight for Moao's face. Thunder Shield. Moao reacted instantly, summoning a crackling barrier of lightning before him. Yet the next moment, boom, the shield shattered like glass. The sheer force slammed Moao into the ground. His chest armor was in tatters, revealing a silver inner lining now fractured beyond repair. He spat blood, staring at the ruined remnants of his grade shadow-resistant armor, throat bobbing with dread. Had it not been for this gear, that strike alone would turned him into pulp. I surrender, he screamed hoarsely. But Su Chin only smirked. The sky darkened abruptly as another monstrous claw descended with a piercing shriek. Ah! Moao's flesh split open like overripe fruit, blood splattering across the arena as he collapsed unconscious. Su Chun. He already surrendered. Bai Chonglin shot up from the stands, eyes blazing with fury. Su Chun lazily picked at his ear, feigning innocence. Oops. My bad, ears aren't great today. Bai Chonglin trembled with rage. Fine. Let us see how long your arrogance lasts. High-tier combat skills drain source energy fast. Suchin couldn't keep this up forever. Suchin chuckled. Funny you mention it, ears still acting up. Turning to the referee, he jerked his chin dismissively. Next, the referee hesitated, then called. Mei Mu, step forward. Mei Mu scrambled onto the platform, legs shaking. Su Ji have mercy. Su Chun's gaze turned lethal. Dare impersonate my grandson? Seeking death. Boom. Another mangled body flew off the stage. Continue, Su Chun commanded coldly. Third, fourth, 10th. All 10 Thunder Academy fighters fell in a single strike. The arena floor was slick with blood. Absolute power suppression. His opponent could barely stay on his feet before him. Good. Hua Zhanxiong's eyes flashed with admiration as he couldn't help but praise. Principal Zeng, your judgment was spot on. This kid is a treasure. A smug smile spread across Zeng Tian's face. Commander Hua, convinced now? Given time, his potential knows no bounds. His potential is undeniable, Hua Zhanxiong nodded, though his brow furrowed slightly. But I'm worried about his energy reserves. Fighting like this drains him too quickly. I wonder how long he can last. From the bottom of his heart, he admired this young man standing up for his comrades, confronting authority head-on. That fiery spirit was exactly what he respected most. AI, let us hope he can pull off a miracle. Zeng Tian sighed. He knew all too well that this situation was orchestrated behind the scenes by Bai Chonglin. On the arena stage, Su Chun's clothes bore traces of dust. He lifted his gaze, his voice calm. The last one, Jiangshi? The referee checked the roster and nodded. Thunder Academy, Jiangshi stepped forward. Jiangshi's expression darkened as he slowly ascended the platform. Su Chen, let us see what tricks you've got left. Too much talk from someone who has already lost. Before Su Chun's words fully faded, the ground beneath Jiangshi abruptly collapsed, transforming into a pitch-black quagmire. At the same time, shadowy claws tore through the air, shrieking toward him. Control and attack launched simultaneously. Jiangshi had no way to dodge, only endure. Crack, crack. His prized S-rank battle armor shattered like fragile glass under that single strike. Ha, ha ha. Jiangshi stared at the broken armor, his laughter bordering on madness. See that? I took 2 of your hits, no big deal. You think surviving 2 moves is something to brag about? Su Chen's gaze turned icy. So what? Let me tell you, your shadow claws mean nothing to me now. Jiangshi sneered, pulling out a crackling thunder pearl and slamming it onto the ground. Bzzzt. Electric light erupted, instantly forming a barrier of lightning beneath his feet, completely isolating him from the ground. TCH, you're really willing to splurge just to take a few more hits. Su Chen scoffed. Humph. The wealth of the Jiang family is beyond anything a country bumpkin like you could imagine. Jiangshi smirked arrogantly. Su Chun's faint smile remained, but his eyes had chilled to frost. Who said anything about using the same tricks on you? He raised his hand, dark energy surging like mist, rapidly coalescing into an enormous shadowy bat in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the bat shot skyward, then multiplied, splitting into a swarm that blotted out the heavens like a tidal wave of darkness, rushing toward Jiangshi. Jiangshi's pupils shrank to pinpricks. What the hell is this? He screamed in terror, frantically summoning heavenly thunder. A blinding bolt of lightning crashed down, searing everything in its path, yet when it struck the bat swarm, it vanished without a ripple. How is that possible? Jiangshi froze completely. What the hell is this? Jiangshi's pupils dilated in sudden terror. Before his words could fade, shadowy bats surged over him like a tidal wave. Sharp claws ripped through flesh, fangs sinking deep. Excruciating pain erupted from every inch of his skin. Jiangshi was wrapped into a writhing black cocoon, only able to let out muffled whimpers. Isurin. Silence him. Su Chen's voice was ice cold. The swarm of bats obeyed like soldiers, frenziedly pouring into Jiangshi's mouth, choking his final plea deep in his throat. Ghha. His agonized scream was stifled within his chest as Jiangshi thrashed violently on the arena floor like a fish out of water. Blood soaked his clothes, his body mangled beyond recognition as though flayed alive. Su Chun, how dare you? Jiang Changjiang, watching from the stands, shot to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, his knuckles white with fury. His heart twisted as he witnessed his son being tortured. Su Chun met his gaze without flinching. Why wouldn't I? Good. Very good. A mere junior dares to act this arrogantly? Jiang Changjiang trembled with rage, nearly charging onto the arena. Head of House Jiang, Hua Zhanxiong's low, authoritative voice cut through like steel. Are you truly stepping into a duel between juniors? The words struck Jiang Changjiang like a bucket of ice water, snapping him back to reality as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Deputy Commander Hua, forgive my outburst. My paternal instincts overcame me. Humph. Since no life was taken, what right do you have to intervene? Hua Zhanxiong scoffed disdainfully. Moments ago, Jiang Shi had openly mocked Su Chun as a country bumpkin, a slight that had also struck at Hua Zhanxiong himself, a man of humble origins. Su Chun's retaliation had vented Hua Zhanxiong's silent fury for him. Su Chun gave Hua Zhanxiong a slight nod. The deputy commander returned it with a barely perceptible lift of his brow, his message clear. Fear nothing. I stand behind you. With a flick of Su Chun's wrist, the bat swarm dissolved into nothingness. Only a crumpled figure remained, unrecognizable save for weak, pitiful groans proving he still breathed. Carry him off. Wrap him like a mummy, Su Chun said flatly. As for House Jiang's retaliation, he cared not. Between Principal Zheng and Hua Zhanxiong, he stood atop unshakable support. Fighting nausea, the referee spared a glance at Jiang Shi's ruined form before barking, "Remove him." He then announced, Lightning Department's challenge failed. 10% of this year's resources hereby shifts to the Shadow Department. The crowd erupted instantly. 11 wins straight. Su Chun's a damn monster. At least they forced him to reveal one card. This is like fighting a dungeon boss. Stay calm. No matter how strong the boss's skills, even he'll run out of mana. Wear him down with waves. Amid the clamor, the referee raised his voice again. Next Wind Department. First combatant, step forth. The battle raged on in relentless waves. Su Chun knocked down opponent after opponent, only to see them stagger back to their feet again and again. Fists whistled through the air, streaks of lightning flashing with each strike. Every move Su Chun made sent shockwaves through the spectator stands, gasps echoing in his wake. Less than an hour had passed, and already 39 challengers lay defeated at his hands. Su Chun's name exploded across Kyoto Gifted Academy like wildfire. The forum's front page was flooded with threads about his feats. Su Chun takes on 2 departments solo. Just how many hidden techniques does he have? 9 out of 10 trending posts were about him. In the sophomore training hall, murmurs buzzed nonstop. Mu Shui-er watched silently as the screen displayed Su Chun dispatching another opponent in seconds. She exhaled softly, her fingers tightening unconsciously around nothing. I really want to fight you. It wasn't just the sophomores, even juniors, and the rarely seen seniors flooded toward the Coliseum. The massive arena, built to hold 100,000, was packed beyond capacity, the deafening roar of the crowd shaking the rafters. Luo Qingxue stared at the figure standing tall on the stage, her gaze darkening. Too strong, she murmured to herself. If it were her up there, she doubted she could withstand even 3 opponents. Clenching her fists, she swallowed back the hollow ache in her chest. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao leapt to her feet, waving excitedly. Su Chun, crush them. Watching Su Chun dominate effortlessly, her grin was wider than anyone else's. But when the clock ticked forward and Su Chun faced his 54th opponent, a blade master from the Saber Department, his breath finally grew ragged, sweat beading at his temples. The relentless, high-intensity combat had pushed his origin energy to the brink of exhaustion. 54 consecutive wins. Is this guy made of steel? His origin reserves are almost on par with third years. He has got to be at his limit now, right? This boss has to fall eventually. In games, bosses always have a second phase. What if he? On the stage, Su Chun slowly lowered himself into a cross-legged stance, closing his eyes as he began regulating his breathing. Finally, Bai Chonglin smirked. He had thought 30 opponents would be Su Chun's breaking point. Yet the kid had stubbornly lasted this long. Still, this was where it ended. Stepping forward, Bai Chonglin's voice dripped with condescension. Su Chun, without origin energy, you're nothing. Admit defeat now, apologize to all 4 departments, and say the shadow department is trash, then I'll let you leave with dignity. Kid, don't force yourself. Hua Zhanxiong barked, brows furrowed. He didn't want to see such promising talent wasted here. Su Chen opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his gaze. Save your pity. Send the next one up. Phase 2 had officially begun. Bai Chonglin curled his lips into a smirk. Fine. Referee, proceed. He was dying to see what tricks Su Chen, now drained of his origin energy, could possibly pull off. Was he really planning to fight barehanded? Next match. Blade Academy's Li Changming. Li Changming leapt onto the stage, his long blade tilted diagonally. Su Chun, just surrender. I admit you're strong, but how long can one man last? Su Chen slowly raised his head, his voice low. Want me to surrender? Show me what you've got first. You've got guts. Li Changming scoffed. With a metallic shing, his S-rank weapon, the bloodthirst demon blade, slid free from its sheath. He tapped his toes against the ground, soaring like an eagle mid-strike. Blade held high as he roared. Skyren slash. Strike when your enemy's weak. Su Chan's drained reserves made this the perfect killing blow. Yet Su Chen didn't budge. He lifted his gaze, his dark eyes still as a midnight lake. His right hand rose slightly, shadows swirling like black mist coalescing in his palm. Time for the death scythe to make its debut. The black mist surged, forming a massive scythe in his grip. Su Chun swung it upward, the curved blade meeting steel head-on. Clang! The deafening clash of metal echoed across the arena. Then cracked the bloodthirst demon blade snapped clean in two. Li Changming froze, staring at the broken weapon in his hand, voice trembling. What kind of weapon is that? An S-rank weapon shattered like dry kindling? Beat me, and I'll tell you. Su Chun's words barely left his lips before his figure blurred like a phantom. Shadow step. He closed the distance instantly, the scythe descending once more. Li Changming desperately raised the broken blade to block. Shatter. The remnants of his weapon exploded into fragments. The scythe's edge tore through armor, carving a deep gash across his chest. Had he not been armored, the strike would cleaved him in half. The gap between second stage and first stage was insurmountable. Li Changming looked down at his bloody wound, face ghostly pale. I surrender. Su Chun retracted the scythe and kicked him off the platform. Next, he turned toward Bai Chonglin, his glare sharp as an ice dagger. Bai Chonglin's face twisted like he swallowed a fly. He schemed endlessly, yet never anticipated Su Chun awakening a bound spirit artifact. 1 in a million odds, so why did this brat get so lucky? He lowered his head, his strength draining away as if sucked out. With that scythe, Su Chun had already won, recalling his earlier arrogance. He now felt nothing but ridiculousness. Chu Ji's crimson lips curved upwards, her eyes gleaming. This kid hides his cards deep. She had known Su Chun possessed a bonded weapon, but she never expected the sheer torrent of energy within him, like an underground river surging unseen. Unless he had already mastered the first tier of the infinite spirit sea technique. In just a few days? What a little monster. Arms crossed. She watched him with growing admiration. Good God, kid. You've got guts. Hua Zhanxiong roared, slapping his thigh with a force that made nearby ears ring. That scythe was undoubtedly an S-rank spirit artifact. Even the strongest battle weapon would seem like a wooden stick against a steel blade utterly outmatched. This student, he was claiming him for sure. Zheng Tian's expression also shifted imperceptibly. A bonded weapon, how many years had it been since Kyoto Academy last produced a student like this? The upcoming inter-academy tournament in a month, it was as good as one. Su Chun strode across the arena, his shadow-wreathed war scythe humming ominously in his grip. Opponents surrendered one after another, none daring to step forward. The blade's eerie whistle through the air sent chills down every spine. After 99 consecutive victories, his gaze locked onto the final 2 challengers. Attack together. Save time. I forfeit. Me too. They backed away faster than anyone else. Who do you want to test what it felt like to be cleaved by that? The referee took a deep breath before announcing, booming across the stadium. Shadow Academy successfully defends its arena. Cheers erupted instantly. That's insane. What even is this? He's definitely holding back. Shut up. One more move, and we'd all be flattened. Shadow Academy, they turned things around. Amid the deafening roar, Suchin flicked his wrist, the cursed scythe dissolved into black mist. He strode toward Vice Dean by Chonglin, lips quirking smugly. Vice Dean by, just because you can't train decent students doesn't mean others fail like you. He hadn't even revealed his true trump card yet. By Chonglin's fists clenched, his face darkening, yet not a single word escaped him. As Suchin stepped off the stage, the entire Colosseum thundered with one unified chant. Godsu, Godsu, Godsu. He wasn't divine. But on this day, he had done what only a god could achieve. Zheng Tianan stepped steadily onto the arena, his voice booming. Thanks to Su Chun, his performance just now proved that one man's strength can turn the tide. The resource challenge continues. Next match, random department selection. Below the stage, Su Chun had just returned to the dark department's preparation area when the crowd erupted. Su God is back. Amid cheers, dozens of hands lifted him up, tossing him into the air again and again. Hey, put me down. Suchin laughed helplessly midair. Su God, that win was too brilliant, we have to celebrate. The cheers and laughter nearly blew the roof off. Chu Jining stood nearby, a faint smile playing at her lips before she finally intervened. All right, if you toss him anymore, Su Chun's really going to pass out. Only then did the crowd carefully lower him back down. Su Chin straightened his disheveled collar and glanced at Chu Jining, a smirk tugging at his eyes. Teacher, did I disappoint you? Chu Jining nodded, her gaze openly appreciative. Far from disappointment, you exceeded expectations. Your combat techniques were unnaturally polished. Su Chun rubbed his hands together, stepping closer and lowering his voice. Then, about that reward. Greedy. Chu Jining chuckled, pulling something from her robe. I've had it ready. Take it. Su Chun cleared his throat, eyes gleaming. Teacher, what is this reward? Chu Jining handed him an aged booklet with worn edges and yellowed pages, her tone calm. This cultivation manual, my family and I studied it for years, yet never fully deciphered it. We only know it resonates with dark affinity, perhaps it'll be useful to you. Su Chin took it, fingertips brushing the coarse texture of the pages. A thought crossed his mind scan. A ghostly blue screen unfolded before him. 9 Nether's immortal body. Stage 1. Bones like steel, movements wraith-like. Shadow affinity greatly enhanced. Stage 2. Blood merges with darkness. Perception spreads like a net, detecting even falling leaves 100 meters away. Stage 3. Dark sigils coat the body. Abilities multiply. Flesh hardens like black iron. Stage 6. Assume the form of Nether God, wielding the power of life and death, near indestructible. Stage 9. Soul eternally anchored. Body imperishable. Eternal life through oblivion. Suchin's breath hitched. His chest thundered as if struck by war drums. This technique was ridiculously overpowered. The screen flickered, new text appearing. Study now? Yes. No hesitation. A flood of knowledge surged into his mind. Refine the body in absolute darkness, guided by the blood of dark affinity beasts. The fastest path? Direct cultivation infusion via the system. Well, does the manual not suit you? Chu Jining frowned slightly at his dazed expression. Suit? It's perfect. Thank you, teacher. Su Chin clutched the manual, voice trembling with excitement. A flicker of confusion passed through Chu Jining's eyes. Could this kid have truly unraveled the secrets hidden in this fragmentary text? She had once brought this cultivation manual to the strongest mentors of the Dark faction, yet despite their repeated studies, they had found nothing. And yet this kid grasped its essence in mere moments? Chu Jining shook her head lightly, her fingertips unconsciously twirling a lock of hair. Could this be the legendary polymath? Extraordinary talent was rare enough. How could someone excel so effortlessly in every aspect? As long as you're happy with it. She composed herself, her tone regaining its usual serenity. After the resource challenge, there will be additional rewards distributed, including entry qualifications to the Shadow Secret Realm and an opportunity to train in the Shadow Pool at the Kyoto Academy for Gifted. Thank you, Instructor Chu. Su Chen expressed his gratitude before pausing, a glint flashing in his eyes. Instructor, how many resources can we secure at most in this competition? Defending our own resources guarantees 100%, and defeating opponents allows us to plunder their entire share as well. What? Are you planning to step onto the stage yourself? Chu Jining arched an eyebrow, eyeing him with interest. How could I pass up a free opportunity? Su Chen clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking faintly. Winning defenses now only nets us 40%, that's pathetic. Those 4 departments from earlier deserve a lesson, plus 2 more picked randomly. We're claiming every last drop. Chu Jining tapped his forehead lightly with her finger, laughing despite herself. You really refuse to take it easy, don't you? Su Chen shrugged helplessly and sighed. I've got my reasons. Tuanchua needed at least 60 million blue star coins per month just for sustenance. Once it entered its growth phase, the expenses would be astronomical. He had no choice but to find ways to earn money. What reasons? Chu Jining leaned half a step closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. Saving up for marriage, perhaps? Just as Su Chen opened his mouth to reply, Zhang Tianen's booming voice echoed through the broadcast. Next challenge target fire department. Challengers, please register. The young man turned away, a mysterious smile curling at his lips. That is something you'll find out later, instructor. As for now, he rolled his wrists and strode toward the arena. All I know is, it's my turn again. Chu Jining watched his upright figure disappear into the distance, rubbing her temples. Playing coy now? What a battle maniac. As the sun dipped westward, the challenges for all departments finally concluded. Zhang Tianen strode onto the stage, his voice resonating powerfully. This year's resource challenge has officially concluded. The top-ranking freshman department is the Dark Department. For defenses, 6 offenses, 10 victories with no defeats. Congratulations on claiming first place. With Su Chen's meteoric rise, the long-standing dominance of the Thunder, Fire, Spear, and Sword departments was utterly shattered. The Dark Department had overturned decades of humiliation in one fell swoop. To be precise, it was Su Chen alone who had crushed the other 26 departments beneath his heel. As Zheng Tianen swept his gaze across the audience, he nodded approvingly upon locking eyes with Su Chen. The young man responded with a composed smile. Now, announcing this year's individual champion among freshmen, the dean deliberately drew out his words. Su Chen. The stands erupted with deafening cheers, the roar nearly lifting the roof. No objections, no doubts. Who else could possibly stand in his place? Excellent. Now that is the spirit our youth should embody. Zheng Tianen laughed heartily. With this, the competition is officially concluded. Fellow cultivators, the road ahead is long. Press onward. Amid thunderous applause, the storm that had swept through the entire academy finally came to an end. This generation will undoubtedly be remembered. Su Chen has rewritten history once again. At the Resource Challenge tournament, he defeated 100 opponents in succession, achieving the legendary 100-man slash. His name echoed throughout the capital overnight. Well, look at you. Chu Jining chuckled, nudging him lightly with her elbow. At this point, practically everyone in the capital knows your name. It was predictable invitations from countless factions would soon come pouring in like snowflakes. Who wouldn't want such a prodigious talent under their banner? It's not that exaggerated, Su Chen laughed. Some elders don't use the web, they might not have heard of me at all. Oh ho, staying humble, boomed a hearty voice. Su Chen turned to see a middle-aged man in crisp military uniform striding toward them, the stars of a lieutenant general gleaming on his epaulets. His posture was as straight as a pine, his weathered face bearing faint scars, exuding the iron-willed aura unique to seasoned warriors. This is Lieutenant General Hua Zhanxiong, Deputy Commander of the Central Theater. Chu Jining whispered in introduction. Su Chen stiffened instinctively, snapping into a crisp salute. Lieutenant General Hua, sir. Hua Zhanxiong waved his hand dismissively, laughing loudly. Bah, none of that stiffness. What I admire about you is that fearless spirit. Respect is due in the presence of heroes like yourself, Su Chen replied with a slight bow, his tone reverent. He could sense that this man was a true powerhouse, his latent strength unfathomable, surpassing anyone Su Chen had ever encountered. Good. No arrogance. No impatience, your solid material. Hua Zhanxiong's eyes gleamed with approval. Kid, how about joining the military? Fight on the front lines with us. Su Chun hesitated briefly before answering candidly. Lieutenant General, truth be told, I'd like to stay at the academy for now to refine my abilities systematically. Once I've truly gained enough strength, I'll enlist and fight for our nation. Rather than taking offense at the rejection, Hua Zhanxiong nodded firmly. Good. That's ambition. I'll be waiting. When you're ready, we'll defend our homeland side by side. With that, he flipped his hands, revealing 2 items resting in his palms. A small gift. Choose one. He understood forced bonds bore no sweetness. The battlefield was ruthless, far harsher than any academy. This goodwill now was groundwork for the future. Su Chun's eyes lit up. Rubbing his hands together, he grinned. Lieutenant General, as the ancients said, the more, the merrier. Ha ha. Hua Zhanxiong roared with laughter before slapping both items into Su Chun's grasp. Bold kid. Greedy, I like it. They're both yours. My thanks, Lieutenant General. Su Chun beamed, examining the objects carefully. Might I ask what exactly do these treasures do? This tangerine-looking thing? It's an ability fruit. Eat it, and there's a chance your power level will ascend. As for this golden dragon jade pendant, Hua Zhanxiong pointed to the smooth stone. It's a dragon sigil resonant stone. If you're ever in mortal danger, crush it no matter where you are. I'll sense your location and come immediately. Plus, it's a symbol of status. Seeing it is like seeing me. Such raw jade must be safeguarded well. When Hua Zhanxiong extended the dragon order, suppressed gasps rippled through the crowd. Su Chun could feel countless eyes boring into his back, their gaze burning like fire. The dull golden token lay heavy in his palm, cold and metallic against his skin. Only 36 remain in all of Dragon Country. Hua Zhanxiong's voice boomed like war drums. Keep it safe. Su Chun curled his fingers tightly around the token. Meeting the man's intense stare, he grinned. Thank you, Vice Commander Hua. If I ever enlist, the Central War Zone will be my first choice. Good. Hua Zhanxiong clapped a massive hand on his shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. I'll be waiting, kid. When the time comes, we'll crush the blood-savage bull lair together and slaughter our way to glory. Deal. The military vehicle roared to life, kicking up dust as it rumbled into the distance. Su Chun watched the trailing plume of smoke and murmured, That commander, he's a real one. Chu Jining snorted, eyeing him sidelong. Your luck is just unstoppable. Luck, ability-enhancing fruits are priceless, and dragon orders are even rarer. One of only 36, and it just casually falls into your lap? That's not luck. Su Chun froze, his thumb unconsciously tracing the dragon engraving on the token's surface. Chu Jining took half a step closer, lowering her voice. Hua Zhanxiong clawed his way up from the bottom too. That stubborn fire in your eyes, just now it probably reminded him of his younger self. She paused, her tone tinged with something wistful. He doesn't want you to suffer like he did. Su Chun looked down at his fist, slowly tightening it. The dust had long settled, but the weight of the token in his palm remained sharp. Next time we meet, I won't let you down. Early the next morning, Su Chun set off toward the Bloodfang bull demon lair. Hunt. Grow stronger, he couldn't afford to let Vice Commander Hua's expectations down. Hope you're not all talk. Chu Jining's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of approval flashing in her eyes. Teacher Chu, I'll take my leave now. Su Chun could hardly wait to test the ability rank-up fruit. If it really could push him to SS rank, he'd save himself 100,000 ability points. Go on. Come back to me within the month once you've prepared the paperwork for skipping grades. Su Chun nodded in farewell before turning and striding away. At the Jiang family estate. Father, I can't accept this. Jiang sure lay wrapped in bandages, tears leaking from his swollen eyes. Worthless. Jiang Changhe slammed a palm onto the table, rattling the teacups. Who told you to provoke Su Chun? Now he's got Hua Zhanxiong backing him. How am I supposed to retaliate? In the past, anyone who crossed the Jiang family could be dealt with quietly. But this time, Su Chun was riding high, shielded by Hua Zhanxiong's towering influence untouchable. Are we just supposed to swallow this? Jiang sure rasped. Jiang Changhe exhaled heavily. You think I'm not furious too? But now isn't the time. A spark lit Jiang Shure's eyes. Father, you have a plan? That's not your concern. Your task now is to undergo the baptism in the lightning secret realm. Still willing? I'll go. Jiangshi clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Once I become an SS rank lightning ability user, I'll crush Su Qin beneath my feet, make him beg. Now that's my son. Jiang Changhe nodded approvingly. Leave as soon as you recover. Yes. 49 days of baptism in the secret realm, he could already picture Su Chun groveling at his feet. Jiang Changhe gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, murmuring under his breath, Huazhanxiong, let us see if you can survive what is coming. Inside Villa Number 1. Su Chun tossed back the fruit and swallowed. A warmth slid down his throat, his body heating slightly as his source energy seemed to swell, but only by a fraction. Failed. He turned toward the cylindrical assistant robot. Xiaohua, pull up records on successful rank-ups using this fruit. Ding query complete. In the last 3 centuries, only one successful case exists. Su Qin Si twitched. Those odds were worse than getting struck by a meteor. Shaking his head, he abandoned any hope of relying on the fruit. After spending another 1,000 credits on shadow crystals for Tuanshuan, he collapsed onto his bed. Sleep. Tomorrow awaited. The fierce battle from yesterday had drained all his strength. Now, he could practically pass out the moment his head touched the pillow. Early the next morning, as the sky was just beginning to lighten, Su Chun appeared in the mission hall. The hall was already buzzing with noise, footsteps, conversations, all blending together into a chaotic hum. A massive electronic screen hung high above, densely scrolling with various missions that drew the eyes of passing supernatural ability users. Missions were divided into 2 categories, privately posted and official bounties. Rewards varied, calculated using academic credit points. Su Chun's gaze swept slowly across the screen. Suddenly, a private mission caught his attention. Private mission E rank. Big bros, my stockings black and white are piled up like mountains. Too lazy to wash them. Any kind-hearted bro want to help out? Reward, 1 credit point. Su Chun stared at the words for several seconds, frozen. Was this mission serious? Just as he hesitated, a notification chime rang. The mission had already been snatched by someone else. Su Chun shrugged, unfazed. Might be a trap anyway. Whoever wanted to jump into it was welcome to. Here, every mission had a clearly defined rank. The higher the difficulty, the richer the credit reward. More importantly, mission ranks were directly tied to purchasing privileges. Completing an S-rank mission granted S-rank privileges, completing an SS rank unlocked SS rank privileges, and so on. Su Chun already possessed S-rank privileges. To climb higher, he'd have to take on an SS rank mission. But he had zero interest in those. Since the founding of the Kyoto Supernatural Academy, those capable of completing SS rank missions could be counted on one hand, no more than 3. As for the highest SSS rank missions, not a single person had ever conquered one. But none of this was something a freshman like him needed to worry about yet. Finally, his eyes settled on another private mission. Private mission C rank. The Kyoto Lee family seeks blood savage bull corpses, unlimited quantity, fair prices. Note: only beasts above Tier 2, Stage 5 accepted. This one. He strode over to the reception counter, swiftly operated the interface, and accepted the mission. Then, he dialed the contact number left behind by the poster. Hello? Are you the one who posted the Blood Savage Bull Corpse acquisition mission? A cheerful male voice answered from the other end. Yeah. Bro, you took the mission? That's right. Just confirming, where should we meet for completion? Right here in the Academy Mission Hall. Once you've got it handled, just call me. On the other end of the line was Li Jinxin. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly tapped open his mission management app. When he saw the acceptor's name, Su Chun, his finger twitched so hard he nearly dropped his phone. What? Su Chun, the freshman top ranker? Accepted my crappy mission? Working for me. He could hardly believe his eyes. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now, Su Chun said, preparing to end the call. Wait. Hold on, Li Jinxin blurted urgently. Ew. You're Su Chun, the freshman top ranker, right? That's me. Any issues? Holy, how could I possibly have issues? Li Jinxin's voice was tinged with disbelief. Su God, no offense, but this mission's a tough nut to crack. Lots of effort, little payoff. You sure you want to take it? Blood Savage Bulls at Tier 2, Stage 5 were formidable foes. Even if Su Chun could fight above his level, it would undoubtedly be a brutal battle. No matter how you looked at it, the deal just didn't seem worth it. Su Chun chuckled lightly, tapping his communicator with a finger. The prey is as good as mine. Just remember when I drag those blood savage bulls back. Don't come crying regrets. On the other end of the line, Li Jinshin hurriedly laughed it off. Su Shun, you're killing me here. Whatever you bring back, I'll take it no questions asked. His mouth agreed readily, but his mind whispered doubts. Even if Su Chun is strong, hauling back a dozen would be pushing it. Dozens? Impossible. Good. Wait for my update. Su Chun ended the call, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. This trip wasn't just about finishing an academy mission. 200 blood savage bulls, that's the bare minimum. He also used this bloodshed to temper golden bones, the legendary foundation for cultivating the 9 nether undying body, and break through his current bottleneck. Leaving his quarters, he headed straight for the Academy's supply depot, exchanging credits for shimmering spirit source potions and a meticulously marked map of the beast zone. With everything prepped, his figure blurred then vanished toward the blood savage bull caverns. Meanwhile, deep beneath the earth, within the headquarters of the blood beast cult, the dim halls were lit only by eerie green sconces casting skeletal silhouettes along the corridor. At its end lay a vast chamber, dominated by a long table flanked by 8 shadowed figures, each exuding oppressive gloom, their presence laced with the faint metallic tang of blood. These were the cult's 8 bishops, supreme elites commanding vast territories. The cult's hierarchy was ironclad. At the bottom, ordinary initiates handled grunt work above them. Envoys managed missions higher still. High priests wielded forbidden arts to twist humans into half-beasts. But the bishops? They were the cult's core untouchable forces. And the one who loomed above all, their elusive marshal. Why has the marshal summoned us? Rasped the third-ranked bishop, blood frenzy, his voice like grating gravel. Perhaps the year's awakened, murmured another. Before the words faded, darkness pulsed at the head of the table, a robed figure materializing silently. Pressure crested like a tide, forcing all 8 to their feet in unison. Marshal, a gloved hand gestured for ease. Report this year's standout awakened. The second bishop stepped forward, offering a dossier. Several show promise. One named Su Chin excels beyond the rest. The marshal took the pages, shadowed gaze skimming names and records lingering longest on his. His fingers trailed over Su Chin's dossier, a rare flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before vanishing instantly. His knuckles rapped lightly on the tabletop. Third Elder, the capital territory is under your jurisdiction. Go meet this Su Chun, try to recruit him. If he cannot be of use to us. His voice paused, and the air abruptly turned frigid. Eliminate him. Nearby, the bloodthirsty berserker licked his fangs, a dark chuckle rumbling in his throat. Understood. The blood of a genius must taste even sweeter. The commander's gaze shifted to the second bishop. Order all high priests to initiate this year's beast fusion ceremony. It's time to inject fresh blood into our ranks. Understood. I'll see to it immediately. And what of the progress on the essence fusion experiments? Fanaticism flared in the second bishop's eyes. Commander, exceedingly well. The serum capable of fusing 2 types of beast essence is nearly ready for human trials. His voice trembled with excitement. Once successful, we will shatter the limitation of fusing only 1 beast essence per person. Every member will wield the power of 2 beasts, their semi-beast forms becoming unstoppable. The church's strength will skyrocket. Good, the commander nodded. Then accelerate the infection project as well. Before his words fully faded, darkness flickered and he vanished from sight. The 8 bishops exchanged glances before silently rising, each melting back into the shadows. Eerie green flames flickered in the hollow hall as silence reclaimed dominion. After hours of arduous travel, Su Chin finally stood before the entrance of the Bloodhorn Demon Caverns. Passing through layers of security checks, he stepped into the perilous domain. The first cavern floor buzzed with chaotic energy, clashing steel, raging bull roars, and hunters' shouts tangled together. It was peak hunting season. The academy had just begun its term, sending waves of freshmen for training. while the Bloodhorn's staggering value also lured countless desperate mercenaries. "Look, is that Su-chun?" A startled cry erupted from the crowd. Instantly, countless gazes locked onto him. "It really is Su-chun, my idol. Even he came here. Damn, he's even hotter in person than in those tournament vids." His fame from the Capital Academy's Resource Challenge had skyrocketed. Many recognized him instantly. Su-chun's brow twitched slightly. Just as he turned to leave, the frenzied crowd swarmed him, sealing off all escape. "Su-god, take us with you." "Yeah, you keep all the loot, we just want to learn." "Su-senpai, take me, and I'll give you special rewards." Su-chun's lip curled. "Bring along deadweight. Only if he lost his mind." "I'm heading to the 3rd floor." His voice cut coldly as he strode toward the swirling vortex leading deeper underground. "Follow me if you've got a death wish." Everyone froze at those words. The 3rd floor? That was where 3rd-tier blood savage bulls roamed. It was practically suicide. Shaking off the crowd, Su-chun stepped into the teleportation vortex. The air on the 2nd floor instantly grew tense. Few figures lingered here, danger lurking at every turn. The death scythe materialized in his grip, its edge glinting eerily. Su-chun licked his lips, battle lust igniting in his eyes. 2nd tier 2-star blood savage bull slain. Slaughter points plus 400. 2nd tier 5-star blood savage bull slain. Slaughter points plus 600. The crisp notifications chimed one after another, as pleasing as coins clinking into a purse. Su-chun swung his scythe in a sweeping arc, blood spraying as beasts fell. The corner of his lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Suddenly, enraged shouts erupted in the distance. "You sons of bitches! You've got no honor!" Liwen's eyes burned crimson, his fists clenched bone white. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined being ambushed inside the devil's lair. "Shut your trap, hand over your valuables, and we'll spare your miserable life." "What if I refuse?" Liwen forced down a tremble in his voice. "Humph, don't think just cause my bro's happy as ma croak today means you can mouth off. Try acting tough again once his old man kicks the bucket too." Liwen stood dumbfounded. What kind of insane babble was this? Happy his mother died? And pissed his father hasn't he? Had these two escaped from a madhouse? In the end, with blades pressed to his throat, Liwen gritted his teeth and surrendered everything he owned. "Smart move. My bro's in mourning today, so we're feeling generous. We'll let you keep your worthless hide." The bandits swaggered off, their cruel laughter echoing through the cavern. Liwen stared at his emptied pack before slamming a fist against the stone wall. Fury and humiliation churned within him, yet there was nothing he could do. Spitting in disgust, he turned and hurried toward the 1st-floor exit. But as he rounded a stalagmite pillar, he nearly collided with a figure carrying a massive scythe. Su-chun. Liwen rubbed his eyes, voice quivering. Blood dripped slowly from the scythe's blade. Su-chun raised an eyebrow, taking in Liwen's sorry state nothing left but his floral-patterned underwear, and burst out laughing. Well, brotherly, here to put on a naked survival show." Liwen's face flushed scarlet. "Don't even ask. Just got robbed down to my damn skivvies." He moved to hug Su-chun dramatically, only for the scythe's shaft to press against his chest. "Hold up. I'm not big on heartfelt reunions." "Seriously? You won't even lend me a shoulder to cry on?" Liwen glared. Su-chun casually shoved his face away. "If you were a girl, maybe. So who did this?" "2 2nd-tier 6-star scumbags." Liwen gnashed his teeth. "After robbing me. They said they spared me cause they were happy their ma died today. What kind of messed up logic is that?" Su-chun tapped his scythe thoughtfully. "Which way did they go?" His shadow stretched long against the cavern wall, coiled like a predator ready to strike. "I'll avenge this for you." Su-chun's voice was calm. Liwen reached up and touched Su-chun's forehead, skepticism written all over his face. "No fever last I checked. You were barely tier 2, barely breaking past the 1st threshold. How the hell are you going to take on 2 6th threshold goons? You trying to get yourself killed? Cut the chatter. Lead the way." Su-chun cut him off. Liwen opened his mouth to argue, but a sneering voice cut through from behind them. "Oh, still pissed? Brought back up, huh?" Liwen stiffened, whirling around with a strained grin plastered on his face. Misunderstanding, big bros. He was just asking for directions. Cut me some slack this once, yeah?" I wish you boundless promotions. Sweet talk. One of them snorted. But your face ain't tea worth shit. Li Wen gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath to Su Chun. On three. We split and run. 3-2 hey. Before he could finish, Su Chun had already stepped forward. Your blood beast sect messed with my friend. Su Chun's gaze swept over the two men. A quick read was all it took. The stench of blood clung to them, familiar as rot. One carried the wildness of a wolf spirit, the other the sharp alertness of a predator lurking in shadows. Their faces twisted. You recognize us? Then you die. Before their words fully landed, Su Chun blurred phantom step. His scythe carved a streak of cold light, too fast for anything but an afterimage. The man on the left barely raised his arm before his body split diagonally in half. My friend. Su Chun turned to the other, eyes like honed steel. You dared touch him? His voice dropped lower. Your turn. Who the hell are you? The man's voice trembled. The one killing you. Su Chun vanished again, scythe cutting through air like black lightning, straight for the man's face. With a roar, his body bulged violently, half man, half wolf, a spectral wolf spirit erupting from his back, claws gleaming poison green. I'm tier 2, 6th threshold. You're barely 4th. I've got the advantage. Advantage my ass. The scythe flared mid-swing, momentum turning brutal. The wolf's claws lashed out only to shatter on impact with a sickening crack. And no, impossible. The man howled as he collapsed. Su Chun leapt, shadows coagulating into a massive claw that slammed down. Boom. The ground shook. One final stride, one sweep of the scythe silence. Slain. That's it. Su Chun exhaled sharply. Pathetic. Behind him, Li Wen's jaw hung slack before he finally managed. Su Chun, you goddamn magnificent bastard. 4th threshold crushing 6th? What kind of monster was he? Su Chun shifted uncomfortably under his stare. I'd rather you point a knife at me than look at me like that. Relax, I'm straight. Li Wen snapped out of it, then blurted. Seriously though, can you take down tier 2, 7th threshold blood rage bulls now? Yeah. Hell yes. Found a nest in the 2nd floor valley. They're guarding something juicy. Wanna hit it? Move. Key rewrite adjustments. Dialogue punch up. Exchange stiff phrasing for snappier. Natural banter cut the chatter versus stop talking. Dynamic action. Replace generic descriptions with visceral, cinematic strokes. Scythe carving a streak of cold light. Show, don't tell. Power tier's abilities now inferred through combat flow rather than exposition. Pacing. Trimmed filler beats, e.g., prolonged negotiations to maintain relentless momentum. Need further tonal tweaks? More humor grit? Just say the word. Brother, you're really not afraid? Li Wen lowered his voice to a whisper, hesitation coloring his tone. Afraid? Su Chun chuckled lightly. Didn't you say the strongest demonic beasts here are only 2nd order, 7th tier? That kind of trash I can take care of with one hand. Li Wen shook his head, then nodded, his expression far from relaxed. The strongest is 2nd order, 7th tier. Sure, but have you thought about the dozens of 2nd order, 3rd and 4th tier blood savage bulls gathered together? One isn't scary, but a whole herd charging at you shakes heaven and earth. Who could withstand that? Dozens? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. One was worth hundreds of slaughter points. Dozens that meant tens of thousands. Li Wen scratched his head, baffled. Why are you excited? This is basically a death trap. Stop distracting me. Just tell me, is it true? I'm not lying. I've been hunting on the 2nd floor these past few days and saw them all holed up in the valley across from here, guarding something. I was going to report back and get the military to clear them out, but some bastard robbed me halfway. That's how I ran into you. Calling the military is too much trouble. Su Chun waved a hand dismissively. I'm enough. You sure? Positive. Fine. If you really bite it out there, I'll make sure to pick you a nice coffin and burn plenty of paper offerings. Li Wen joked half-heartedly, though his forehead remained creased with worry. Su Chun ignored him, turning instead to search the bodies of the blood beast cultists. He pulled out 3 storage rings and tossed one to Li Wen. Isn't this yours? Returning it to its rightful owner. Thanks, brother. Li Wen caught it eagerly, pulling out fresh clothes and dressing himself properly. So, can you lead the way now? Let us go? Move quietly, don't spook them. Li Wen crouched low, creeping forward cautiously. Su Chen smirked soundlessly and followed his steps. Deep within Blood Bowl Mountain, second floor. Boss, what exactly are we collecting all this demonic beast essence blood for? A subordinate sidled up to Tian Kuang, curiosity brimming in his voice. Tian Kuang glared at him. Idiot. This essence blood is both potent nourishment and tempering for bones and muscles. What do you think? Then can we try a little? You want to lose your head? This is for the king. Once everyone else gathered, we'll head down to the third floor and hand it off to our kin there. Tian Kuang swallowed hard despite himself, throat bobbing. Ever since coming to this damned planet, there hadn't been a single peaceful day, always hiding, always running. His resentment burned fiercely. Sooner or later, he'd slaughter every last human here and enslave them for eternity. The thought soothed his anger just a little. On the hillside, Su Chen and Li Wen looked down at the camp below. Su Chen's eyes swept over the scene as he counted swiftly under his breath. 2 at Tier 2 Level 7, 5 or 6 at Tier 2 Level 6. Most are Tier 2 Level 5. Over 50 beasts total. Told you I wasn't wrong, didn't I? Li Wen whispered urgently. A smirk curled Su Chen's lips. You weren't. After this, 5 pretty girls, your reward is guaranteed. Deal. Li Wen's eyes gleamed before he rubbed his hands together. So, how do we do this? We need a plan, right? Stroking his chin, his eyes darted shrewdly. He prided himself on thorough thinking. Su Chen had already risen to his feet, the cold glint of his death scythe shimmering in hand. With absolute power, plans are just dead weight. Without hesitation, he strode straight toward the beast horde. Li Wen blinked. This guy always so reckless. Gritting his teeth for those 5 girls. He bolted after him. Hey, wait for me. The two approached the Blood Barb camp openly, without concealment. This layer of the demon abyss was its own pocket world, complete with hills and rivers, albeit scaled down. Chaos erupted among the beasts instantly. One Blood Barb ox sprinted to their leader, Tian Kuang. Boss, 2 more humans are coming. Tian Kuang rose from his rest, glanced over, and sneered. Just 2 suicidal idiots. Why panic? His neck cracked like popping beans as he hefted his great axe. Oi! Tian Kuang blocked their path, axe resting on his shoulder, voice dripping with mockery. See how many brothers we got here? Still wanna die? Su Chen didn't slow his steps. Precisely because you have numbers, that I'm here. Huh. Brain fried. Tian Kuang barked a laugh before shouting. Brothers, let us entertain him. Several Blood Barb oxen charged forth, tusks bared, snarling as they lunged at Su Chen. His lips curved faintly. Hunt begins. With a flicker, he ghosted into their midst. The death scythe carved dark crescents through the air. Crunch, crunch. Heads rolled. Blood geysered skyward, staining the earth and splashing Su Chen's robes. Tier 2 Level 4. How? Tian Kuang's pupils shrank in shock. This brat can't be left alive. Tian Zhan. Out here. Now. A tent flap tore open. A nearly 10-foot-tall ox titan emerged, silver axe in grip, radiating suffocating pressure. Tian Kuang. The behemoth rumbled like thunder. You can't handle one Tier 2 Level 4 runt. The kid's unnatural, probably a human prodigy. Kill him, split the credit. Tianzhan's eyes flashed with bloodlust as he grinned wildly. So that's how it is. Let's see how many moves you can take from me. Behind Su Chen, Li Wen's face paled, his voice trembling. Su Chen, run. I'll hold him off. This blood savage bull is elite tier, 2nd order 7th stage. He cursed himself inwardly. How could they have stumbled upon such a terrifying existence here? The difference between elite tier and common tier was like heaven and earth. Ha. Think you can escape after showing up here? Stay right where you are and be our punching bags. Escape? Su Chen's lips curled coldly. Who said anything about escaping? He raised his hand lightly and called softly. Tuanshuan, come. Let's try our first fusion. The dark spirit Tuanshuan leaped forth. Under Su Chen's meticulous nurturing, it had grown to 1st order 5th stage, strong enough to sustain possession combat. With a nod, its figure blurred into a streak of light, merging seamlessly into Su Chen's body. Su Chen's form underwent a sudden transformation. His stature grew taller, his silhouette sharper. The darkness swirling in his eyes condensed into unfathomable violet whirlpools, gleaming faintly like crystalline depths. A shadowy lightning mark materialized between his brows. But the most suffocating sight was the twin wings unfurling slowly behind him, no longer composed of chaotic shadows, but countless intricate, tangible obsidian feathers, their edges shimmering with the dying embers of collapsing stars. With a single effortless flap, they didn't just scatter stardust, they unleashed a crushing pressure that seized hearts mid-beat. The surrounding light itself seemed to be devoured by darkness. Hovering midair, Su Chun reveled in the surging new power coursing through him. He gazed down at the two blood-savage bulls below, his voice low and final like divine judgment. "I sentence you to death. Enough tricks. Get down here." Tian Kuang roared, crimson flames erupting from his body as he lunged upward. His bronze axe came crashing down towards Su Chen's head with mountainous force. Su Chun didn't so much as flinch, merely flicking the death scythe casually outward. Clang! The bronze axe shattered like brittle glass, fragments flying everywhere. Su Chen's gaze darkened as he uttered coldly, "Shadow Claw." A colossal claw materialized midair, plummeting like a meteorite. "Pathetic. Watch me tank it with my unbreakable hide." Tian Kuang's muscles bulged unnaturally, his skin flushing a sinister scarlet. Boom! The claw struck, splitting the earth and sending dust skyward. Tian Kuang had expected to endure it easily, yet the force hammered him straight into the ground, leaving a deep crater. Drenched in blood, his wounds grotesque, he gasped weakly. This power, could it be an SS rank ability? Beside him, Tianzhan's pupils constricted violently, fear flashing across his face for the first time. This level of devastation was undoubtedly SS rank or higher. Just who was this kid? Su Chun had anticipated all of this. After fusing with the dark elf, shadow elements flowed through his fingertips as naturally as breathing. He could feel the surging power within him, more than twice as strong as before. Sky Battle. Save me. The hoarse cry for help echoed from the pit. Sky Battle's face darkened like storm clouds. "Kid, you've got some skills, I'll give you that. But between us lies an insurmountable chasm, 3 whole realms." Gripping his battle axe tightly, crimson mist swirled around him. The blade flared with energy, tearing through the air like lightning as it slashed towards Su Chun. Su Chen's wings fluttered slightly as he shifted half an inch sideways with ghostly grace, the axe grazing his robe and splitting the ground behind him. At the same time, his death scythe traced a black arc straight for Sky Battle's throat. "Pathetic tricks." Sky Battle roared. His silver axe instantly glowed crimson, wrapped in bloody energy as he swung it in a full arc to meet the scythe. Clang! Sparks erupted from the clash of metal. The two forces locked in a deadlock, shockwaves kicking up dust all around. "The raw strength of my race is beyond anything you humans could ever match." Sky Battle's muscles bulged as the bloody glow on his axe intensified, slowly forcing the scythe downward. Su Chun suddenly flexed his wings and flipped midair. Break! The death scythe erupted with blinding darkness. With an ear-splitting crack, the silver battle axe shattered. The scythe's momentum didn't falter, it plunged deep into Sky Battle's chest. Staggering back, Sky Battle clutched the embedded scythe handle and ripped it free in a spray of blood. "Without this toy, what tricks do you have left?" Su Chun flicked his fingers, forming an eerie hand seal. "Who said I only use a scythe?" Ding! 3,000 kill points consumed. Instant prison shadow kill array beginner level acquired. Countless shadows slithered outward from beneath his feet like living things. Before Sky Battle could react, Su Chun vanished. Instant prison shadow kill array activate. In an instant, the air around Su Chun thickened, dark energy churning like boiling ink. 10 indistinct shadows coalesced around him, more solid than any illusion before, their curved blades glinting with ominous light. "What the hell is this?" Tianzhan's pupils contracted violently as he instinctively retreated half a step. The shadows emitted guttural growls, as though rising from the abyss, before all 10 pounced simultaneously. With a furious roar, Tianzhan swung his fists only to strike empty air as his blows passed cleanly through the shadows. These were illusions forged from pure dark energy, utterly impervious to physical attacks. Shick! The sickening sound of blades slicing flesh echoed repeatedly as fresh wounds blossomed across Tianjon's body. Staggering, he tried desperately to block, but the shadow's assault came like a storm, leaving no opening. Finally, the warrior collapsed heavily to his knees, the dark phantoms dissipating around him. Elite Blood Rampage Bull Tier 2 Level 7 slain. Slaughter points plus 1,000. The death SCYTH hummed as it returned to Su Chen's hand. The moment he dismissed the fusion, the dark elf girl in his arms swayed, her face deathly pale. Good work. Rest now, Su Chen murmured, gently stroking Tuan Tuan's hair. Nuzzling affectionately against his palm, the girl dissolved into a streak of light that vanished into the crescent moon pendant. Turning, Su Chen pressed the SCYTH against Tian Kuang's throat. Why have you gathered here? You'll get nothing from. Cold steel flashed. Blood sprayed. As Tian Kuang collapsed, clutching his severed throat, Su Chen's attention shifted to the trembling beastkin horde surrounding him. Time to send you on your way. A cacophony of wails and pleas erupted instantly. Gripping the SCYTH tighter, Su Chen saw fleeting images of villages slaughtered by these very beasts. Mercy. His voice was glacial. Did you show any to the civilians who begged beneath your claws? As the SCYTH rose, the last sliver of sunlight vanished beneath the horizon. The sickle transformed into a black streak of lightning as Su Chen weaved through the herd of bulls. Raise, slash. Each swing was accompanied by the heavy thud of blood-savage bulls collapsing and the brittle snap of shattered bones. Warm blood sprayed onto the dirt, and the roars gradually weakened. 2.5 minutes later, the last mournful bellow faded into the air. Su Chen sheathed his sickle as the system interface materialized before him. Kill points. 18,900. He drew a deep breath, his tense shoulders loosening slightly. In the distance, Liwen stood frozen, mouth agape. He blinked hard, his voice trembling. Killing elite monsters 3 levels higher. How is that even possible? He sprinted forward, his knees slamming into the ground. Brother Chun, you saved me again. We help each other, Su Chen said, pulling him up. If not for you leading the way, I wouldn't have found this place. Suddenly, Liwen pointed toward a patch of grass. Look, there's a chest over there. As the chest creaked open, Su Chen crouched down. Inside, rows of dark red crystal vials were neatly arranged, pulsing faintly with energy. So many beast blood essences. Foreign races use these to strengthen their bodies too, Liwen said, leaning closer. To them, it's like a tonic. Su Chen picked one up. The vial was warm in his palm. We hit the jackpot. There were at least dozens inside, ranging from tier 3 up to tier 6. But joy quickly gave way to suspicion. Where did these blood-savage bulls get them? Su Chen frowned. 2 possibilities, Liwen lowered his voice. Either human traders smuggled them in, or the beasts slipped out to hunt for them. Su Chen tightened his grip on the vial. Either way, it meant a greater danger was looming. Traitors, he murmured. Liwen gave a bitter smile. When the stakes are high enough, betrayal always follows. Under the twilight sky, the two exchanged a silent glance. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling he didn't want to continue the topic. How do we split these blood essences? Liwen quickly responded. Of course, you take them all, Brother Chen. Without you, how could we have gotten any of this? You were the one who told me their location. Take a few tubes for yourself. It wouldn't sit right with me if I hogged everything. Su Chen insisted, his tone firm. Seeing his resolve, Liwen took a few vials of beast blood essence from the crate. This is enough, Brother Chen. I'll use these for body tempering when I get back. All right, I'll keep the rest. Su Chen carefully stored the remaining blood essences into his spatial ring. So what's next, Brother Chen? We keep hunting blood-savage bulls. With a sweep of his hand, Su Chen collected all the blood-savage bull corpses from the scene. He then set fire to the campsite and strode toward the next hunting zone. 1 day later, underground domain of the blood-savage bulls, 10th level hall. The leader, Tu Kuang, sat upon his bone throne, his voice icy. Has the batch of blood essences traded with the humans been delivered? A subordinate bowed low, replying cautiously, My king, out of the 10 shipments, only 8 arrived safely. 1 was intercepted by the military, and another was stolen by the rising human star, Su Chen. Su Chen. Yes, He awakened an S-rank ability and cultivates at terrifying speeds, already reaching Tier 2, Stage 4. Tu Kuang abruptly stood up. Tier 2, Stage 4? That pace. How can such a human exist on Blue Star? His combat techniques are also highly refined. My king, should we add him to the Deathmark list? The Deathmark lists a ranking of human prodigies targeted by the Blood Savage Bulls, numbering 100 names. Killing those listed granted immense rewards. Tu Kuang fell silent briefly before ordering. Add him to the list directly at rank 20. Rank 20? Isn't that too high? The subordinate's voice trembled. The rewards for that rank were enough to drive their entire race into frenzy. Are you questioning me? Tu Kuang's voice turned dangerously cold. I wouldn't dare. The subordinate hastily lowered his head. Update the list. Then contact those greedy humans again, have them procure another batch of high-tier beast blood essences. No one refuses when profits are at stake. Understood. I'll see to it immediately. The subordinate bowed and retreated from the hall, his back soaked in sweat. Blood Savage Bull Lair, second layer. Li Wen sighed as he watched Su Chun, whose killing intent showed no signs of waning. Brother Chun, you've been slaughtering them all day. Aren't you tired? Su Chun flicked the blood off his blade and smirked. Tired? Every Blood Savage Bull is nourishment for my growth. After a day and night of relentless slaughter, Su Chen's kill points surged to 45,000. Tired? That word sounded almost laughable now. Li Wen curled his lip and muttered under his breath. Surely we can go back now. Let's go. The energy potions I brought are all used up anyway. We'll come back next time. Li Wen glanced at Su Chun, thoughts churning inwardly. While other S-rank ability users were out enjoying life, Su Chun acted like these bloodhorn beasts had personally wronged him, chopping away day and night at them like a man possessed. Anyone watching might seriously think they'd stolen his wife. I swear, boss, you're something else. Li Wen sighed with a bitter chuckle, shaking his head as he quickened his pace to follow Su Chun toward the exit. Back above ground, the two exchanged brief goodbyes before parting ways. Su Chun returned to the capital alone, ready to use his freshly earned points to strengthen himself. System, enhance my bone tempering to the 10th cycle Golden Bone Realm. Now at the second rank, his next step was condensing vital blood. Completing bone tempering sooner meant unlocking rapid power growth ahead of schedule. The second rank was also known as the coagulated blood realm. Ability users needed to guide their chi and blood through their bodies, gathering the essence of life deep within their dantian. As cultivation deepened, vital blood grew thicker. It not only nourished the body, enhancing strength, senses, and mental acuity, but also accelerated healing and even granted night vision, the ability to track sounds, and instincts sharp as a beastess. Only by circulating vital blood throughout the body and refining its essence into the chi could one complete a full cycle of coagulated blood. As for how many cycles one could achieve, no one knew the limit. But legends claimed that completing 18 cycles would allow a cultivator to unlock psionic training prematurely, something normally reserved for the 5th rank, or those fortunate enough to obtain rare spiritual treasures. If one could touch the realm of psionics at the 2nd rank, that was dominance beyond measure. Ding! 20,000 kill points consumed. 10th cycle bone tempering complete, golden bone achieved. In an instant, an overwhelming force crushed every bone in Su Chun's body, only for the fragments to reassemble moments later. The agony eclipsed anything he'd endured before. His jaw clenched, veins bulging. He endured the torment through sheer willpower. Once his bones reformed, an unprecedented lightness flooded his limbs. Then golden radiance erupted from his skeleton. Now his bones surpassed solid gold in hardness, unbreakable and refined beyond measure, elevating his physical capabilities exponentially. But most importantly, Su Chun had become the first person in Dragon Nation to forge golden bones. Golden bone achievement unlocked. Su Chun slowly clenched his fist, exhilaration surging through him like an electric current. Hell yes. He wasted no time. Raise my cultivation to 2nd rank, 7th layer. 20,000 kill points consumed. Promotion to 2nd rank, 7th layer successful. Immediately after, train 9 Nether's unbreakable body to the 1st layer. 5,000 kill points consumed. 9 Nether's unbreakable body, first layer attained. The moment the technique broke through, Su Chun sensed his physique transforming. His already formidable body gained a domineering resilience, his movements smoother, faster like the wind itself. This cultivation technique feels like it was made for me. Su Chun murmured in awe, his voice barely above a whisper. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking softly. A surge of warmth coursed through his limbs, muscles reforged as if tempered anew, swollen with power, yet light as a feather. In battle, this strength and agility would fuse seamlessly. His gaze swept over the system interface, landing on the kill points column, a glaring 0. He shook his head faintly, then smirked. Worth it, he muttered to himself. Once I turn in this mission and soak in the Shadow Sanctum pool, next time I return, I'll be ready to hunt even deadlier beasts. A grander ambition burned within him. Next time, I must evolve the Death Scythe to SS rank. System, what happens if the Death Scythe evolves to SS rank? Ding. S rank Death Scythe. Unmatched sharpness, cleaving gold and shattering jade. Upon evolving to SS rank Carnage Scythe, the Slaughter Resonance trait activates. With every life form slain, both the scythe and its wielder's combat techniques grow permanently stronger. Su Chun's breath hitched. I grow stronger by killing monsters, and now this scythe does too? This was beyond blatant. Then again, if he was already taking shortcuts, what did it matter if he became absurdly overpowered? I was never bound by reason in the first place. His mind raced with visions of his next return kill points amassing to 100,000. The Dark Elf reward had cost him 10,000. What would 100,000 bring? The mere thought sent his pulse skyrocketing. Anticipation for his next raid on the Bloodbrute Bull lair thrummed in his veins. But exhaustion crashed over him now, his stamina potions long depleted. Time to go home. He flagged down a cab, returning to his villa at the Kyoto Supernatural Academy. The moment he staggered into his room, he collapsed onto the bed like a marionette with severed strings asleep almost instantly. The next day, Mission Hall. Su Chun stood silently, waiting for Li Jinshin to arrive and finalize their trade. After this, he headed straight to the Shadow Sanctum pool. A dawn call from Chu Jining had pulled him from sleep. The prize from the Resource Challenge, 3 hours of Shadow Sanctum pool cultivation, was available today. 3 sessions total. On top of that, 5,000 academic credits and 2 entries into a dark-type secret realm opening in a few days. Which was why Su Chun had contacted Li Jinshin at the crack of dawn, arranging to meet here and exchange the Bloodbrute Bull corpses. After what felt like forever, a figure slouched through the entrance, a disheveled teen in flip-flops, shorts, and a wrinkled t-shirt, hair sticking up wildly. "You're Li Jinshin?" Su Chun asked, skepticism creeping into his tone. Rubbing his eyes, the boy yawned. "Yes, Su God. Only you could drag me out of bed this early." The corner of Su Chun's mouth twitched. "Ready to trade?" "Sigh? Fine. Hand over the storage ring with the bulls." Su Chun passed it over. Inside lay nearly 200 corpses, some his own kills, others looted from the 2 blood sect fanatics. Close to 100 in total. Li Jinshin lazily took the storage ring and let out a long yawn before casually reaching inside. The next second, his entire body froze, all traces of sleepiness instantly vanishing. He rubbed his eyes hard, his voice cracking with disbelief. How many? Nearly 300. Had this kid wiped out the entire Blood Savage Ox Den? And in under 2 days? He'd estimated Su Chun might bag a few dozen at most. This number was outright insane. What can't handle it? Su Chun arched an eyebrow. Li Jinshin's heart skipped a beat. His family had indeed only ordered 100. 300. His Adam's apple bobbed as he forced out the words. "I'll take them. Every last one." No choice, this was Su Chun. He couldn't afford to offend him. Besides, hadn't he boasted earlier that he'd buy however many were brought? Couldn't he back down now? Somewhere deep inside, he swore he heard his personal savings weeping. All right, tally it up. Gritting his teeth through the financial pain, Li Jinshin counted them all before offering a smile uglier than crying. 15 million Blue Star credits. Let us round it up 16 million as a token of friendship. That's the absolute peak price. Su Chun did a quick mental calculation, close enough. But his lips curled upward. 20 million. That's how much I value your friendship. After all, That little gluttonous beast back home wasn't too cheap to feed. Every extra credit counted. Li Jinxin went silent for a few seconds before biting down hard. Deal. 20 million it is. 5 million extra to secure Su Chen's favor? Worth it. He'd seen it clearly among the corpses was an elite blood savage ox at Tier 2, Level 7. Meanwhile, Su Chen was only Tier 2, Level 4 defeating something 3 levels higher? That kind of potential was worth betting on. Now that's what I call business. You're my kind of guy. Su Chen laughed. Li Jinxin took a deep breath and shakily handed over a crystal card. As Su Chen reached for it, the other man gripped it so tightly his knuckles turned white. With a flick of his wrist, Su Chen effortlessly pulled it free. Thanks. Hit me up if you've got more jobs. Next round S on me. Before the words even finished, Su Chen had already dashed off into the distance, heading straight for the Shadow Sanctum pool. Li Jinxin stared at his now empty hand, heart bleeding. My marriage savings, he wailed before suddenly brightening and speed dialing his comm device. Sis, got someone to introduce to you tomorrow night, Guy S. Prime boyfriend material. Absolutely solid. He hung up before she could respond, his lips curling into a sly grin. If Su Chen became his brother-in-law, wouldn't the customary gift have to be at least 8 to 10 million? I'm a damn genius. He couldn't help but chuckle aloud. At the entrance to the Shadow Sanctum pool training grounds, a crowd of first-year Dark Affinity students had already gathered. Excitement burned bright on their youthful faces, restless energy buzzing in the air. Upperclassmen streamed in from all directions, forming a serpentine queue outside the Shadow Sanctum pool. Su Chen arrived at the entrance, surveyed the endless line, sighed softly, and took his place at the tail. Look, it's Godsu. A sudden exclamation erupted from the front of the line. It really is Godsu. Everyone make way. If he hadn't turned the tide during the challenge tournament, would any of us even have a chance to cultivate here? The crowd stirred as students parted respectfully, creating a path amidst awestruck gazes. Su Chen nodded sheepishly in gratitude and made his way toward the registration desk. A white-haired gatekeeper adjusted his reading glasses, scrutinizing Su Chen from head to toe. Student Su Chen? The old man's lips curled into a smile. You've earned 3 cultivation sessions, 3 hours each. Would you like to use them consecutively or separately? Separately, Su Chen replied without hesitation. He calculated silently. If Tuan Tuan drains the pool dry in one go, wouldn't the remaining sessions go to waste? The old man gestured toward a massive stone door behind him. Go ahead. Remember to exit in 3 hours. Su Chen paused mid-step and lowered his voice. What if I do drain the pool? Will there be consequences? Ha ha ha. The old man doubled over laughing. Young man, you've got quite the sense of humor. In Kyoto Academy of Supernatural Arts' 250-year history, even the most formidable dark element master only absorbed 1/10. Absolutely sure. Try all you want. The gatekeeper thumped his chest, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. He was eager to see what waves this so-called prodigy could stir up. With an ear-piercing screech, the stone door swung open. Stairs descended into darkness, revealing an obsidian pool shimmering with ghostly light. Dark elements seethed like boiling mist across its surface. Su Chen touched the crescent moon mark on his hand. Tuan Tuan, come out. A shadowy figure leaped forth, landing waist-high before him. The once palm-sized dark spirit had undergone a break through her delicate face, now tilted up at him. Duh? Daddy. Where? Tuan Tuan struggled to articulate, syllables still clumsy. You can speak. Su Chen knelt in surprise. Li Little. Her ears flushed pink, fingers twisting her skirt hem. Just call me brother. Ruffling her hair, Su Chen pointed at the churning pool. Go on. Take as much as you can, someone guaranteed it 1T run dry. Tuan Tuan's eyes sparkled as she pounced toward the pool like a cat catching scent of fish. Su Chen held little Tuan Tuan's hand as they ascended the stone steps one by one. Upon reaching the edge of the sacred pool, his footsteps suddenly halted, and he took a sharp breath. Before them, the sacred pool resembled an ink-filled abyss with no discernible bottom. Surging within its depths was an overwhelming darkness, its energy so dense it seemed almost tangible. Su Chen knew this pool of condensed shadow essence was worth billions, a pure concentration of energy, painstakingly refined by the Academy, after investing vast resources and gathering countless rare treasures. Tuan Tuan, let us begin. He stepped into the pool with her. The moment their skin touched the water, torrents of dark energy surged into their bodies like an unstoppable tide. Shadow awakening activate. Su Chun muttered the incantation under his breath. As he channeled his technique, several shadowy duplicates, identical to his form, split from his body and seated themselves around him, greedily absorbing the surrounding darkness. Over recent days, his control had grown increasingly refined, his duplicates multiplied, accelerating his cultivation speed. For Tuan Tuan, entering the pool was akin to a fish returning to the ocean. She closed her eyes, her face blossoming into a serene smile. Thick streams of shadow energy, visible as dark wisps akin to fireflies, surged madly toward her body. This, Su Chan's eyes flew open, a startled gasp escaping him. Around Tuan Tuan, the dark energy had condensed into a swirling vortex, cocooning her tightly. The speed at which she devoured the energy was downright terrifying. The pool's dark surface visibly receded before his eyes. Hell, I can't slack either. Su Chen focused his mind, pushing his technique to its limits. His shadow duplicates mirrored his actions, drinking in the energy with equal fervor. Time passed. Barely 2 hours later, Su Chen shuddered as his aura surged. His eyes snapped open. Second tier, 8th layer. Few a cultivation pool worth billions really lives up to its reputation. He exhaled deeply. But when he turned to Tuan Tuan, he froze. First tier, 10th layer. Even more shocking, the pool was bone dry. Where once the shimmering darkness had swirled, now only an empty basin remained, spotless as if licked clean. Tuan Tuan, you absorbed all of it. She blinked her large eyes and nodded vigorously. Su Chun was momentarily speechless. Damn, she really drained the entire pool dry, enough resources to last Shadow Affinity students half a year, consumed in less than 2 hours. Still, the gains were immense. He had broken through another layer, while Tuan Tuan had soared straight to the peak of first tier, teetering on the edge of second. Tuan Tuan, let us head back and rest. I'll bring you next time. Su Chen gently ruffled her hair. After all, they still had 2 more chances. Okay, brother. With obedient cheer, she dissolved into a streak of light, vanishing into the crescent moon mark on Su Chun's forearm. Brushing off lingering flecks of darkness clinging to his clothes, Su Chun turned and strode toward the sacred pool's exit. Outside, a crowd of Shadow Affinity students had already gathered, murmuring among themselves in hushed excitement. Guess how much Shadow Essence Brother Su can absorb this time? At least 20%. He's Brother Su after all. The heavy doors of the sacred pool slowly creaked open, revealing Su Chen's figure at the threshold. The elderly guardian lifted his eyelids, brows slightly furrowed. Why are you out so early? There are still hours left. Su Chun rubbed the tip of his nose. Could he really say he had drained the pool dry and had nothing left to do? Got some urgent matters to take care of. I'll head out first. A faint smile played on his lips as he turned and strode away. The old man watched his retreating back and shook his head with a sigh. Youngsters these days throwing away such a rare opportunity without hesitation. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Next." A male student hurried forward. After verifying his identity, he stepped into the sacred pool. The guardian reclined leisurely on his wrought-tan chair, about to close his eyes when suddenly, the student stumbled out in panic. "Sir, the shadow essence in the pool, it's gone." "Nonsense." The old man bolted upright. "We just replenished it 2 days ago." The student helplessly pointed toward the pool. "You'd better see for yourself." With a cold snort, the elder grabbed his cane and marched inside. But when his gaze fell upon the bone-dry basin, his entire body froze. The once dark, shimmering waters had vanished without a trace, leaving only smooth walls reflecting dim light. This, suddenly, he recalled Su Chen's light-footed departure, and his cloudy eyes widened in realization. Had that kid drained the entire pool in less than 2 hours? But this was enough essence to sustain 30 shadow-attuned students for half a year. Trembling, the old man pulled out a communication jade token, his voice strained. "Tianan, the shadow sacred pool's been emptied." "What? But we just refilled it." Zheng Tianan's shocked voice crackled through the token. "It's Su Chun." The guardian stared at the barren pool, chuckling bitterly. That boy, he's practically a bottomless pit. Silence lingered on the other end before erupting into hearty laughter. That's excellent news. It means his shadow affinity far surpasses ordinary students. Tell the others to come back tomorrow. I'll arrange an immediate replenishment. Ending the call, the elder murmured at the empty basin, absolute monster. Far away in the dean's office, Zheng Tianan tapped his desk thoughtfully, eyes gleaming. To absorb such immense shadow energy in an instant, this young man's cultivation must have reached unparalleled heights. The academy had truly stumbled upon a treasure. As long as he's willing to join our Kyoto Supernatural Academy, everything can be negotiated. After exchanging a few more casual words, the call ended. The old man shook his head with a sigh and turned toward the students waiting in line outside, informing them that today's session was canceled and advising them to come back early tomorrow. Su Chun left the sacred pool and quickly returned to his villa. The moment he stepped inside, he hastily summoned his system interface. Xiaohua, list all shadow-based combat techniques. Show everything regardless of whether I can afford them or not. With the additional reward credits, he could exchange for another combat technique. Master, searching now. Xiaohua's electronic voice echoed through the air. 2 minutes later, a blue projection materialized before Su Chun, revealing a dense list of combat techniques. Su Chun leaned closer, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Shadow Legion? Summoning an army of shadows to attack. That power is terrifying, he murmured under his breath. And this executioner's void directly eliminating marked enemies that's practically unstoppable. But when his gaze landed on the ancient Shadow Dragon scripture, his breath hitched. It can summon the legendary Shadow Dragon? Who says shadow-type abilities are weak? Every one of these techniques is lethal. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed to obtain them no matter what. Yet when his eyes flicked to the permission requirements beneath the techniques, his excitement drained instantly. The lowest level technique required 8th tier clearance and an SS rank authorization far beyond his current credits and rank. Xiaohua, he quickly decided, use 6,000 credits to exchange for the 6th tier technique, Shadowblade Dance, and spend the rest on shadow crystals. Shadowblade Dance condenses shadow energy into razor-sharp blades that orbit the wielder. Mind commands shadow, shadow commands blade. At mastery, 18 blades strike simultaneously, doubling lethality. This technique complemented his shadow claws perfectly. Perhaps they could even synergize unexpectedly. Order confirmed. Estimated delivery, this afternoon. Once the exchange was settled, Su Chun grabbed his phone and dialed Chu Jining. Professor Chu, can you arrange my rank skipping challenge for next week? He cut straight to the point. A brief silence lingered on the other end. So soon? Are you sure you're ready? Not entirely, which is why I want to schedule it a week from now. Does that work? Chu Jining paused briefly before responding. Since you've made up your mind, I'll approve your request. A smirk tugged at Su Chun's lips. Professor, if I succeed, wouldn't that set an academy record? Any chance of an extra combat technique as a reward? Chu Jining chuckled lightly. Win, and I'll cover half the cost. Any technique below 8th tier is yours to choose. If Su Chun truly succeeded in skipping a grade, it would undoubtedly be fantastic news for her. As his mentor, her status would rise accordingly. Of course, that being said, was skipping a grade some kind of joke? It was practically harder than scaling the heavens. Professor Chu, is this really happening? It's real. I have SS level clearance. I can apply for it on your behalf. All right, it's settled then. In 1 week, I'll take the grade skip challenge. I'll be waiting to see your performance. A faint smile tugged at Chu Jining's lips. After exchanging a few more words, the call ended. Setting down his communicator, Su Chun stared intently at the batch of refined blood essence before him, brows furrowed tightly. With this much refined blood essence, who can I unload it on? After a moment, he recalled Li Jinxin, whom he met earlier that morning. That guy might just have the connections. He dialed the number. Bro, you buying refined blood essence? Hell yeah, I'll take as much as you've got. Li Jinxin's voice crackled with excitement. Same spot for the deal. Hold on tonight at 8, Peak Grand Hotel. Meet me there. He'd originally planned to introduce Su Chun to his sister Li Qingqing the following evening, but it seemed things were moving up sooner than expected. Deal. See you tonight. After hanging up, Su Chun sat cross-legged, his breathing steadying as a faint ripple of energy slowly emanated from his body. Sophomore Administration Office. Su Chun wants to take the grade skip challenge in a week and wants us to prepare in advance. Department Head Chu Yangyang's tone dripped with skepticism. That is correct. Got a problem with that. Chu Yangyang snorted softly, disdain flashing briefly in his eyes. Su Chun's talented, you could even call him a prodigy. But skipping grades? Without reaching Tier 3, he's just setting himself up for humiliation. You think a dozen days of training can put him on par with others who've been cultivating for over a year? Chu Jining shook her head. The grade skip challenge has never stipulated Tier 3 as a prerequisite. Chu Yangyang adjusted his glasses impatiently. Fine, have it your way. We'll see at the sophomore dueling arena next week. If he gets crushed, the embarrassment is his alone. His tone turned icy. And I'm saying this as a favor. Su Chun barely broke into Tier 2, level 4 2 days ago. Even with another week of training, he'd be lucky to reach 6 or 7. Against Tier 3 opponents, how does he stand a chance? Getting stomped is inevitable. Hell, one loss like that could break him for good. Chu Jining's expression frosted over. My student isn't your concern, Head Chu. We'll see the results in a week. Ha ha. Fine. Then next week it is. Chu Yangyang barked out a laugh. This was going to be hilarious. Watching Chu Jining's retreating back, he sneered inwardly. The woman's clearly bewitched by that kid. Sure, Su Chun had beaten a few low-tier opponents, but did he really think that qualified him to challenge above his rank? The gap between tiers was insurmountable. How could a Tier 2 possibly compete against Tier 3? If the brat didn't know his place, then the sophomores would gladly teach him a lesson he'd never forget. Chu Jining turned and walked away, her heart heavy. The gap of over a year in cultivation loomed before her like an unbridgeable chasm. How could it be closed in just 10 days? She knew Su Chun was pushing himself to the limit, but reality showed no mercy. Yet she couldn't falter. She was his teacher. If even she gave up on him, who else would believe in him? Taking a deep breath, she buried her hesitation deep inside. Win or lose, this was a hurdle he had to overcome. Su Chun, she murmured under her breath, like an instruction, like a prayer. Don't disappoint me. Night-soaked Kyoto, neon lights flickering like scattered stars, illuminating the sleepless city. Outside the Pinnacle Grand Hotel, luxury cars lined up like an extravagant parade, their polished surfaces reflecting dazzling lights. This was a playground of wealth and desire, where laughter and the clinking of wine glasses drifted faintly from within. Su Chun stood by the roadside, squinting at the gilded entrance before letting out a soft tch. Rich people's turf sure looks different. But why had Li Jinshin chosen this place for their deal? A sliver of wariness stirred inside him. Just as he was about to enter, two impeccably uniformed attendants stepped forward with polite smiles. Good evening, sir. May we see your invitation? Su Chun blinked. No invitation, no entry? Our apologies, but those are the rules. Their tone was courteous, their demeanor neither haughty nor servile. Su Chun had braced himself for the stereotypical, looking down on the poor routine, but reality, it seemed, wasn't so predictable. He smirked inwardly. Unlike novels, the world didn't hand him disposable lackeys begging for humiliation. Before he could dwell further, Li Jinshin rushed out in a tailored suit, beads of sweat dotting his temple. Brother Chun, you're finally here. So you remembered to greet me. Su Chun remarked coolly. My bad. Been swamped. They didn't give you trouble, did they? Nah, they were decent. The two attendants exhaled unnoticed. Whoever could make young Master Li this nervous was clearly no ordinary guest. Li Jinshin threw an arm around Su Chun's shoulders. Come on, let me show you something good. Su Chun didn't budge. Thought we were here for business. What's all this? Don't be so stiff. Tonight, I'm introducing you to a stunner time to unwind. A stunner. Su Chun arched a brow. Got your attention now, huh? If I can't touch, what's the point? Su Chun scoffed. Real temptation's gotta be hands-on. Just looking? Pass. Li Jinshin's grin stiffened before he forced a chuckle. Take it slow. Meet her first. Stepping into the hall, waves of sound crashed over them. Dazzling lights pulsed overhead as impeccably dressed men and women swayed wildly across the dance floor, the air thick with perfume and liquor. Li Jinxin swept a triumphant gaze around before whispering, "See, Brother Chin? I candy galore, right?" Su Chin's expression remained impassive. Not interested. Doesn't he matter how good-looking she is, what's the point if she is just behind a screen? Li Jinxin choked back his words, forcing a smile. "Come on, bro, don't be like that. Do me a solid. See that beauty by the corner table? How about I introduce you? Whatever. But make it quick. I'm leaving right after we talk business." He still had to hunt for blood points tomorrow and evolve his death scythe. Wasting time here wasn't an option. Got it. Let us get acquainted first, business later. Li Jinxin grabbed Su Chen's arm and dragged him toward the table. As they approached, Li Jinxin chirped enthusiastically. "Sis, this is Su Chen, the legendary Su Chen I've been telling you about. Handsome and talented total package." He gave a thumbs up. "So what do you think?" Li Qingqing, who had seemed utterly disinterested moments ago, slowly turned her head at the sound of his voice. The moment her gaze landed on Su Chen, her eyes suddenly lit up, her lips curling into an amused smirk. Well, if it isn't you, pretty boy." Su Chen froze momentarily before blurting out, "You?" But inwardly, he tensed. The woman before him bore almost no resemblance to the plain girl he remembered from their first meeting. She stood tall in stiletto heels, her figure accentuated to striking perfection. A sleek purple qipao clung to her curves, cinching her waist and flaring at her hips with every graceful, deliberate sway. Her face was porcelain fine, her skin so pale it seemed translucent. Jet black curls cascaded lazily over her shoulders. Su Chen inhaled sharply. Was this really the same person? Before he could dwell on it, a shrill, grating voice exploded behind him. "These seats are taken. Beat it." Su Chen turned. A greasy-faced man was glaring at him with his chin raised. Jibudwan. Li Jinxin's temper flared instantly. "The hell is wrong with you? Trying to chase my sister without checking who I am first? You telling us to get lost?" Jibudwan stiffened, a flicker of panic crossing his face before he plastered on an apologetic grin. "Oh shit. My bad, Jinji. Didn't he recognize you?" But the moment he turned back to Su Chen, his tone darkened. Didn't you hear me? This ain't your spot, scram." Su Chen's gaze turned glacial. "Who the hell do you think you are? Think a few measly coins can move me? Huh? Pretty boy got a mouth on him." Jibudwan spat. "Move your ass now, or I'll snap your legs right here." Just then, Li Qingqing lazily swirled her glass and lifted her eyes. "He my boyfriend." Jibudwan blinked, then scoffed. "Bullshit. This punk just walked in 5 minutes ago. At least try to make it believable. How about this enough to shut you up?" With a flick of his wrist, Su Chen revealed a dark golden token engraved with a dragon sigil. Jibudwan's pupils contracted violently. His face drained of color, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the floor with a thud. Grandpa, this lowly dog, didn't he recognize a king? Spare my worthless life." In the entire dragon nation, there were only 36 dragon decrees. Those who possessed one were invariably the wealthiest, most powerful aristocrats, figures of immense influence. When Jibudwan first entered, he saw Su Chen dressed plainly and assumed he was just some nobody trying to hit on women, so he decided to flaunt his own status. But he never could imagined he had kicked a steel plate. A burning hot one at that. A nouveau riche who'd gotten lucky? How dare he challenge someone holding a dragon decree? Can't recognize Mount Tai when you see it? Su Chen's voice was cold as ice. "Then those eyes are useless." Before the words had fully left his lips, a shadowy claw materialized midair and slammed violently into Jibudwan's chest. "Eh!" A scream tore through the air. Jibudwan crumpled to the ground, his robes shredded, blood streaking his torso. With a flick of Su Chen's wrist, twin currents of dark energy coalesced in his palm, forming razor-sharp black arrows that whoosh, pierced straight through Jibudwan's eyes. For bullies like him, Su Chen never held back. That single strike left Jibudwan barely clinging to life, teetering on the brink of death. "Aren't you going to thank God, Su, for sparing your worthless life?" Li Jinxin jeered from the sidelines, fanning the flames. Trembling in agony, Jibudwan gasped weakly, Thank you, God, Su." Only now did he finally recognize the man before him, Su Chen, the legendary top-ranked freshman. Regret, and terror crashed over him like tidal waves. But he knew it was far too late. Drag him out. No healing allowed. Suchin commanded. You heard him. Staff, move fast. Anyone who helps him is declaring war on the Li family. Li Jinxin shouted immediately in agreement. That proclamation was Ji Buduan's death sentence. In this world where strength ruled supreme, the life of a nouveau riche was as insignificant as weeds. No. Ji Buduan let out one final despairing wail. The surrounding crowd watched with detached curiosity. Isn't that Ji Buduan? Serves him right. Just days ago, I saw him harassing a little flower girl on the street. Got too cocky with his money and ran into Suchin himself. Karma sa bitch. As expected of the top rank. Holding a dragon decree really is different. Hell, I'd kill him too. Amidst the murmurs, Li Jinxin sidled up to Suchin with a grin. So, Brother Chin, how I do? Suchin gave a slight nod. Efficient. Huh. Then I'll leave you and my sister to chat. Wouldn't want to intrude. Li Jinxin tactfully stepped away. Li Qingqing arched an eyebrow, amusement lacing her voice. What a coincidence. I thought my brother was introducing me to someone random, turns out it's you. Suchin chuckled. Didn't expect it be you either. And certainly hadn't expected her to be this stunning. Seems fate's on our side. Handsome. She extended her hand, eyes crinkling. Care to dance? I might be terrible at it. Li Qingqing gently took his hand. Don't worry, I'll lead. As they glided toward the dance floor, Suchin stumbled stiffly to her rhythm before sighing in defeat. Yeah, I really can't dance. I was just an ordinary college student in my past life. Hardly any dancer. Suchin shrugged helplessly. Li Qingqing chuckled softly, stepping closer. Don't worry, I'll teach you. But she tilted her head, mischief glinting in her eyes. Once I do, you'll owe me a favor. Deal. What favor? Suchin turned his head slightly. She leaned in abruptly, her warm breath ghosting over his ear, voice dropping to a husky whisper. Spend the night with me. Suchin nearly stumbled, his foot almost landing on hers. What? His throat bobbed. The entire night? His pulse spiked. Luck like this never fell into his lap. Was it a trap? Or was she really this reckless? What? Am I not pretty enough? Li Qingqing straightened slightly, her dress swaying as her luminous eyes locked onto his. Suchin steadied his breath. You're stunning. But I don't believe there isn't something else behind this. She seemed playful, yet something lurked beneath her smile, something he couldn't quite place. Clever. Her laughter faded as she lowered her gaze. I just wanted my first time to be with someone I could trust. Her words were barely audible, almost to herself. In that fleeting moment, Suchin caught a flicker of sorrow in her eyes. Only desperation could drive someone to this. Suchin frowned. In his world, a girl's first time shouldn't be given away so lightly. If you're in trouble, tell me. Maybe I can help. But she shook her head, forcing a smirk back onto her lips. Just kidding. Wanted to see if you were the type to jump at an offer. Really? Really? Enough talk, come on. I'll teach you. She tugged him forward, her lashes dipping as she turned. Whatever truth lingered, she swallowed it back. Under the soft glow of lights, she guided him effortlessly, her skirt whispering with each step. His hands settled at her waist, feeling the faint tension coiled in her frame. When the music faded, she pulled away with a light laugh. You're a fast learner. Natural talent. Then she was gone, slipping upstairs without another word. Suchin watched her disappear before turning to Li Jinxin, who was busy chatting up another girl. Damn, done already? Li Jinxin grinned crookedly. Bro, my sister's never taught a guy to dance before you hit the jackpot. Suchin's gaze darkened. Your sister? Is she always this forward? Li Jinxin waved his hands rapidly, his expression serious. Brother Chen, you can't just say things like that. My eldest sister usually avoids men like the plague. Since childhood, she's never even held hands with a boy. He scratched his head, looking genuinely puzzled. But with you, she's definitely acting different. I really don't get it. In the past, anyone he introduced, his sister would barely show her face before leaving. Yet this time, she had actually asked Suchin to dance, even letting him place his hand on her waist. That was beyond unusual. Suchin fell silent for a moment. Li Jinxin's words were like a stone dropped into water. Why would a woman who distanced herself from men show such favor to him alone? Unless she had ulterior motives. He shook off the thought now wasn't the time for speculation. Let us focus on business, Suchin said. How's the deal coming along? Li Jinxin patted the shoulder of the woman beside him, his tone playful. Sweetheart, I'll teach you those 36 moves tonight. Turning back to Su Chun, he gestured forward. Come on, I'll take you to meet someone, the manager at Zenith Hotel. He led Su Chun into the elevator and pressed the button for the third floor. Ding! The door slid open to reveal a slightly pudgy man in a crisp suit, already waiting with a broad smile. Our honored guest arrives. Forgive me for not greeting you sooner, the man said, bowing slightly. He had already received word of the commotion downstairs. Li Jinxin grinned. Well, I brought him. The rest is up to you guys. Before the words even fully left his mouth, he had already slipped away down the corridor. Su Chin watched him disappear before shaking his head in resignation. Turning to the manager, he got straight to the point. Do you buy demon beast essence blood here? We do, absolutely. The man nodded eagerly. Call me Li Fugaway. Please, come inside, we can discuss this properly. He stepped aside politely, gesturing toward his office. Suchin followed him in and took a seat. Without preamble, he slid a ring from his finger and pushed it across the desk. Take a look. Tell me what it's worth. Li Fugaway put on his reading glasses and carefully inspected the contents. When his gaze swept over the interior of the ring, his breath hitched slightly. 6th-tier demon beast essence blood? And not just one vial. He had expected nothing more than mediocre goods. His expression instantly turned solemn. There are several bottles of 6th-tier essence blood here, worth around 30 million, he said, looking up with utmost seriousness. The 5th and 4th-tier vials add up to another 10 million or so. He paused. How does 50 million blue star coins sound? Su Chun watched the sudden influx of 50 million blue star credits into his account, his fingers lightly drumming against the desk. The value of these beast essences far exceeded his expectations. Deal. If I come across more goods in the future, will Bosley still be interested? After all, stealing once was stealing 10 times was still stealing. In this world of survival of the fittest, whoever had the strongest fists owned the resources. A flicker of doubt crossed Li Fugaway's eyes. This young man dressed plainly, how could he continuously produce such high-quality beast essences? But he quickly suppressed his curiosity and laughed loudly. Of course. How about this? I'll offer 60 million, plus a dark element cultivation manual, if Brother Su can capture a top bloodline beast alive for me. He studied Su Chun's expression. Only by daring to stake something big could one reel in a big fish. Alive. Su Chun's brows furrowed slightly. What's the point? Li Fugaway shook his head with a sigh, spinning his teacup halfway in his palm. Truth be told, it's the Beast Taming Alliance commissioning me. They need beasts with superior bloodlines to forge contracts. Beast Taming Alliance? Su Chen's fingers paused. He'd only heard the name in passing, but knew nothing of its depths. Boss Li, just what kind of organization is this Beast Taming Alliance? A civilian faction, Li Fugaway replied, lowering his voice slightly after taking a sip of tea. Members abandon their own awakened abilities in exchange for learning secret techniques to control beasts. But most can only tame creatures at their own cultivation level. Only rare geniuses, like their leader Hai Bobe, manage to control king bloodline beasts above their rank. Amid the curling steam of his tea, Su Chun seized the key detail. Abandon their abilities? Just like that. Simple. Li Fugaway suddenly chuckled, his laughter laced with warning. Once the contract binds them, man and beast share life forces. If the beast advances too fast while its master stagnates, he raised a hand and mimed strangulation. They could be devoured at any moment. That's why the Beast Taming Alliance has never amounted to much. A cold shiver ran down Su Chin's spine. This wasn't a trade, it was a pact with the devil. He remained silent for a long moment before his cup clinked sharply against the tabletop. I'll take the job. Night had deepened. Su Chun pinched the thin bank card between his fingers, his lips curling slightly upward. He had ventured into the blood-savage bull den twice before, and this hunting expedition on the outskirts of the capital was truly killing two birds with one stone. Not only could he track down top-tier bloodline demon beasts, but he could also exchange them for shadow-type cultivation techniques. Brother Su, as decisive as ever. Li Fugue's booming laughter echoed through the office. He slid a card across the desk. 6 million, the password is all zeros. Pleasure doing business. Su Chun reached out and took it, feeling the faint warmth left by the other's touch. Thanks, Bosley. If I ever need anything else, I'll come knocking. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Chun turned and left. The neon glow seeped through the glass, casting mottled shadows across his shoulders. He glanced at the time, 10 p.m. time to head back and get some proper rest. The headquarters of the Beast Taming Alliance blazed with light. Good. Excellent. My son truly possesses the bearing of an emperor. Deputy Alliance leader Wu Hengji clapped his hands together, his voice thunderous. At the mere peak of rank 1, 9th stage, you've managed to tame a rank 2, 4th stage white feather thunder eagle. Talent like yours comes once in a century. Beside him, Wu Erfan bowed slightly, shadows obscuring the smirk curling his lips. All thanks to Father's efforts in securing such a top-tier beast capable of commanding wind and thunder. A massive eagle stood nearby, its feathers white as snow, tiny arcs of lightning occasionally flickering between its plumage. As Wu Erfan ran his fingers over its wings, he could feel the explosive power surging beneath. Tomorrow's Academy Challenge was already in the bag. Of course, he'd heard of Su Chen's name. Just 2 days ago, the guy hadn't even surpassed rank 2, 4th stage. Even if he had made breakthroughs since then, how much stronger could he possibly be? Meanwhile, this Thunder Eagle's talons could rend metal and stone apart. Unless Su Chun had somehow shattered multiple realms within 2 days and approached rank 3, but cultivation was hardly child's play. Wu Hengji gave his son's shoulder a hearty slap. Your talent is the Real Foundation. Tomorrow's challenge hold nothing back. Show those freshmen at the Capital Supernatural Academy what real power looks like. The annual challenges were both a display and a recruitment drive. In the past, victories had been hard-fought, but this year was different. A sharp glint flashed in Wu Erfan's eyes. Don't worry, father. I'll make sure everyone remembers the name of the Beast Taming Alliance. After the capital, I'll head straight to Demon City. The rise of the Alliance begins tomorrow. The white feather thunder eagle raised its head and let out a piercing cry, bolts of lightning crackling brightly to illuminate Wu Erfan's confident face. Among the freshmen at Kyoto Academy of Supernatural Abilities, there was a legend known as Su the God. But today would be the day he'd fall from grace. I'll let facts speak for themselves. Supernatural abilities can never triumph over beast mastery. I, Wu Erfan, am the true number 1 of our year. Su Chen. He deserves nothing but to be crushed beneath my feet. Ha. Good. That's the spirit. Wu Hengji slapped his son's shoulder heartily. Tomorrow, your father will be waiting to see you shine. I won't let you down. Wu Hengji's grin widened, his eyes gleaming. Tomorrow, the Beastmaster Alliance would usher in a new era. It was time for a change at the top. The next day, Kyoto Academy of Supernatural Abilities, Arena Hall. Zhang Shuiyo, the freshman dean, furrowed his brow unconsciously as he watched the aggressive entrance of the Beastmaster Alliance delegation. Wu Hengji plastered on a fake smile and spoke first. Dean Zhang, it's been a while. Zhang Shuiyo replied flatly. Indeed it has, deputy leader. Bringing so many people, are you here to challenge our freshmen? Suspicion gnawed at him. With Su Chun that monster among this year's freshmen, the Beastmaster Alliance dared to show up. Did they have a prodigy of their own? Wu Hengji smirked confidently, his gaze dripping with provocation. Exactly. What's wrong, Dean Zhang? Don't tell me your freshmen are too scared to accept? As if we back down. Zhang Shuiyo snorted, anger flashing in his eyes. He immediately grabbed his communicator, contacting the deans of every department, especially Chu Jining of the Dark Arts, ordering them to send their elite students to face the Beastmaster Alliance. His confidence came entirely from Su Chun. Seeing Zhang Shuiyo agree so readily, Wu Hengji suppressed a smirk and stoked the flames. Just fighting is boring. How about adding stakes? If you win, the Beastmaster Alliance will follow your orders once. If we win, he paused, raising his voice. Your arena hall must officially open its doors to our freshmen for public duels and training. How's that? Once Beastmaster Alliance members set foot in this place, luring students to their side would be child's play. Losing? Impossible. Su Chen would lose without question. The power of a top-tier mythical beast bloodline was absolute. Su Chen stood no chance. Deal. Zhang Shuiyo nodded without hesitation. He reasoned, how could any Beastmaster Alliance freshman rival Su Chen? His policy was simple: if Su Chen was an option, Su Chen was the choice. Seeing his opponent take the bait, Wu Hengji waved grandly. Erfan, step up. Wu Erfan leaped onto the stage, sweeping his gaze across the crowd before declaring arrogantly, line up if you dare challenge me. One at a time. Today, fire burned in his chest. He would emulate Su Chen defeating 100 opponents on this very stage. What Su Chen could do, he could do too. What Su Chen couldn't, he would surpass. He'd make everyone see Wu Erfan was stronger than Su Chen. The surrounding students collectively held their breath, taking half a step back. The Beast Tamer Alliance clearly knew Su Chen's reputation, yet they dared to act so arrogantly. They must have come prepared. Second bro, look at them, their faces are ghostly pale. Is this really the Kyoto Supernatural Academy? Nothing but spineless cowards. Should keep it down. Let us spare them some dignity. The freshmen from the Beast Tamer Alliance huddled nearby, their mocking laughter gratingly loud. Enough! A furious roar exploded. A figure flashed like lightning, leaping onto the arena. The youth flicked his spear, its tip gleaming coldly as it pointed straight at Wu Erfan. Spear Division, Su Ming. Here for a lesson. Finally, someone with guts. Wu Erfan sneered, and the air around him abruptly solidified. An oppressive weight swept across the arena, the unrestrained pressure of a ninth-tier cultivator. Su Ming tightened his grip on the spear shaft, his knuckles whitening. As an A-rank superhuman at 6th-tier strength, he prided himself among freshmen. But the aura emanating from his opponent was so overwhelming it made his chest tighten. Phantom shadows. Su Ming growled. Instantly, multiple afterimages split from his body, darting toward Wu Erfan like streaks of black lightning from all angles. Wu Erfan didn't even bother lifting an eyelid. White-winged Thunderhawk emerged. A sigil between his eyebrows suddenly flared to life, lights swirling violently. Screech. A piercing cry tore through the sky. A giant eagle erupted from the light, its snow-white wings unfurling wide enough to blot out half the arena's illumination. With nothing more than a casual flap. Boom. Boom. Two raging tornadoes materialized out of nowhere, twisting like monstrous black serpents as they crushed towards Su Ming, hurling debris in their wake. Su Ming had no time to react before the gale sent him hurtling backward like a snapped kite string, slamming him dozens of meters away. The sickening crunch of bone echoed upon impact. Gritting his teeth, he barely managed to prop himself up, his pupils shrinking in terror as he stared at the majestic eagle circling above. Second tier, fourth stage? A top-tier demonic beast. Before he could finish, blood sprayed from his lips, and darkness swallowed him whole. Standing at the arena's center, Wu Erfan smirked disdainfully as the white-winged Thunderhawk wheeled overhead. His gaze swept the crowd below. Trash stays trash. Let us make this quick. Why don't the rest of you come at me together? Save me the trouble of picking you off one by one. Deafening silence. Every face had drained of color, including Li Shui's. Second tier, fourth stage, and a white-winged Thunderhawk at that. How are we supposed to fight that? Is there anyone among us freshmen who could survive a single strike? There is. There's still one person. Quick, someone get the god Su. Nearby, Director Zhang Shui's expression darkened like storm clouds. Wu Hengji strolled over leisurely, mockery dripping from his tone. Director Zhang, do you still believe you stand a chance? Zhang Shui's fists clenched until his nails bit into his palms. If Su Chen's strength remained at second tier, fourth stage, this battle was as good as lost. Monstrous beasts are inherently stronger than humans, and those with supreme bloodlines are akin to walking natural disasters. Could it be that the gates of the capital Supernatural Academy are truly about to open wide for the Beast Tamer Alliance? Humph, I have faith in Su Chen. You can't touch him. Zhang Shuiyo gritted his teeth against the pressure, though his voice trembled slightly. Wu Hengji curled his lips mockingly. Still refusing to yield till you're at death's door? Let us hope your so-called Su God doesn't cower and hide. He deliberately emphasized the words Su God, his scorn dripping from every syllable. Villa number 1, bedroom. Su Chen, get up right now. or your hot-as-hell future wife is gonna run off with someone else. Xiaoyao straddled Su Chen atop the bed, holding a megaphone right next to his ear as she bellowed. Su Chen jolted awake and shoved her off. Have you lost your mind? What future wife? If I hadn't said that, would you even wake up, you lazy pig? Xiaoyao snorted and tossed the megaphone aside. Shut up. I'm going back to sleep. Su Chen rolled over, pulling the blanket tighter. I've got a monster hunt tonight. It's gonna drain my energy. Still sleeping. The Beast Tamer Alliance is at our doorstep. If you don't show up soon, the whole academy will call you a coward. Frantic, Xiaoyao yanked at his blanket. The Beast Tamer Alliance. Su Chen's eyes snapped open, and he shot upright. They're here to challenge us. Yes, their new recruit called you out by name, aiming to humiliate our freshman class. They came to pick a fight. Xiaoyao shoved her phone screen in Su Chen's face. The trending feed was flooded with glaring headlines. Beast Tamer Alliance dominates challenge. Wu Hengji stuns crowd with Supreme Beast. Second tier, 4th grade monster emerges, strength unfathomable. Mysterious top freshman Su Chen nowhere in sight, fear or avoidance. Su Chen's brows tightened, frost flashing in his eyes. What kind of stray mutt dares to bark on our turf? Before the words even settled, he vanished from the bed. The sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom, followed by the slam of wardrobe doors. Barely a minute later, Su Chen stood fully dressed at the doorway, sharp as an unsheathed blade. Xiaoyao gaped. You, how the hell are you that fast? What else? Su Chen smirked coldly. They're slapping us across the face. Did you expect me to brew tea first? A ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. Truth be told, something else was on his mind. That second tier, 4th grade Supreme Beast. He wondered just how many kill points it would be worth. Hey, are you really strong enough? Xiaoyao couldn't resist pressing. 90-10 odds. Su Chen tied his shoelaces without looking up. You take 10, they take 90? Her heart sank. She had hoped Su Chen could at least hold his own. Su Chen finally lifted his head, lips curling into a razor-edged grin. No, I take one move, it takes 9 deaths. With the suppression of his dark elf possession, even if that white-winged thunder eagle had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Of course, this was hardly worth revealing his trump card. Bullshit. Xiaoyao scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Winning was one thing, but 9 kills in 1 strike. Ridiculous. Don't believe me? Wanna bet? Bet what? Her eyes gleamed instantly, mischief reignited. Su Chen's eyes gleamed mischievously as a sly grin curled at the corner of his lips. If I win, you owe me a favor. Xiaoyao didn't hesitate for a second, waving her tiny hand dismissively. Deal. And if I win, you're washing my socks for a whole week. Washing socks? Su Chen blinked. Was that even a punishment? Helping this little girl with her laundry hardly seemed like a loss. He nearly laughed aloud. For some people, that would practically be a dream come true. No problem done, he agreed breezily. After all, there was no way he could lose. Xiaoyao immediately latched onto his arm, dragging him forward with infectious enthusiasm. Humph, hurry up. Inside the arena, the air felt thick with tension. Wu Erfan stood atop the platform, his piercing gaze sweeping over the sea of students below like daggers. What's wrong? Is Kyoto's Esper Academy full of cowards? Not a single one of you dares to step up. Beside him, Wu Hengji pretended to mediate. Erfan, show some restraint. Yes, father, Wu Erfan replied, though his tone only grew more arrogant. Esper powers? They're useless. Beast taming is the true path. Smart ones would join the Beast Taming Alliance now. Here, anyone can become a master who commands ferocious beasts, not like you pathetic weaklings, hiding like spineless turtles. Dean Zhang Shuio clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, bellowing furiously. Nonsense. If you're students of Kyoto Academy, then stand up. Show them our pride. Before his words even faded, over a dozen figures leaped onto the stage in quick succession. Lightning Division Mei Youjiao, here to teach you a lesson. Ice Division Zhang Xiaoli, here to teach you a lesson. Shadow Division Li Wenjia, here to teach you a lesson. Dean Zhang barked a warning. Target the beast tamer. Ignore the beasts. The students attacked simultaneously, streaks of energy arced toward Wu Erfan like a prismatic storm. Strike the head, and the body would fall. Wu Erfan sneered, vaulting onto the back of his white feather thunderhawk. Fools! White feather thunderhawk, make them despair. The massive eagle screeched as it soared into the air. With a snap of its beak, it unleashed a colossal orb of crackling lightning. The sphere exploded mid-flight, raining down bolts of devastating energy. Boom! Cracktum! The shock waves rattled the ground beneath them. When the blinding light faded, only the scattered, groaning bodies of the students remained, many coughing up blood. Pathetic! Wu Erfan crowed from atop his eagle. Where's that Su Chen from your academy? Hiding like the coward he is. A shadow flickered silently onto the center of the stage. You call. Su Chen flicked imaginary dust from his sleeve before lifting his gaze. You aren't even worth my time. Su Chen's gaze swept across the arena. His classmates lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Unconsciously, his fists clenched tight. Su Chen, be careful. A weak voice reached him from near his feet. He's too fast, avenge us. Go get him, Su Chen. Listening to these fragmented words of encouragement, seeing their battered yet trusting faces, a scorching heat surged from his core straight to his crown. He took a deep breath, his low yet clear voice carrying across the silent arena. Focus on healing. Leave this to me. Turning toward the arrogant figure at the center of the arena, his eyes sharpened like blades. You did all this. Wu Erfan crossed his arms and sneered. So what if I did? They're just trash who deserved it. What can you possibly do about it? It seems you're quite pleased with your power? Su Chen's voice was icy. Pleased? Absolutely. Wu Erfan spread his arms wide, a massive white eagle with lightning-streaked wings materializing behind him. Su Chen, I know you. Today, I'm stepping over your name to rise. That pathetic strength of yours is nothing but scrap compared to my thunder feather eagle. Su Chen didn't respond. Slowly, he closed his eyes, then snapped them open. His pupils were no longer black. Instead, they had transformed into swirling violet gold vortices, like abyssal depths gazing upon the mortal world, radiating regal authority and mystery. With a light tap of his toes, a pair of energy-forged shadowy wings unfurled behind him. A massive scythe wreathed in ominous energy materialized silently in his grasp. Today, I'll teach you what real power is. Wu Erfan's smirk froze instantly, twisting into horror. Too fast. He barely registered a blurred shadow. Thunderfeather. Tear him apart, he shrieked in panic. The eagle's massive talons, crackling with storm force, slashed downward but against Su Chen's deathly scythe infused with dark energy. Those fearsome claws might, as well have been paper, shearing apart on contact. Shine. Blood rained down. The thunderfeather eagle shrieked in agony. Su Chen didn't relent. His form blurred like a wraith as he lunged forward, iron-like hands clamping onto the base of the eagle's wings. Top-tier bloodline. The violet gold vortices in Su Chen's eyes spun faster, his muscles coiling like serpents, veins bulging. I don't need abilities to dismantle you barehanded. Break. With a roar, his arms erupted with terrifying force, wrenching outward violently. Crack. The sickening sound of rending flesh and bone filled the arena as the massive wings were torn clean off the eagle's body. An ear-splitting screech of agony echoed through the stadium. Wingless, the thunderfeather eagle plummeted like a discarded rag. Su Chen flashed forward, intercepting Wu Erfan's freefall mid-descent. One hand seized his collar, hauling him up like a puppet. Did I say you could leave? Dark energy coalesced around Su Chen's palm, forming a claw of pure shadow before slamming mercilessly into Wu Erfan's chest. Thud. Armor shattered. Flesh ruptured. Wu Erfan crumpled like a broken doll, consciousness snuffed out instantly. Su Chen tossed him aside dismissively, the limp body hitting the arena floor with a dull thud. Then, he turned toward the petrified accomplices trembling in the stands, his calm voice laced with undeniable dominance. Who's next? The entire stadium was dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Several seconds passed before someone finally whispered, trembling. Did that just happen? Am I hallucinating? The white feather thunder eagle that was dominating just moments ago was actually torn apart barehanded by Su Chen. You're not mistaken, it really was ripped apart. I must have been blind to ever doubt Su Chen's strength before the match. From now on, Su Chen is my god. Holy crap. Barehanded eagle shredding. Why aren't those beast taming alliance guys yapping anymore? What happened? Cat got your tongues. Look, Sushin just broke through to Tier 2, Level 8. Anyone who dares call him a coward again, I'll be the first to shut them up. Zhang Shuio's eyes widened, stunned for several long seconds. A dark-type ability user tore apart a top-tier bloodline mystical beast with his bare hands? This completely shattered his understanding. Only when he clearly sensed the Tier 2, Level 8 energy radiating from Su Chun did his breath hit sharply. Who could possibly match such cultivation speed? The strongest of this generation was undeniably Su Chun. He deserved every ounce of that title. Zhang Shuio smirked, deliberately drawing out his words. Oh my, Su Chun might have gone a little overboard. Vice Alliance leader, you wouldn't mind, would you? Inside, he sneered. Weren't you throwing shade earlier? Now it's my turn. I've got Su Chun as my student. What do you have? My student's a beast, and I'm damn proud of it. Wu Hengji's hands trembled, his face pale. This Su Chun was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Suppressing his fear, he gritted his teeth. But your student didn't have to go this far. Zhang Shuio snorted coldly as an overwhelming pressure befitting an 8th-tier powerhouse crashed down on Wu Hengji like a tidal wave. Oh, so your students can injure mine, but mine aren't allowed to fight back. Wu Hengji clenched his jaw, chest heaving, but no retort came. This humiliation, he had no choice but to swallow it. Go retrieve Erfan and the Thunder Eagle, he hissed at the students behind him. The group's legs wobbled, their eyes filled with dread as they glanced at Su Chun. They feared stepping forward would land them the same fate as that eagle. Either go or get kicked out of the beast taming alliance. Wu Hengji spat through gritted teeth. Why, yes, sir. Trembling, they shuffled toward the arena to carry off Wu Erfan and the barely breathing white feather Thunder Eagle. Did I say you could move? Su Chun's voice wasn't loud, but it froze them in place. Bro, we're just following orders. Su Chun glanced at the convulsing Thunder Eagle and smirked. It looks like it's suffering. Might as well finish the job, consider it mercy. Before anyone could react, a shadow streaked like lightning. The dark shadow claw descended the white feather Thunder Eagle. Didn't even have time to screech before its life was snuffed out. Killed Tier 2, Level 4 white feather Thunder Eagle. Slaughter points plus 1,200. Su Chun inwardly grinned. Feels damn good. If only the beast taming alliance's beasts could line up for him to harvest, that'd be perfect. Bro, you really. No need to thank me. I've always had a soft heart. Just clean up the mess, appreciate it. Su Chun smiled innocently, like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. They exchanged uneasy glances, silently thinking, you are soft-hearted? If Su Chun counted as kind, Satan would have to settle for second place. Forced to play along, they plastered on strained smiles and nodded rapidly. Got it, bro. We'll clean up right away. They didn't dare waste a second, hastily lifting Wu Erfan off the stage and swiftly cleaning up the remains of the white feather Thunderhawk. It took quite some time before the bloodstains and feathers were finally cleared away. Wu Hengji shot Su Chun a sharp glare, his voice icy cold. Let us go? No need to rush, Su Chun said leisurely, taking 2 steps forward. You came here to challenge our school. Shouldn't we at least return the courtesy? Wu Hengji clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, gritting his teeth. What do you want? 3 days from now, I'll pay your alliance a personal visit. Su Chun enunciated each word clearly and firmly. So please, Vice Leader Wu, be prepared. Courtesy demanded reciprocity. There was no logic in taking a beating without striking back. Of course, he also wouldn't mind slaughtering a few more demon beasts. Fine. 3 days I'll be waiting. Wu Hengji spat out the words through clenched teeth before storming off with his men. This challenge had cost him dearly. Not only had he lost a rare winged demon beast with precious bloodline heritage, but his beloved son was also severely injured and unconscious. How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? But for now, he had no choice but to endure. 3 days later, he makes Su Chun pay 100-fold. Humph. Did this brat really think he could challenge the beast-taming alliance? The audacity. Not a single member of that alliance was someone to trifle with. Su Chun watched their retreating figures, his heart burning with anticipation. If only each of those beast-taming alliance members could control 2 demon beasts, double the kills, double the gains. Brother Su, you're insane. Tearing apart a demon beast barehanded, never seen anything like it. Freaking legendary. What was up with those wings on your back? Hey, don't pry that, obviously his secret. Students swarmed around him excitedly. Zhang Shuiyo quickly pushed through the crowd, pulling Su Chen aside. Director Zhang. No need for formalities. Zhang Shuiyo leaned in, lowering his voice. But seriously, those wings, how? Su Chen paused briefly before replying lightly. Just a little secret. Earlier, he had tapped into dark elf energy, causing his dark affinity to skyrocket while amplifying his strength. Combined with his overwhelming cultivation, tearing apart that white feather thunderhawk barehanded had been effortless. Ha ha, good. Only those with secrets go far. Zhang Shuiyo laughed heartily before clearing his throat. When you go challenge them in 3 days, remember to take me along. He needed to personally return the favor. This wasn't something he'd let slide. Su Chan's lip twitched slightly. This director sure held grudges. No problem. By the way, didn't you win the right to commandeer them once? Yes. If you need it, you can have this chance. Su Chen nodded. There is something I'd like to ask. Go ahead. If it's within my power, I'll do my best. Rubbing his hands together, Su Chan's eyes gleamed mischievously. Would it be possible to have Beast Taming Alliance members line up and deliver their demon beasts for me to slaughter? Not too many, just a few thousand would do. Zhang Shuiyo froze. Line up and deliver demon beasts? Thousands. Was this guy serious? He shot Su Chen a glare. If you pull that, the Beast Taming Alliance will fight you to the death. Su Chen grinned, flashing a row of white teeth. Just kidding. I should get to work now. Su Chen exchanged a few more words before turning and stepping away from the crowd. He hadn't gone far when he spotted Shi Yaoyao standing there with her head bowed, fingers nervously tugging at the hem of her robe, her face clouded with gloom. With a smile, Su Chen walked over and asked, "So, you saw everything?" Shi Yaoyao muttered, "Yeah, I saw." "Not happy? Because you lost the bet?" He pressed, clearly amused. She shook her head lightly, her voice barely audible. "It's because the gap between you and me keeps growing." Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, as if she'd made up her mind. I've decided I'm going to train like crazy." Without another word, she turned and strode away briskly, her figure soon vanishing down the path. Su Chen frowned, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. It took him a moment to realize, oh, so this girl was planning to weasel out of their bet? He chuckled and shook his head. She could run, but she couldn't hide from her sect. For now, though, he had his own business to attend to, heading to the monster-infested wilds outside the capital to hunt beasts and evolve his death scythe. The wilderness beyond the capital was eerily silent, save for the mournful howl of the wind and the distant growls of monsters, sending chills down one's spine. Following his map, Su Chen entered Bearfong Forest. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, the terrain rolling with hills. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows on the damp, soft earth, which carried the mingled scent of grass and soil. The forest was already alive with hunting parties clashing against monsters' shouts, and beastly roars shattered the tranquility. "Hey, brother. Just got here?" Su Chen turned toward the voice to see a burly man grinning at him. "And you are?" Su Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, guarded. "Name Li Ergu, 3rd rank. 1st tier," the man introduced himself cheerfully. "Saw you alone, want to join us in taking down a nest of elite flame bears?" Su Chen discreetly assessed him, his name and cultivation level checked out, and relaxed marginally. "Why me?" Li Ergu sighed, his expression troubled. "Our team's got 5 people, but we found a cave with a few elite flame bears inside. Not enough hands to handle them. Going back to the city for reinforcements would take too long, someone else might snatch him first. So they sent me out to recruit, rewards split by contribution." Su Chen considered briefly, then nodded. "Fine, lead the way." Even if it was a trap, he wasn't worried. He had his dark elf companion, and failing that, the dragon token as backup. "Great. Oh, what's your cultivation level, brother?" Li Ergu asked casually. "2nd rank, 8th tier." Li Ergu frowned but waved it off. Works. But your share might be smaller. Lower rank means less contribution." "No problem," Su Chen agreed readily. He wasn't here for the spoils anyway. "All right, follow me." Li Ergu grinned from ear to ear, chatting nonstop as he led Su Chen through several hills. Deep within the dense bamboo forest, a cave finally came into view. A faint wisp of steam curled around its entrance, as though an unseen cauldron bubbled gently beneath the earth. Outside, several massive fire savage bears, each as large as a small hill, lay dozing, their crimson fur glaringly bright under the sunlight. Suchin gave them a quick scan. Their strength ranged roughly between second rank, ninth layer, and third rank, first layer. Li Ergu wasn't he lying, he thought. This could turn a nice profit. Brother Ergu, you're finally back. A rough voice boomed as Li DePeo rushed toward them. What's the panic, DePeo? Nothing much, just worried something happened to you. Li DePeo's gaze shifted to Suchun. Brother Ergu, how strong is this guy? Second rank, eighth layer. The expectation on Li DePeo's face instantly dimmed, and he sighed softly. That level he'll barely be any help against those bears. Li Ergu patted his shoulder. More hands mean lighter work. Let us get ready. Yeah, Brother Ergu. Li Ergu then turned back to Suchun, his face breaking into a gentle smile. Young friend, stay on the outskirts. Lend a hand if you see an opening. Suchun was surprised by his kindness, but nodded. Got it. Li Ergu spun toward the others, his eyes suddenly sharpening as he lowered his voice. Hunt starts now. The six of them spread out like wolves encircling prey, moving silently toward the fire savage bears. Roars, the whistle of blades, and heavy thuds tangled together as the beasts were gradually subdued. Suchun lingered at the edge of the fight, calculating how to land the final blow and claim the kill points. Just then, his ears twitched. There was an almost imperceptible rustle of footsteps behind him in the bamboo thicket. He whirled around. 5 shadowy figures crept forward like ravens through the dimness, their uniforms identical. Name: Ingqi. Realm: second rank, 10th layer. Ability: C-class Venom Infusion. Tempered Bones, 4th cycle. Note: notorious for stealing others' prey. Brother Chi, look, Li Ergu's getting smarter. He actually posted a lookout. One of the shadows sneered under his breath. Ingqi's lips curled into a cold smirk as he glared at Suchun. Kid, do yourself a favor and scram. Lookouts were usually the weakest link. Suchun frowned. Do these guys not know who I am? No matter. Free kill points shouldn't go to waste. What if I don't? A savage glint flashed in Ingqi's eyes as he activated his ability. A sinister green venom coated his dagger, shimmering ominously. Then you die here, no one's finding your body in these wilds. Suchun's eyes, however, suddenly lit up with unbelievable excitement. Really? Ingqi faltered at his burning gaze. The hell is wrong with you? You think someone's coming to save you. Suchun grinned, flashing a row of white teeth. Happy? That's because out here in these desolate mountains, no one will ever know I killed you. Tuanchuan. Suchun let out a low growl. The small white beast on his shoulder transformed into a streak of light, instantly merging into his body. Ingqi only saw a pair of energy-formed black wings suddenly unfurl behind Suchun, his aura skyrocketing. His heart clenched, and he sneered. Still transforming at death's door? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Before his words even faded, Suchun's figure blurred fast as a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky. Ingqi didn't even see the movement, just felt a sudden chill at his waist. Looking down, his upper body began sliding slowly apart. His vision turned crimson with spurting blood. Second tier 10th stage, Ingqi eliminated. Slaughter points plus 2,000. The system's notification echoed in Suchun's mind. He flicked the blood droplets off his scythe and turned his gaze toward the remaining 4 men, eyes gleaming with predatory excitement. These weren't enemies, they were gifts delivered straight to his doorstep. The 4 men froze in place, disbelief plastered across their faces. This lookout, wasn't he supposed to be the weakest? How could he kill their leader in one move? Big bro, we were wrong. The 4 dropped to their knees, voices trembling. Spare us. If we die, someone will come investigating. Investigating? Suchun scoffed. You think I care? A shadow flashed past. The death scythe carved 4 streaks of cold light. The kneeling men widened their eyes as crimson lines bloomed across their throats, collapsing one after another. Eliminated. Suchun efficiently searched the corpses, then grabbed his scythe and charged toward the other side of the valley. The flame's savage bear's roars had weakened, its body riddled with wounds under relentless assault. He leaped into the fray and swung his scythe down, delivering the final precise strike to the barely breathing beast. Third tier first stage flame savage bear eliminated. Slaughter points plus 3,000. 3 consecutive notifications chimed. His slaughter points surged past 21,000. Kid, what are you? Li Ergu gripped his blade, confusion written all over his face. Just cleaning up. Su Chun gestured toward the direction he'd come from. There were 5 sneaky guys lurking around, took care of them. Go check. Li Ergu stiffened, then shouted behind him, DePeo? See if it's those Shadow Fong bastards. Li DePeo rushed over and yanked back a corpse's mask, his breath hitched. Ergu, it's Ing Chi's crew. They were trying to ambush us again. Li Ergu turned back to Su Chun, eyes wide with shock. Kid, you handled them alone? Got lucky. Li Ergu hastily clasped his fists, gratitude plastered across his face. You saved us. If not for you, we'd have been robbed blind again. His mind reeled. A second tier 8th stage wiped out 5 men instantly, and he'd made someone this powerful do grunt work. No big deal. Su Chun weighed his scythe lazily, intrigued. So tell me, what's the deal with this Shadow Fong gang? Li Ergu sighed heavily and wiped his face with his rough hands. None of us beast hunters dare go into the mountains alone. We stick together. But the Shadow Gang, those scum are newcomers, local bullies who specialize in robbery. They're ruthless, won't hesitate to kill, and even take dirty jobs. Their reputation's already rotten. No one stepped in to deal with them. Su Chun asked. Deal with them? Ergu shook his head helplessly, lowering his voice. Their leader's at Tier 3, Stage 5, and rumor says they've got backers. Get robbed? Consider yourself lucky just to walk away. Su Chun ran his fingers lightly along the cold edge of his death scythe, a cold smirk curling his lips. He understood now. Kill count. Consider it delivered. Whoever backed them didn't matter. He ripped the Shadow Gang out by the roots. Every last one. Did Su Chun lack backers himself? Fear? That word had long been erased from his dictionary. Before crossing over, he'd just been a college student struggling to get by, no different from Ergu and his crew. Now that he had power, was he supposed to forget who he was? Principles intact. Bottom line unbroken. He'd never become the kind of man he used to despise. Brother Ergu. Su Chun clapped him on the shoulder. Who knows? Maybe the Shadow Gang 1T exist in a few days. Besides, if they dared scheme against him, he'd wipe them out, rightfully so. Against the rules? Then he'd make it fit the rules. Perfect, their lives would trade nicely for his kill points. Ergu's wrinkles deepened, his voice bitter. It's not that easy. Us poor hunters wouldn't dare provoke them. We just swallow our losses. No backing, no strength. Last time someone tried reporting them, it was like tossing a stone into deep water, not even a ripple. And those who spoke up, they suffered for it. Relax, Su Chun pressed firmly on his shoulder. I forgot to introduce myself, Su Chun. Su Chun, Ergu murmured, his confusion shifting to shock. His eyes widened abruptly, voice trembling. You mean, the Su Chun who crushed all those prodigies in the capital? The one whose name shakes the land? That's me, though the rumors exaggerate. Ergu slapped his thigh hard, torn between frustration and excitement. Blind fool that I am. How could I not recognize you? This changes everything. The Shadow Gang's reign ends now. You flatter me, Brother Ergu. No, not at all. Ergu's face lit up. Just hunting alongside someone like you, I could brag about it over peanuts for 3 years. Su Chun chuckled, waving it off. All right, let us clean up the battlefield first. Right. Ergu nodded eagerly, gesturing to the fire savage bear carcasses. Brother Su, take them all. If not for you today, we'd have been cleaned out again. No need. Su Chun refused. Those extra strikes were payment enough. This meager haul wasn't worth his attention. Li Ergu panted heavily, gazing at the corpses of the flame savage bears scattered across the ground. These were the spoils they had fought tooth and nail for days to obtain. Selling these demon beasts would mean his wife could wear new clothes, and his child could finally eat steaming hot meat. He opened his mouth to speak, but caught sight of Su Chun's slightly furrowed brows. Swallowing his words, he quickly changed his tone. Brother Su, if you ever need us in the future, just say the word. We'll fight with everything we've got. Su Chun flashed an okay sign, the corner of his lips curling faintly. Roar. A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the cave. A massive bear, towering like a small mountain, lumbered out with thunderous steps. Flames coiled around its body, while hardened earth and stone clung to its thick fur like armor. Su-chan's eyes sharpened as he swiftly scanned the information flashing before him. Name: Flame Savage Bear. Realm: Tier 3, Second Layer. Bloodline: Supreme. Attributes: Fire Earth. Note: the ruler of this territory. Liurgu's pupils shrank violently. Run, he screamed hoarsely. Run now. A Tier 3 demon beast with supreme bloodline that was something far beyond their ability to contend with. Even Suchin Wooden stand a chance crossing realms in battle was like mortals challenging a mountain peak. Shoving those beside him aside, he bolted backward, leading the retreat. The flame savage bear exhaled a scorching breath, its massive paw crashing down against the earth. Boom! A thick earthen wall erupted from the ground, sealing off their escape route. Liurgu's fists clenched so hard they turned white. Whirling towards Su Chun, he barked. Brother Su will hold it off you go. Your life's worth more than ours. Don't forget you swore to destroy the Shadow Syndicate. Su Chun was hope for the future. They were just ordinary men struggling to survive. He roared at his companions. Brothers, we fight to the death. To the death. The men echoed, their voices trembling yet unwavering. Su Chun stepped forward, blocking their path. Leave this to me, he said calmly, his voice cutting through the chaos. No life is worth more than another. Even in this cruel world, these men still clung to such kindness. Turning to face the colossal beast, he murmured inwardly, System, elevate my realm to Tier 2, 10th layer. 21,000 slaughter points consumed. Realm elevated to Tier 2, 10th layer. The death scythe rose in Su Chun's grip as obsidian wings unfurled violently from his back. Propelling into the air, he pointed the scythe's tip at the flame savage bear. Today, I slay beyond my realm. The beast roared in fury, its blazing claw sweeping toward him in a torrent of scorching wind. Clang! Scythe met claw in a shower of sparks. Su Chun leveraged the impact to flip backward, landing lightly in the distance with a smirk. Who said anything about brute force? Before the words faded, shadowy tendrils and phantom claws surged forth like chains, ensnaring the flame savage bear's massive frame. Tuanchuan, activate maximum amplification. Tuanchuan understood implicitly. Suddenly, an eerie flower blossomed above Su Chen's head, its petals swaying unnaturally. This was Tuanchuan's second awakened ability, one whose effects even Su Chen didn't fully grasp. Roar! The flame savage bear was caught off guard by this sudden combo attack, its fur scorched black and flesh torn open. Yet its thick earthen armor and transcendent bloodline allowed it to withstand most of the damage. The massive bear shook itself, eyes flashing with contempt as if mocking Su Chen's overestimation of himself. Su Chen's temper flared as he struck again. Multiple shadow claws tore through the air, but this time, the effect was entirely different. The shadow energy didn't just strike its target, it coiled around the bear like living tendrils, sizzling as it corroded the rocky armor. Growl! For the first time, the flame savage bear let out a panicked roar. It thrashed wildly, trying to shake off the parasitic dark energy, but to no avail. Su Chen's eyes lit up. So Tuanchuan's enhancement gave shadow attacks a corrosive effect? This would make dealing with those tortoise-shelled demon beasts much easier. Where's your arrogance now? There's no escape. Su Chen's voice was icy. Corrosive shadow bat strike. A perfected technique, amplified by Tuanchuan's corrosion, instantly reduced the flame savage bear's impenetrable earthen armor to dust. The bear's flesh was now completely exposed. For the final blow, Su Chen's figure flickered like a phantom as 10 streaks of black light crisscrossed through the air. The massive bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, lifeless. Third tier level 2, transcendent bloodline demon beast slain. Slaughter points plus 5,000. Transcendent bloodline demon beasts, truly valuable. Su Chun glimpsed the system notification and drew a sharp breath. As for Li Fugui's request to find a top-tier beast, that thought had long been tossed to the winds. The beast-taming alliance wanting to challenge them? In their dreams. Behind him, Li Ergu and his companions stood dumbfounded, staring at Su Chen's back as they murmured, Are we not going to die anymore? Drop the are we Li Ergo exhaled deeply, his eyes filled with post-crisis relief and profound gratitude. The noble scions he'd encountered were mostly arrogant and condescending. Su Chun was different, approachable, forthright, with a rare integrity in his bones. For a long nation to have youths like this was a blessing for the country. This young man would undoubtedly become a revered powerhouse in the future. Brother Su Chun, you're truly a prodigy of our times. Li Ergus stepped forward, clasping his fists solemnly. In this world, it's kill or be killed. There's no room for mercy. Su Chun replied impassively. The strong prey on the weak, that's the natural order. We'll never forget your life-saving grace, Brother Su. In the future, if you ever need anything, we'll brave mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation. Su Chun laughed freely. No need to be so serious. Just buy me drinks sometime. Ha, deal. Come to my place, then I'll have my wife cook some dishes, and we'll drink till we drop. Su Chun nodded and reached out to pat Ergu's shoulder. Brother Ergu, we'll stop here for now. I still have some matters to attend to. He knew full well what lay ahead: an endless slaughter of demonic beasts, feeding their blood and souls to the insatiable death scythe, craving evolution. In this world, stopping meant death. All right, Brother Su. Stay safe. Ergu clasped his fists respectfully. With brief farewells, they turned and disappeared into opposite directions. Su Chun walked deep into a withered grove, surrounded by silence except for the mournful howl of wind through the barren branches. Slowly, he raised his hand, the scythe materializing in his palm with an eerie glow. Let us begin, he murmured, his voice as cold as ice. Slaughtering Tier 2, Level 10 Demonic Beast. Slaughtering Tier 3, Level 1 Bone Wolf. Slaughtering Tier 3, Level 1 Shadow Bat. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the headquarters of the Beast Taming Alliance, a heavy wooden door trembled violently as a gust of palm force slammed against it. Alliance Master Hai Bei, his beard bristling with fury, glared down at Wu Hengji kneeling before him. Wu Hengji, look what you've done. Do you have any idea your recklessness nearly dragged the entire alliance into an abyss of ruin? His voice boomed like thunder through the hall. Wu Hengji pressed his forehead nearly to the floor. Master, please calm your anger. This subordinate only wished to recruit promising newcomers for the alliance's sake. Who could have imagined Su Chun would be monstrously strong? His voice trembled with lingering fear. Monstrously strong? Humph. Hai Bei slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, splitting the sandalwood with fine cracks. You knew he was a sleeping lion, yet you dared pull his whiskers. What value do the alliance's reputation and safety hold in your eyes? This subordinate admits his guilt. I'll accept any punishment. Wu Hengji bowed even lower. Hai Bei stared at him for a long moment before exhaling a heavy sigh, his rage dissipating into exhaustion. Enough now. Explain clearly, what exactly did Su Chun mean when he threatened to challenge our arena? Wu Hengji lifted his head hastily. Master, Su Chun said he would return our hospitality in 3 days. He is determined to humiliate us publicly, to grind our pride into the dirt. Pride? Hai Bei rubbed his temples wearily. This is no longer about pride. Su Chun's strength is unfathomable. We should be seeking friendship, not provoking enemies. And yet, you went out of your way to antagonize him. This is nothing short of courting death. Master, we might not lose. Wu Hengji's eyes flashed with sudden cunning. Zhao Shan is a prodigy capable of controlling 2 demonic beasts at once, his cultivation already at Tier 3, Level 4. His Rock Titan's defense is near impenetrable. Su Chun's shadow-based powers 1T breach it. With proper arrangements. Preposterous. Hai Bei cut him off sharply. How old is Zhao Shan? How old is Su Chun? Sending a seasoned veteran to crush a mere youth. Even if we win, what will the martial world say of the Beast Taming Alliance? That we bullied the weak, inviting ridicule. Master, are we to just stand by while the alliance is humiliated? Wu Hengji straightened defiantly. Desperate times call for desperate measures. We once challenged others to build our name. Now we must preserve it by any means necessary. Who said tournaments are only for the young? Hai Bei shook with fury, pointing at Wu Hengji, momentarily speechless. Wu Hengji met his gaze without flinching. Master, the die is cast. Even if this disaster is my doing, we must act. Sometimes, survival and dominance demand discarding petty rules. Enough. Hai Bei abruptly flicked his sleeve. As the leader of the Beastmaster Alliance, I declare this matter closed. Tend to your son and cease stirring trouble. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, leaving Wu Hengji standing alone in the shadows. His clenched fist trembled slightly before finally going slack. The Alliance's dignity could not be compromised. In 3 days' time, Su Chun had to win the challenge match. The next day, deep in the wilderness, the sound of snapping bones cut off abruptly. Su Chun flicked blood droplets from his dagger as the system prompt chimed. Slaughter points exceeded 100,000. Special reward granted. Bound spiritual treasure 12-petaled annihilation black lotus. 100,000 point reward. His eyes flashed with excitement, fingertips tingling. System, what's a bound spiritual treasure? Only 7th-tier experts can refine heaven-earth treasures into core weapons stored within energy meridians. Spiritual treasures evolve with their wielders, classified across 12 grades. Higher grades yield greater power. Su Chun sucked in a sharp breath. This was treasure meant for realms far beyond his current reach, yet here it was, materializing prematurely in his grasp. The black lotus manifested from the void, its 4 obsidian petals rotating slowly. The moment his fingertip brushed a petal, annihilative energy surged through him like lightning, raising every hair on his body. Specific functionalities? His voice turned hoarse. 3-petaled annihilation black lotus. Dark elemental destructiveness plus 100%. Absorption efficiency doubled. Each petal converts into 1 annihilation pulse. Perfect. Su Chun nearly laughed aloud. This was practically tailor-made slaughter artistry for Shadow Affinity users, exactly compensating his offensive shortcomings. How to upgrade? After merging with Energy Core, advance by devouring darkness, attuned treasures, or gradual cultivation. Running fingers over the cool petals, he mused. Looks like I'll be dining on shadow relics henceforth. Then asked, slaughter points needed for next tier? 1 million. At the figure, Su Chun chuckled wryly and recalled the lotus into his body. The road ahead remained long. Yet, his heart remained brimming with anticipation. The previous 2 special rewards, the Dark Elf and the 12-petaled Black Lotus of Annihilation, were both ridiculously overpowered. He could hardly wait to test what kind of unleashed power his abilities would exhibit after refinement. Su Chun stored the Black Lotus of Annihilation back into his spatial ring, planning to refine and fuse it properly once he returned. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his surging emotions and fixed his burning gaze ahead. Next, it's time to upgrade the Death Scythe to SS rank. His eyes swept over the system panel, kill points, 75,800. Without hesitation, Su Chun flicked his wrist and commanded, System, deduct 50,000 kill points, evolve the Death Scythe to SS rank. Ding. 50,000 kill points deducted. Death Scythe initiating metamorphosis. The moment the system's notification sounded, the scythe tore free from his grip and hovered midair, its surface shimmering with an ominous glow. Its blade gradually elongated as crimson veins like living tendrils spread across its deep violet-black base, pulsing as though infused with life itself. Death and slaughter merged seamlessly in that instant. Ding! Death Scythe has successfully evolved into SS rank Slaughter Scythe. Attribute panel updated. SS rank Slaughter Scythe. Trait: Unbreakable, supremely sharp. Trait: Each life reaped permanently enhances the scythe's lethality and amplifies the power of scythe-based combat skills. Current bonus: lethality plus 100%, skill potency plus 100%. Su Chun reached out, and the scythe obediently returned to his palm. A suffocatingly dense aura of slaughter flooded outward, thick enough to feel tangible against his skin. Gently tracing his fingers along the icy edge, he murmured with suppressed excitement, So this is the power of an SS rank-bound spirit weapon? After all, across the entirety of Dragon Nation, no one yet possessed a bound spirit weapon surpassing SS rank. Even S rank was the highest known. Yet he first obtaining the 12-petaled Black Lotus of Annihilation, a primordial treasure of staggering potential, now wielded an SS rank Slaughter Scythe. A scorching surge of ambition erupted from his core, nearly bursting through his chest. Since he was already cheating, why not go all out? Clenching his fist, Su Chun declared with ironclad resolve. Next step, save 100,000 kill points and push dark elemental abilities to SS rank. He took another deep breath, suppressing his boiling fervor, and turned his focus back to the system. System, upgrade Shadow Claw to the True Intent realm. 5,000 kill points consumed. Second tier combat skill Shadow Claw, upgraded to True Intent realm. Instantly, Su Chun felt an intangible force yank him into a chaotic illusion, a realm devoid of time and space, where only endless comprehension and epiphanies regarding Shadow Claw existed. This wasn't a mere accumulation of proficiency, but an intimate grasp of the skill's essence, an awakening at the soul-s level. After what felt like eternity, Su Chun slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting shadowy gleam passing through his pupils. True Intent realm. It really is a world apart. True Intent was incomparable to mastery not achieved through mere repetition, but by capturing that elusive spark of enlightenment amidst countless executions, truly understanding a skill's soul. Without pause, he continued issuing commands. System, raise Shadowblade Dance to Novice tier. Ding. 3,000 kill points consumed. 6th tier combat skill, Shadowblade Dance, upgraded to Novice. And upgrade Nether Slash directly to Grandmaster. The Slaughter Scythe hummed violently in Su Chun's grip, its resonance with his combat techniques reaching unprecedented heights. He took a deep breath and submerged his consciousness into the system. Ding. 15,000 kill points consumed. 5th tier combat technique Netherworld 9 Slashes has been upgraded from unlearned to mastery. A surge of icy energy flooded his limbs in an instant. With a flick of his wrist, the scythe carved 6 chilling after images through the air, the slicing wind screeching sharply. Now we're talking. His kill points were nearly depleted. Closing the system interface, Su Chun curled his lips upward, savoring the raw power coursing through his veins. I'm terrifyingly strong now. His fingers clenched until his knuckles whitened. A shame. Really, there wasn't a single opponent worthy of pushing him to his limits. Especially not after comprehending the True Intent realm, Shadow Claw. The sheer destructive darkness of it made his palms itch with anticipation. The Shadow Gang might just be entertaining enough. Holding the scythe aloft, he turned and vanished into the wilderness. A few low-tier demonic beasts didn't even have time to shriek before being cleaved in half. Along the scythe's blade, faint crimson patterns glowed imperceptibly brighter. Slaughter trait, 100%, 100.09%. Every bit counts. Su Chun flicked away the blood clinging to his weapon. The higher the tier, the greater the boost. His gaze lifted toward the darkening horizon. Time to head back. It's about damn time I fused with the apocalyptic Black Lotus. A taboo most couldn't touch until the 7th tier, and he wasn't even at the 3rd yet. Luck had nothing to do with it. Under the same twilight, Shadow Gang headquarters, Shanghai City. Boss Shadow 18, he has been wiped out. Zhang Bubi shoved the woman off his lap violently. The scar running from his temple to his jaw twisted like a centipede as fury contorted his face. Who did it? His fist smashed into the mahogany table. Which hunting squad has a death wish? His subordinate Li Kai lowered his head. Su Chun. That's Su Chun from the capital. Zhang Bubi's pupils constricted sharply. The one who crushed every genius in the capital, Su Chun? Yes. Boss, what should we? Zhang Bubi suddenly smirked, cold and calculated. Go. Clean up Shadow 18's remnants, anonymously hand them over to Shanghai City's Supernatural Management Bureau. Especially to Su Xiao. Li Kai blinked. Su Xiao? That untouchable bureau chief's daughter. Exactly. Zhang Bubi wiped his face, grinning maliciously. Someone's gotta pay for killing my brother. Let that reckless brat slam headfirst into an iron wall. Let that woman Su Xiao pester Su Chun, that'll be enough to drive him mad. This move killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only would the authorities give Su Chun trouble, but the Shadow Gang could also slip away unscathed. Even if Su Chun investigated, they had evidence proving he was the one who struck first and killed. Li Kai's eyes gleamed as he raised his thumb in admiration. Boss, brilliant. We don't offend Su Chun directly, yet we make him suffer absolutely perfect. Cut the flattery and get moving. And call Liurga here while you're at it. Looks like his wings have gotten too stiff lately, needs some discipline. Inside sources claimed Li Urgu had been at the scene. Not only did he fail to stop Su Chen from killing Ying Qi, but he stood by watching like it was entertainment. Zhang Bubi was furious. The man had a death wish. Understood, I'll fetch Li Urgu right away. Li Kai hurried off. Zhang Bubi reclined comfortably in his chair and dialed a number, his tone instantly turning sycophantic. Master, the resources we VE collected lately will be sent to you shortly. Thank you for always having the Shadow Gang's back. His voice faded down the corridor. Silence reclaimed headquarters, the dim glow of yellowed lamps casting eerie shadows over the underground world. Kyoto Academy of Supernatural Arts, Villa Number 1. After resting for a few hours, Su Chun grabbed a quick bite before eagerly retrieving the Annihilation Black Lotus. System, how do I fuse with it? Channel source energy. Guide dark element to envelop the Black Lotus. Refine it gradually and assimilate it into your own source energy. Got it. Su Chun steadied his gaze on the hovering Black Lotus before him. Channeling his internal energy, dark power surged forth like black silk, wrapping around the lotus layer by layer as he began refining it meticulously. Threads of dark essence were drawn out like ink seeping into his lake like source energy, though parts remained faintly illusory. Taking a deep breath, Su Chun poured all his strength into accelerating the refinement with his source energy and dark element. The moment he exerted himself, anomalies erupted not just within the villa, but above it. A colossal black lotus emerged in the sky, its 12 tiers and 36 petals casting shadows over the heavens. Dark radiance pulsed, surging tides of dark element engulfing Villa Number 1 entirely. Nearby students froze, their faces etched with shock and confusion. What the hell is that? A lotus in the sky? Some kind of special effect prank? And they didn't even invite me. No, that's definitely a celestial phenomenon. Who pulled this off? It's insane. Not just the students, the entire Kyoto Academy of Supernatural Arts was shaken by the spectacle. Across Kyoto, several ancient beings secluded in meditation simultaneously shuddered, their gazes involuntarily drawn to the colossal black lotus devouring sunlight in the heavens. Within the Jiang family's serene rear garden, a white-haired elder abruptly snapped open his rheumy eyes during meditation. His trembling pupils reflected the apocalyptic lotus above as hoarse words escaped cracked lips. This aura of annihilation, even at this distance, it makes my soul quake. Wrinkles deepened across his suddenly solemn face. At the Mu family council chamber, power brokers clustered by arched windows exchanging uneasy glances. The awakening ceremony concluded long ago, murmured one statesman. What unholy portent is this? His unanswered question hung heavy. Similar disturbances rippled through Kyoto's power centers. Blood Ox Military District. General Hua Zhanxiong stood immovable as mountain bedrock, his scarred forehead furrowing beneath the lotus's baleful glow. The sheer destructive energy prickled his battle-hardened skin like phantom blades. A name flashed through his mind. Su Chun? He snorted derisively, shoulders relaxing. That boy awakened long ago. Calloused fingers traced the window frame as a warrior's pride surfaced. Whoever it is, humanity gains strength this day. The cosmic horror persisted until, without warning, the lotus erupted. Inky tendrils painted the sky with visions of an ancient battlefield where shadow-clad legions poured forth beneath winged nightmares. At the epicenter, a regal silhouette lifted one languid hand. Boom. Reality itself groaned as spectral armies clashed. The Shadow Monarch's gaze alone, those mesmerizing amethyst vortexes compelled even darkness to genuflect. Then, silence. The heavens cleared as though nothing occurred. Unaware, Su Chen sat cross-legged in his villa, savoring the primordial lotus now floating serenely atop his energy reservoir. During fusion, he'd felt dark energies surge exponentially, his affinity reaching unprecedented heights. More astonishing, his cultivation barrier shattered soundlessly. Third stage. First tier. Before term even began. Only then did he notice the residual darkness and the commotion outside. Pushing through gossiping crowds, he found Xiaoyo weaving toward him, porcelain features tight with concern. You're unharmed. Her fingers gripped his sleeves. That horrific spectacle above your roof, the Phantom War. Everyone witnessed it. She paused, then said with a hint of surprise, "You know what? That man sitting on the phantom throne on the battlefield actually does resemble you a little." Suchin froze. Finally, he understood why so many people had gathered outside his door. Before returning, he had clearly checked refining a life-bound spirit treasure shouldn't trigger any celestial anomalies. Below Tier 10, no anomalies occur. Above Tier 10, anomalies will manifest. The system's comm notification chimed in. Su Chan's lips twitched slightly as he cursed inwardly. Fantastic. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice toward the outside. All right, break it up. That was just a film crew shooting a scene. The students looked unconvinced. Shooting a scene? Since when did film sets make people involuntarily kneel? Especially when that gaze from the throne swept over them, their knees buckled instantly, sending them all crashing to the ground. What are you all doing gathered here instead of cultivating? Get back to your training. The voice of Principal Zheng Tian and rang out as he arrived alongside teacher Chu Jining. The students murmured among themselves before reluctantly dispersing. Zheng Tian and approached Su Chun, his tone measured. Aren't you going to invite me in? Principal, please. Su Chun stepped aside, gesturing as the group entered the villa. The moment they sat down, Zheng Tian and fixed Su Chun with an unwavering stare piercing, as though peeling back layers of his soul. Su Chun's back prickled uncomfortably, prompting him to break the silence. Principal, don't tell me. You're here because of that celestial phenomenon too? Indeed. Care to explain what stunt you pulled this time? Su Chun chuckled dryly. What if I told you I just refined a life-bound spirit treasure? Would you believe me? Nonsense. Life-bound spirit treasures require at least 7th tier mastery to refine, and they've never been known to trigger celestial anomalies. Zheng Tian and had cultivated for decades, yet never encountered someone at 2nd tier scavenging rare treasures, much less conjuring anomalies. Unless, like in novels, this kid had cheated somehow. But reality didn't work that way. Su Chin spread his hands helplessly. Then I've got nothing else to add. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Zheng Tian and dropped the subject. Very well. You have your own fortunes to follow. Focus on cultivating and stay out of trouble. After the principal left, Su Chun turned to Chu Jining. Teacher, don't you have anything to ask? Principal Zheng already asked on my behalf. She, too, had been drawn here by that anomaly. Su Chin nodded, then suddenly recalled something. Teacher Chu, if I remember correctly, you've reached 7th tier, meaning you've refined your own life-bound spirit treasure, right? Chu Jining gave a slight nod. Yes. The fusion was completed not long ago. Su Chun's eyes brightened as he leaned forward eagerly. Then, could I see it? Chu Jining dipped her chin faintly, closing her eyes. Dark shadow energy surged around her like tides, wisps of black mist coiling rhythmically along her figure. A moment later, a crescent-shaped black gemstone materialized above her palm, rotating silently with an eerie luster. Su Chin focused intently, quietly activating his inspection ability. Tier 5 Moon's Heart. Born in lands where dark elements coalesce, bathed in moonlight for centuries, only manifesting fully under a once-in-a-century full moon. As a life-bound treasure, it greatly enhances combat prowess and perception beneath lunar light. Su Chin's fingertips brushed against the moon crystal stone, its icy chill seeping into his skin. A system prompt materialized in his mind. Agility plus 100%, dark element power plus 50%. He shook his head slightly. The energy radiating from this 5th-tier spiritual treasure wasn't even 1/10 of the 3-petaled black lotus dormant within him. After all, the true potential of the apocalyptic black lotus is to bloom 12 petals. Is this a 5th-tier spiritual treasure? He glanced up at Chu Jining beside him. The female teacher's pupils contracted. You can discern spiritual treasure tiers? This youth was merely at the 2nd rank by all logic. He shouldn't even be able to sense spiritual energy waves. I can vaguely perceive it. Su Chin spun the crystal casually between his fingers. Teacher Chu, what's the highest tier spiritual treasure in Dragon Nation? 7th tier. Only 7th. The crystal nearly slipped from Su Chin's grip. I thought spiritual treasures could reach 12 tiers. Only 7th. Chu Jining scoffed, jabbing a finger at his forehead. You think 7th tier treasures grow on trees? In the past century, Dragon Nation has produced fewer than 10. Her tone darkened as she studied his bewildered expression. Who fed you that nonsense about 12 tiers? Su Chen's knuckles whitened. So, people in this world knew nothing of spiritual treasure's ultimate form. Why ask about such distant things? Chu Jining crossed her arms. They're light years beyond your reach. I've actually already fused with my life-bound spiritual treasure, Su Chen sighed. Oh really? Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Then by all means, summon it. The air thickened instantly. The moment Su Chen closed his eyes, the training ground's lights flickered erratically. Dark energy surged from his chest like tidal waves, coalescing into the silhouette of a 3-petaled lotus. Each petal resembled a void-rending black hole, distorting even light around it. Convinced now, Su Chen reopened his eyes, the lotus phantom rotating lazily in his palm. Chu Jining staggered back into an equipment rack, the metallic clang shattering the silence. Second rank, how? Her voice trembled as she stared at the black lotus, its annihilative aura sending chills down her spine. Got lucky. What tier? She fought to steady herself. Third. The teacher suddenly slammed her fist into a strength tester, triggering a shrill alarm. Such a waste. With your talent, you should have bonded with a 6th tier treasure at minimum. Yet, a thought flashed through Chu Jining's mind. Could this life-bound spiritual treasure be connected to the earlier celestial anomalies? She focused intently. The aura emanating from the treasure unmistakably indicated only 3rd grade. But how could mere 3rd grade stir the heavens and shake the earth? The sooner you fuse with it, the sooner you'll enjoy its benefits, Su Chen said casually, as if discussing the weather. 3rd grade. He chuckled inwardly. This was clearly a supreme treasure at the peak of 12th grade. But he had no intention of revealing that. Once his cultivation broke through 6th grade and 9th grade, everything would become clear. Chu Jining stared at Su Chen. If this treasure truly stopped at 3rd grade, why would he be so composed? Surely its true rank was far beyond appearances. After pondering for a moment with no answers, she flicked her sleeve and stood. You've already created a miracle. Focus on your training. The deadline for skipping grades won't wait. Su Chen watched her leave, a faint smile on his lips. It wasn't his time that was running short, it was his opponent's. Su Chen, be honest. Shi Yaoyao sidled up, eyes sparkling. What grade is this treasure really? She wasn't buying any 3rd grade nonsense. 12th grade peak, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Liar. Shi Yaoyao stomped her foot, then suddenly grabbed his sleeve, shaking it. There's a masquerade ball tonight at the field, come with me. Training in the villa is so boring. Su Chen shook his head. Not interested. Come on, she drawled, blinking like stars. Just for a little while. Seeing her refusal to take no for an answer, Su Chen finally relented. Fine. After days of relentless battles, a little relaxation wouldn't hurt. See? Shi Yaoyao lifted her chin triumphantly. Girls who know how to act cute get everything. Su Chen laughed. Where did you learn that? None of your business. Wait for me tonight. Like a chirping bird, she skipped away down the hallway. Su Chen stretched and flipped open the roster of formidable 2nd-year opponents. It was time to plan his next challenge. Shanghai City, Law Enforcement Bureau. Su Xiao clenched the case report, her knuckles white. Despite the overwhelming evidence, fury burned in her chest. S-class awakened think they can act above the law. Kill indiscriminately? Dump bodies in the wild. Captain Su, you must seek justice for our brother. Li Kai wept convincingly, his performance flawless. In his version, Su Chen was painted as a bloodthirsty demon who killed on a whim. Su Xiao nodded expressionlessly. If the accusations hold, I won't tolerate it. But she knew better until the truth was uncovered. She would never become anyone's weapon. The most urgent task now is to bring Su Chen back first and get to the bottom of things. Her father had always told her, anyone who commits a wrong must stand before judgment, no matter who they are. Su Xiao had carried those words in her heart all this time and lived by them. Absolutely true. Captain Su, sorry to trouble you to make the trip. Li Kai smirked inwardly. Finally, mission accomplished. Getting Su Xiao to hound Su Chen would make that kid regret crossing them. Su Xiao shot him a cold glance. You'd better watch yourselves too. Don't let me catch solid evidence. She stood, striding out toward Demon City without hesitation. Li Kai curled his lip, scoffing silently. That righteousness of yours, is it really justice? Just stubbornness. 8 p.m., Kyoto Supernatural Academy Sports Field. Colored lights flickered, laughter buzzed. Compared to the usual tense training, the air tonight was thick with relaxation. Under the soft glow, students clustered in groups, savoring rare leisure. Su-chun, why do you pick such an ugly clown mask? Couldn't he find anything else? Had to make do. Su-chun shrugged and ambled to a seat, grabbing a slice of fruit from the event table. Xiaoyao plopped down beside him, whispering, "You're really skipping a grade?" The news had already swept through the academy like wildfire. Su-chun's reputation now eclipsed even the campus elites. Freshman year's boring. The challenges there were featherlight to him. No pressure, no breakthroughs. So he was moving to sophomore year. And soon, he'd make sure Kyoto Supernatural Academy never forgot his name. Humph. We're both from Chuanqing, how come you're the only one this strong? Xiaoyao pouted slightly, a flicker of defeat in her eyes. Su-chun shone too brightly. Here among geniuses, she felt ordinary. He ruffled her hair, voice warm. Don't sulk. I haven't forgotten that day in Chuanqing you stood by me without hesitation. To him, one true friend was enough. Xiaoyao's eyes curved into crescents. At least you've got a conscience. Umph. Her heart swelled. He still remembers. Just then gasps rippled through the crowd. Look, it's Mu Shuer, rank 1 on the sophomore 100 school ladder. Why is she here? Looking for someone? Su-chun, maybe. No way. Can't you see Jiang Luer dragged her? Mu Shuer frowned. Why did you pull me here? Jiang Luer grinned. Found you a boyfriend, sis. His gaze swept across the room before finally locking onto a figure sitting in the corner. With a pointed finger and a voice brimming with the thrill of discovery, he exclaimed, "That's him." Mu Shuer followed his gesture and saw a young man wearing an exaggerated clown mask lounging lazily in his chair. The ridiculous sight made her frown slightly. Stop joking around. I need to get back to my training. Sis, that's Su-chun. The name, Su-chun, seemed to carry magic. Mu Shuer froze mid-turn. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes as she strode purposefully toward him. She stopped directly in front of the masked figure. Are you Su-chun? Su-chun looked up. The woman before him had an air of icy elegance, her presence anything but ordinary. He arched an eyebrow. Something wrong. Can you take off your mask? Mu Shuer's voice was calm. No. Xiaoyao cut in abruptly. Seeing this beautiful stranger suddenly appear, an inexplicable tightness gripped her chest, and an indescribable urge to protect surged forth. Mu Shuer didn't press further but instead asked, I heard you're challenging upperclassmen. Yeah. Thought I'd check out the sophomore arena. Mu Shuer nodded, the corners of her lips lifting slightly. I look forward to a fair fight with you. These days, Su-chun's name had been echoing throughout Kyoto's psychic academy like thunder. His astonishing growth rate had even piqued the curiosity of someone like her considered a prodigy among prodigies. She'd thought she'd never get the chance to face him on equal footing, but his challenge had reignited that hope. She yearned to cross blades with true strength, and Su-chun seemed to fit the bill. Then you'd better pray you draw me as your opponent. Su-chun replied with lazy amusement. The rules of the challenge dictated that 3 names would be randomly drawn from the sophomore top 1,000. With bad enough luck, he could indeed end up facing her. No. Mu Shuer shook her head. If you do draw me, it would be me bullying the weak. You'd stand no chance. She had already reached the 6th stage of Tier 3, and the challenge was imminent. In the world of psychics, the gap between tiers was insurmountable. By the time of the challenge, Su-chun would be lucky to reach the peak of Tier 2. Tier 3 against Tier 2 was a mismatch. What she wanted was a fair fight, only then could their true capabilities be measured. What a coincidence, Su-chun grinned, his smile tinged with wildness. I'm actually itching to take on a big fish like you. Bullying the weak? He smirked inwardly. He'd already secretly broken through to Tier 3, all he needed was some real-world training with the Shadow Gang. Those so-called geniuses among the sophomores might not even be worth his notice. Besides, being underestimated especially by a woman had stirred the competitive fire in his bones. Mu Shuer sighed softly at his arrogance, disappointment flickering in her eyes. Goodbye. To her, this reckless bravado dimmed whatever brilliance she'd sensed in him. Of course, all her judgments were based on ignorance. She had no idea what true power lay hidden behind those piercing eyes below the mask. Mu Schwenner's figure disappeared around the corner of the street, and Su Chun stretched his limbs slightly, his joints emitting faint cracking sounds. Stubborn little thing. But he wasn't worried. In this world, strength was the best language. Not far away, Shi Yaoyao approached and twisted his arm hard. Haven't you stared enough? Your eyes are practically falling out. Ow. Su Chun grimaced, yanking his arm back. I was just giving an objective evaluation. She really isn't bad looking. You. Shi Yaoyao's cheeks instantly puffed up like an angry little pufferfish. But compared to you, not even close. Su Chun quickly added. The girl's furious expression melted away like spring snow, her lips curling upward uncontrollably. You'd better keep talking like that. Watching her shift between anger and joy, Su Chun chuckled. A girl's heart was sometimes like a summer thunderstorm, quick to come, quick to go. You're Su Chun. A cool female voice cut between them. Su Chun turned to see a woman clad in a dark blue uniform, her posture rigidly upright, the insignia on her shoulder gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Something wrong. The woman flashed her credentials, the embossed golden letters crisp and bold. Shanghai City Supernatural Affairs Bureau, First Operations Squad Captain Su Xiao. You are hereby accused of murder and abandoning a corpse in the wilderness. Please cooperate with the investigation and come with me. The Supernatural Affairs Bureau, a special agency dedicated to resolving conflicts among those with supernatural abilities and maintaining order. Su Chun's brow furrowed slightly. The Shadow Gang worked fast, huh? Already pulling the old trick of the villain, crying foul first. Whoever they dug up for this had the whole by the book act down pat. And if I say no? Su Chun's voice was calm, but there was no room for debate in his tone. Then I will enforce compliance. Su Xiao's words were glacial. Even facing a rumored S-ranked supernatural, she showed no fear. Before the law, there were no exceptions. A cold glint flickered in Su Chun's eyes. So, the Shadow Gang had grown tired of living. Tonight, he'd send them on their way. All right, Su Chun suddenly grinned, his lips curling into something dangerous. Might as well hitch a ride into town. I'd love to see your director's face when he meets me. It was time to rip out the Shadow Gang's poisonous roots once and for all. He hadn't even made a move yet, and they had the gall to provoke him first? They really had a death wish. His face. Su Xiao scoffed. You think the director will treat you special? She remembered her father's teachings. Justice is iron. No matter who stands before you, your spine must never bend. Her father had been unyielding his entire life, never bowing to any force. Su Chun lazily stood up, dusting off his sleeves. Then I'll wait and see just how unbreakable this iron spine director of yours really is. After you. Su Xiao gestured toward the black official vehicle parked by the roadside, her tone leaving no room for refusal. You can't just take him. Where's your proof? Shi Yaoyao suddenly blocked Su Chun's path, her eyes burning with fury. This woman is utterly hopelessly stupid. Does she have any idea what consequences she'll unleash by laying a finger on Su Chun? If even a single hair on Su Chun's head is harmed, forget my official position, the entire Shanghai city will be turned upside down. Su Chun reached out to stop Shi Yaoyao, his palm gently brushing her hair. Don't worry, he said softly yet firmly. I was just heading to Shanghai City anyway. You must be careful, Shi Yaoyao murmured, clutching the hem of her clothes, unease woven into her voice. Su Chun flashed an okay sign before turning to leave with Su Xiao, stepping into a black government car. The wheels rolled forward, carrying them toward the Shanghai City Supernatural Management Bureau. The moment they departed, the chaotic masquerade erupted into chatter. What kind of luck does Su Chun have today? One beauty after another seeking him out. You want that kind of luck? Didn't you see the last woman was here to arrest him? Arrest Su Chun? Is she insane? Shanghai City is in for a storm. It's easier to invite gods than to send them away. Words spread like wildfire, shaking the entire capital city. Meanwhile, Su Zhouan, director of the Shanghai City Supernatural Management Bureau, reclined leisurely in his office chair, steam curling from his teacup. Suddenly, a shrill phone ring shattered the tranquility. Su Zhouan frowned, setting down his cup and grabbing the receiver with annoyance. Who is this? It's me, Zheng Tianin, Dean of the Capital Supernatural Academy. Su Zhouan stiffened as if struck by electricity. Dean Zheng, to what do I owe the pleasure? Your bureau publicly arrested Su Chun, my academy's top-ranked freshman. What kind of pleasure do you think this is? Zheng Tianin's voice was like an icicle piercing through. When the news first reached him, Zheng Tianin refused to believe it. What idiot would dare touch Su Chun? But photographic evidence forced him to accept this absurd reality. Murder and corpse disposal? Preposterous. Knowing Su Chun, the boy would never stoop to such methods. Cold sweat drenched Su Zhouan's shirt instantly. His mind buzzed as he cursed inwardly. How could his bureau employ such reckless fools? Didn't they consider the stakes? Su Chun was a once-in-a-century genius, favored even by Deputy Commander Hua Zhanxiang. Dean Zheng, rest assured, I will handle this matter properly. Su Zhouan blurted in panic. I certainly hope so. Click. The dial tone echoed sharply in the silent office. Su Zhouan collapsed onto his sofa, trembling fingers wiping sweat from his brow. Someone, he barked hoarsely toward the door. Su Zhouan's roar echoed through the office. Someone. A guard rushed in immediately. Director, your orders? Investigate this now. Su Zhouan slammed his fist on the desk. Who dares arrest Su Chun? He wanted to see who had the guts. Damn it. When he found out who this was, he'd skin them alive. How dare they touch Su Chun? Were they tired of living? Yes. The guard spun around and dashed out. The phone rang sharply again. Su Zhouan's heart lurched as he trembled and grabbed the receiver. Hello, who is this? Shounen, came a low voice on the other end. Has your tenure as director come to an end? It was Chu Zhendong, the head of the Chu family from the capital. Su Zhouan's vision darkened, sweat instantly soaking his back. It was over. This had really blown up. Listening to the reprimand on the line, he could only repeatedly agree, finally hanging up weakly. Before he could catch his breath, the phone rang again, shrill as a death knell. Su Zhouan swallowed dryly, his voice hoarse. Hello, Vice Commander Chuanhua's orders. The other end spoke coldly, devoid of emotion. If Su Chun suffers so much as a scratch, the Shanghai City Supernatural Affairs Bureau ceases to exist. Click. The call ended abruptly. Su Zhouan's arm fell limp, the receiver clattering onto the desk. His eyes were bloodshot, as if they might spill crimson any second. Just then, the guard stumbled back in a panic. Director, we found out, the guard gasped. Su Zhouan lunged like a starving tiger, grabbing the guard by the collar. Talk. Who was it? The guard's face paled, lips quivering. It was Miss Su. What? Su Zhouan's pupils contracted violently, his face freezing. His daughter? It was his own daughter who'd done this. She might as well have pushed her own father into the fire. Quick, seal off the city's entry points. Su Zhouan rasped, but then suddenly waved his hand. No, I'm going myself. Get a car ready. If this wasn't handled properly, the entire Supernatural Bureau would be dragged into the abyss by his daughter. He couldn't bear that responsibility. In the car heading toward the Shanghai City Supernatural Affairs Bureau. Captain Su, mind telling me about a place? Su Chun gazed out the window absently. Su Xiao glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Speak. Where's the Black Shadow Syndicate's hideout? Their boss is an old friend I'd like to catch up. 36th Street, Datong Road. Thanks. Su Chun leaned back comfortably, closing his eyes. You're the first prisoner I've seen this relaxed on the way to interrogation, Su Xiao mocked. Su Chun opened his eyes, lips curling faintly. Want to make a bet? What bet? Weather Director Su Zhouan of your Shanghai Supernatural Bureau is sweating bullets right now. By now, news of his arrest had surely reached the capital. The ones panicking? That'd be Shanghai City. Su Chun closed his eyes again. How did this woman even become captain? Her judgment was sorely lacking. Su Xiao raised her chin, her voice dripping with unbridled pride. The bureau director is my father. He embodies fairness even if you're a one-in-a-million genius. If you commit a crime, you won't escape justice. You're the one who should be afraid. Her unwavering principles today stemmed entirely from her father's teachings. Having such a father filled her with deep pride. Hearing this, Su Chun let out a faint chuckle, laced with mockery. No wonder someone so dull-witted could become captain. Turns out Daddy's been pulling strings behind the scenes. You dare insult a member of the Bureau? Su Xiao snapped sharply. Insult? Su Chan's figure blurred as he stepped out of the car, leaving only a faint afterimage. I insulted a fool. Tell your director this. I'll be paying the Shanghai City Supernatural Management Bureau a personal visit. Before his words fully faded, his silhouette flickered again, vanishing like a ghost with a series of air-rending afterimages as he surged toward the Black Shadow Gang's hideout. First, dismantle the Black Shadow Gang, then deal with that so-called bureau. Inviting trouble is easier than sending it away. Su Xiao could only watch in stunned silence as Su Chun disappeared instantly. His movement, how can it be this fast? No wonder he is hailed as a prodigy. She wasted no time, immediately turning on her heel. I must return to the bureau and gather reinforcements now. The car's engine roared as it sped down the highway, reaching Shanghai City's gates within minutes. Su Zhouan had been waiting for some time. Watching the bureau's vehicle approach, he drew a deep breath, forcing an enthusiastic smile before striding forward with open arms, calling out loudly, "Welcome, Mr. Su Chun, to Shanghai City." But when the door opened, only Su Xiao stepped out, her expression grim. "Father," she blurted urgently. Su Chun, he vanished mid-transport. "We need to pursue him immediately." Su Zhouan's smile froze instantly. The spark of hope in his eyes snuffed out, replaced by crushing despair. His meticulously prepared welcome had turned into a farce. He hadn't even gotten a single word with Su Chun. Rage surged within him. In 3 strides, he closed the distance and swung his hand violently. Smack! The sharp crack of the slap cut cleanly through the noise of the city gates. Su Xiao clutched her cheek, her eyes wide with shock and welling tears. "Dad? Why did you hit me? Why?" Su Zhouan trembled with fury, his voice hoarse. "Do you have any idea who Su Chun is? Even if he demanded my life, you should greeted him with a smile. He acted in self-defense, killed a few criminals, and you dared threaten him publicly?" "But father," Su Xiao argued stubbornly, "you've always taught me to uphold justice. I followed your teachings. Was I wrong?" Su Zhouan choked on his words, his chest tight with bitterness. If fairness truly ruled this world, why did so much injustice persist? "You insolent girl," he bellowed. "Guards, seize her. Drag her before Su Chun to apologize." Was Su Chun wrong? No, self-defense wasn't a crime. The fault lay with Su Zhouan for teaching his daughter rigid morals without revealing the world's murky complexities. The waters of this world ran fathomlessly deep. And worse, he spoiled her into reckless arrogance, blind to the consequences of crossing the wrong people. Su Xiao froze, her body rooted to the spot. Had she really been wrong? The thought left her mind blank. "Director Su, our next step," a subordinate whispered cautiously. Su Zhouan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his chest. "Daughter, who exactly gave you this evidence?" Su Zhao's gaze wavered as she murmured, "It was someone from the Shadow Gang." The words "Shadow Gang" hit Su Zhouan like a sledgehammer, staggering him until he nearly lost his footing. "It's over, all over," he muttered, his face drained of color. Then he snapped his head up, his voice cutting like steel. "Everyone, move out now, target Shadow Gang." Silently, he pleaded in his heart. "Su Chun, don't fight back. As long as you don't overpower them, they won't sell me out." Following the address Su Xiao had provided, Su Chun soon turned into a dimly lit alley. A man loitered near the entrance. Su Chun approached and blocked his path. "Hey, brother, got directions to the Shadow Gang?" The man eyed him warily, disgust flashing in his gaze. "You looking for them? Those scumbags." "Debt collection," Su Chun replied tersely. "Listen, don't go. Most who enter don't come out in one piece. Not your concern. Just point the way." Seeing his warnings were futile, the man sighed and jerked his chin toward the alley's depths. "End of the road. Turn right. Number 18. "Thanks." As Su Chun strode away, the man shook his head and muttered, "Another fool with a death wish." Not far ahead, a black lacquered door came into view, an aged plaque hanging above its Shadow Gang, glaringly bold. Su Chun kicked it wide open. Bang! The door slammed inward, unleashing a wave of boozy fumes and roasted meat. Inside the courtyard, a dozen rough-looking men sat feasting, laughter clashing with clinking bowls, interspersed with occasional groans of pain. The sudden crash silenced all noise. Dozens of hostile eyes locked onto Su Chun. Where'd this trash crawl from? Daring to kick down Shadow Gang's door. Since he's here, teach him how we do things. Amid the jeers, Zhang Bubi, seated at the head of the table, ripped off a chunk of meat and spoke coldly. Blind, are we? Don't recognize Su Chun. The raucous crowd instantly stilled, fear flickering across many faces. Messing with Su Chun? That was suicide. Zhang Bubi, living the high life, huh? Su Chun smirked. Guess why I'm here? Zhang forced a grin. Shadow Gang hasn't T-crossed you. Su the Invincible. Here for a drink. Su Chun's gaze swept the room. First, Shadow Gang made a move on me. Second, you sent garbage to pick a fight. He raised 3 fingers, his voice dropping to ice. 3 seconds. Leave live. Stay dot. Zhang burst out laughing. Su the Invincible. That some boast, hope your tongue doesn't T-trip on it. A surge of nameless fury erupted in Zhang Bubi's chest. A mere nobody who hadn't even touched the threshold of the 3rd rank dared to spout insolence at him. A 6th-level expert of the 3rd rank? This Su Chun, the so-called prodigy of the Bay City, was he actually a reckless fool who didn't know his place? If not for fear of Vice Commander Hua standing behind him, Su Chun would already be a corpse. The members of the Shadow Gang all wore mocking expressions, staring at Su Chun as if watching a farce. No one believed this young man's casual words could decide their fates. Just as Su Chun was about to lower his first finger, movement came from the backyard. 2 gang members dragged a bloodied figure forward, leaving a long trail of dark red behind them. Boss, this bastardly Urgu won't break. We've nearly shattered his bones, but he still won't say where he hid the storage ring. Let's just chop him up and be done with it. The bloodied man Li Urgu coughed violently, spewing a mouthful of blood, and roared hoarsely. Zhang Bubi, you Shadow Gang, will die horribly. His eyes dimmed rapidly, visions of his wife and daughter's hopeful faces flashing before him. He'd promised to bring home meat and wine tonight. This cruel, unforgiving world. Zhang Bubi sneered disdainfully before turning back to Su Chun with feigned politeness. Mr. Su, just some internal gang business. Surely a man of your stature wouldn't interfere. Su Chun's gaze fixed on Li Urgu's blood-soaked body, his clenched fists cracking audibly. With a sudden wave of his hand. Bang! The courtyard gate slammed shut with invisible force, shaking dust loose from its hinges. Now, Su Chun's voice was icy and piercing. None of you are leaving. What had Li Urgu done wrong? He'd only wanted to earn enough to feed his family. The real monsters were the Shadow Gang, these blood-sucking parasites. Today, this place would be cleansed. In an instant, everything changed. The ground trembled violently as thick shadow energy erupted from below like a boiling black ocean. A pit of pure darkness formed out of nowhere, countless writhing tendrils lashing out to bind every Shadow Gang member in place. Su Chun, what do you think you're doing? Zhang Bubi snarled, struggling uselessly. Even if we're guilty, it's not a death sentence. If anyone dies, it should be by the hands of the Supernatural Management Bureau. Su Chun slowly lifted his head, the last trace of warmth vanishing from his eyes. Your lives, he said softly, yet with unshakable authority, are mine to judge. He raised a hand skyward. Dozens of enormous, grotesque shadow claws materialized overhead, blotting out the sun. This was the qualitative leap brought by conceptual power no longer confined to singular forms, but divisible and controlled at will. Boom, boom, boom. The claws descended with ear-splitting shrieks, smashing into the trapped bodies with devastating force. Amplified by the apocalyptic Black Lotus' absolute destructive properties, they reduced flesh and bone to pulp. The sickening symphony of snapping bones, tearing sinew, and agonized screams filled the courtyard. Blood fountained everywhere, painting the ground crimson within seconds, pooling into grotesque puddles. Zhang Bubi barely avoided the worst of the assault through sheer cultivation. When he sensed the energy radiating from Su Chun, all color drained from his face, replaced by primal terror. 3rd rank, 1st level, and conceptual tear shadow claws. Su Chun, stop. You've slaughtered enough of my men, he roared, voice trembling despite himself. I said. Su Chun's killing intent never wavered, no survivors. A flick of his sword finger unleashed. Shadowblade dance. Dozens of pitch-black swords condensed from pure shadow energy shot forth with lethal precision, each finding the throat of a fleeing gang member. A flash of steel, a blossom of red. Bodies collapsed one after another. The fleeing men froze mid-step, then collapsed like puppets with severed strings. In the blink of an eye, only Zhang Bubi remained standing amidst the fallen shadow gang. Zhang's teeth began chattering. Was this Su Chen even human anymore? He was death incarnate, casually reaping lives with his scythe. Su Chen, I'll fight you to the death. His roar triggered his mutation obsidian, like armor rapidly encased his body as he swelled to over 7 feet tall. A system interface flashed in Su Chen's vision. Expend 30,000 slaughter points. Ascend to Tier 3, Stage 3. A heat wave erupted from his body, levitating gravel around him. A blur later, he had Zhang lifted by the throat. Think this turtle shell makes you safe? You'll never break through. Zhang feigned confidence, though sweat seeped through his armored plates. Amethyst energy coalesced into claws around Su Chen's hand. The first strike spiderwebbed the stone armor. Then 100 claw strikes poured down like torrential rain, the symphony of snapping bones and shattering rock echoing through the courtyard. When Su Chen withdrew, his opponent's head resembled pulped fruit. Trash. He tossed the mangled corpse toward a corner, blood droplets from his black robes tapping staccato notes on the flagstones. Boom. The gates burst open as Su Zhoan charged in with reinforcements. The metallic stench of blood assaulted them. Amidst the carnage stood the black-clad youth, his bloodied hands hanging at his sides. At his feet, Zhang Bubi's unrecognizable form twitched sporadically. Half an incense stick's time, wiped them all out. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Someone noticed Zhang's caved-in chestplate, that B-grade mutation capable of withstanding artillery fire had been shredded barehanded. Su Chen ignored them, crouching beside a wounded man. Brother Ergo? He carefully fed medicine between the man's lips. When he rose, the last warmth vanished from his eyes. Scanning the petrified detectives, he suddenly chuckled. Commissioner Su. Long time no see. Su Zhoan staggered back half-step, his spine hitting the icy doorframe. Brother Su Chen, my daughter lacks propriety, please don't take it to heart. Su Zhoan roughly yanked Su Xiao in front of Su Chen, his voice cold and rigid. Kneel. Apologize. The light in Su Xiao's eyes died completely. She only felt numb, chilled to the bone. The justice and fairness her father had preached to her since childhood turned out to be nothing but empty words. She had been a fool, utterly deceived, and had even once been proud of such a father. How laughable. How disgusting. I'm sorry, Su Chen. She slammed her forehead against the ground with terrifying force. Blood immediately seeped from her temple. A sharp pain pierced through her skin, but it brought her an unprecedented clarity. She saw the true nature of this world, and she saw the hypocrisy of the man standing before her. Su Chen reached out, gripped her chin, and forced her face upward. Then, slap. A crisp, resounding strike echoed through the air. This slap is to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you won't even know how you'll die someday. Angry at an idiot? He almost laughed. This girl wasn't evil, just stupid. Naive. Full of ideals about justice, but utterly blind to the cruelty of human nature. Put bluntly, she had never been beaten down by reality. And yet wasn't he the root of this naivety her precious father in this inherently unjust world? Su Xiao's face burned, but instead of fury, she whispered, "Thank you." Pain was good. Pain made her remember why it hurt. Su Chen frowned. Thanking him after being struck? Was this woman insane? He ignored her, shifting his gaze to Su Zhoan. Director Su, did you really think this matter would end here? Su Zhoan plastered on an ingratiating smile, quickly responding. Mr. Su, if you're still displeased, feel free to punish my daughter however you see fit. Disgust coiled in Su Chen's chest. What a revolting excuse of a father. Turning, he retrieved a phone from Zhang Bubi's corpse and picked up a battered notebook from the ground. His lips curled into something between amusement and mockery as he met Su Zhoan's eyes. Director Su, how could the Shadow Gang operate so lawlessly, robbing and killing without consequence? Tell me who exactly is backing them. Li Ergu had mentioned that the Shadow Gang had powerful connections, someone who shielded these thugs from repercussions. Now that was an interesting mystery. Su Zhouen's face paled, sweat drenching his back in an instant. Had Su Chen already traced this back to him? Since Brother Su brought it up, as the director, I swear I'll investigate thoroughly. You'll have your answers. Masking his panic, he stepped forward, hand outstretched to snatch the phone and notebook. Su Chen sidestepped him and flipped open the notebook. His low voice cut through the silence like a blade. Spring, year 295 of the new calendar. Su Zhouen approached me. Ordered me to form a gang to loot demon hunting teams. Spoils 70% went to him. I agreed. Year 295 of the new calendar, grain ring. That old bastard-esque greed knows no bounds this time. He demanded 80% must record this, lest he deny it later. Year. His voice continued, every word a hammer blow crushing Su Zhouen-esque composure. The list of crimes fell like icy blades, slicing deep into Su Zhouen's flesh. His entire body trembled, eyes bloodshot. Lies. All of these were fabricated by Zhang Bubi, he roared. A glint of cold-blooded murder flashed through his gaze. Su Chen chuckled lightly. Director Su, are you considering silencing me? Su Zhouen's fist clenched abruptly, his knuckles widening, veins bulging violently. A surge of killing intent rushed to his head. But in the end, his hand slowly loosened, like a deflated balloon. The urge to kill had arisen, but reason had overpowered madness. A bitter smile twisted his lips. Kill Su Chen. Then what would happen to his wife and daughter? They would be dragged down with him. He hadn't yet lost all conscience. His family was innocent. They shouldn't be buried alongside his sins. One wrong step, and every step after follows. He repeated silently in his heart. The moment he chose to shield the Shadow Gang and partake in their spoils, he should have known this day would come. He just hadn't expected retribution to arrive so swiftly. All thanks to his wonderful daughter. He exhaled deeply, his voice hoarse and heavy. The Shadow Gang's crimes were all my doing. My wife and daughter have nothing to do with it. The moment the words left his lips, it was as if all strength drained from his body. He aged 10 years in an instant. Beside him, Su Xiao, who had been kneeling, slumped weakly to the ground. She finally understood. Why she could never access the Shadow Gang's files. Why every time someone reported them, the case was always intercepted midway. The mastermind behind it all was her own father. A wave of nausea surged violently, her stomach churning. He was covered in filth, yet he wanted her to live cleanly? You make me sick. She glared at Su Zhouen, her eyes filled with pure revulsion. That gaze stabbed into Su Zhouen's heart like a blade, the pain nearly buckling his knees. Daughter. Dad's sorry. His voice trembled, brimming with pleading. Su Xiao shut her eyes tightly, as if trying to erase him from her memory completely. Struggling to her feet, she staggered away, her silhouette lonely yet resolute. Su Chen shook his head softly. A father so corrupt and ruthless, yet he raised such an upright daughter. This family was nothing short of ironic. He raised his voice sharply. Someone, take Su Zhouen back to the Supernatural Bureau. Only then did the agents who had accompanied Su Zhouen snap out of their shock, hesitantly stepping forward. Director Su, if you please? Their voices were still tense, laced with cautious probing, clearly not yet fully recovered from the shock earlier. Who would have thought that Su Zhouen, the man who always wore such a righteous face, could be capable of something like this behind the scenes? Su Zhouen suddenly whipped his head towards Su Chen, his eyes brimming with desperate pleading. I admit it. I only beg you don't drag my wife and daughter into this. They know nothing, they're innocent. Su Chen's expression remained calm, unreadable. We'll see. He couldn't make promises lightly. The investigation wasn't finished, yet any guarantee could become leverage later. If they were involved, begging now would be pointless. Su Zhouen's shoulders slumped as his head hung low, shoved roughly into a car. The vehicle rolled away slowly, swallowed by the night. Su Chen instructed his men to take the injured Li Ergu to the hospital, then turned and strode toward the Shanghai City Supernatural Affairs Bureau. The night was deep. The Bureau's building loomed under dim yellow lights, exuding an air of stern authority. Deputy Director Liang Chongning had already been waiting at the entrance, his face plastered with a smile as he hurried forward. Mr. Su, welcome, welcome. You know the situation? Su Chen cut straight to the point. Yes, of course. Liang Chongning immediately adopted a mournful expression. I never imagined my superior would. This is truly heartbreaking. Oh, Su-chan's lips curled slightly, amusement flickering in his tone. As his second-in-command, shouldn't you be hoping he falls so you can take his place? A barely perceptible flash of discomfort crossed Liang Changning's face before he waved his hands hastily. How could you say that? Liang Changning serves only justice. Rank means nothing, we all serve the people. Enough. Suchin cut him off. The truth will come out naturally. Black or white, tomorrow will tell. Without another glance at Liang Changning, he strode into the building. The moment he stepped inside, a guard hurried over with a communicator. Mr. Su, Deputy Commander Hua, is looking for you. Su Chun had barely taken it when Hua Zhanxiong's booming laughter blasted through the receiver, nearly deafening him. Well done, kid. How about it want to stick around and handle the cleanup while the iron's hot? Pass. Su Chun's reply was crisp. I don't do mop-up duty. Better send specialists. Tracking dirty money, sentencing criminals, tedious work that held zero appeal for him. He preferred clean, decisive strikes, blade to flesh, one lethal move. Ha, that's what I like about you. Hua Zhanxiong roared with laughter. I've already dispatched reinforcements. Stay if you want to observe, or head back to Jingdu your call. Su Chin considered briefly. No need to watch, but I've got some personal business here first. Observe? It wasn't he like he could pocket the dirty money himself. What was the point? Suit yourself. One more thing. Hua Zhanxiong's tone shifted abruptly, thick with disbelief. When the hell did you silently break through to Tier 3? Nearly gave me a heart attack. Half an hour ago, Hua Zhanxiong had received reports. Su Chun had single-handedly dismantled the Shadow Syndicate, and his displayed strength was unmistakably Tier 3. It wasn't he until he saw the combat footage that he believed it. This kid was a monster, barely a freshman, yet his cultivation was already nipping at the heels of sophomores. At this rate, he'd be sweeping through the entire Jingdu Supernatural Academy in 2 years. Not long. Just broke through recently. Su Chin's tone was casual, as if discussing the weather. Not long. You make it sound like taking a piss. Hua Zhanxiong clicked his tongue. Half the academy would kill for your speed. Look, I know you've got secrets. Just protect yourself, got it? Everyone has secrets, and Su Chun is no exception. His secret, however, is anything but small. But truth be told, this young man's potential is astonishing, almost unheard of in 10, 100, or even 1,000 years. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Deputy Commander Hua. What Deputy Commander? Call me Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua. Su Chun obliged amiably, warmth flickering in his heart. Having someone powerful backing him was undeniably reassuring. That is more like it. Enough talk, my people will be there shortly. You've done well tonight. Once the Shanghai City Supernatural Affairs Bureau wraps things up, you'll be rewarded. Su Chin's eyes gleamed. There's a reward? Then I'll thank Uncle Hua in advance. Cut the flattery. Hua Zhanxiong chuckled before ending the call. Su Chin set down his phone and exhaled deeply. Outside the window, night had fully descended. It seemed he'd have to spend the night in Shanghai City. Tomorrow, he'd visit Go, and then it would be time to pay the Beastmaster Alliance a proper visit. The next day, at the Supernatural Affairs Bureau Hospital. Savior. Thank you, Savior. In the ward, a plainly dressed woman clutched her young daughter's hand, tears brimming in her eyes as she began to kneel before Su Chun. Su Chun quickly steadied her. Please don't, sister-in-law. Ergo is my friend, this was the least I could do. Bai Jinmin wiped her tears, her voice trembling. Without you, ergo our family would have fallen apart. Then since I'm your savior, Su Chun softened his tone, gentle but firm. I order you to sit down and rest over there. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Jinmin obediently took a seat by the chair. Su Chun turned to the hospital bed. Ergo, how are you feeling? Li Ergo grinned weakly, his face still pale but spirits high. Much better. He attempted to flex his arm, only for it to flop limply, making him laugh at himself. Su Chun relaxed slightly. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door, and a refined, bespectacled middle-aged man entered. Excuse me, are you Su Chun, the top-ranked student of the Capital Supernatural Academy? The hospital director spoke with deference. That's me. My apologies for not greeting you sooner. Su Chun waved it off. No need for formalities, director. This is my friend, please take good care of him. Of course. Absolutely. The director nodded eagerly, all smiles. Assured everything was settled, Su Chun turned back to Li Ergo. Ergo, I've got some things to handle. I'll visit again soon. It was getting late time to return to the capital. The Beastmaster Alliance awaited him with a return courtesy long overdue. Jinmin, hurry and see Brother Su out, Li Ergo urged his wife. Before Bai Jinmin could rise, Su Chun was already at the door, his lips quirking faintly. No need. Just take care of Ergo. With that, he gently closed the door behind him. Bai Jinmin gazed at his retreating figure, admiration flickering in her eyes as she murmured softly, "What an impressive young man, handsome and incredibly capable. Yes, if only our daughter were a few years older, maybe we could have arranged a match." The two exchanged glances and shared a knowing laugh. Stepping out of the ward, Su Chun walked leisurely down the hospital corridor. He pulled out his phone, fingers swiftly swiping across the screen as he skimmed through Shanghai City's trending topics. Breaking. Former director Su Zhoan of Shanghai City's Supernatural Bureau arrested for shielding gang-related murders and robberies sentenced to death battle in the Demon Abyss. Shocking. Kyoto Academy's top freshman Su Chin single-handedly purges Shanghai City's Supernatural Management Bureau. Shadow Gang wiped out overnight, justice served, or darkness eradicated? Nearly all the top headlines revolved around him and the upheaval within the Supernatural Bureau. As for Su Zhoan being thrown into the Demon Abyss battlefield, it was essentially a one-way trip. The Demon Abyss was humanity's bloodiest frontline. Criminals sent there never returned alive. This outcome was nothing less than what he deserved. Su Chun. A voice suddenly called out. Su Chun paused mid-step and glanced up. Su Xiao stood silently at the end of the hallway, her gaze complex. What is it? Nothing. I just wanted to thank you. Su Chun blinked. Thank me. He had condemned her father to death, and she was thanking him? If not for you, I might never have seen my father's true nature. I might have kept believing this world actually had fairness. I sent your father to his death. You don't hate me. It's what he deserved. Su Xiao pressed her lips together. She had glimpsed the comments beneath the news. Not a single insult, only praise. Everyone applauded Su Chun's actions and cursed her father as deserving worse. After all, under her father's protection, the Shadow Gang had ruined countless lives, families still struggling in agony. Su Chun sighed softly. What is your plan now? I'll hunt demonic beasts in the wilderness. Use the money to compensate the families destroyed by the Shadow Gang. Su Chun was surprised he hadn't expected such resolve from her. That's good. I'll look forward to meeting again. With a casual wave, he turned and strode toward the Supernatural Bureau's military vehicle waiting outside the hospital. Su Xiao stood rooted in place, watching the car disappear into the distance, her expression hardening with determination. Kyoto, Beast Taming Alliance Headquarters. Director Zhang, bringing students for a visit today? Haiba Bei's lips curled into an ambiguous smirk, feigned ignorance dripping from his tone. Zhang Shuiyo snorted coldly. Of course we're here to return the favor. The humiliation of their last defeat gnawed at him like a thorn. This time, he would reclaim his pride through Su Chun and savor sweet, sweet vengeance. Now, no need for hostility. Care for a word in private. Haiba Bei narrowed his eyes, gesturing for Zhang Shuiyo to step aside. Zhang Shuiyo followed. Name your price, Director Zhang. What'll it take for Su Chun to call off this challenge? Jackie Chung chuckled lightly, nudging the person beside him with his shoulder. I can't say for sure, but that kid Su Chun has always had an insatiable appetite. With a student like Su Chun backing him, he felt nothing but pride, his steps practically floating with newfound energy. Just then, Wu Hengji stormed over with a dark expression, his voice practically dripping with venom. Jackie Chung, don't get too cocky. Su Chun wants to challenge us. Let him bring it on. Jackie shot him a sidelong glance, his tone leisurely. Oh, does Deputy Chief Wu still have an ace up his sleeve, someone even stronger than that freshman who could contract beasts beyond his rank? None of your concern, Wu Hengji sneered. The arena will reveal the truth soon enough. To secure victory, he had long since tossed the rules aside. If even participants could be forged, what did age matter? Nonsense. Hey baby, I slammed his palm against the armrest of his chair, fury simmering beneath his voice. I am still the chief. His chest heaved as he glared at Wu Hengji. This man was practically tearing apart the foundation of the Kyoto Beast Taming Alliance. Wu Hengji, however, calmly surveyed the room before raising his hand toward the elders. Esteemed elders, will you bow your heads in apology or fight honorably? 3 sharp claps echoed through the hall. Several elders stepped forward without hesitation, silently declaring their stance. Hey Baby I shut his eyes, exhaling sharply as his fingers trembled slightly. Fools, absolute fools. At that moment, his heart grew cold toward the alliance he once cherished. Why worry, Chief? Wu Hengji turned to Zhao Shan, who stood beside him like an iron tower, smirking smugly. This battle is already ours to win. Right, Zhao Shan? Zhao Shan took a heavy step forward, shaking the ground beneath him. Rest assured, Chief, victory will be mine. He had already consumed a secret elixir, the surge of power heating his fingertips. Winners made the rules who cared about methods, especially when outsiders couldn't even detect traces of drug-enhanced beasts. Hey Baby I silently stared at the arena at the center of the training grounds. Even if they won, it would be an empty victory. And if they lost, he didn't dare dwell on it. The roars of Zhao Shan's 2 Tier 3, Rank 5 beasts already echoed in his mind, one with the golden pupils unique to elite beasts, the other with scales shimmering with the markings of superior lineage. Together, they could tear apart even a Tier 3, Rank 7 expert. And Su Chun was still only Tier 2. 10 minutes later, a military green SUV rolled over the gravel path, coming to a smooth stop before the Beast Taming Alliance's gates. The door swung open, and Su Chun leaped out with practiced ease. The densely packed crowd erupted into murmurs as Jackie Chung pushed his way through, jogging toward him with sweat beading on his brow. Su Chun, you're finally here. Yeah, Su Chun replied coolly, his gaze slicing through the crowd like a blade. Shall we start the challenge? We've been waiting. Jackie clapped him firmly on the shoulder, emotions tangled. Who would have thought he'd ever rely on his student's prowess? Without hesitation, Su Chun strode toward the platform, locking eyes with Wu Hengji. Deputy Chief Wu, who is my opponent? Wu Hengji smirked before waving his hand. The crowd parted like a tide, revealing Zhao Shan lumbering forward, cracking his knuckles menacingly. Su Chun, Zhao Shan boomed. Dare you face me? Jackie Zhang dashed forward in a flash, blocking Wu Hengji's path. His fists were clenched so tightly they turned white, his voice trembling with rage. Wu Hengji, Zhao Shan has been in the Beastmaster Alliance for over a year, and you're pitting him against a rookie who's only trained for half a month? Do you have iron skin or something? The crowd around them erupted into murmurs, voices rising like tidal waves. This is despicable, pure bullying. They're dragging the Beastmaster Alliance's name through the mud. Thank goodness I didn't let my brother join a place like this. Wu Hengji curled his lips dismissively, unfazed by the accusations. Zhao Shan lacks fundamentals, he's relearning basics alongside new recruits. Doesn't that make him a rookie? His gaze swept across the crowd as he raised his voice. Besides, in real combat, does anyone care how long you've trained? A win is a win, isn't it, Director Zhang? A win? Through these tactics. Jackie Zhang shook with fury. I've never seen someone so shameless. Everyone knew Zhao Shan's strength was unmatched across Kyoto's Mystic Arts Academy, let alone against a beginner like Su Chun. Wu Hengji, you're utterly disgraceful. Jackie Zhang finally roared. He grabbed Su Chen's arm. Let's go? We're not stooping to this level. But Su Chen stood firm, unmoving. His eyes locked onto Zhao Shan as he spoke with clarity and resolve. Director Zhang, wait. I think this fight can happen. Jackie Zhang froze. Su Chun, do you realize what you're saying? Crystal clear. Su Chun took a step forward, his aura abruptly sharpening like a drawn blade. If someone wants to play dirty, shut them up with strength. Crush them outright. Jackie Zhang's pupils contracted. Had Su Chun already broken through? In just a few days, how could anyone bridge the chasm from Tier 2 to Tier 3? Wu Hengji snorted derisively. Delusional. If you somehow win, I'll kneel right here, kowtow 3 times, and call you Grandmaster Su. Su Chen's gaze sliced through him like steel. Remember your words. Assuming you can win, Wu Hengji sneered, crossing his arms. breaking through from Tier 2 to Tier 3 in 3 days? Dream on. The air crackled with tension, one spark away from igniting. Fine. Vice Alliance leader Wu is so eager to find himself a daddy, I'll oblige. Where's the arena? Follow me. Wu Hengji turned and led the way, the crowd trailing behind him until they reached a stone platform. This dueling ring was a size smaller than the one at the Awakened Academy. Wu Hengji gestured with a sweep of his hand. After you. Su Chun leaped onto the platform, robes flaring behind him. Bring it. Zhao Shan cracked his neck, bones popping audibly. Since this brat didn't he know his place, today would be the day he learned the meaning of disparity. He vaulted onto the stage, clasping his fists in salute. Brother Su, you first. Below the platform, several elders exchanged glances, faces riddled with bewilderment. This Su Chun, what gave him the right to be so damn arrogant? Begin. At Wu Hengji's command, light burst from Zhao Shan's brow. A shrieking Chidori wreathed in lightning shot forth, followed closely by a rocky behemoth erupting from the ground, its shadow swallowing half the arena. One swift as lightning, the other immovable as a mountain. Su Chun raised his eyes, a grin tugging uncontrollably at his lips. Perfect. 2 birds with 1 stone. His pupils constricted as 2 streams of data flickered across his vision. Chidori of Extreme Lightning Elite Tier 3rd Order 5th Layer, Hyper Assault Type. Stone Colossus Peak Bloodline 3rd Order 5th Layer, Absolute Defense Type. Su Chun, Zhao Shan's voice was grave. Truthfully, you're a prodigy. Surrender now, and I'll pretend none of this happened. Internally, his heart pounded. This kid's growth over mere weeks matched his own year of grueling training. Su Chun shook his head. Appreciate the sentiment. But honestly, I've got my eye on your little pets. Taking them down meant thousands of slaughter points. This deal? Worth it. Your eye on. Zhao Shan blinked. Watch closely. Before Su Chun's words fully faded, the air split apart with several inky claw marks, slashing through space like lightning, rending the night sky straight toward the 2 beasts. Dodge! Zhao Shan roared. The Chidori flickered away in a bolt of electricity, but the stone colossus wasn't fast enough. The shadow claws collided with its rocky frame, detonating with a sound like a collapsing mountain. The giant crumbled, its stone armor fracturing into pieces, debris scattering everywhere. Zhao Shan stood frozen, pupils trembling. A stone colossus with peak defensive bloodline obliterated in 1 strike. Even an S-rank lightning ability might not have shattered it this cleanly. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Who said dark-type abilities lacked destructive power? That is absolute nonsense. The crowd erupted into chaos, gasps rising wave after wave. Holy heavens! This kid actually broke through to Tier 3, Stage 3, and mastered Shadow Claw with true intent. Jackie Chung blurted out, eyes bulging like saucers. Just 3 days ago, Su Chun was still stuck at Tier 2, Stage 8. Yet now, he shattered multiple barriers and soared to Tier 3, Stage 3. At that rate, even S-rank prodigies would need half a year of grueling training. Su Chun, he did it in 3 days. Do the math, his cultivation speed was 60 times faster than normal. But even more terrifying was his mastery of battle techniques. At his age, he already reached the realm of true intent. Some trained for decades without even glimpsing the threshold. Wu Hengji's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. This wasn't a human. It was a monster. But this match couldn't be lost. After resorting to dirty tricks earlier, another defeat would humiliate the beast-taming alliance. Zhao Shan, no more holding back. Wu Hengji growled. Zhao Shan understood. It was time for the forbidden drugs. He resisted this step, but now there was no retreat. Thunderbird. Tank. Catch. He hurled 2 pills, 1 crimson, 1 azure, streaking like meteors toward Lightning Swiftbird and Boulder Titan. Within seconds, the beast transformed. Electricity crackled violently around Thunderbird as its body swelled larger, thunder roaring in its wake. Boulder Titan's skin darkened to a sinister red, its height surging to 4 meters, looming over the arena like a small mountain. Su Chun felt their oppressive aura spike, his chest tightening. Did they take crazy pills? Since when were they this strong? Whoosh! Lightning Swiftbird became a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Su Chun's face. Su Chun swiftly summoned his death scythe, crossing it defensively. Clang! The impact sent him stumbling back, arms numb from the force. Boulder Titan, crush him! The Titan bellowed, leaping high before slamming its boulder like arms downward. Tuanchuan merge. Su Chen shouted as shadowy wings unfurled from his back, launching him skyward. Glancing at Thunderbird, he smirked. Surprised? I've got wings too. Activating Phantom Step, Su Chen reappeared behind Thunderbird like a specter, scythe swinging. But Thunderbird dodged effortlessly, eyes flashing mockery. Too slow. Heck, quick reflexes? Then try this. The ground beneath Su Chen's feet suddenly collapsed, transforming into a churning black quagmire. Thick shadows bubbled like boiling water as countless ghostly hands forged from darkness shot upward, grasping desperately at Raid Chidori, which darted frantically through the air. The Chidori let out a piercing shriek, crackling with lightning between its wings in a futile attempt to break free. But the spectral hands clung like parasites, their grip relentless as they dragged the creature mercilessly toward the abyss. Screech! A flash of thunder erupted only to be swallowed whole. The shadowy hands remained unmoved. Nowhere left to run. Su Chen's figure flickered like a wraith. A blade's gleam flashed. The obsidian scythe carved a lethal arc through the air, slicing the Chidori cleanly in half. 3-star, 5th-tier elite bloodline beast slain. Slaughter points, 3,000. 3,000. Su Chen's brow twitched, a faint smirk playing at his lips. The slaughter demon, Scythe's amplification, had clearly leveled up. No. Zhao Shan's roar tore from his throat as he watched helplessly while the Chidori dissolved into particles of light. Rock Titan. Crush him. Boom. The mountainous stone giant leaped forward, its colossal fist descending with crushing force. Let us see who is tougher. Su Chen pivoted, swinging his scythe's 6 shadow-infused slashes ripped through the air, meeting the impact head-on. Crack boom. Debris exploded outward. A deep fissure split the Titan's chest, sending it staggering back. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. A whole tier lower, yet it could breach his defense? His gaze sharpened as his appraisal skill activated instantly. Popping pills when you're outmatched? Interesting. The Titan crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhao Shan gaped, disbelief etched across his face. I surrender, he rasped. Stop. Su Chen hesitated briefly, his scythe tip hovering over the barely breathing rock titan. It dies. Zhao Shan spread his arms, shielding the fallen beast. You'll have to kill me first. Su Chen arched an eyebrow. Now this was unexpected. His eyes flicked to the faintly concealed stone eggs beneath the Titan's body, then his lips curled. Fine. Have your beast taming alliance deliver 3 3-star beasts in exchange. Deal. Zhao Shan spat through gritted teeth. Su Chen turned, his gaze locking onto Wu Hengji's ashen face nearby, lips twisting into a smirk. Time to kneel, son. I never agreed to that. Oh, should I play back the recording? Su Chen's phone transmitted Wu Hengji's clear voice, and the murmurs around them surged forth like a tidal wave. What kind of petty alliance is the Beast-Taming League? Even afraid of kowtowing? Forget it. No point joining such a league. Pointing fingers and judging eyes stabbed into Wu Hengji's back like needles. He gritted his teeth, his face burning with humiliation. Fine, I'll kowtow. Wu Hengji knows how to take a loss. He strode up to Su Chen, lowered his head, and shouted, Master Su. Thud, thud, thud. His knees hit the ground, 3 loud kowtows, each louder than the last. Su Chen chuckled. Good boy, stand up. Wu Hengji rose to his feet and announced loudly, the Beast-Taming League concedes defeat. He clenched his fists tightly. Opposing Su Chen? That was suicide. This man always had unforeseen tricks up his sleeve. Not so fast, Vice Leader Wu. Su Chen's voice rang out sharply. We haven't settled the matter of your league using forbidden drugs yet. The faces of the Beast-Taming League members instantly paled, some even stopped breathing. Zhang Shuiyo stepped forward quickly. Su Chen, what forbidden drugs? Just now, Zhao Shan fed frenzy pills to the rock giant and lightning sparrow, a banned stimulant for ability users. It forcibly boosts combat power for a short time at the cost of losing control and descending into madness. Using it on beasts? That's outright reckless endangerment. How dare you? Zhang Shuiyo pointed accusingly at them. You actually dared to meddle with prohibited substances. At that moment, Haibei walked forward, forcing an apologetic smile onto his face. Director Zhang, student Su Chun, could you spare an old man some dignity? He couldn't let this fire spread any further, otherwise the entire league would be doomed. Before Zhang Shuiyo could respond to Su Chun, Haibei had already produced a card. 5 million is on this card. Consider it compensation for Su Chin's efforts today. Additionally, I'll allocate 23rd tier beasts from our reserves for you to hunt. Su Chun feigned reluctance. How could I possibly accept? Yet his hand moved swiftly. The card vanished into his pocket in a flash. It slipped in on its own, he mentally added. After wasting so much time, wasn't he entitled to compensation? Moreover, using banned drugs was like doping in sports. Once exposed, the entire league would be disgraced. Seeing Su Chun take the card, Haibei exhaled inwardly in relief. He turned to the crowd, his voice heavy. Effective today, Haibei withdraws from the Beast Taming League and will establish a new headquarters, the Capital Beast Taming League. Everyone, I hereby resign as league leader. If he stayed, the entire league would sink with him. Reputation could be rebuilt, but foundations, once destroyed, were lost forever. League leader. Wu Hengji collapsed to his knees, his eyes reddening. If he hadn't pushed things this far, none of this would have happened. Haiba Bei let out a heavy sigh, weariness lacing his voice. Xiaohong, I know your heart is set on the alliance, but you rush things too much. He turned and walked away, his silhouette stretching long under the sunset, exuding an indescribable loneliness. Wu Hengji hung his head, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white. Without Haiba Bei's backing, what weight did his title of Deputy Alliance Leader even hold? He swayed slightly as he stood, his voice hoarse. What happened today, Wu Hengji, will take full responsibility. If you want to curse me or report me, come at me. The Beast Taming Alliance has nothing to do with this. Su Chan watched coldly from the side, shaking his head faintly. If he knew it would come to this, why did he act recklessly in the first place? Bored with Wu Hengji's performance, Su Chun turned to Zhao Shan beside him. Hey, brother, got a question. Where in the Alliance can I hunt 23rd tier demon beasts? Zhao Shan jerked his chin up. Follow me. Just as the two were about to move, Zhang Shuiyo sauntered over, grinning ear to ear. Well, Deputy Leader Wu, didn't he see you for long? And here you are looking like this? His voice boomed deliberately loud, ensuring everyone nearby heard. Years of humiliation after his Academy's defeat at Wu Hengji's hands were finally avenged. Wu Hengji turned his face away, jaw clenched tight. But Zhang Shuiyo only grew more smug, planting his hands on his hips. What if I do rely on Su Chun? Having a student like him, I'd wake up laughing. Deep in the hunting grounds, the last ironback rhino collapsed with a ground-shaking thud. Su Chun flicked his wrist and checked his system interface. Slaughter points, 51,000. System, raise my cultivation by 1 level. Consuming 20,000 slaughter points. Cultivation raised to 3rd tier, 4th stage. In an instant, the air around him thickened, dark energy surging toward him like tidal waves, forming swirling currents around his body. Su Chun took a deep breath, reveling in the torrential power coursing through his veins. How many points for 10 blood condensation cycles? Requires 10,000 slaughter points. Su Chun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, just like bone tempering, the cost increases the further you advance. His mind flickered with another question. Then how much in total for 18 blood condensation cycles? Calculating. Blood surged violently within Su Chen's veins, scalding like molten iron. He could feel crimson beads forming from every pore, coalescing into thick crimson threads that crashed toward his dantian like raging rivers. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. When the 10th cycle completed, his eyes snapped open. The world appeared startlingly clear, as if washed by spring rain, with even floating dust particles visible in the air. A refreshing energy flooded his mind, sharpening his consciousness. Just 10 cycles yield such effects. He murmured, fingers absently drumming his kneecap. What might the legendary 18 cycles reveal? 21,000 slaughter points remained. A thought flashed. System, maximize abyssal claw. Ding. Requires 20,000 points. Do it. Shadow energy erupted from his palms the instant the command registered. The once arm-length spectral claws expanded violently, their inky mist condensing into tangible tendrils that hissed like vipers. A glance at his status panel revealed. Blood condensation, 10th cycle. Combat art. Abyssal Claw LV.5 mastered. Slaughter points remaining, 1,000. Su Chen's lips curved upward. Now for the evolution. Su Chen felt the surging power within his body, as if every inch of his muscles were brimming with explosive energy. When his S-class ability finally broke through to SS class, merging all combat techniques into one seamless whole, he felt the entire world sharpen into focus before his eyes. Now, every movement he made carried the true essence of martial prowess. If an enemy stood before him, they wouldn't even have time to react. Stepping out of the beast training chamber, Zhao Shan stood waiting outside, his face dark with suppressed frustration. "Brother, this batch of goods is really something," Su Chen said cheerfully, clapping him on the shoulder. "Next time you've got anything this good, make sure to call me." Zhao Shan's mouth twitched as he swallowed his words. These were meticulously bred mystical beasts by the Beast Taming Alliance. How could Su Chen talk about them like they were vegetables picked at the market? But what could he do? He couldn't beat Su Chen in a fight, nor could he win an argument. Nearby, angry shouts erupted as a group of people clamored to withdraw from the Beast Taming Alliance. Su Chen glanced their way and shook his head lightly. If they knew this would happen, why had they made those choices in the first place? "Su Chen, how was the hunt?" Zhang Shuiyo rushed over excitedly, his face lit up with a smile. "Director Zhang, I'm here to slay beasts, not sightsee." "Ah, listen to me." Zhang Shuiyo smacked his own forehead. "I'm so excited I'm not making sense. Come on, let me buy you a drink." "No need." Su Chen waved him off. "Dean Chu asked me to return for the draw, deciding my opponent for the accelerated challenge." "Fantastic." Zhang Shuiyo's eyes gleamed. "I'd love to see the look on your opponent's face when they go from triumph to despair. With your current strength, few second years will last long against you." Su Chen clenched his fist, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "I'm looking forward to it too." "I'll drive you back." Zhang Shuiyo enthusiastically pulled open the car door. With the roar of the engine, the vehicle sped toward Kyoto Ability Academy. In the sophomore training hall, Chu Jining was flipping through documents. "Director Chu, has Su Chen been notified?" A voice came from behind. "He has. He should be arriving soon." No sooner had she spoken than the training hall's door swung open. Several students wearing uniforms from Modu Ability Academy walked in. Their leader, Qian Ming, bowed respectfully. "Director Chu, Dean Chu." "Qian Ming, what brings you here? Have you forgotten? The inter-academy competition in the Mystic Realm is next week. I'm here to exchange the participant lists." Qian Ming handed over a document. Chu Xiangyang took the list, his eyes scanning the names. When he reached a particular one, his brow furrowed slightly. "Our final roster is still being confirmed. We'll send it to you by today." "Understood. I'll await your update." Just then, a clear voice rang out. "Dean Chu, I'm here." All eyes turned toward the entrance. Su Chen stood there, posture firm and unwavering. Qian Ming strode forward, scrutinizing the legendary freshman. "You're Su Chen?" "That's me. And you?" Su Chen met his gaze calmly. Qian Ming sidestepped deliberately, blocking Su Chen's path with a polite smile stretched across his face. "I'm Qian Ming, a sophomore at Modu Academy for the Gifted." Su Chen didn't break stride, merely casting him an indifferent glance. "Excuse me." The corner of Qian Ming's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly, but he stepped aside nonetheless. Su Chen approached a metallic console pulsing with an eerie glow. "How does this work?" Chu Xiangyang, standing nearby, gestured toward a conspicuous red button at the center of the panel. "Press it once, and the system will randomly match you with an opponent ranked within the top 1,000 sophomores." Without hesitation, Su Chen raised his hand and pressed the button 3 times in rapid succession. The screen flickered with streams of light, swiftly coalescing into 3 names. Zhang Bai, Lu Xingli, Mu Shuer, Tisk. Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but click his tongue, shaking his head repeatedly. "Your luck?" Drawing Mu Shuer in a skip grade challenge, she's currently ranked first among sophomores. "Take my advice, forfeit. This is an impossible task." He emphasized his words, She just broke through to Tier 3, 7th layer yesterday. The sheer difference in cultivation alone will crush you. Yet Su Chen smiled, sparks seeming to ignite in his eyes. This result perfect. Straight to the top in one fell swoop. Now that's excitement. Strong? I'll be stronger. I appreciate your concern, Dean, Su Chen replied calmly. But this opponent suits me just fine. Chu Xiangyang was momentarily at a loss for words. Suits him? Had he misheard? Behind them, Qianming stepped forward, disbelief written all over his face. Junior Su Chen, you're attempting a skip-grade challenge? Bold. But, he lowered his voice. Mu Shuer isn't someone to mess with. Even our sophomore ace barely manages to hold his own against her. Give it another year, you'll definitely stand a chance. Thank goodness you're not in our year. Had Su Chun been their contemporary, Qianming would have long been suffocated beneath the weight of this monster's brilliance. And Su Chen thought he could defeat Mu Shuer now? The odds were slimmer than a dragon hatching from stone. Su Chun turned slightly, giving Qianming's shoulder a light pat with a hint of amusement in his tone. Who knows? In a few days, we might just be classmates. Junior, that's stretching it. Qianming's eyes widened. You seriously think you can beat her? Possibly, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Qianming swallowed the word boast before it could escape his lips, shaking his head inwardly. Su Chen, Chu Xiangyang said gravely, making one final confirmation. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this challenge? You won't reconsider. I'm certain, Dean Chu. Chu Xiangyang took a deep breath, recognizing the futility of further persuasion. Fine. Let Mu Shuer humble him, let him learn there were peaks beyond peaks. Very well. The skip-grade challenge will commence tomorrow, he declared solemnly. Let us hope you don't lose too embarrassingly. Chu Jining took a step forward, her voice crisp and clear. Director Chu, if Su Chan wins the grade skipping competition, reserve him a spot for the inter-school Mystic Realm tournament. Chu Xiangyang snorted dismissively through his nose. Fine, provided he actually wins. At the mention of the Mystic Realm tournament, his brows immediately furrowed. This competition was a crucial warm-up event for the 100 Schools Championship. Last year, even with Mu Shuer participating, they'd narrowly missed claiming victory. This year, the situation was likely worse. Whispers had already spread the sophomore ace from Modu Academy of Supernatural Abilities had broken through to SS rank. SS rank. That was an entirely different realm, like comparing fireflies to the blazing sun. Even Mu Shuer would likely struggle against such an opponent. The thought of yet another impending defeat made Chu Xiangyang's temples throb painfully. Chu Jining turned to Su Chan, her tone carrying barely concealed expectation. You heard him? Kid, don't disappoint. For some reason, an inner voice whispered that this freshman might just pull off a miracle. What their sophomore class needed now was someone capable of surpassing Mu Shuer and facing that SS-ranked fire prodigy head-on. Since Mu Shuer hadn't been able to do it, all hopes rested on Su Chen's shoulders. Su Chen met her gaze, his tone calm, yet resolute. Rest assured, Dean Chu, I'll give it my all. Then his voice shifted subtly, carrying just the right amount of curiosity. Though what exactly is this Mystic Realm tournament? Consider it the most important combat simulation before the 100 Schools Championship, Chu Jining explained. Su Chen's gaze swept over Chu Xiangyang's still grim profile, keenly noting the gravity there. Strong opponents? Director Chu looks particularly troubled. Beside them, Qianming immediately puffed out his chest, pride coloring his words. This is no joke. Junior Su Chun, the ace from our Modu Academy rumor, says his fire abilities have reached SS rank. He won last year's championship and defeated senior Mu Shuer. SS rank fire abilities? A faint glimmer of interest flashed through Su Chen's eyes. Interesting. Seeing his silence, Chu Jining mistook it for pressure and quickly reassured him. Su Chun, those are just rumors. Don't let it weigh on you. Pressure. Su Chen shook his head slightly, the ghost of a smirk playing at his lips. Why would he feel pressure? Once tomorrow's grade skipping match concluded and he ventured into the wilderness for proper hunting, his own abilities would likewise step into the realm of SS rank. Chu Jining studied his impossibly calm profile, suspicion growing. How could anyone remain so composed facing an SS-ranked opponent? Unless He truly had a way to elevate his shadow abilities to that terrifying level in such a short time. With matters settled, Chu Xiangyang spoke gruffly to Qianming. Stay an extra day. Retrieve the roster after tomorrow's competition. He was certain the roster wouldn't change. Su Qin stood no chance of winning. But since he'd promised Chu Jining, he'd humor the boy's futile efforts. Qianming hurriedly agreed. Of course, director. I wouldn't miss Junior Su Qin's spectacular performance tomorrow. A mocking glint flickered in his eyes. Perfect he'd get to witness that arrogant freshman's humiliating defeat firsthand. Watch him slink away in disgrace. Thinking about Su Chun making a fool of himself publicly tomorrow, his lips curled upward involuntarily, a wave of satisfaction rising in his heart. The two turned and left, leaving only Chu Jining and Su Chun in the corridor. How confident are you? Chu Jining's voice was soft, like a feather brushing past. Su Chun chuckled, his tone steady. I never fight battles I'm not prepared for. Chu Jining's eyes gleamed faintly. With him being so certain, what trump card was he hiding? Mu Shui'er, as the top-ranking second-year student, was anything but ordinary in terms of strength. I believe in you. She took half a step forward. Win tomorrow, and that summoning-type combat skill rank 7 or above will be yours. Deal. A flicker of fervent light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Summoning type, exactly the path he longed for. After a few brief exchanges, the two parted ways beneath the twilight. Night deepened. Sis. Jiang Luer burst through Mu Shui'er's door, rushing inside. Su Chun is your opponent for tomorrow's challenge match. Mu Shui'er lifted her head from her book, her delicate brows knitting slightly. So it really was him? She sighed, her interest lukewarm. The gap in cultivation was too wide. Victory wouldn't be anything to boast about. Sis, did you really think Su Chun was still at the second rank? Seeing her indifferent reaction, Jiang Luer pressed anxiously. Mu Shui'er raised her eyes. Don't tell me. He's broken through to the third rank. Beyond third rank. He's already at the third rank, third tier. Jiang Luer quickly pulled up a video footage of Su Chun clashing with Zhao Shan at the Beast Taming Alliance. In the clip, Su Chen's aura was razor-sharp, a demonic sickle wreathed in black flames tearing through the air, unleashing waves that sent shivers down the spine. Mu Shui'er's fingers trembled faintly. How? How could it be this fast? She murmured. In less than a month, he'd nearly reached the level she'd painstakingly cultivated for a year. He's practically a monster. Jiang Luer jabbed at the screen. Look at that combat skill, it's clearly true intent realm. And that sickle can transform its dark element. Explosive power is even scarier than lightning element. On the screen, Su Chen's figure was shrouded in black mist, his sickle morphing into a grotesque shadow that shattered the ground wherever it passed. Mu Shui'er stared at the eerie transformation, a chill creeping into her heart. Just what kind of power was that? Sis, you're not actually going to lose tomorrow, are you? Jiang Luer suddenly whispered. I won't. Mu Shui'er's voice was icy. The four-tier gap between their realms was an insurmountable chasm. Humph. We'll see about that. Before Jiang Luer could finish, a frigid pressure abruptly engulfed the room, making him shudder violently. The cold pierced his bones. He jerked his head up and realized the entire room was now covered in a thin layer of ice. Sis, you'll definitely win tomorrow. Jiang Luer quickly corrected himself, rubbing his stiffened arms. Mu Shui'er closed her eyes and exhaled a long breath of white mist. Her knuckles turned pale from clenching her fists. Tomorrow she absolutely couldn't afford to lose. Breakthrough. Second tier, first layer. Su Chun lifted the fluffy Tuanshuan high above his head. Just wait. Soon I'll take you to soak in that shadow sacred pool again. Heard one dip burns through billions. Tuanshuan nuzzled his cheek, purring softly. Great, it's settled. Tomorrow, we'll show them what you're made of. Su Chen's eyes gleamed. Their previous fusion attempts had always fallen short, but now with Tuanshuan's breakthrough and both enhancement skills strengthened, he couldn't help imagining Tuanshuan's 7th tier evolution. What kind of overwhelming power would that be? Casually swiping open his phone, a sudden message popped up. Li Qingqing, wanna meet? Su Chen's fingers paused before replying with a question mark. Li Qingqing, just kidding. Saw online that guys reply instantly to this. Su Chun, savage. Li Qingqing, free tomorrow night? There's something. I can only say in person. Su Chen, can't say now. Li Qingqing. Nope. Zenith Hotel. No excuses. If you don't show, you might never see me again. The messages ended abruptly, leaving no further response. Su Chun stared at the screen, brow furrowing. Her tone didn't sound like a joke. Setting the phone aside, he gazed out as night deepened beyond the window. The next day, the sophomore arena buzzed with anticipation. Why is Su Shun throwing himself into the wolves? Challenging sophomores. Yeah, why not stay king of the freshmen? His opponent, Mu Schwer. ISNT, he just asking for humiliation. Chu Xiangyang leaned against a corner, arms crossed, smirking. If Su Chan insisted on running headfirst into defeat, then he'd gladly watch the spectacle. Amid the clamor, a shadow flickered past the entrance. Su Chen stood motionless at the center of the arena, his sleeves swaying without wind. Begin. His voice wasn't loud, yet it silenced the entire hall instantly. Chu Xiangyang waved his hand impatiently. Lu Xingli, get up there and teach this kid what rules are. Lu Xingli grinned, leaping onto the platform. Just started freshman year, and you're already trying to skip grades? Sit tight. I'm ranked 109th among sophomores. If you can't beat me, get lost on your own. Su Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. One move? That's enough. Apart from Mu Schwer, none of these people were worth his time. A swift victory was all he needed. To Anxuan, Lu Xingli scoffed, his smirk stretching nearly to his ears. One move? You? Keep dreaming. He was a solid third-tier, fifth-stage cultivator, not some paper doll that could be knocked down in a single strike. Before his words faded, a shadowy blur flashed past. The dark elf hovered midair, her tiny wings fluttering softly. With a delicate raise of her hand, dark elemental energy surged like a tide. In an instant, an eerie violet-black rose bloomed above Su Chen's head, its petals writhing as if alive. Then, the dark elf dissolved into wisps of purple smoke and merged seamlessly into Su Chen's body. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from Su Chen, sending shockwaves rippling outward. His eyes darkened into deep violet, a black lightning sigil igniting faintly between his brows. Behind him, enormous obsidian wings unfurled with a sharp snap, blotting out the sky. Su Chen hovered in midair, his violet gaze cold as ice. One move? That's all I said. He pressed his palm downward. Suddenly, the entire platform plunged into darkness, the ground morphing into a churning black abyss. A low, guttural growl rumbled from its depths like countless demons shrieking from hell. Lu Xingli faltered for a heartbeat before smirking again. Funny, my ability is flight. What are you gonna do now? With a flap of his cyan wings, he shot upward. The corner of Su Chun's lips curled slightly. Look down. Lu Xingli instinctively glanced at his feet only to see monstrous ghostly claws erupting from the abyss. Each was the size of a tiger's paw, jagged and black, exuding a bone-chilling malevolence as they lunged toward him in an inescapable tide. What the hell? He tried dodging, but the spectral claws shadowed his every move, sealing off every escape route in an instant. Ice-cold talons clamped around his ankles, his waist, wrenching him downward with brutal force. I surrender. Surrender. Lu Xingli thrashed wildly, his voice cracking with terror. Su Chen flicked his wrist, and the dark abyss vanished instantly. His frosty gaze bored into Lu Xingli, now crumpled on the ground. If you're trash, don't assume everyone else is too. Lu Xingli sat there, throat parched. The moment he'd been dragged into the darkness, suffocating dread had seized every inch of his body. As he stared up at that hovering shadow, only one thought echoed in his mind. Is this guy really just a freshman? The noisy crowd below the stage fell into stunned silence as Su Chen struck with lightning speed, instantly defeating his opponent. A few seconds later, gasps erupted. Did I see that right? A freshman just one-shot a sophomore ranked in the top 200? What was that shadow? It moved like a ghost. That's insane. From now on, I'm betting on Su Chen every time. Chu Xiangyang rubbed his temples, his voice strained. Dean Chu, you really kept me in the dark. Chu Jining's pupils trembled slightly. Was that a dark sprite? Don't tell me you didn't know either? Chu Jining shook her head. She genuinely hadn't known Su Chen had contracted a dark sprite. Where had he gotten it? Could he be a dual ability user? Otherwise, how could he possibly control such a creature of the night? Dark sprites greatly amplified dark elemental power, coveted partners for countless shadow affinity fighters. Director Chu, I truly had no idea. Chu Xianyang's mouth twitched. He just lost all credibility. Putting aside the dark sprite, how had Su Qin broken through from Tier 3 Stage 3 to Stage 4 in just 20 days and even mastered a Tier 5 combat skill to perfection? Such talent was terrifying. Mu Shui clenched her fists. He'd grown stronger again. Just yesterday, he'd been at Tier 3 Stage 3, yet today he'd advanced. And now a dark sprite. She took a deep breath. She couldn't afford to lose. On the stage, Su Qin's gaze was sharp as a blade. Next, Chu Xianyang turned to Zhang Bai. You're up. Zhang Bai pointed at himself, voice trembling. Me? Lu ranked 109th got obliterated. I'm ranked 985th. That's suicide. After a brief pause, Chu Xianyang sighed. Zhang Bai forfeit. He then looked at Mu Shui, his tone grave. Mu Shui, the sophomore's honor rests on you now. If a freshman succeeded in skipping grades, the entire sophomore class would lose face. As the academic dean, Chu Xianyang would bear the blame. Mu Shui closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, her gaze was icy. Her eyes shifted from jet black to icy blue, an aura of bone-chilling cold radiating from her entire body. With every step she took, the ground beneath her feet froze instantly, spreading a thick layer of shimmering frost. Sis, she's going all out. You got this. Jiang Luer's excited shout erupted from below the arena, brimming with fervor. Every gaze in the stadium was now locked onto the scene, the freshman prodigy Su Chun versus Mu Shui, the top-ranked sophomore. This pinnacle showdown had everyone's hearts pounding. This is too intense. Who's going to win, Su Shun or Senior Mu? Do you even need to ask? I'll always ride with Su Shun. Hard to say. Mu Shui's talent speaks for itself. Su Qin's at Tier 3 rank 4, but she's Tier 3 rank 7, there's a clear gap. Cold and elegant seniors reign supreme. I'm rooting for Mu Shui. Mu Shui stood poised at the center of the arena, her toes barely grazing the floor. Crack! A terrifying wave of freezing energy erupted outward from her. In the blink of an eye, solid ice engulfed the entire arena, the ghostly blue surface reflecting a chilling glow, while frigid air capable of freezing one's breath filled the atmosphere. Su Qin's pupils narrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. This cold, something's off? System alert. Detected absolute zero, domain trait environmental freezing, extreme sub-zero conditions. Su Chun silently questioned. System, what is the trait of my shadow force? Since awakening, the core of this power had remained shrouded in mystery. Seconds past silence echoed in his mind. TCH. He clicked his tongue. Then, Mu Shui's cool voice rang out. Don't hold back. Su Chun arched an eyebrow, smirking. That depends on whether you're strong enough to force my full power. If he went all out and summoned that destructive Black Lotus, it'd be like using a planet cracker to swat a mosquito. Mu Shui met his gaze firmly. I will. She turned slightly toward the referee and gave a subtle nod. The referee stepped forward, booming. Final match of the advancement challenge, Su Chun versus Mu Shui began. Before the words faded, Mu Shui flicked her wrist, an eerie glow materialized into a sword seemingly carved from millennia-old glacial ice. The SS rank frostblade. The air around its edge distorted faintly from sheer cold. 9 cuts of eternal frost. She struck first, the blade slicing through the air, unleashing 6 soul-freezing arcs of frigid energy straight at Su Chun. Su Chun's eye sharpened. His right hand clenched a massive scythe wreathed in swirling shadows. The Slaughter Reaper manifested instantly. He swung horizontally to block. Clang! The ear-splitting clash of metal reverberated as the 6 icy slams collided with the scythe's edge. The sheer force sent Su Chun skidding backward meters, his boots screeching against the ice. Worse, remnants of the attack's extreme cold coiled around the weapon like living tendrils, encasing the entire scythe in a thick shell of ice within seconds. Huh. Absolute zero lives up to its name. Su Chun scoffed before suddenly flexing his arm. Crack. The ice imprisoning the scythe shattered explosively, scattering into a blizzard of glittering dust. Now my turn. He swung the scythe's shadow, energy seethed. Ninth layer mastery. Netherworld Reaper is activated. 6 pitch-black shadow blades tore through the air with ear-piercing shrieks, hurtling straight toward Mushware. Her pupils contracted instantly. Her left hand was suddenly enveloped in bone-chilling cold as a thick ice shield materialized before her, swirling with azure light like a miniature glacial mountain barring the way. Crack! The first 2 shadow blades slammed violently into the ice shield, shattering it into countless glittering shards. Mushware's heart tightened as she swiftly crossed her sword in defense. Clang! 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 4 consecutive explosions rang out, the sheer force of impact sending her staggering backward. Her feet carved deep grooves into the ground until she barely managed to steady herself over 10 meters away. A metallic tang rose in her throat, and a thin trickle of blood escaped the corner of her lips. She looked up, disbelief flashing in her eyes. We're both S-rank awakened, but Suchin's power level is 3 tiers lower than mine. How is his strength so monstrous? The overwhelming pressure he exuded nearly surpassed the limits of S-rank. Suchun, you're strong. Mushware wiped away the blood, her eyes blazing with battle fervor. But I'll never admit defeat. An explosive surge of frost energy erupted around her, freezing the air into tiny crystalline flecks. A pair of translucent ice wings burst from her back, whipping up a frigid gale. Sword in hand, she streaked towards Su Chun like a blue comet. The corner of Su Chin's lips curled upward as his demonic scythe hummed ominously. Close quarters combat? Just what I wanted. Clink, clang, clink, clang. Blades clashed, sparks flying as the crisp ring of steel echoed fiercely across the arena. Barely 3 exchanges later, Mu Shueta's ice-glazed sword was cleaved clean in 2 by the scythe, the severed half spinning away midair. That dark crimson scythe pulsed with annihilation, clearly no ordinary weapon. Mushware stared at her broken blade for a heartbeat before her gaze hardened with renewed resolve. Her hands clenched empty air as glacial energy rapidly condensed, forging a new ice sword in seconds. One sword sever heaven. She retreated a step, hoisting the ice sword high with both hands. The blade expanded wildly in the howling wind, transforming in an instant into a colossal weapon so vast it seemed to blot out half the sky, radiating terrifying cold. Suchin glanced up, excitement flickering in his eyes. She's really going all out. This technique has to be at least 7th-tier combat skill. Had she not sealed the arena floor with ice, restricting his shadow claws, this fight would have been far easier. Fall. The massive blade descended with devastating force, as if to split the earth itself in half. Suchin didn't dare hold back. A shield of writhing shadows coiled around him as he swung his scythe, unleashing multiple slashes of razor-edged darkness in an attempt to weaken the glacial strike. Yet his attacks dissolved harmlessly against the overwhelming might of the ice blade. The colossal weapon crashed down onto his scythe like a collapsing mountain. Boom. His wings beat furiously against the impact, but the sheer violence of the force drove him relentlessly downward. His feet smashed through the frozen ground, cratering the arena floor beneath him. Boom. The ground beneath Su Chen's feet shattered instantly, sending debris flying and leaving a shallow crater in its wake. The energy from the frost slash lingered for several breaths before finally dissipating, transforming into countless ice crystals that drifted down like snowflakes. Su Chen slowly straightened up, his robes coated with dust, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Yet, as he wiped the dirt from the corner of his mouth, his gaze remained sharp as a blade. Tisk, money well spent. This technique packs a punch. Fortunately, he had trained his 9-nether indestructible body to the first stage, significantly boosting his physical resilience. Combined with the toughness granted by his fusion with Tuan Tuan and his secret perfect golden bones unknown to anyone, he had barely managed to withstand the attack. Across from him, Mu Schwinner's pupils contracted slightly. He took her frost slash head on and emerged nearly unscathed. Powerful abilities aside, how was his physique so monstrous? Without hesitation, she inhaled sharply, drawing in the chilly air, then thrust a slender finger toward the sky and commanded, 9th rank combat technique Phoenix Descent. She wanted to see how he'd handle this move. In an instant, the temperature on the battlefield plummeted and delicate snowflakes began drifting through the air. A massive phoenix, sculpted entirely from ice, took shape amidst the swirling snowstorm, its wings spreading wide and casting an imposing shadow. Suchin looked up, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. A ninth-rank combat technique, each one was considered a treasure beyond price, something no mere money could buy. Seriously, as expected of a top-tier noble lady, her arsenal was downright terrifying. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than an overwhelming wave of frost surged toward him, instantly sealing him inside a thick block of ice, a frozen coffin. Down below, Chu Xiangyang exhaled slightly in relief and remarked, restricted by the battlefield and 3 levels behind in cultivation, yet he forced Mu Shuer to use Phoenix Descent. Su Chun is already impressive enough. In his eyes, the outcome was decided. Mu Shuer had proven superior, after all. Su Chin's downfall lay in his lack of high-tier combat techniques. Had he possessed moves of the same caliber, even with his lower cultivation, he might have instantly turned the tables. Beside him, Chu Jining frowned deeply, her eyes locked onto the frozen figure. Was Su Chin about to lose? The sheer destructive force of this attack wasn't something mere physical endurance could withstand. Even if his muscles held, his bones would likely shatter under the terrifying impact. Unless he possessed the legendary golden bones. But since ancient times, no one had ever truly mastered them. Su Chun, surrender. You'll die if you take this hit. Chu Xiangyang couldn't help but shout. From within the ice, Su Chin's gaze pierced through the frost, sweeping coldly across the battlefield. Surrender, those words aren't in my vocabulary. You fool. Holding out means certain death. Chu Xiangyang was genuinely frantic. A prodigy like Su Chin shouldn't perish here. Thank you for your concern, Director. Su Chin's voice echoed through the ice, unyielding. But I will seize my spot in the sophomore class. You. Chu Xiangyang's face flushed red with anger. Fine. Play the hero if you insist. If you don't know your limits now, you'll never achieve greatness. Before his words faded, the icy phoenix overhead finished gathering momentum. With a soundless shriek, it descended with world-ending force, crashing straight towards Su Chin's frozen form. Boom! The sheer impact sent violent tremors through the battlefield, icy shards flying like arrows as the ground cratered under the force. A frigid mist billowed outward, obscuring all vision. Mu Shuer collapsed weakly to her knees, her face pale. She barely raised her head, staring into the swirling frost with anticipation and uncertainty. Did I win? Among the spectators, sighs rippled through the crowd. Sigh? So believe in Su God, guaranteed advancement. Has that legend finally been broken today? No helping it. Mu Shuer pulled out a 9th-rank combat technique. Who could possibly withstand that? See? Equipment and skills are king. If Su God had a 9th-rank technique of his own, the outcome wouldn't even be in question, he'd annihilate her. Golden light pierced through the dense fog, dispelling the chill that had shrouded the arena. As the mist cleared, Su Chan's figure gradually came into view. Blood seeped from his wounds, stark against the remnants of frost. But what drew even more attention were the faint golden wisps that flickered intermittently around his body. The light in Mu Shuer's eyes dimmed. Her clenched fists trembled slightly. She had given everything, yet still was it not enough? Su Chin stepped forward. The icy edge of his executioner's scythe rested lightly against her pale neck. You lost. His voice was calm. Mu Shuer smiled a tired yet relieved smile. I lost. Before the words fully left her lips, her body went limp as she collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Su Chin exhaled silently. Only he knew how real death had felt the moment the phantom ice phoenix had surged toward him. There had been nowhere to hide. At that very moment, the shadowy energy coiled within Tuan Tuan erupted, streaming outward and instantly crystallizing into a suit of flowing obsidian armor across his body. But even that hadn't been enough. What truly kept him standing was the indestructible framework deep within his bones. The impact of the ice phoenix had been like a mountainous collapse. Had it not been for the golden light bursting from his very marrow, neutralizing most of the force, he would have been shattered to pieces. Layer upon layer shadow armor, reinforced physique, and that enigmatic 9 nether undying body had barely allowed him to endure that devastating strike. A ninth-tier combat technique was truly worthy of its reputation. Down below, Mu Xiangyang stood frozen in shock. Wasn't he Suchin supposed to be a shadow manipulating awakened? How could his body be so resilient? And that flickering golden glow, could it be the legendary, unbreakable golden bones from the ancient texts? But the prophecy had clearly stated. He muttered under his breath, starting today the landscape of sophomore year will never be the same. Beside him, Chu Jining's pulse raced as well. The golden light beneath Su Chun's wounds stirred suspicion in her heart. Yet the 3-century-old taboo prophecy regarding the golden bones was etched into everyone's mind like unbreakable law. Kunlun's divinations had never been wrong, unless she shook her head faintly, pushing down her doubts. In a few days' time, the realm selection trials would begin. Every student would undergo rigorous testing. By then, the truth would reveal itself. The referee leaped onto the stage and announced loudly, his voice ringing across the entire arena. Victory goes to Su Chun in the cross-year challenge. Effective immediately, he is promoted to sophomore year. The moment the results were announced, thunderous cheers erupted throughout the arena as everyone rose to their feet. Su Chun had done it. He had made history once again, successfully skipping a grade. He became the first student in the history of Kyoto Ability Academy, no, the entire Dragon Kingdom, to achieve such a feat. Zhang Luer rushed onto the stage like a whirlwind and shouted to the crowd below, "Hurry! Someone take my sister for medical treatment." Only then did the medical staff snap out of their daze and hastily carry the unconscious Mu Shuer off the stage. Turning around, Zhang Luer stared at Su Chun with shining eyes, excitement lacing his voice. "Brother-in-law, you're insane. Taking a 9th-tier combat skill head-on with pure physical strength, that's unbelievable." Su Chun's performance had indeed stunned everyone. The sight was as if his flesh alone could stand against heaven and earth. "Cut the nonsense. Who's your brother-in-law?" Su Chun frowned. "You, of course. Brother-in-law. Do you know why my sister couldn't afford to lose?" "What? Was she supposed to marry whoever beat her?" Zhang Luer shook his head at first, then quickly nodded. "Half right. The rule is, if she loses to someone younger and weaker ranked than her, that person gains the right to propose marriage, and my family would definitely approve." He refused to believe Su Chun could resist someone as breathtakingly beautiful as his sister. If the proposal succeeded, Su Chun wouldn't just gain a stunning wife, he'd also secure the backing of Kyoto's Mu family. 666. What kind of ridiculous rule is that? That is not the point. Isn't my sister beautiful? Zhang Luer pressed urgently. She is. Is her background not strong enough? It is. Is her figure lacking? Zhang Luer wasn't giving up. No idea. Zhang Luer sputtered in frustration. Isn't it obvious at a glance? Unless I've seen it with my own eyes or verified it with my own hands, how would I know? Su Chun replied bluntly. Zhang Luer was momentarily speechless, opening and closing his mouth like a fish out of water. Before he could muster a retort, Su Chun had already turned and strode off the stage. Down below, Su Chun approached Chu Xiangyang, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "Director Chu, looks like I disappointed you. I still won." Chu Xiangyang immediately plastered on a wide grin, waving his hands dismissively. "Not at all. I couldn't be happier. It was my oversight earlier. I failed to recognize true greatness. When I urged you to forfeit, it was only out of concern for your safety." Internally, he was overjoyed. With Su Chun advancing to sophomore year, their batch might actually stand a chance against that SS-ranked fire element prodigy from Demon City. Disappointed? Right now, he wanted nothing more than to cradle Su Chun in his palms. Watching the man's instant shift in attitude, Su Chun couldn't help but find it laughable. The flip-flopping was faster than turning pages in a book. "Director Chu, I suddenly feel like my Dao heart has suffered some damage. Seeing others wield 9th-tier combat skills while I have none, it's envy-inducing. Maybe I should just stay a freshman." Su Chun sighed theatrically. Chu Xiangyang's eyes darted shrewdly as he quickly interjected. Now, Su Chun, I happen to have an extra 6th-tier dark element combat skill lying around. Still, Principal Chu Jining promised me 7th-tier or higher skills as a reward. Being a freshman doesn't sound so bad." Su Chun pretended to hesitate. "Su Chun, you can't go back." Chu Xiangyang panicked. "You just wait. I'm going back right now to find you a top-tier dark element cultivation manual guaranteed to satisfy. Chu Xiangyan's words hadn't even fully left his lips before he dashed out like a gust of wind. Su Chun was their sophomore division's last hope for clinching victory in the 100 Academies tournament. Magic Capital University had been dominating them relentlessly for 3 straight years. He couldn't take it anymore. Even if he had to treat Su Chun like royalty, he'd do it without hesitation. Watching the retreating figure disappear into the distance, Su Chun cracked a faint smile. He turned to Chu Jining standing nearby and cleared his throat lightly. Dean Chu, about what you promised me earlier. Chu Jining shook her head gently, her eyes glimmering with amused resignation. Of course I haven't forgotten. With a subtle flick of her wrist, a tome radiating an eerie dark glow materialized in her palm. This 8th rank dark element combat technique, see if it resonates with you.